Lu Qi finally realized that money alone couldn't solve this. She needed good luck to find the right deer. And a single deer was very expensive. Old Hu, is there any other ingredient we can use as a substitute?
Sure.
Before Lu Qi could praise him, Dr. Hu said, as long as he agrees to the treatment, I have no objections. Lu Qi. She pulls Dr. Hu outside. So, if we can't find the deer antler now, how many days do you think we can hold on? 3 to 5 days. If you want to save someone, you'd better hurry. All right, Lu Qi grits her teeth. If it really comes to it, I'll risk my face and go beg Xiao Dashan. Dr. Hu, haha with his wife. She'll curse you to death. Old grudges and new ones. How could she let her go? For the sake of saving someone, I'll accept it, Lu Qi says. I'll go right now. Saving someone is like fighting a fire. We can't delay. Qi, Xiao Yan stops her. You take care of fifth young master. I'll go look for him. You're going to look? Where will you find him? On the mountain, Xiao Yan replies. Don't you remember? I went into the mountain before and brought back the little god. That's true, but finding a deer with antlers is about luck. We should gather more people to help, Lu Qi suggests. Here's the plan, Xiao Yan says. I'll go into the mountain tonight. If I can bring back the deer tomorrow, that's best. If not, we'll think of other ways.
How about that?
You can't. Lu Qi protests. It's autumn now, nights are cold. Your body just recovered. Don't get frozen again. Let's wait until daytime and find more people. We can't risk one person saving another and the other getting worse. What's the point then? It's fine, I'm not afraid. I'll try. Qi, don't worry too much. I'll do my best to find it. Lu Qi wants to go with him, but also worries about fifth young master. She's caught in a dilemma. Mother, let Dad go, Dia says. Dad's experienced.
He'll be fine.
Then you take Ah Huang with you. Keep him company, Lu Qi says through gritted teeth, full of concern. I'll go.
Yun Ting volunteers.
Xiao Yan, take me along. I'll keep you company. Lu Qi thinks to herself, this dog under the broken door will really go if there's a need. But the problem is, Yun Ting might just cause trouble if he goes. She's about to refuse for Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan nods. All right, bring him along. Better to have someone with you than stay at home causing trouble. Dad, I'll prepare some dried food for you, Dia says. Xiao Yan takes his bow and arrow, throws the bag of dried food Dia gave him into Yun Ting's arms, and smiles at Lu Qi. Don't worry, I'll bring back the deer. You take good care of fifth young master. Dia, remember to switch shifts so your mother doesn't stay awake all night. Song Yan didn't stay behind. He really wanted to stay, but he's a family-born son, and his family is in Zhou Mansion. Now, I can only falsely report that fifth young master has run away from home. At most, he might get a few smacks for poor care. But if he runs away with fifth young master, his whole family might be sold off. So for now, I can only rely on Mother Lu to take care of Zhou Xiaoyao. Okay, I understand. You must stay safe. If Lu can't find him, don't get into trouble. Mother Lu nervously sees the two of them off. Before Yun Ting leaves, he starts muttering such little food. It'll only last 2 meals. Zhao Zhao. Why didn't you bring more? Dia lowers her eyes. There's only this much left. Stop talking, let's go. Mother Lu watches Xiao Yan, carrying a bow and arrow, with a little divine figure on his shoulder, disappear into the night. She feels very uneasy. She sighs, once again, I've troubled Xiao Yan. Dia smiles, Mother, if you think like that, you're letting down my father's good intentions. We're family. We face difficulties together. Let's go and see fifth young master. Mother Lu's heart feels torn apart. Everything makes her worry. Maybe this is just her natural way of caring. Zhou Xiaoyao has a fever. Mother Lu sees his lips are dry and peeling, and she occasionally uses a cotton ball dipped in water to moisten them. She originally wanted to help him sweat it out, but Dr. Hu doesn't allow it. Dr. Hu only lets her wipe him with warm water. Big sister. Zhou Xiaoyao is in a dazed state, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Here, I'm here, Mother Lu says. Be good, go to sleep quickly. Sleep more to recover your health. You're already an official now, and the common people are counting on you to do things for them. Big sister, Zhou Xiaoyao seems confused. You got married. Yes, I got married. Then I can't come find you. Zhou Xiaoyao suddenly becomes excited. Your husband will blame you. It's okay. Mother Lu holds him down to stop him from moving. Sleep peacefully. My husband is the best man in the world, kind and compassionate. He's gone out now to find medicine for you. She had wanted to say that if possible in the future, she would speak a few words for Xiao Yan. But she didn't say anything. She was afraid that if she spoke, this matter would become a burden he couldn't let go of. Big sister, I didn't help you. Zhou Xiaoyao's voice is weak and defeated. Aren't you silly? I've already parted ways with that scoundrel. Why are you still holding on? He's a third-rank official, and you're only a second-rank. Don't do things like this again, trying to challenge fate. Besides, it makes it seem like I can't let go of him. I told you the truth. Now that he has changed his mind, I don't want him anymore. Do you think it's so important for you to fight for my honor? Big sister, he let you down. He let me down. He's a bad person. But Brother Yao, Lu Qinyang sighed. You're so confused. You're meant to do great things. So many common people are hoping for justice, waiting for a fair verdict. I know you're not a saint and can't save everyone. But helping one person is a good deed. It's not worth it for her. There are more meaningful and important things waiting for Zhou Xiaoyao to do. Big sister, Zhou Xiaoyao, exhausted and confused, called out for her all night. Just like years ago, in that same autumn, he was gravely ill and ignored. His sister quietly came to his side and stayed with him all night. Xiao Yan left with Yun Ting. Yun Ting mumbled as they walked. Xiao Yan, even in broad daylight, it's hard to find a deer with antlers. Where can we find one at night? Xiao Yan stayed silent. You say, if I have a rival like you in the future, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Don't worry, you won't have such rivals, Xiao Yan replied. Your taste is unique. Yun Ting. Oh wait, are we on the way up the mountain?
Just follow me, he said.
It's so cold.
Yun Ting shivered.
We won't fall down the mountain, right? Shut up. But perhaps Yun Ting's bad luck was real. Just as he predicted, not long after they started, Yun Ting tripped over something and fell hard. Xiao Yan reached out to help him, but he lost his balance too, and ended up pulling Yun Ting down with him, both falling to the ground. Yun Ting, what did I say? Luckily, we haven't gone up the mountain yet. If we rolled halfway down, can you imagine? Fine. He forced himself to understand that saving his rival was necessary. But risking his life for a rival? That's just foolish. Why make space for someone else?
Dying so willingly.
Xiao Yan ignored him and lay there without moving. Yun Ting suddenly panicked, turned over, and pressed his face to Xiao Yan's chest, patting his face. Xiao Yan, you're not that fragile, are you? He hadn't done anything serious yet. Xiao Yan, stay away from me. Yun Ting sighed in relief. Why didn't you say anything? You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Get up. Aren't you cold? Xiao Yan cursed softly, annoying, and finally got up. Yun Ting brushed the dust off himself. Why is the ground still wet? It's late at night, and there's frost, Xiao Yan replied calmly. No wonder it's so cold. Yun Ting asked, aren't you cold? I have goosebumps all over.
Cold.
You're cold too? He answered normally, which made Yun Ting pause.
I'm not going anymore, Xiao Yan said.
Are we going back? Yun Ting's face lit up. I knew it. It's so dark out here. Are we out here to feed wolves? No, we're not going back. Xiao Yan chose a sheltered rock and dug a shallow pit, circling it with small stones. Then he broke some dry pine branches. Yun Ting squatted nearby, rubbing his hands and blowing on them to warm up. Xiao Yan took out a fire starter from his pocket, struck it twice, and ignited the fire. The fire crackled. Xiao Yan then magically produced a few fuzzy balls, broke them open with stones, revealing shiny chestnuts inside. Chestnuts are prickly. Yun Ting found it very interesting. After a while, they heard the fluttering of a small bird's wings, and it seemed to struggle. It flew above their heads, and when its claws loosened, something dropped. Xiao Yan caught it easily. Yunting suddenly realized it was a long-tailed pheasant. The bird was still struggling, but Xiao Yan gently twisted its neck, and it instantly became still, no longer breathing. Yunting. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. Xiao Yan took out a small ceramic bottle of salt, slit the pheasant's belly, and removed the skin along with the feathers, discarding the guts. Then he hung it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. He even took out a small salt container and sprinkled salt on the meat. The bread that Daya had given him was also roasted over the fire. His movements were smooth and natural, making Yunting stare with wide eyes. The smell of roasted meat quickly filled the air, and the aroma of bursting chestnuts made mouths water. Xiao Yan divided the bread, chicken, and chestnuts between them. After eating, he moved the fire to the side and laid a thick layer of dry branches over the spot where they had just lit the fire.
Sleep now, he said.
Then he lay down himself. Yunting asked, "Why are we sleeping here instead of going home?" "It's so cold." "Wait until morning, and we'll look for deer." Yunting was very sleepy. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but lying on those thick branches, feeling the warmth beneath him, he suddenly fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by Xiao Yan nudging him. With blurry eyes, he remembered his mission and said, "It's time to go find the deer." "No need, get up. Let's go home," Xiao Yan said calmly. Yunting looked confused. Did he change his mind again? Why does Xiao Yan seem so strange today? Just as Yunting was about to ask, he caught sight of a deer, its four legs tied with ropes, eyes wide with fear. Where did it come from? Yunting's eyes nearly popped out. "Did you catch it?" Xiao Yan glanced at him and was already packing his bow and arrows. "Did you shoot it?" "I didn't see any wounds on it. It was caught alive." "Your luck and skill are really—" Yunting gave a big thumbs up, full of admiration for Xiao Yan, like a rushing river. The two of them carried the deer back. Lu Qinyang saw Xiao Yan and Yunting, both dirty and looking quite disheveled, carrying the deer back. Xiao Yan looked tired, as if he hadn't slept all night. But when he saw Lu Qinyang, his eyes instantly brightened and warmed, with a slight smile. "Qinyang, I didn't let you down. What's with all that talk? Just coming back is enough. Yaya, go call Doctor Hu. Let him see how to cut the deer antlers. Let him do it so we don't waste such a good thing." She took the deer from Xiao Yan's hands and said to him, "Go inside, wash up, change your clothes. You've really worked hard." "Yunting, it's okay, not tired. You've slept all night, of course you're not tired," Xiao Yan said calmly. Yunting felt a bit embarrassed. "Mainly because you didn't call me either." With a blink, the deer appeared, as if it had fallen from the sky. No wonder he's the great general of the defeated army. It has to be Xiao Yan. "How is he?" Xiao Yan asked Lu Qinyang. "Still the same, burning all night, talking nonsense," Lu Qinyang sighed. "I'm really worried he'll damage that clever brain of his." "Don't worry about it now, get some rest." "Okay. I'll change my clothes and come right away." Xiao Yan went inside to change, while Yunting didn't even bother to change clothes, simply squatting on the ground, staring at the deer. Looking at it closely, he found something strange. The more he looked, the more he felt that this deer looked familiar. Especially when he saw that part of the deer's tail was missing, his eyes widened in shock.
"Xiao Yan."
"Why are you shouting?" Xiao Yan came out after changing clothes. "This deer." "You, what's wrong?" Xiao Yan looked calm and straightforward. Yunting, seeing his calmness, became uncertain. Could he have been mistaken? He pulled Xiao Yan aside and lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, where did this deer come from? It looks so much like the deer in my yard." "Your yard? Where are you from?" Xiao Yan's words were sharp and hurtful. Yunting was angry and clenched his teeth, saying, "From the Duke of Yun's residence." "Maybe after you left, the Duke's family released all the birds and animals back into the mountains. Unfortunately, I caught this deer again. Is it really such a coincidence? Otherwise?" Xiao Yan asked back.
Just then Doctor Hu arrived.
Xiao Yan went over to help hold the deer while he took the deer antler. Yunting always felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Second sister saw the deer and felt a bit greedy. Father, she leaned in, I've never eaten deer meat before. When we were at the Zhou residence, I only saw people taking deer meat to honor the ancestors. Only a few important people in the old master's courtyard could get some. Xiao Yan, that this deer can't be eaten.
Why?
Second sister looked disappointed. Xiao Yan's mind raced quickly. He couldn't say that he just went for a walk in the mountains and then borrowed the deer from the Duke's residence. How could he reveal that? Animals shouldn't be killed unnecessarily, he said dryly. Fifth young master is in danger. Now is the time to release the deer and pray for his safety.
Oh.
Second sister was a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. Xiao Yan immediately said, once fifth young master recovers, I will go to the mountain to hunt another deer for you. You can eat it however you like. Okay. Second sister was easy to please and immediately became happy. Lu Qinyang listened to their conversation and sincerely thought Xiao Yan was really kind. He was caring and thoughtful, even in places she hadn't expected. Zhou Xiaorao took Doctor Hu's medicine and continued to have a fever for 3 more days before finally recovering. He looked much thinner but was out of danger. Lu Qinyang was exhausted and her eyes darkened from lack of sleep, but she finally relaxed. Zhou Xiaorao just got a little better and then said he wanted to leave. Take good care of yourself, Lu Qinyang said irritably. You just recovered from the underworld's grasp. Do you want to go back and risk your life again? Who's waiting for you? Who's hoping you'll be okay? After she finished, she sighed. This can't go on. I've been thinking about what to do these past few days. You say she's your nominal mother, but you can't get past her. Especially at your age, she will still help you get married later. I heard Song Yan say she wants to marry her brainless niece to you, and her family is discussing this matter. Song Yan said that the marriage was delayed only because Zhou Xiaorao suddenly fell ill. Otherwise, by now, everything would probably be settled. Zhou Xiaorao said, I don't care about those things. If she insists on doing that, I can only ignore her. Can a husband and wife go their whole lives without talking? Lu Qinyang disagreed. How will you live your life? How will she live hers? You need to think of a way. Jaja, I have no way. Let them do as they please. Right now, he just wants to do his duty, serve the people as an official, giving all his effort. During this process, he might feel a small sense of achievement. That's enough to keep him going. I need to find a way. I must find a way, Lu Qinyang muttered. Think some more. By the way, I already asked Song Yan to go back and say that you're staying at Mr. Lu's house. I also told Song Yan to inform Mr. Lu. You can stay here peacefully for a few days and rest your health first. I'm here, I might be a bother. No bother, Lu Qinyang said. Yun Ting thought to himself, the one being bothered is me, not you, since we're sharing a room. But he dared not complain. There was still Xiao Yan pressing on him from above. Zhou Xiaorao was feeling better, so Lu Qinyang continued to set up her stall. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had been very busy during this time. The warehouse was almost finished, and he couldn't relax at all. Lu Qinyang was busy taking care of Zhou Xiaoyao and didn't ask about his progress. Whenever she thought about it, she felt anxious and uneasy. After all, there was a warning from the past. Cheng Jiuan was still the most powerful person at the canal dock, and he wouldn't let anyone take his share easily. She didn't know how Xiao Yan would solve this. She couldn't keep guarding him every day. That night, Xiao Yan sent someone back to say he wouldn't be home for dinner. Lu Qinyang asked the messenger, Is the warehouse finished? Are we celebrating tonight with a feast? The person smiled and said no. Tonight's banquet is to honor Lord Chengjiu. Honoring Lord Chengjiu? Lu Qinyang was very surprised. I haven't heard him mention that. Then she thought, she had been busy these days, finishing her work and taking care of the fifth young master, and hadn't taken a moment to sit down and talk with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan probably saw she was busy and didn't bother her. He handled the celebration and finishing touches himself. But he was really impressive. He managed to sit at the same table and eat with Cheng Jiuan. Lu Qinyang thought, since he could invite him, maybe that means Xiao Yan and Cheng Jiuan have made peace? It's all Xiao Yan's doing. While having dinner, Lu Qinyang couldn't help but tell her daughters, "Your father is truly a capable man. If you can learn even a little from him, I won't have to worry about you in the future." Dia didn't say much, but Sanya said, "Isn't my dad amazing? He's the best." Arya said, "What about Yunting? Did you take him along? Don't you worry he'll talk too much and cause trouble?" "Yunting is capable," Lu Qinyang said. "He's made great progress now. You can't keep discouraging him. When have I ever said anything to make you lose confidence? You are my mother, but I'm not his mother. Why should I spoil him?" Arya pouted. Lu Qinyang. Xiaoyan didn't come back until midnight, and he smelled of alcohol. Maybe because he drank, his face looked rosy, and his eyes were more moist. He smiled as he entered and said to Lu Qinyang, "I drank today, I'll wash up first." "Is there any social gathering without drinking? I left some hangover soup for you and Yunting. I'll go get it." "Go to the kitchen and drink it," Xiaoyan said. "I smell of alcohol, so I won't bother you. Just wash outside before coming in." "I'm not that particular," Lu Qinyang replied. But Xiaoyan insisted. So Lu Qinyang agreed and went to call Yunting to come out and drink the hangover soup. Yunting threw a tantrum. "I won't drink. I won't. Just let me get drunk and be done with it." Lu Qinyang looked confused and glanced at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked down and said calmly, "He's just a kid. Don't mind him. He'll be fine tomorrow."
Yunting.
Lu Qinyang called again, worried.
Don't call me.
Yunting shouted angrily. Lu Qinyang thought he was upset because Xiaoyan scolded him, so she didn't call him again. But that night, when she went to sleep, she felt something was wrong. The next morning, while Xiaoyan was out, Lu Qinyang stopped Yunting. "Why did you get so upset last night?" "Xiaoyan wouldn't let me say," Yunting said, looking defeated. Lu Qinyang. It was clear he was hiding something from her. "You tell me." "I won't tell Xiaoyan if you say it," she coaxed him, feeling guilty inside. Lately, she had been neglecting Xiaoyan a lot. Lu Qinyang, Xiaoyan, Dia, Zhao Zhao, Sanya, Zhuozhua, Arya, Jiao Jiao. Maybe he wasn't very clever before. But now, he has become smarter. He is now working at a stall at the dock, and the people he sees in a day are more than those he met over the past 10 years. They come from all walks of life, various backgrounds. He has to admit that he used to have a narrow view. Now, he also understands some slang meanings. For example, when a married couple argues at the bedside but makes up by morning. If someone tries to break up a quarrel between a couple, they are like a fool looking in the mirror, not knowing their place. Lu Qinyang. "So tonight, we'll sleep in different places. You sleep with him, and I won't be worried about him mentioning it, right?"
Yunting.
He's really naive. If he dared to take someone else's place in the bed, wouldn't Xiaoyan tear him apart? "Tell me quickly, stop whining," Lu Qinyang said. "I'm about to open my stall." "Anyway, I told you, I won't tell Xiaoyan. I can definitely do it. When have I ever broken my word? Society, you abandoned sister. One spit, one nail. This is what you said," Yunting said gloomily. "Last night, Xiaoyan took me to a banquet. I thought Qingjuan was afraid of Xiaoyan and backed down, so he invited us to show goodwill. But that's not it at all. You're angry about this?" Lu Qinyang found it funny. Qingjuan has been the boss at the dock for many years. He would invite us voluntarily? As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Especially when the local snake has strong connections. Maybe even when Xiaoyan was a brave general, Qingjuan wasn't afraid of him. Knowing how to fight doesn't mean knowing how to navigate complicated court relationships. So, what if you're loyal and honest? Money can make ghosts dance. They use money to buy all kinds of troublemakers and frame loyal people. Moreover, Xiaoyan is now in a weak position. Qingjuan probably only fears Xiaoyan's old friends and doesn't dare to act recklessly. But asking Xiaoyan for help? That's just a dream.
Yunting.
All right. He's the only one feeling hurt? There's an even bigger coming. It turns out, the warehouse was built but couldn't attract business. Xiaoyan knew it was probably Qingjuan who spread the word. So, to make money smoothly, he had to go through Qingjuan. Xiaoyan invited a mediator to help, and they hosted Qingjuan for a meal. Chung Jae-won showed respect. During the meal, everyone was happy, except Yun-ting sometimes acting arrogantly, which earned Xiaoyan a slap and made him feel embarrassed. Other than that, everything was quite harmonious. After a few drinks, Chung Jae-won suddenly smiled and said, Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Yun-ting got angry. What kind of person calls Xiaoyan by his name directly? But Xiaoyan simply smiled and nodded at Chung Jae-won. It was almost like begging for mercy. Yun-ting was so angry that he stabbed a lion head dish on his plate with his chopsticks, repeatedly poking until it turned into mincemeat. But no one paid attention to him. In the past, he would have slammed the table and said, I am the third young master of the Duke of Yun's estate. Who are you to shout and yell in front of me? But now he was no longer that person. His father no longer recognized him as his son. Thinking of this, Yun-ting felt even more sad and kept poking at his food. Meanwhile, Chung Jae-won brought up Xiaoyan's broken soul. I heard you wield a broken soul spear that swept through the northwest and made the Huns afraid. Sir Jae-won, you're flattering me, Xiaoyan replied. That's just exaggerated praise. I don't deserve such compliments. You can't say that. If you don't have real skill, why would others praise you and not me? Isn't that right? Chung Jae-won said. I wonder if today we are lucky enough to see your spear skills? Hearing this, Yun-ting's face instantly turned red, almost unable to hold back and slam the table. Did he think Xiaoyan was a performer showing tricks? But Xiaoyan quietly pressed his hand under the table, stopping him from acting out, giving him a warning look. Chung Jae-won saw their secret exchange, but only kept it in his mind, his expression becoming more meaningful. Yun-ting understood what he meant. Wasn't this a test for Xiaoyan? He wanted Xiaoyan to submit. Chung Jae-won knew this was a form of humiliation. He was deliberately doing it. Then, Xiaoyan said he didn't have a spear but could dance with a sword, and he really performed a dance, Yun-ting recalled, feeling deeply uncomfortable. Humiliating a hero was worse than humiliating himself. He could accept being humiliated, but he didn't want Xiaoyan to be humiliated. I know Xiaoyan is upset, but I don't know how to comfort him. Mother, I've already hurt someone's heart, but unfortunately, I don't have that ability. His only big move was to threaten his father. But now, his father was heartless and no longer cared for him. Although it was impossible for his father to completely abandon him forever, at this moment, his father was cold enough to give him no face at all. Mentioning the Duke of Yun's estate now only brought shame and humiliation, forcing him to swallow his pride. This deep sense of helplessness made him feel very defeated. Did Xiaoyan not mention it to you either? He asked Lu Qinyang. Lu Qinyang nodded with a complicated feeling. No, he didn't. Yun-ting was right. That was Chung Jae-won humiliating Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan wouldn't be unaware. But when you are under someone's roof, who can avoid lowering their head? Standing at the dock, I don't know what the future holds, but for now, Xiaoyan truly lacks the strength to compete with Chung Jae-won. Lu Xing, unaware of his limits, has already faced the consequences. To avoid repeating past mistakes and to seek a peaceful life, this is the only way. However, understanding doesn't mean I don't feel pain. Xiaoyan is a very proud person. He and the emperor both have their tempers and don't listen to the emperor. The emperor must have been very angry with him back then, which is why he treated him so harshly. Now Xiaoyan's so proud, has to be obedient to a local. When Lu Qinyang thinks of this, she feels uncomfortable. But what can she do? People, no matter how far they go, must speak their truth. There is no medicine for regret. Others won't stop to admire your past glory. They will still step on you. That's normal, Lu Qinyang said to the discouraged Yun-ting. We are just not as good as others, so we have to bow our heads. Do you think after that princess poisoned my pigs, I can just forget it? Pig, 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 you only care about your pigs.
Yun-ting snapped angrily.
Why don't you care about Xiaoyan? Pigs are my lifeline, just like the reputation of the Duke's house, which is as important to you as it is to me, Lu Qinyang replied. I feel sorry for Xiaoyan, but I am not the emperor. I can't let him get his old job back and settle scores with Chung Jae-won. Yun-ting was angry. Xiaoyan is worried about you and didn't tell you everything. And you don't even care about him. Second sister said, if you really want to help my father, then prove yourself. First, make him like you and bring you back home. Then you can act like the third young master of the Guigong estate. Honestly, washing a bowl is hard enough, and you're eating our food but still bossing my mother around. It's so strange, second sister said. If you have the ability, rely on yourself and let others see your worth. That would make me proud. But you're useless, and yet you think you're better than others. If you care about my father, then help him. Yun Ting was speechless after what second sister said. Second sister, stop talking. Mother, I have to say it, second sister replied. You and father spoil him, indulge him, make him think he's charming. Yun Ting, I tell you, if it weren't for the respect for Duke Yun, who would look at you? We like you, but you're good at nothing, and we still like you to eat as much as you want. Yun Ting was deeply hurt and had red eyes. But second sister didn't give up on him. Do you hate me now? If you do, then study hard and practice martial arts. One day, you'll be the third young master again. When I see you, I'll still greet you politely and ask for a reward. But not now. You only make yourself look bad in my eyes. Yun Ting was very sick and needed strong medicine. Otherwise, he'd really think everyone in the world was his parents, and everyone had to spoil him. Probably because he was upset, Yun Ting took his book when he went to set up a stall. Though he couldn't focus much, when he was lazy, he looked at second sister, then gritted his teeth and looked at his book again. If he didn't understand something, he asked big sister. Recently, Xiaoyan has been teaching them, and their progress is the same. But big sister's talent for reading amazed everyone. Even Xiaoyan told Lu Qinyang, I used to doubt it, but now I really suspect some people are born knowing everything. Lu Qinyang privately told him, a dragon produces a dragon, a phoenix produces a phoenix, and a rat's son loves to dig holes. Back then, big sister's father, a teacher, had little skill but managed to make a young lady run away with him. Big sister's uncle said that big sister's father was well-educated, handsome, talented in his youth, but too free-spirited to succeed in the imperial exams. Big sister's mother was also a famous, talented woman, attracted by her cleverness. Although Lu Qinyang told her daughter every day that reading makes you smarter, she knew from big sister's father that studying doesn't grow good conscience. Having such clever parents, big sister herself must be very smart, right? Lu Qinyang felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, I have these 3 children. I won't need to marry or have children in the future. Otherwise, my child would be so silly, haha. Xiaoyan, I think I'm okay. You definitely have no problem, and I mean me. You are also very good. Lu Qinyang didn't notice Xiaoyan's affectionate praise and only mocked herself. Xiaoyan sighed silently. When will the iron tree bloom? He feels like he's been waiting for 10,000 years. Deya is polite and patient with Yun Ting. Whenever Yun Ting asks questions, she teaches him seriously. Yun Ting listens carefully and learns quite well. The Duke of Yun secretly watches his rebellious son among the crowd at the dock and is surprised to see him reading. On a luxurious yellow rosewood desk at the Duke's residence, a servant fans himself, a maid pours tea, and an older woman, afraid of disturbing him, catches cicadas outside in the summer heat. Meanwhile, Yun Ting lies sprawled out, unable to focus on a single word. Yet, amid the noisy crowd, mixed with the smell of water plants and fish, the rebellious son is reading with full concentration. Wow, so this is the secret to studying? The Duke of Yun is so excited he tears up, eager to go back immediately and offer incense, telling his ancestors he no longer has to feel guilty for only having a silly son. He feels enlightened. Yun Ting feels a bit shy. Zhao Zhao, you're really clever, but I'm not. You're actually very smart, Dia says, just not focused. If you concentrate, you won't be bad. Really? Yes, you're much smarter than many people. Yun Ting is easy to please and doesn't realize that Dia has hardly met many people who read books, so the many people she mentions is an exaggeration. If you want to compare reading skills, only the top scholar, the 5th young master, is worth mentioning. Could he be smarter than the top scholar? But it doesn't matter. Dia, even if she speaks carelessly, makes people believe she's speaking from the heart, especially Yun Ting. The Duke of Yun watches Yun Ting nodding eagerly in front of Daya, sometimes asking questions humbly, full of admiration. He feels incredibly happy.
Great.
Not only is his son becoming ambitious, but he also has a candidate for his daughter-in-law. Although he has only met Daya a few times, her carefulness, steadiness, and proper manners left a very good impression on the Duke. After returning home, the Duke even summoned a secret guard to ask about Yun Ting and Daya's relationship. The guard said, "Third young master and Zhu Zhu don't get along well, like a needle against a haystack." But they listened to Zhao Zhao. The bright and clear qualities are very convincing, and she is careful and clever. The third young master is willing to follow her. Last time, when they went mushroom picking in the forest, someone tried to bully Zhao Zhao. The third young master almost fought with them, but Zhao Zhao stopped him and resolved the conflict. The Duke of Yun was even happier upon hearing this.
So, what do you all think of Zhao Zhao?
Everyone thinks she is a rare good girl, calm, thoughtful, smart, and generous. Even the secret guard guessed that the Duke was considering Zhao Zhao as a future daughter-in-law and was speaking well of her. If Lu Qinyang is like a warm, passionate fire that comforts people, then Zhao Zhao is like a gentle spring breeze, just the right kind of softness. She is very resourceful but not showy, making her an excellent choice for a wife of the family. The Duke of Yun said happily, "All right, I'll go talk to my mother about it." But the Duke of Yun was not happy for long. He eagerly went to see his mother, the old ancestor of the Duke's household. However, the old ancestor refused to see him. To be precise, ever since he threw Yun Ting out of the house, the old ancestor had been angry and refused to meet him. Today, the Duke of Yun boldly called out in his mother's courtyard, "Mother, Mother, I have good news about Yun Ting." Only then did the old ancestor reluctantly agree to see him. Of course, even when they met, she didn't look pleased. Her tone was sharp. "Whether Yun Ting is doing well or not, why do you care? Didn't someone say that he's not even his son?" Faced with his mother's sarcastic attitude, the Duke of Yun could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Then he happily talked about Daya. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor became very angry. "What kind of noble daughter from a prestigious family do you want? Do you want Yun Ting to marry a common girl? I think you're out of your mind. Mother, you shouldn't say that. A hero isn't judged by his background. I've met that girl a few times, and she's truly exceptional and outstanding. Most importantly, Yun Ting listens to her." The old ancestor hesitated. If she could really control Yun Ting and help him become more motivated, it might be worth considering. But then she thought, how can the future mistress of the Duke's household come from a common background? Her outlook and manners are not enough. The Duke of Yun praised Daya highly, but it didn't dispel the old ancestor's worries. "Let's wait and see," she said with little interest. "Yun Ting is already of age, but he still has the mind of a child. There's no rush. We should choose someone good. Better to be cautious than reckless. Besides, what's the point of our excitement? Yun Ting's marriage still needs the Empress Dowager's approval." Yun Ting is not only dear to the old ancestor but also favored by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager stayed at Qingde Villa for half a year and has not returned to the capital yet. Otherwise, she would definitely summon Yun Ting. For the Empress Dowager, her youngest daughter's only child is her most cherished treasure, loved deeply to the bone. Her affection for this granddaughter exceeds even that for her own grandson. The princes are not as well regarded by the Empress Dowager as Yun Ting. Thinking about it, Lord Yun seems to be right. Oh, I got too excited. I feel a bit disappointed. Once the Empress Dowager returns, he still isn't giving up. I'll try to find a chance for her to meet that girl. I believe the Empress Dowager will like her. When the Empress Dowager was young, she was very bold and spirited. She was born into a modest family and never admired the previous emperor. The previous emperor worked hard to marry her and cherished her for life. The Empress Dowager also did not let him down, managing the harem well. The late emperor was often quick-tempered and would vent his anger on officials. Officials would come to seek help from the Empress Dowager. So, she often advised against the previous court's ways, but she did not cling to power. No one said she shouldn't interfere in court affairs because anyone could ask her for help. When the current emperor ascended the throne, there was no rivalry among brothers because he had been the crown prince since birth, and the late emperor did not give any other sons a chance. The most honorable position was given to his beloved woman and her son. The emperor, to some extent, inherited his parents' traits. He also loved the empress deeply and had already set the crown prince from the start. From Lord Yun's perspective, although he almost died at the Empress Dowager's hands for his wife, he still believed she influenced at least 3 generations of the royal family. These 3 generations, whether right or wrong, did not go astray. Therefore, Lord Yun thinks that if Yun Ting can find a good wife, he can also keep the Yun family prosperous for 3 generations. If it weren't for the eldest daughter, he would feel very regretful. The eldest daughter doesn't know she has already been chosen by someone. She is currently listening to Lu Qinyang's advice with second daughter. Today at the dock, you also heard many rumors about your father. The things Yun Ting told her have now spread. Second daughter clenched her fists. Mother, Chung Jiwan is too mean. People are just better than us. If they bully us, we have to accept it, Lu Qinyang said. Remember, we're not soft on him because we want to survive and make money.
Yes.
When we grow up and become stronger than him, second daughter said through gritted teeth. Then we won't learn to bully others, Lu Qinyang replied calmly. Second sister. So, living is just a constant frustration, to the point of wanting to die. When people bully us, we feel angry. When we bully others, they feel the same. Lu Qinyang said, can't we just live a good life? The business is finally doing well, so why not be a good person? Why cause others to hate us instead of showing kindness? Is it worth just to show off? Everyone has their old days, and dynasties change over time. Even more so, the boss of a dock. Wait, we can't talk about changing dynasties. That's treason, Lu Qinyang quickly added. Big sister can't help but smile. Mom, we won't say anything. Yes. About your father, you two and me, we all pretend we don't know. Do you understand? Big sister, with her gentle and wise nature, understood her meaning and nodded. Second sister, however, said, why? My father was wronged. I want to comfort him and tell him we stand with him. Just behave well and work harder. Let him do less, and he'll see you care for him, Lu Qinyang said. Second sister. Big sister wanted to say something, but didn't speak. Even among sisters, there can be comparisons. If she overacts, it might make her sisters uncomfortable, especially since second sister has a strong personality and can easily react negatively. So, some things are better left to mom to say. Mom treats each child equally, so second sister finds it easier to listen. Lu Qinyang said, your father probably feels upset inside, but if we bring it up again, we're not comforting him. We're opening his wounds. Second sister, think about it. If yesterday you disobeyed and I scolded you, wouldn't you feel ashamed? You're already a grown girl and still getting scolded. Mom, can you use a different example? Second sister stomped her foot. See, you don't like my examples. Moreover, your father is a proud man. Would it be honorable for him to admit he's been bullied outside and has to smile through it? So, the best way is to pretend we don't know, so Xiao Yan can process those feelings quickly, rather than deepen his shame. Our job is to make sure your father stays happy at home, Lu Qinyang said. Big sister, find an excuse tonight, cook a couple more dishes, and bring out the peach blossom wine. Mom, we've finished the peach blossom wine, then go buy some more alcohol. I'll drink with him, and after drinking, he'll sleep peacefully and stop overthinking. This will pass quickly. Sometimes, mentioning things repeatedly causes more pain. Okay. Big sister nodded. Second sister also nodded. Mother, you are right. I hadn't thought of that. Father is really quite pitiful. Pitiful about what? Lu Qinyang said. He has enough to eat and drink, earns silver, and has so many people working for him. He's not pitiful. Second sister, remember, no one who is alive can always hold their head high. When you lower your head, it's not for others, but to help yourself live better and go further. When your father becomes his old general again, he won't even think about revenge. Small troubles like this are not worth bothering about. Would you mind if a mosquito once bit you? At the time, she wanted to swat that mosquito dead, but afterward, she would never dwell on it, because it was too insignificant. Big sister calmly said, I've also remembered it. Oh, you really can't tolerate a little loss, Lu Qinyang scolded with a smile. You pack up the stall, I'll go buy some meat. On the way home, Lu Qinyang was thinking of an excuse to cook more dishes. She bought fish, meat, vegetables, and even half a basket of. She didn't like eating, finding it troublesome, but fifth young master liked them, so she bought some. After all, they were guests in her home. When they returned, Xiao Yan and Zhou Xiaoyao were sitting on stone benches in the yard, talking, though it was unclear what they were discussing. Qinyang, you're back. Xiao Yan stood up to help carry things from the cart. Fifth young master also couldn't sit still and wanted to help. No need, Lu Qinyang and Xiao Yan said in unison. Take good care of yourself. You're just right now. Lu Qinyang hurriedly moved things downstairs. Xiao Yan said, You're the guest. There's no reason for guests to do the work. He didn't ask his 3 daughters to help, letting them rest while he and Lu Qinyang, Yun Ting, went in and out to carry things several times. Yun Ting wanted to say, isn't he considered a guest? Seeing Lu Qinyang buy so much meat and vegetables, Xiao Yan smiled and asked, Is today a special day? Just thinking about that, Lu Qinyang looked at fifth young master and suddenly had an idea. Fifth young master's health is better now, so let's celebrate. Xiao Yan, oh, go talk to fifth young master. I'll just cook with big sister. I have good news to tell you. What good news? The warehouse has been rented out for 3 months, for 90 taels of silver. I just negotiated today and signed the contract. This person, Cheng Jiawan, is very interesting. Before, he blocked the way, and no one dared to rent the warehouse. After they made peace yesterday, today someone came to rent it immediately. Actually, Xiao Yan suspects that Cheng Jiawan was the one who introduced him. It's like a punch followed by a sweet treat, telling him who the real boss is here. 90 taels in just 3 months? Lu Qinyang exclaimed in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Because the place is big enough, Xiao Yan said, except during winter when the river freezes, there should be no shortage of renters in other seasons. Maybe in winter, it can have other uses. But what? Not all of this 90 taels is ours, Xiao Yan explained. We can get half, 45 taels. Then, from our 45, we deduct 5 taels a month for guarding costs, so we end up with about 30 taels. How much for Lao Hu? 9 taels. He takes 10%, no other deductions for him. The rest is our expense. Originally, they wouldn't get so much since they only invested or only worked, and neither alone could earn much. But Hu Shun-yi helped them a lot, so Xiao Yan is willing to make up for that a bit. We earn 10 taels a month, Lu Qinyang said, and we don't have to do anything, just stay at home and earn it. It's hard to imagine, really hard to believe. Actually, if we rented it out entirely ourselves, we could earn even more. But at the start, it's all about exploring. We'll adjust gradually over time. That's enough. That's enough. They can't spend it all. Truly can't spend it all. No, we also need to give Yunting a share, Lu Qinyang said. That's Yunting's collar. When we have more money, we'll give him a collar. If they don't have money, they won't give anything. Lu Qinyang, that's not good. It's fine. He's taken a lot from me before. Then maybe give him a little to make him happy. Don't worry, I have a plan, Xiao Yan said. This money is enough to solve their urgent problems, but for Yunting, it's not worth his attention. Tonight, we're buying meat to celebrate. Lu Qinyang's happiness was contagious, making Xiao Yan smile too. Go tell fifth young master a few words. He's lying around all day and feels a bit upset, Xiao Yan said. I'll go help Deya. Yunting, go fetch water. Yunting, got it. Grandmother, your eldest grandson can do everything now. I know how to use a water wheel and carry water with a pole, even if I can only carry half a bucket at a time, and I still get teased by Arya, the young girl. But I have learned. Arya went to give flowers to Duwan. Do-won arranged a marriage and started embroidering her dowry. Big sister is skillful and clever, so Do-won asked her to draw flower patterns. Now, Arya is taking the flower designs she stayed up all night to draw to give to Do-won. Doctor Who said that the future earnings from the warehouse will be Do-won's dowry, which is better than just saving 100 taels secretly. Maybe the man will trick her and spend it all. It's better to have income every month. Even if she changes husbands, the money will still be there, so there's no need to feel sad. Third sister is outside playing ball with her friends. Recently, she has grown a lot taller and has been busy with her stall. When she comes back, she plays ball, gets sunburned like a coal, and her appetite has increased. She's strong like a little calf, kicking the ball 10 jong away, and it hurts when it hits someone. Only big sister is busy in the kitchen. Xiao Yan walks in. Outside, Lu Qi-nyang's loud voice rings out. "Fifth young master, do you feel better today?" "Much better." "Qi-nyang, are you tired?" There's a kind of tiredness that comes from others seeing her tired. "Tired? Not at all. I haven't done much today," Lu Qi-nyang laughs. "I bought you and some Jinhua wine. I asked Arya to ask Old Who if he can drink, and if he says yes, you can have some too." "Good." Fifth young master nods with a smile. "Thanks to you this time. You don't have to say those things. I remember how much you've taken care of me before. Speaking of which, you're also in a difficult position. The madam is your mother, and no matter what you do, it's hard. Is there any way to get you out of the house? Maybe after marriage, you can be separated? But your marriage is also decided by her, so it's really troublesome." In the kitchen, Xiao Yan hesitated but finally spoke. "Zhao Zhao, today when you were at the stall by the dock, did you hear about?" He found it hard to say. "Father, are you talking about the matter of giving Chengjiu Wanwu Jian a sword dance?" Big sister understood immediately. "Yeah," Xiao Yan said. "I heard about it," Big sister replied briefly, quickly picking apart the crab, removing the roe and meat. "Your mother also knows?" "Yeah." Xiao Yan pursed his lips. If Lu Qi-nyang knew, why didn't she come to comfort him? He was waiting. He looked outside. Lu Qi-nyang was talking and laughing with fifth young master. "Do you remember that time we caused trouble with the mice? I thought it was just a ghost, ha." Lu Qi-nyang's cheerful laughter echoed in the small courtyard. For the first time, Xiao Yan found her laughter a bit harsh. Big sister looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. "My mother said not to mention it, because it might make things worse for my father. She thinks men care about their reputation, and you probably don't want us to know." Xiao Yan. This was a misunderstanding. He still hoped Lu Qi-nyang would love him more. Although he kept telling himself that their relationship was already settled and there was plenty of time ahead, he still felt anxious inside. For example, when he first arrived, Doctor, who was worried about Do-won's marriage. Now, Do-won was already embroidering her dowry. Compared to that, he seemed a bit useless. Xiao Yan always disliked scheming people, but he realized sometimes it's not about planning but about not needing to plan. Feelings can be so steady and unchanging. Big sister looked at the disappointment in his eyes and couldn't help but think, if she weren't here, the family might fall apart. "Father, my mother didn't go to school, so she might not think everything through, but her heart is good. Others may not understand, but we, family, always do." Xiao Yan understood. If he didn't understand, that meant he wasn't truly family. So he understood now. But he also knew that not mentioning things was for his own good. Now, being so close to fifth young master really hurt him. Yun Ting was fetching water and sensed Xiao Yan's jealousy. He poured the water into the big tank and looked at Xiao Yan's gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Come on, there's nothing to worry about." Fifth young master was thin, pale, and looked like a sickly person, no competition at all. And he was someone whose words didn't matter, living under the shadow of his legitimate mother. Compared to him, Yunting thought he should be wary of Zhang Hiyao. That guy, even though he was unfaithful first, still thought Lu Qi-nyang shouldn't be with Xiao Yan. He'd cause trouble sooner or later. That guy wasn't kind-hearted. Yunting was worried about Xiao Yan. That evening, the whole family enjoyed a lively dinner. Lu Qi-nyang didn't forget her original intention. This meal was just to make Xiao Yan happy and forget his worries. doctor who said fifth young master shouldn't drink alcohol. So, the wine bought was all drunk by Lu Qinyang and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan a little more, just a little more, Lu Qinyang kept encouraging. Xiao Yan was honest. If Lu Qinyang poured the wine, he would drink it without hesitation and raise his glass from time to time. Lu Qinyang is more straightforward. He drinks, so she drinks too. Lu Qinyang doesn't have a strong tolerance for alcohol and quickly gets drunk. Qinyang has drunk too much. Xiao Yan smiles at fifth young master. Excuse me. He easily lifts Lu Qinyang, who weighs about 140 jin. Recently, Lu Qinyang hasn't been as slim. When asked why, she was scolded by Doctor Who. Doctor Who said, I told you it's possible to detox and slim down in half a year, but you keep overeating and drinking, thinking you can eat as much as you want without gaining weight. Do you think you're a bottomless pit? Lu Qinyang, that I am eating a bit better now. Poor people suddenly getting rich. What's wrong with eating and drinking a little? But she also feels a bit defeated. Although she doesn't aim for a tiny waist, she's gained some weight now with extra fat around her belly, making her feel tired when walking. She wants to lose 20 more jin. But the temptation of delicious food is too strong, and now her family is better off, so cooking is more abundant. Sigh. She still thinks her poison hasn't been fully cleared, but it turns out her greed is to blame for her overeating. However, Xiao Yan doesn't think 140 jin is a problem. He can carry her easily. Fifth young master watches him carry Lu Qinyang into the room effortlessly. When the maid lifts the curtain, he even helps shield her forehead with his hand to prevent bumping into anything, feeling complicated. He should be happy for his sister. Xiao Yan is a very good man, completely different from the rumors. If he's pretending, he's doing an excellent job. Fifth young master tends to believe that, at least for now, Xiao Yan truly cares for Lu Qinyang. Xiao Yan places Lu Qinyang on the bed, takes off her shoes, unbuttons her outer clothes, and takes a warm towel she wrung out with warm water to wipe her face and hands. After covering her with a quilt, he leaves again. After dinner, Xiao Yan asks the maid to brew a pot of tea and invites fifth young master to chat, creating a cozy, late-night atmosphere. The maid and her two younger sisters go back to their rooms early. Only Yun Ting, lacking tact, sits on a stone bench yawning, but seems rooted to the spot, not moving. Xiao Yan looks at him several times. He is drowsy and unaware, even asking, "When are you going to sleep?" He thinks this is a men's conversation and needs him to join. Xiao Yan simply says, "Go back to sleep. Fifth young master and I have something to talk about. I'll wait for you. You can talk. You can't listen."
Yun Ting.
All right. He's just a loyal follower, yet again humiliated. Loyal to the end, and he ends up with nothing, huh? Yunting angrily returned to his room, slammed the door, and then he pricked up his ears, pressed his face against the door. He wants to listen. Does he have a temper too? Xiao Yan noticed his little actions, but was too lazy to pay attention. He didn't stay with Yunting, just worried that what he said might embarrass the fifth young master. "I will move out tomorrow," the fifth young master said. This was the topic Xiao Yan and he had just discussed before Lu Qinyang returned. Actually, they hadn't spoken much before Lu Qinyang came back. "If you move out, Qinyang will worry. It's better to rest here for a few days, fully recover, and think about how to handle things at home before leaving," Xiao Yan said. "I'm not comfortable here," Yunting replied, mainly because he didn't want to see their happy moments. Knowing his sister was doing well made him feel at ease. Seeing it with his own eyes was still hard for him at this stage. Maybe time will help him forget this pain? Perhaps. "There's no inconvenience," Xiao Yan said. "If you leave, she will worry about you. About your family, I suggest you think carefully, cut ties if necessary. Otherwise," he spoke sincerely, "I am a warning from my own experience." "You?" The fifth young master was surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to be so open-hearted, even risking revealing his own scars. He felt a bit guilty. Was he overthinking Xiao Yan's intentions? He had just seen Xiao Yan carry Lu Qinyang inside and wondered if Xiao Yan knew about his feelings for his sister, or maybe he only suspected and was just pretending to look at him. Now that he thought about it, Xiaoyan didn't seem like that kind of person. He was straightforward and sincere, just like his sister. Xiaoyan was much better than Zhang Heyao. Xiaoyan said, I am also of humble birth. Your stepmother openly dislikes you. My stepmother is two-faced. When I was at my lowest, she stabbed me again. Your path is still long. In the future, in officialdom, you will encounter all kinds of setbacks. You can't let people around you stab you in the back, so you should think carefully about how to solve family issues first. Yunting heard this and wrinkled his nose. He thought Xiaoyan was so gentle and kind to his rival. Xiaoyan must be a saint now. He didn't know that Xiaoyan would soon pick up the sword again. After Xiaoyan spoke honestly, the fifth young master nodded. I had already thought about it before, but I thought I could wait until next year. I didn't expect to fall seriously ill again. When I go back, I will find the clan leader. This time, he didn't want to delay any longer. That home was no longer a place he could stay even for a day. Since you have made your decision, that's good, Xiaoyan said calmly. If you ever face difficulties in the future, you can come to us, the husband and wife. Thank you, the fifth young master replied, feeling bitter at hearing us, the husband and wife. That was a dream he kept deep in his heart. Now it could only be a dream. He was just a little too late. After countless days and nights of studying hard, when he felt he couldn't go on, he would think of his sister. He remembered how she was always busy and lively, how her simple face would light up with a smile, and how her quick words and strong advice could be so loud and clear. And then, he would feel a surge of endless strength. He told himself that he carried not only his own future, but also his sister's. A widow with 3 daughters, their life was full of hardships. He wanted to lead his sister onto a wider, smoother path. But in the end, he was not lucky enough. Just a little closer, even if only a year earlier, he could have taken the exam. The fifth young master felt bitter inside, but dared not show it on his face. If Xiaoyan noticed his feelings and suspected any resentment in his sister's heart, her future days would be difficult. He already felt sorry for not being able to repay his sister or protect her from the wind and rain. If he caused her more trouble, he was afraid he would drown in guilt. There is something I have always wanted to ask, but my stepmother has been vague and never said directly. So today, I want to ask you, fifth young master, just call me Xiaoyao, the fifth young master said, but he didn't answer Xiaoyan's question directly. Clearly, he was waiting for Xiaoyan to ask, hoping to see if he could answer. All right, Xiaoyao, I want to ask, why did my stepmother fall so seriously ill back then? Xiaoyan's eyes sharpened, like a drawn sword, making it hard to look directly at him. Did your sister not tell you? The fifth young master looked complicated, with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. No, she didn't. But I guess she was shielding someone from trouble, Xiaoyan said meaningfully. Yes, the fifth young master lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes hiding the pain and guilt in his eyes.
It was Zhou Shijia who harmed me.
She poisoned the chicken soup. That night, I happened to have a poor appetite, so I gave the chicken soup to my sister, and then they were about the same age, and among the elders in their family, it was inevitable to compare him with Zhou Shijia, the wife of the doctor. Zhou Shijia held a grudge and harbored evil thoughts, intending to kill him with poison. She used a deadly toxin. It was as if Dr. Hu Huatua was alive again. At that moment, the older girl made a quick decision and pulled the second girl out of the house. She made the second girl step on her shoulders to jump over the wall and find Dr. Hu. The second girl jumped down from the tall wall and scraped her knee. She didn't notice at first, but later, blood soaked through her pants. But her only thought was, help. Save my mother's life. The young girl ran several miles through the night from the Zhou family and found Dr. Hu. Her courage was so great that even she couldn't fully remember it herself. When Dr. Hu arrived, the fifth young master carried Lu Qinyang to the door. Dr. Hu used strong medicine to save her, and when he finally succeeded, he sat on the ground, wiping his sweat. Qinyang, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother to put in so much effort, he said. I've always been weak and accepting of my fate, the fifth young master said, tears filling his eyes. But that time, I wanted to stand up for my sister and myself, so I went to the Shuntian prefect's office to beat the drum. He was ready to risk everything, even his life, just to seek justice for his sister. No matter what happened in the future, he wanted Zhou Shijia to die. Qingyang stopped you, Xiao Yan said slowly. She said she was fine, that her life was saved. She told you not to challenge fate recklessly, that your future was more important. Once you have a bright future, then you can come back and seek justice. Xiao Yan didn't realize how well he understood Lu Qingyang. She persuaded you to leave the Zhou family, go abroad to seek a master, and avoid Zhou Shijia. She swallowed her own worries and took the older girl and the others away from the Zhou residence. Am I right? Yes, the fifth young master choked with emotion. It's my fault, I'm sorry, sister. She doesn't want you to think that way, Xiao Yan said calmly. She cares for you and loves your talent. She hopes you can become a good official in the future. She herself doesn't matter that much. Life and death are small matters. Yes, my sister held my hand and told me, "Fifth young master, it's not worth it. Those wicked people don't deserve you risking your future and your life. Our lives are cheap, but we must live well. The more they look down on us, the more we should show them we can stand tall." Xiao Yan clenched his fists under the table. He thought about how painful it must have been for Lu Qingyang when she was poisoned. Thinking about being separated from her 3 daughters, he felt so worried. He had spent almost all his savings on her treatment after leaving the Zhou residence. She, weakened by illness, used her last bit of silver to buy pigs, only to end up facing her own difficulties. With her final silver, she bought herself. The painful journey to this point is something Xiao Yan dare not think about. Upon reflection, her chest aches with a deep, sorrowful sob, hollow and cold like the north wind blowing through a broken window. It is a bone-chilling cold. How did her abandoned mother get through it? Young Master Wu wept, not because he was weak, but because his mother deserved it. She deserved many tears of heartfelt emotion. I still haven't been able to avenge my sister, young Master Wu said through clenched teeth, full of anger at his own helplessness. Much time has passed, and evidence is hard to find, Xiao Yan said. And the main wife is strong-willed. Even if you pass the imperial exam and enter the Hanlin Academy, she will still be your biological mother. In the future, even if you become a high-ranking official, you will still have to bow to her. This is the heavy burden on him, a mountain he cannot shake off in his lifetime. Have you thought carefully about how to get rid of her? Yes, I have, young Master Wu said coldly. My second uncle died before he was married, leaving no children. I want to adopt his name, so I can still be part of the Zhou family and escape the main household. That's a good idea, but it won't be easy to get your father and the main wife to agree. It's not easy, but I have to try, young Master Wu said with determination. I'll find a way. He is a man and he must stand on his own. He can't rely on his sister for everything. That works, Xiao Yan replied. Remember, if you face difficulties, just say so. Don't let your sister worry. His tone sounded as if he was truly his little brother-in-law. Young Master Wu felt bitter inside but comforted himself that this was also okay. I have one last thing to tell you, Xiao Yan said casually, but it made young Master Wu feel a chill down his spine. Mother abandoned you out of pity, but she has no romantic feelings for you. Outside, Yunting listened as young Master Wu talked about the past, being harmed by his brothers and unable to fight back, only enduring humiliation. He thought to himself that Zhou Xiaoyao was truly pitiful. Yunting, an only child, had brothers in the family, all cousins. Everyone knew he would inherit the title someday, and they all supported him, surrounding him like stars around the moon. They wouldn't even need to poison him. Just a frown from him would make others rush to comfort him. He couldn't stand to see Zhou Xiaoyao suffer even a little. Just thinking about it made his chest feel tight. But he asked himself honestly, what could he do in Zhou Xiaoyao's situation? Would he be more successful than Zhou Xiaoyao? The answer was no. So, at this moment, Yunting felt a mix of sympathy and respect for this fifth young master. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from harsh winter. His journey to today has not been easy. However, after entering the Hamlin Academy, it was like changing his fate, and the road ahead wouldn't be so difficult. Just as he was feeling generous, he suddenly heard Xiao Yan say something that made Zhou Xiaoyao feel a deep chill. All right, Xiao Yan, you're really something. Earlier, the atmosphere was gentle and harmless, like a good person. But when he cut through others' feelings with a sword, he was completely straightforward and unreserved. The fifth young master indeed blushed and felt ashamed under Xiao Yan's direct words, unable to find a place to hide, panicking. I didn't mean that. I have no feelings for my sister. You misunderstood, I didn't. With my sister. You and the stepmother have nothing. Xiao Yan's tone remained calm. But you do have romantic feelings for her. And don't worry, I know. But the stepmother doesn't know I know, and I won't tell her, nor will I use this to make things difficult for her. After all, being liked by someone as open and honest as the fifth young master shows she is a good person, and it's not her fault. Yun Ting, good. Xiao Yan, you really don't hold back when it comes to killing. Open and honest. At this moment, the fifth young master must be feeling ashamed to death. I just thought it was a bit strange before, Xiao Yan explained without being asked, why he knew about this. Why, after you became the top scholar, did the stepmother not come to see you? At first, Lu Qinyang explained that she didn't want to cause trouble and there was nothing good to give. But as time went on, Xiao Yan realized it wasn't quite that simple. For example, during the Dragon Boat Festival and the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, familiar families would mostly prepare some gifts. It wasn't anything very valuable, just rice dumplings, mooncakes, eggs, and duck eggs, but she said that maintaining relationships between people depended on frequent contact and mutual concern. Yet, she clearly cared about fifth young master, but didn't send him anything. Xiao Yan already understood Lu Qinyang quite well. Sometimes she was rough, but when it came to social manners, she was very attentive. She was intentionally avoiding fifth young master. Moreover, Lu Qinyang once mentioned that before she fell ill, she had already planned to leave the Zhou residence. That was also why she was willing to take the blame for Mulan, and had gained Wei Mama's favor and recognition for her kindness. She earns a lot at the Zhou residence, but spends little, and with someone protecting her, she won't leave unless something serious happens. Xiao Yan can't get the truth from her, but there is a clever and experienced maid in the family. The maid tells Xiao Yan that Lu Qinyang wanted to leave because she sensed that the fifth young master had special feelings for her. This left Lu Qinyang feeling helpless. She thinks of herself as just a rough servant girl. Not only the ladies of the house, but even the other maids mock her for coming from the countryside and living like a rough man. What does the fifth young master see in her? She is several years older than him. Lu Qinyang begins to avoid him, trying not to be alone with him. She tells the maid that maybe the fifth young master, who has no mother, is seeking some maternal love from her. The maid doesn't argue, but thinks to herself that it can't be maternal love. Her mother became anxious and started to deceive herself. However, the maid doesn't believe that the fifth young master's feelings will lead to anything. Her biological mother can be excluded from consideration because of this. By the way, the maid has never thought her mother is unworthy of the fifth young master. Later, what truly made Lu Qinyang consider leaving was when the fifth young master went to ask the old ancestor. He heard that he was about to be engaged and panicked. He hurriedly begged the old ancestor. Although the old ancestor didn't particularly favor him, as a grandmother, she wasn't particularly unkind to her grandson. The fifth young master begged the old ancestor, promising he would excel in exams and bring glory to the family, just asking her to decide for him and Lu Qinyang. At that time, the old ancestor wasn't entirely forgetful, but was beginning to lose her memory. Most of the time, she was still a clear-minded old woman. She remained calm and comforted the fifth young master, saying, "It's just a small matter, just a woman. I agree. Go back and study hard. Don't delay your future." The fifth young master happily returned home. He didn't know that the old ancestor immediately sent someone to find Lu Qinyang. Fortunately, the old ancestor wasn't as domineering and foolish as the wife of the house. She dismissed her servants and kindly told Lu Qinyang to prepare to become a concubine for the fifth young master. In her view, this was a great blessing. After all, Lu Qinyang was a widow. She was mainly worried it might affect the young master's studies. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have agreed. But she couldn't afford to lose everything over a small matter. It was just a woman. Young love was fleeting. Once his needs were satisfied, he would realize it was nothing special. Later, she gave Lu Qinyang some silver and sent her away. Anyway, she is a widow with 3 daughters. She has weaknesses, but can't cause much trouble. Lu Qinyang once stated clearly that she had no romantic interest in the fifth young master. However, the old ancestor was angry, thinking she was playing hard to get, and scolded her, telling her to behave herself and serve the fifth young master well. Lu Qinyang didn't dare to speak further, but decided to leave after returning home. Then, the subsequent events happened. Xiaoyan listened to the maidservant explain everything and confirmed that he was not mistaken. Lu Qinyang was indeed avoiding the fifth young master. But she also cared for him and treated him like a younger brother. In her heart, if she followed the fifth young master, she believed she would be harming him. She couldn't do that. He had a bright future and was a handsome young man. She felt she was unworthy of him, a feeling given by the Zhang family, which might stay with her for life. Lu Qinyang didn't want to hurt the fifth young master, nor did she want to become a concubine. The old ancestor insisted firmly, forcing her to reconsider the arrogance of a wealthy family. Later, seeing what happened to the other concubines, she became even more afraid. She couldn't die, she still had 3 daughters to care for. "Look, she knows everything but doesn't say a word," Xiaoyan said, looking at the shocked fifth young master. "She cares for you and can't let go because she sees you as a younger brother. The fifth young master should cherish this sibling bond. She understands your feelings but avoids them. She doesn't know you already know she knows, so she can still pretend to be clueless. If you insist on exposing this, then perhaps the sibling relationship will be broken." Yunting, Okay. Even I, the little boss, have been drawn into Xiaoyan's scheming and I think he's right. Fifth young master, encountering Xiaoyan is unlucky. Just forget it. I still say the same. Later. You don't need to avoid her, or make her worry. Just act like siblings, I welcome that. Fifth young master, I might speak more directly, please forgive me. I've always been straightforward, and hope we can get along without awkwardness. It's better to speak openly, so we can be good relatives in the future. Under Xiaoyan's careful pressure, the fifth young master had no strength left to fight back. Besides nodding and feeling guilty, he couldn't feel anything else. "Tomorrow I will go home," he finally said with difficulty. "I need to go back and solve the problems. I can't delay anymore." "That's fine. Keep in touch often, fifth young master. Although the past might not have been a good memory for Lu Qinyang, I still thank you on her behalf. She helped you in your difficult time, but you also showed her great kindness while she was serving others. You like her, respect her, are grateful to her, and are willing to risk your future to support and cheer for her. Your admiration makes people respect you." Xiaoyan stood up and respectfully bowed to the fifth young master. The fifth young master hurriedly stood up and avoided him, saying, "Your behavior makes me feel ashamed." Yunting, so that's the purpose of that old guy. He feels younger, truly younger. Looking at the fifth young master, he has a kind of foolish look, probably others see him the same way. He has truly improved. Now he can look down on the top scholar with contempt. "Fifth young master, it's late at night. Please rest early," Xiaoyan said. "By the way, you don't need to be so polite to me. In the future, just call me sister-in-law." Yunting, that's a real mind dash. Suddenly, he feels that Xiaoyan occasionally gives him a slap, but still shows him great kindness. The real silent killing is Xiaoyan's attitude toward the fifth young master. The fifth young master staggered back to his room. Yunting had already quickly returned to his bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and pretended to be asleep. Even when he heard the door open, he yawned and acted as if he was awakened, saying, "You all talk about this now. I need to go to the toilet." Then that rascal went out and stopped Xiao Yan, who was still washing up in the kitchen. Xiao Yan, be a decent person. Zhou Xiaoyao has no mother, like a little vegetable, and you can be so ruthless. No, it's just harsh words. Really harsh. Probably at this moment, the fifth young master not only gave up hope but also hated his own wicked thoughts. Sister-in-law, Yunting called sarcastically. Why don't you let him call you dad? That's really low.
Pa.
He spat on Xiao Yan, the scheming man, and sympathized with the fifth young master, this suffering flower. Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother with him. This didn't stop Yunting from continuing to complain. Xiao Yan, I have to say, how come I didn't notice before? You really look out for people. With your ability, why don't you target Zhang Heyao? Instead, you bully a crybaby. I've already said, Zhang Heyao has no chance anymore. In the future, he will rise to great heights and hold high official positions. For Lu Qinyang, the most unforgettable thing about Zhang Heyao will still be her deceased pigs. Some people have unknowingly walked their own path to destruction, thinking there's still a future, scheming and plotting, but never truly cherish or understand the people around them. Then, does the fifth young master have a chance? Xiao Yan didn't answer, but thought to himself, yes. Zhou Xiaoyao has a chance, because Lu Qinyang pities him, and Zhou Xiaoyao is willing to do anything for her. Only sincere feelings can touch Lu Qinyang. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoyao has such feelings. That's why, when facing him, Xiao Yan feels like he's facing a great enemy and shamelessly strikes first, using psychological tactics to win and attack Zhou Xiaoyao. He is several years older than Zhou Xiaoyao and is more skilled at understanding people's hearts. He does not regret doing this. In fact, he thinks Zhou Xiaoyao is just a practice target. In the future, there will be Zhang Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao. Honestly, you put in so much effort, and if others find out, they'll think you fancy some stunning woman. Yun Ting rolled his eyes. Lu Nyang is great, but is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? He has already used military strategies, like wielding a huge sword to cut down an ant. Xiao Yan replied calmly, you won't understand unless you've been through some things. Lu Qinyang has a strong attraction for certain men, especially experienced ones. Because after seeing much deception and coldness in human relationships, they cherish pure passion even more. Has Lu Qinyang experienced many hardships? No, she has faced life and death, betrayal, more suffering than most people will ever endure. But has that affected her love for life?
No.
She is like the sun in the sky. No matter what she goes through, she rises and sets as usual, warming everyone. Zhang Heyao has now achieved success, started a family, and loves the life he dreamed of. But did he give up on Lu Qinyang?
No.
Xiao Yan believes that initially, he did have thoughts of completely abandoning her. When Zhang Heyao first returned, he didn't bother to lie to Lu Qinyang. He straightforwardly told her he had remarried. But later, he realized he couldn't let go. Even after getting everything he once dreamed of, he still turned back to find Lu Qinyang, who was waiting where he left her. Unfortunately, Lu Qinyang was no longer waiting for him. Yun Ting shook his head. I don't understand. I can't understand. But you're really ruthless. You're not a good person. This matter, I only spoke for Lu Qinyang's true feelings. Xiao Yan added water, wrung a towel, and wiped his face. For Lu Qinyang, their different statuses mean there will be no future together. Zhou Xiaoyao really wants to succeed, but he has to cling stubbornly. But with himself present, he has no chance to persist. First come, first served, the position of husband, he has taken it first. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan threw the towel back into the wooden basin, took a piece of mutton from the cabinet, and handed it to the little divine outside. Hee. Yun Ting rolled his eyes. Their status differences? Are your identities not very different? Xiao Yan, don't tell me you will never seek revenge in your life. Lord Li's meaning, isn't it obvious enough? Xiao Yan originally picked up a towel to wipe his hands again, but upon hearing this, he suddenly threw the towel back into the wooden basin, splashing water all over himself. Yun Ting, you're getting anxious, aren't you? Am I right? He's anxious. He's really anxious. Xiao Yan was truly touched by this. That's also why, even though he was deeply in love, he didn't dare mention it to Lu Qinyang at all. Lu Qinyang's deep-seated feeling of being unworthy only made her want to escape. She would think she's gone crazy, would distance herself from him, and would leave to avoid delaying him. That was a burden Xiao Yan couldn't bear. For Lu Qinyang, refusing was just refusing, not a hesitation. Her straightforwardness made Xiao Yan respect her even more, but it also made him more troubled. Even Dia thought the same way. Dia was Xiao Yan's advisor. Dia advised him to take things slowly. Everyone was already in their positions. Could there be any other changes? Be patient, like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually getting used to Lu Qinyang, and then she would naturally accept him. It's just a matter of time. He could wait. Moreover, every day with her was happiness for Xiao Yan, not suffering. Regarding men's desires, he had them. But what he could handle himself before, he could also handle now. In front of Nyang, keep your mouth shut. Don't make me slap you, Xiao Yan warned Yun Ting. Yun Ting. All right, love-struck fool, scheming man, no more charm. Oh, the Duke said that on the 15th of August, you should return to the mansion to reunite with your grandmother. I'm not going back. He said he would chase me away, so I'll leave if he does. Do I want to lose face? Your grandmother is quite old. How many more mid-autumn festivals can you spend with her? This made Yun Ting fall silent. But after a moment of silence, he still remained the proud Yun Ting. Then tell my father, I don't want to see him.
Keep him away.
Also, I will spend the festival with my grandmother and come back. I won't stay overnight. Xiao Yan. The next day, the fifth young master politely took his leave and returned to his residence. Lu Qinyang's worry was obvious. The fifth young master smiled at her and glanced at Xiao Yan behind her, who was no longer the mess he was last night, now calm and composed. Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry. I have everything under control. I will often send Song Yen to report my safety. Send him away, second sister muttered. Young Master Wu is such a good person. Why does he have such bad luck? In her memory, young Master Wu is gentle, humble, good-looking, studious, kind-hearted. Everything is good about him, except his luck. If he had been born in the main lady's family, it would have been perfect. He's already entered the Hanlin Academy as an official. Why doesn't the emperor pay attention to him? The main lady and the sixth young master are so hateful. Pay attention to what? Lu Qinyang said impatiently. Do you think the emperor can control everything? Even if the emperor divided himself into 100 parts, he couldn't manage Zhou Xiaoyao's family affairs. Big national issues are not even on the list. Second sister sighed. Young Master Wu is such a good person. Why is it so hard for him? Big sister said, I hope that in the future, young Master Wu finds a good family to marry into, one that can match the main lady's family. That way, his future will be easier. That's not easy, Lu Qinyang sighed. It's hard for us to find a good family. Do you think they would be willing to let their daughter marry into such a family with a mother-in-law like that? As a mother myself, I wouldn't want that. He could marry into another family, Xiao Yan said. But Zhou's family can't be allowed, Lu Qinyang replied. And then there's the issue of marrying into another family and suffering. Young Master Wu has already endured over 20 years of hardship. He shouldn't suffer for the rest of his life. Find a good family, Xiao Yan said. We can take our time. If we encounter any difficulties, we can help as relatives. Yun Ting, your relative was badly hurt last night. The culprit boasted loudly, disgusting, shameless. He had previously supported Xiao Yan, but perhaps, since he was an orphan, they shared no blood ties, which stirred his sympathy. So now, he stands with young Master Wu. Lu Qinyang began preparing mid-autumn festival gifts. For the emperor, Xiao Yan delivered the gift to Tung Wenfu, who took it into the palace. The emperor was originally reading memorials, frowning. When he heard that Lu Qinyang brought him a mid-autumn gift, he immediately put down the memorial, smiled happily. Bring it here. Bring it here. Let me see what Qinyang prepared for me. Tung Wenfu cheerfully placed a willow basket on the table, removed the floral cloth covering it, revealing the contents inside. There were 20 homemade salted duck eggs, 8 mooncakes, a small jar of pickled cucumbers, and a small container of sauce made from crab roe and meat, meant for mixing with rice. Chinyong said this small jar of crab roe sauce was made from 2 large baskets of. It's not expensive, but it's a token of her heart. Keep it for yourself and don't share it with others, Tung Wenfu said with a smile. He didn't dare tell the emperor, but he also got a small jar, of course much smaller than the emperor's jar. Still, it smelled very good. 2 big baskets of? That's not cheap, the emperor said. Has the Empress Dowager been living comfortably lately? Yes, she has, Tung Wenfu replied with a smile. Xiaoyan said yesterday that their family now earns about 20 to 30 taels a month. So I bought you 2 baskets of for 1 or 2 silver coins, so you don't need to worry about them. She specifically told me to bring these for you, to show she cares. The skill isn't worth much, but it's her way of showing her thoughtfulness. How much did it cost? The emperor asked. How much did you pay for the 2 baskets of? She said it was 1 or 2 silver coins, Tung Wenfu cautiously replied, sensing something. Tung Wenfu, go to the Empress Dowager's house later and bring her some things. Nothing too expensive. Let her guess my identity. If that happened, it would really be pointless. It was rare to find someone who could treat him like a normal elder, caring and respectful without hesitation. The emperor cherished this and hoped their genuine relationship could last longer. Take some palace sweets and rare fruits as well. The mango from the Guangdong governor's gift is good. Bring her a few big ones, so the Empress Dowager can also be impressed. Just imagining her excited reaction to seeing rare things and her big smile made the emperor happy. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will arrange everything properly. Also, tell the Empress Dowager that I like crab roast sauce but also love eating. Ask her to buy me 2 baskets of, and go with her to buy them. Tung Wenfu agreed, but secretly thought that the person responsible for buying was about to get a good scolding from the emperor. Coincidentally, yesterday was the birthday of the concubine Shu, and a banquet was held in the palace. As a senior consort, the emperor naturally wanted to show respect. They were large and fat. Concerned about prices, the emperor asked how much they cost per jean. The person buying this said it was 200 coins per jean, with 3 per jean. The emperor thought the price was acceptable and didn't ask further. However, the prices of the goods brought by the Empress Dowager today didn't match up. The emperor was cautious, thinking maybe the Empress Dowager was trying to lighten his burden by quoting a lower price. Or perhaps she had never seen such large before, so the price difference was normal. But regardless, 2 baskets of about 50 to 60 jean only cost 1 or 2 silver coins. Each jean of crab was worth about 20 coins at most. The palace, however, cost 10 times more. The emperor wanted to see if anyone was secretly causing trouble. The emperor understands the idea that when water becomes too clear, there are no fish. So he allows some small benefits within limits. But if it goes too far, he feels like he's being taken for a fool. Lu Qinyang was happy to see Tung Wenfu come and insisted he stay for a meal. Uncle, your leg is better. Should we go see Doctor Hu again? Is old Master Li doing well? I want to visit him, but Xiaoyan says the family has strict rules, so we're worried it might be inappropriate. Good, everything is fine. Old Master is well, and I am fine too. Tung Wenfu liked visiting Lu Qinyang. There was nothing else he liked, just feeling comfortable. He was followed by 2 guards, each carrying a basket, one of which was given by Lu Qinyang. Haha, you still remember. I was worried you might lose my basket, so I told Xiaoyan about it, Lu Qinyang laughed. My basket costs 15 coins. Tung Wenfu had someone give her the items. Besides some delicious pastries that made Lu Qinyang's eyes sparkle, there were also mangoes she didn't recognize and some she did, sour figs. During the new year, Songyan gave her some, and the whole family shared them. But old Master Li was given a whole basket?
Wow.
That wasn't just a basket of sour figs. It was a basket of silver coins. Lu Qinyang's eyes widened. Uncle, this is too expensive. Take it back. I'll just try a couple. Old Master gave it to you, so you should keep it. He And you are not being polite, Ting Wenfu said with a smile, explaining his purpose. Are much cheaper this year, Lu Qinyang said. The biggest 2 baskets are best. I picked through them, bargained, and paid only a little silver. If old master wants to eat, I'll buy for him. What else can I bring? Can I go with you to pick them? Tung Wenfu asked with a smile. Of course. Nothing wrong with that. After about an hour, the emperor received 2 baskets of Qinyang's selected big. They looked just like the ones from the palace. The emperor even ordered some to be steamed and tasted. They were exactly the same. Tung Wenfu knelt on the ground, lowering his head and daring not to speak. Good, 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 the emperor said angrily but with a smile. They all think I'm a fool. Outside, cost 20 coins per jean. After several steps, they sell to me for 50 coins. But they want to sell to me for 200 coins. Excellent. It was as if he saw rivers of blood flowing under the fury. But those people deserved it. The corruption inside the palace had long needed to be cleaned up. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. The former emperor and the current emperor worked hard to bring peace and prosperity. The country seemed to be in a golden age, with officials reporting daily achievements, celebrations, and happy citizens living peacefully. People didn't lock their doors at night and no one stole on the streets. The current emperor believed this was true. But what happened when he visited the common people? All the lies were exposed. The emperor only knew part of the truth, but Tung Wenfu knew much more. For example, where the money was really going. The country wasn't yet wealthy, and the people weren't rich, but some people were already eating fancy dishes made from bird brains and tofu. What is bird brain tofu? It's a dish made from the brains of birds, sometimes requiring thousands of bird brains for one meal. Note: bird brain tofu was a real event during the Ming Dynasty. Normal banquets cost only a few silver coins, which was considered a very good feast. But in the capital, some people hosted 3 or 5 tables, spending over 1,000 taels of silver, living extravagantly beyond imagination. Lu Qinyang didn't know that her gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival had caused chaos in the palace. Lu Qinyang was arguing with Xiao Yan because their family had to perform forced labor this year. The labor involved strengthening the dikes at Chaobai River, about 10 miles from their home. Every autumn, heavy rains often damaged the dikes, so the court usually sent people to repair them. This year, because Lu Qinyang and Xiao Yan got married, their family had to send a strong worker. If Xiao Yan didn't work for 20 days, they would have to pay 1 or 2 silver coins. Lu Qinyang thought that 1 or 2 silver coins was just a day's income, so paying was easy. But Xiao Yan insisted on working himself. Lu Qinyang didn't want him to go. She warned him, "You don't know, that work is very tiring. You can't handle it." After raising him for over half a year and finally bringing him back, getting sick again would cost more than a silver or 2. Lu Qinyang had been through many hardships and was not afraid of suffering or poverty, but she was afraid of illness. Xiao Yan said, "I'm fine. I want to see how the dikes are doing so I can understand the situation." He couldn't fight wars forever. He also couldn't just know military tactics and ignore the lives of ordinary people. "You're tough enough to handle it, so let him go," Yun Ting said coldly. "Then you should go too," Xiao Yan replied. Yun Ting's eyes nearly popped out.
Me?
"I'm not going. My family doesn't have to do forced labor. I've already paid someone 1 or 2 silver coins. You're just going to pretend to help with the work," Xiao Yan said firmly. "Yun Ting, that I want to go home and celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with my grandmother. We all get half a day off for Mid-Autumn. That's enough," Xiao Yan said. Yun Ting was furious. Yun Ting really wants to speak kindly. Should I say it? The distant smell and the nearby stench. Since he started living with Xiao Yan, I feel more and more that the person I admired so much is not as good as I thought. Lu Qinyang also realized something and secretly pulled Xiao Yan aside, saying, "Is it the Duke who asked you to train Yun Ting?" Xiao Yan nodded, accepting the mistake. Lu Qinyang sighed, "I'm worried about your health. Yun Ting is so small. What can he do if he goes? If it's necessary, I'll go with you. She wants to help take care of them." Xiao Yan's mind unexpectedly pictured a scene. Lu Qinyang carrying a pole, with him on one end and Yunting on the other, like two pigs sitting in a bamboo basket. No, he must refuse. You need to take care of the family business and look after the 3 daughters. Don't worry, I'm not fragile. I will take care of Yunting. Lu Qinyang still felt uneasy, but she couldn't change Xiao Yan's mind. 10 miles away is a long distance for Lu Qinyang. She and Dia prepared clothes, bedding, dried food, salted meat, and pickled vegetables for them, like sending someone off to war, worrying endlessly. Xiao Yan, here are 3 taels of broken silver. The night before he left, Lu Qinyang handed him a purse. A poor family's way to make a living. When you go out, you need money. Also, I wrapped 20 taels of silver notes in oil paper and sewed them inside your clothes. Don't touch this money unless there's a big problem. Hearing her worried instructions, Xiao Yan felt an urge to hold her tightly in his arms. He already felt reluctant before leaving home. Lu Qinyang was very worried about Xiao Yan. After you go, you'll sleep in a big shared bed. The snoring and foot odor are normal. You and Yunting need to be patient. When it's time to eat, don't carry food carefully. Rush to grab it. Ask for more the first time. Don't expect leftovers, there won't be any. These 2 hadn't experienced much hardship. She was afraid they wouldn't get enough food. When she raised pigs, she kept a close eye and intervened so they could eat well. But during forced labor, no one cared. Lu Qinyang kept talking and giving more advice. I brought 4 sets of clothes and shoes. If there's still not enough later, just send word, and I'll bring more when I visit. She had already planned that, 6 days later, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiao Yan could come back for a visit. After 13 days, she went back again to bring Xiao Yan Yunting some new food. Being apart for 20 days makes it easier to endure. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Okay, I remember. Don't overthink. It's just a labor duty. I'm young and strong, so I don't mind working hard. He's capable, he's very capable. Yeah, I can't do it. You and Xiao Yan tell him to leave me at home." Yunting was arguing with Arya. The reason was that Arya gave him insoles and casually said, "You can only carry half a bucket of water. Do you think you can manage if you go?" Then Yunting lost his temper. "Why are you so tough on me?" Arya refused to give him the insoles anymore. "If you don't want to go, tell my dad." "You're so ungrateful. If it weren't for training you, my dad wouldn't have to suffer like this. It's all because he's accompanying you, young master. If you understood the hardships of the world and worked hard yourself, do these people need to go around in circles? Isn't it enough that my dad is taking care of my mom? It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative."
Stormt auf Angrili.
Yunting felt a bit guilty again. He really shouldn't have lost his temper at Arya just now. And what Arya said made sense too. It's all because of his uselessness that Xiao Yan is putting in so much effort. He's truly useless. Whether he cares or not, whether he's discouraged or not, the next day, both of them set out. Yunting looked at Arya awkwardly and said, "Looking down on people from a small gap makes you see them as inferior. I believe I can do it. Anyone who can't is just a pig." Xiao Yan glanced at him and thought, "So another person has joined the Cant Shadow?" Arya said, "Stop talking about pigs. Do you think pigs are easy to take care of?" Yunting was so angry, he nearly exploded and stormed off. Lu Qinyang didn't have time to think much. She took her 3 daughters and went to set up their stall as usual. But that day, without Xiao Yan coming to help or Yunting chattering nearby, it felt like something was missing. When she went to buy vegetables, thinking Xiao Yan liked fish, Lu Qinyang saw a fish vendor and instinctively walked over. When she reached the stall, the fish seller was about to greet her, but she suddenly remembered Xiao Yan wasn't there and turned around to leave. I'm so used to it, really used to it." Once this person left, her heart felt empty. That night, she carefully checked the door latch and deliberately locked it twice. With Xiao Yan gone, she felt much less secure. At dinner, Sanya muttered, "Mom, when will Dad come back? I want him to play soccer with me." "More than half a month they will be soon," Lu Qinyang replied. Her appetite was also poor. She only drank a bowl of porridge and didn't eat anything else. It's better to lose a little weight now so I won't be embarrassed by Doctor Who. After dinner, Lu Qinyang, as usual, spread out a cloth and poured all today's money on it. She sat cross-legged and started counting. While counting, she had to stop and think because she often forgot the amounts when counting small change. Usually, Xiao Yan would be nearby, and even if he was doing something else, he could quickly and accurately tell her a number when she got distracted. But today, that didn't happen. Lu Qinyang counted more carefully and more slowly. 27, 28, 29. Mom, we're done washing up. There's still hot water in the pot for you, a big girl called from the kitchen. Good, then go to bed with your sisters.
Huh. How far did I get?
She forgot, so Lu Qinyang had to start counting from the beginning. After counting and recording the money, her uneven handwriting looked like a lame duck next to Xiao Yan's neat and tidy writing. Very ugly. Lu Qinyang shook her head, put away the account book, went to the kitchen to get hot water, washed up, and then lay down on the bed. Because she had been sleeping with Xiao Yan for a long time, she was now used to sleeping fully dressed. In the past, she would lie down, drowsy, while Xiao Yan talked to her. Sometimes she responded a few words, other times, she just fell asleep and answered in her dreams. But today, no one was talking to her and she couldn't fall asleep. Looking at the moon gradually rising outside, Lu Qinyang couldn't help but wonder. Had Xiao Yan finished work? Had he eaten? Could he get used to sleeping in a big shared bed? Had Yun Ting been comforted? Yun Ting was already a handful at home, and if he was still disobedient outside, Xiao Yan would probably get angry. She should bring him some cooling medicine from Dr. Who. She had thought of that too late. The autumn heat was still strong, and she hadn't brought any heat relief pills, which she hadn't expected. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Qinyang suddenly heard Ah Huang get up and run out with a bark. Woof woof woof. Ah Huang, come back, she scolded with a smile. You're just passing by. You hear some noise every day and run outside. Be careful at night. Someone might steal the dog and take you away. But after a moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Lu Qinyang's heart tightened. Oh no, those people who knock on the widow's door are back. Xiao Yan had just left, and now that there was no man at home, someone was knocking on the widow's door? How frustrating. She was no longer a widow. She had a husband now. Worried about her 3 daughters' safety, Lu Qinyang said, Big girl, watch your 2 sisters. Don't go out. I'll go see who's at the door. Okay. Big sister responded calmly, but then she started to rustle and get dressed. Big sister, where are you going? Second sister asked, grabbing her. After putting on her clothes, Big sister lit a oil lamp with a fire stick and sat down to wait.
Mother, it's me, Xiao Yan.
I'm back, came Xiao Yan's familiar voice. Big sister smiled slightly and said to second sister, go to sleep. Watch over third sister, so she doesn't fall to the ground. I'm going to make some food for Dad.
She knew it was Xiao Yan.
What's wrong? What's going on? Lu Qinyang opened the door and saw Xiao Yan, scanning him from head to toe, feeling very nervous. What happened? Coming back in the middle of the night made her anxious. Nothing much. I just feel it's better to stay at home. It's not far, so I came back, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Lu Qinyang, are you crazy? It's more than 10 miles. After working all day, you'd have to walk back another 10 miles? Before dawn, you have to walk another 10 miles again? Even a strong person can't handle such tiring trips. It's fine, I'm not tired, Xiao Yan said, looking at her with her hair already untied. Am I disturbing your sleep?
Disturb my sleep?
You really come in quickly. Rest now. I'll go boil water for you to soak your feet and relax. Do you want a bath? Lu Qinyang knew Xiao Yan liked to stay clean. I can do it myself, he replied.
What are you talking about?
Go back and sit down. Lu Qinyang snapped. She went to the kitchen to boil water, while Big Sister prepared noodles in the kitchen. This way is quick, and it's easy to digest after eating at night. Lu Qinyang was heating the fire, feeling a bit guilty. Big Sister, I just spoke to Dad earlier. Was I too harsh? She wondered. No, I wasn't harsh to him.
I was.
I know Dad knows too. It's because you care about him, Big Sister said gently. It's not just caring. Lu Qinyang felt a little warm inside but said otherwise. Big sister changed the subject. Mother, maybe dad just can't get used to the big bed in the new place and feels shy to say so. That could be true. But I didn't expect Yunting to adapt so well. That's not easy.
Yunting, I'm exhausted.
I'm so tired I could fall asleep standing. As long as I can lie down and rest, I don't care if it's a big shared bed or even a pigsty. On his first day of service, Yunting ended up with 6 large blisters on his hands and feet. Xiaoyan told him, everything will go smoothly, and tomorrow will be even better. Does that even make sense? Yunting, feeling resentful toward Xiaoyan, slept like a pig, completely unaware that Xiaoyan had secretly gone back home. After washing his face, Xiaoyan poured out the water and went to the kitchen to eat noodles. Lu Qinyang helped him squeeze his hair with a towel. Dia had already gone back to her room to sleep, giving the space to them. Why did you wash your hair again today, after just washing it last night? Lu Qinyang complained, it won't dry that way. Wet hair while sleeping will give you a headache tomorrow. I just feel like I didn't get it clean enough, Xiaoyan said with a smile in his eyes as he ate. They wanted to sleep together, not wanting Lu Qinyang to complain. It was a home, a place that made him feel secure, and he didn't want to leave even for a day. Actually, he had this idea from the start. But knowing Lu Qinyang would strongly oppose, he decided to act first and report later. Xiaoyan finished all the noodle broth, and the big bowl was as clean as if he had licked it. Lu Qinyang could see how much work Xiaoyan had done today and how tired he was. Come on, go back to your room and lie down to sleep. I'll make a fire and dry your hair before you sleep. It's okay, hurry up. Xiaoyan could only obey. He lay on the kong, a traditional bed, and Lu Qinyang moved a chair, placed 2 bricks underneath, and found a fire basin to light charcoal. Luckily, I bought charcoal early because I was worried about the cold and price hikes, Lu Qinyang muttered as she helped dry his hair. Close your eyes. Why are you watching me? Don't worry, I won't burn your hair. Really, does he have no trust at all? Xiaoyan obediently closed his eyes, but a smile was always on his lips. Lu Qinyang finished drying his hair and didn't sleep. She went outside to wash the clothes he took off today and hung them outside. Feeling uneasy, she went back to the kitchen and made more noodles, adding extra flour to prevent sticking, then stored them in the cabinet to save time tomorrow morning. Thinking about how Xiaoyan would have to walk such a long way, and if his shoes were uncomfortable, his feet might get blisters. Maybe he already had blisters. Lu Qinyang found some cotton, added a layer under his insoles, making them more comfortable to wear. After finishing everything, she didn't know what time it was before finally lying down on the kong. Usually, she falls asleep as soon as she rests her head on the pillow, but today she was worried about waking up early to send Xiaoyan. She couldn't sleep because she was afraid she might oversleep. She knew Xiaoyan slept lightly, so she didn't dare to make any noise. She lay flat on her back, not even daring to breathe loudly, let alone turn over. Suddenly, an arm rested on her body. It was Xiaoyan turning over, and he moved closer to her. Lu Qinyang's face turned red. She could even feel Xiaoyan's warm breath on her neck. She didn't dare to move at all. If she moved, Xiaoyan might wake up. Then they would look at each other awkwardly. Oh, Huang, look at you. Why are you so stubborn and refusing to sleep on the bed? No, this won't do. Lu Qinyang decided that after dawn, she would move the extra bed from Yunting's room into this one. It was okay that Xiaoyan's hand was on her. She knew he wasn't doing it on purpose. He was just asleep. But what if the situation was reversed? Would Xiaoyan think she did it unintentionally? If he misunderstood and thought she had feelings for him, it would be very awkward. He might be too embarrassed to stay at home and would leave overnight. No, this can't happen. Xiaoyan had nowhere to go now. If he moved out, he wouldn't even have a hot meal or soup. So, for Xiaoyan's sake, she had to sleep separately from him quickly. Xiaoyan felt that Lu Qinyang didn't move or push him away, which encouraged him. Gradually, he got used to it. He believed she was just lying there. Lu Qinyang thought, maybe lying in a coffin feels like this, just lying still. It's pretty tiring. So, She decided it's better to stay alive and not die. Lying still isn't easy for everyone. She had already started to feel back pain and fatigue. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, Xiao Yan was gone. Dia, where is your father? Lu Qinyang asked quickly. Mother, my father left early. I saw the noodles and cooked some for him. He said he wanted chive dumplings tonight. Just pick chives at the door. Remember to buy some meat. If there are small river shrimps, buy some too. I'll fry some for my father. He's tired from work and needs some oil and water. Is he coming back? Lu Qinyang was surprised. Can he really come back and forth 30 miles every day? It takes 2 or 3 hours to walk each way, and he still works for 6 more hours. Isn't he exhausted? Dia said, my father said he can't sleep if he moves to another place. It's hard, but he's willing to come back and forth every day. Lu Qinyang scolded. How did he catch the Cloud Gardens infection? He's so disobedient and makes it hard for us to rest. Big sister looked at Mother Lucci walking around in the kitchen and asked casually, where are the persimmons? And that blind fruit? Mother, it's a mango, Big sister said with a mix of laughter and frustration. Blind just means it's blind, right? We're not scholars, no need for fancy words. I'm worried mice might chew on it, so I stored it in the cabinet. Take it out for me. Don't you want to think about who to give it to? Such precious fruit is hard to get, so naturally, we can't keep it all for ourselves. Mother Lucci has already given some to Grandma Sun and to some families she used to be friends with. Second sister thinks her hands are clumsy, but Mother Lucci said, we can't forget some kindnesses. For example, when they just returned home, many neighbors helped by giving vegetables or firewood. Further back, when third sister was just brought here and was still a baby, Mother Lucci had no milk to feed her. So she boldly asked women who had just given birth and had extra milk for some. One family asked for a sip, another for a sip, and third sister drank milk for a whole year. Now a child who grew up eating rice porridge is strong like a little calf. These favors may seem small, but they must be remembered. Mother Lucci knows that things like persimmons are valuable. Each family gets one. For the whole family to taste, that's enough. Mangoes are only given to good friends. Right now, there are 6 large mangoes left, plus about 2 jin, about 1 kilogram of persimmons. Mother Lucci looked at them, made up her mind, but then hesitated and asked Big Sister, do you think I should sell these? For example, persimmons are said to be worth several taels of silver each. If I sell 1 tael, can I find someone to buy it? Mother, I think it's difficult. Who at the dock would buy such expensive fruit? Big sister honestly said, these things need to be sold in shops that sell expensive goods to fetch a good price. What's wrong, Mother? Is the family short of money? No, not short, just a little reluctant, Mother Lucci muttered.
It's okay.
We'll keep a few persimmons and 2 mangoes, then divide the rest into 2 parts. 1 part to be taken to the Duke's mansion by Yinting. Although the Duke's mansion isn't lacking anything, it's our way of showing kindness. The other part to be given to 5th young master to give to Mr.
Lu.
We've also benefited a lot from Mr. Lu these past few years. Good. Big sister nodded. After setting up the stall, Mother Lucci told her 3 daughters, watch the stall well. I'm going out to buy some things. Where are you going, Mother? Second sister asked. Big sister smiled and said, Dad is working hard. Mother feels sorry for him, so she's going to buy some meat to help him recover. Third sister happily said, now we can eat meat again. You're not calling me Mother yet, second sister said to her. Should I bring you a pig's tail? Tonight, Big sister will cook it for you. Mother, third sister shouted at Lu Qinyang's back, I want to eat pig's tail.
Got it.
Lu Qinyang's voice responded, little glutton. She first went to the pig market and looked around. The pigs caught in spring hadn't grown to 200 pounds yet, but some families were eager to sell early for the August 15th market. Pig prices were quite good. Lu Qinyang couldn't help but think of her own pigs. If she waited a year, that mean woman would have no more trouble, and next year she would still raise pigs. Not raising pigs made her feel uneasy. After expressing her feelings at the pig market, Lu Qinyang finally went to her real destination, mule and horse market. She held her purse tightly, her palms sweating. When Xiao Yan returned home under the stars in the evening, Lu Qinyang said, "Xiao Yan, guess what I bought for you?" She bought something for herself? Could it be that she knew her birthday was coming? Xiao Yan's birthday was during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone celebrated together, but he felt like an outsider in that family. Now he had his own home and a gift. Really? Xiao Yan smiled. You even splurged on me? Come look. Lu Qinyang pulled his sleeve and led him into the yard. Then Xiao Yan saw under the moon a donkey leisurely grazing in the yard, tail flicking to chase away mosquitoes. Is this for me? Xiao Yan was surprised at first, then understood. Lu Qinyang thought he was tired from traveling, so she specially bought him a donkey to ride. He usually rode horses, owned dozens of fine steeds, but he'd never ridden a donkey. He didn't know if a donkey was easy to ride. Can't afford a horse. Even old ones cost 30 taels of silver. Donkeys are cheaper. I chose the strongest one, negotiated for a long time, and finally got this price. 11 taels? Yes, Lu Qinyang said. It's a bit expensive, but it's a big deal. You can ride it, carry things, even grind grain. Xiao Yan could tell she was trying to convince herself that buying this donkey was worth it. But he also saw she was worried about the money. For her family, this donkey wasn't a necessity, and it would cost more to keep it. But even if she was worried, Lu Qinyang was determined to buy it for him because she cared about his hard work. Xiao Yan felt warm inside. It was worth it. He knew that Lu Qinyang would feel sorry for him. But when he entered the house and saw an extra bed inside, his face looked unhappy. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful about his rash behavior yesterday. What a failed attempt. It had directly put his position at risk. Qinyang, this Xiao Yan pretended not to know. It's nothing, Lu Qinyang said awkwardly. I don't sleep well, so I probably disturb you. That's why I sleep on the bed. No, that won't do.
Huh.
If anyone should sleep on the bed, it's me, Xiao Yan said softly. As the weather gets colder, you're a girl, and your body is weak. It's better for you to sleep on the heated bed. No need, no need. I have some extra flesh, so I'm not cold, she replied. It's settled then. I sleep on the bed, and you sleep on the heated bed, Xiao Yan insisted. That wouldn't be good. Lu Qinyang felt a bit shy. You've worked all day, and must be tired. Resting on the heated bed is better for you. I'm used to sleeping on the bed, it's fine. That night, Xiao Yan slept alone and feeling lonely and cold. Lu Qinyang knew he had light sleep, and she didn't know if he had fallen asleep after changing places. After a while, she quietly asked, Xiao Yan, are you asleep?
Not yet.
What's wrong, Qinyang? You see, you can't sleep, right? I said I'd sleep on the bed, and you on the heated bed. No need, I'm not cold. Qinyang, I really am not cold. Lu Qinyang. She didn't say he was cold. He was just freezing, but he was stubborn. Come up quickly. I'll sleep on the bed. No, I'll just sleep here. They argued back and forth. Finally, seeing that dawn was approaching, Lu Qinyang had to compromise. Both of them ended up sleeping on the heated bed. The next day, Xiao Yan rode a donkey. Ariel looked at him and said, Why does it look so awkward? My dad is so big, and this donkey looks like it's been beaten. Lu Qinyang glared at her. If you become successful in the future, I'll buy a fine horse for your dad. It's not a bad thing, he'll even bring you some roasted meat. She gave Xiao Yan money because she was worried he might not have enough to eat or might need it for emergencies. But Xiao Yan returned home and brought food for them. Of course, Arya said. I'll buy a horse stable full of horses for my dad, and he can ride whichever he wants. Second sister, why don't you buy a donkey first? Sanya said happily. I want to ride a donkey too. Why don't you ride mine? Arya glared at her. Go do your chores. Really, poor people always have to make do. A tall, strong man like your father riding a horse would look so good. Riding a donkey feels so embarrassing. Yun Ting has been tired for a few days. It seems his body has gotten used to this exhaustion and feels numb. But when he saw Xiao Yan riding a donkey, he couldn't help but laugh like a fool. Xiao Yan, you, ha ha ha. Xiao Yan ignored him. He got off the donkey, tied it under a tree's shade, found some grass for it to eat, then started working with a bamboo basket. Where did you get that donkey? My mother-in-law bought it for me, because she cares about me. Why doesn't she buy a horse instead? You tell me, Xiao Yan said expressionlessly. Can't afford one? Yun Ting asked. Our business is doing so well, and we still can't buy a horse? If I buy a horse, do I still need to eat? Xiao Yan replied. Since you left home, how many horses have you seen? For ordinary people, horses are a luxury. Yun Ting was silent for a while. Later, lend me your donkey so I can ride it and show my grandmother something new. It's a way to show respect to her. Huh, he really is useless. Let's get to work. Yun Ting also picked up his bamboo basket. Now, carrying a load was something he was quite familiar with. Oh, Xiao Yan, I have to tell you, I saw mice on the dam yesterday. Yun Ting said. They're digging holes. If they keep doing that, the dam will be ruined, right? I saw it too, Xiao Yan said quietly. We need to report this to the authorities. Dams are very afraid of animals like mice, badgers, and foxes that dig holes. So, protecting against these is very important. But Xiao Yan noticed there were many mouse holes on the dam, not just a few days ago. Clearly, someone had been neglecting their work before. This must be fixed quickly, or when the flood season comes, the dam might break and cause flooding. Yun Ting, who is usually careless, was now serious and paying attention to this problem. Xiao Yan reported it to the officials in charge of the dam, but they scolded him. Do I need to tell you? Look at the officials. Everyone's busy and worried. They're already thinking of solutions. If you want to help, catch the mice when you see them. Seeing his bad attitude, Yun Ting instinctively wanted to argue. But then he looked at Xiao Yan's calm face and held back. Forget it. These fools don't seem capable of fixing it anyway, Yun Ting and Xiao Yan muttered. Xiao Yan, do you think we could get some cats? Cats catch mice. That might not work, Xiao Yan said. There's water right under the dam, and cats are afraid of water. They can't do much here. Cats aren't humans. They don't listen to commands. They naturally want to go to safe, warm places. So, should we starve them for a few days? No, that's not enough. Let me think of another way. Xiao Yan already had an idea in mind, but he was still hesitating and waiting to see if the officials managing the dam had better experience and could suggest a better solution. As for Lu Qinyang, she was at the dock watching the stalls when suddenly she heard someone shouting loudly. Help! Help! She immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boat in the canal, about to reach the shore, but for some reason, it was sinking. The person calling for help was the boat captain standing at the front of the boat. The boat was quite large, and judging by how deep it sat in the water, it was probably fully loaded with goods. However, there were a few other boats blocking the way in front. Previously, Lu Xing and Xiao Yan had been helping to manage the crowded waterway. But after Lu Xing stopped doing that, the stall was abandoned. Xiao Yan had said he would pick it up again, but before he could, he had to go serve in the army. Help! Help! Lu Qinyang ran quickly to the riverbank and shouted loudly, Everyone, lend a hand. Tie the ropes. Tie the ropes and pull the boat forward. Make way for the boats in front. Seeing that few people were helping, she shouted again at the boat captain, Pay up. Hurry, pay up. The boat captain reacted quickly. Today, every brother helping must pay at least a string of coins. If this cargo ship sank, he wouldn't be able to afford the loss. Everyone gathered around quickly. Lu Qinyang jumped into the water and swam swiftly over. She shouted at the large boat blocking the way. For the smaller boats, she pushed them aside directly. After clearing the path, she took some thin ropes, swam back, and handed them to the people on the shore. It wasn't that others didn't want to help or that the people on the boat were slow. They were just stunned. Only Lu Qinyang reacted quickly, moved fast, and acted swiftly. The people on the shore took the ropes and immediately started pulling the boat toward the bank. Once the boat was ashore, Lu Qinyang said, Everyone, line up and pass the goods one by one. Unload them to the side first. She climbed out of the water herself. Dia was already waiting with her cloak. Mother, it's too cold. I'm fine, Lu Qinyang said, putting on her cloak, tying the belt, wiping her face, and then rushing back to help move the cargo. She worked like this for over an hour. In the end, all the cargo was rescued, and there was basically no loss. The boat captain took out 20 taels of silver to thank everyone, giving Lu Qinyang 5 taels. Lu Qinyang refused. In the past, if she had been in trouble, she would have accepted it. But now she was doing well, and seeing others in difficulty just for helping out didn't bother her at all. Although the ship's captain did not suffer major losses, the money paid to everyone and the costs for repairing the ship later are still losses. Everyone has a hard time, said Lu Qinyang.
Go and get busy.
The captain was very grateful and introduced himself as Dai Chi, a merchant transporting grain. If something went wrong, he couldn't afford to lose everything, and his reputation in this line of work would be ruined, making it impossible for him to find work again. It's okay, just go check, said Lu Qinyang, wiping her hair. The ship sank in a strange way. Yes, Dai Chi gritted his teeth. Don't let me find out. When others are in trouble, you help. When you have your own problems, others will help you too. Lu Qinyang didn't think much of this matter. But after returning home at night, she started to have stomach pain. The pain was so bad, she was rolling around, scaring her 3 daughters. Second sister cried and went to call Doctor Hu. Doctor Hu checked Lu Qinyang's pulse.
She won't die.
Second sister's tears stopped suddenly. Since Doctor Hu said she wouldn't die, it meant she still had her mother. Old Hu, it hurts so much. Lu Qinyang covered her stomach. I've never felt this kind of pain before. What's wrong with me? How long has it been since your last period? Almost a year. Since that illness, I've been like this. Are you saying I might be having my period now? Such a long time without it, and now it's finally coming. You jumped into cold river water and soaked for a long time. Lu Qinyang, do you even see yourself as a woman? Doctor Hu said angrily, feeling a headache coming on. If she was just seeking some benefit, that would be fine. But she was just kind-hearted, soaking herself until she was sick. Was she crazy? And this kind of mental illness he couldn't treat. Old Hu, just tell me what to do. It hurts so much. Lu Qinyang sweat coldly from the pain.
Qinyang, Qinyang.
Xiao Yan hurriedly came in from outside. What's wrong? He saw her at the door wiping tears, saying Lu Qinyang was sick. He was so frightened he almost fainted and ran inside immediately. It's okay. Lu Qinyang felt too embarrassed to admit she was having her period. Trying to be a hero, huh? Doctor Hu said impatiently.
Lu Qinyang dared not speak.
She was afraid that if she said anything, she would cry out from the pain. Her hands clenched the quilt tightly beneath the blanket. Xiao Yan had already noticed she was not right. When he reached to hold her hand, he saw her hand back was tense with bulging veins, and her palms were cold with sweat. Qinyang, Qinyang, Xiao Yan was so anxious he felt helpless. She had never seen such a fragile Lu Qinyang before. But Doctor Hu insisted there was nothing wrong. Does this look like nothing is wrong? No matter how she asked, Doctor Hu just said, drink more hot water, wait until your period is over, then take medicine to adjust. He also suggested that not adjusting could be harmful, as medicine can sometimes do more harm than good. Just have a baby and it will be fine, Doctor Hu said. Lu Qinyang's face turned red. She has a stomach ache, just rub it gently, or hold a hot water bag. It's just a cold today, wait it out, and she'll feel better by tomorrow. After leaving this advice, Doctor Hu went away. Xiao Yan was still worried and chased after him. Doctor Hu, Qinyang is in so much pain. Is she really okay? If she wasn't, I wouldn't help her, Doctor Hu replied impatiently. Why don't you take care of her? You're always meddling in others' business and getting involved yourself. Xiao Yan didn't say anything, only asked how he could make Lu Qinyang feel better. Rub her tummy with warm hands.
Okay.
Xiao Yan hesitated. Over her clothes? Doctor Hu frowned and looked at him, then suddenly realized something, mocking coldly. I knew something was off. She shouldn't be in so much pain. So, you two haven't. If they had experienced something very close, he wouldn't ask such foolish questions about over the clothes. Xiao Yan's face turned red. Are you sick? Doctor Hu teased. Xiao Yan's face reddened even more. He asked again, should I do it over her clothes or? Bro, you should have told me earlier. I'll help you,
Doctor Hu said.
If I knew, I'd tell Lu Qinyang it's just a yin-yang imbalance, so you can succeed early. Xiao Yan, Doctor Hu, take care on your way. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off. Doctor Hu laughed loudly. Xiao Yan rubbed Lu Qinyang's belly all night. Lu Qinyang said, actually, Xiao Yan, I don't hurt anymore. Feeling shy, her pain was no longer so noticeable. Her belly was full of flesh. That means it worked. I'll rub it some more. Now go to sleep. Lu Qinyang thought she would be too shy to sleep. But in fact, her rough palms sent a steady warmth from her lower abdomen, gradually helping her drift into sleep. She had a dream where she turned into a small baby, being gently rocked in a warm embrace. It felt so comfortable, she lazily fell asleep, not wanting to open her eyes. After a while, she finally wanted to see who was holding her. When she opened her eyes, it was Xiao Yan. Father? She called out. Then she woke up suddenly startled. Finished. What a messy dream. Every day, 3 girls keep saying dad, dad to her, and now she wants Xiao Yan to be her dad too? That's too scary. The eldest girl has taken the second and third girls to set up a stall, and she left a note for her, probably worried she can't read much, so she mainly drew pictures. The rice is in the pot. She lies down to rest and stays indoors. Lu Qinyang feels uncomfortable and rarely wants to move. She just lies by the window, soaking up the sun all afternoon. But eventually, she can't stay lying down. She doesn't dare do heavy work and has to run to the toilet anytime, bleeding heavily. Even so, she still tidied up the house. She can't touch cold water, so she boils water and mixes it with warm water to wash the bedding and everything inside. Luckily, the terrible pain from yesterday is gone, and today's dull discomfort she can bear. In the evening, Xiao Yan comes back and brings her brown sugar. I asked around. They say brown sugar is good. Xiao Yan's ears are all red. Lu Qinyang thanks him, and her face also turns red. After what happened last night, both of them feel a bit awkward. Lu Qinyang is going crazy. Fortunately, Xiao Yan isn't home during the day, or they'd be staring at each other awkwardly and dying of embarrassment. It's already very awkward now. When Xiao Yan comes again at night to rub her belly, the awkwardness erupts again. No need.
I'm fine.
Xiao Yan, thank you for yesterday.
It was just a small favor.
If it hurts again, let me help you. Actually, Doctor Hu said that having a baby is the best solution. He can help with that too. Lu Qinyang secretly thinks, I'd rather die from the pain than say anything. She can endure the pain for a day or two, but the embarrassment, it's hard to get rid of after so many years. It's uncomfortable. The next day is the 15th of August. Lu Qinyang is lively again, like a brave hero. Xiao Yan can bring Yunting back in the afternoon. Lu Qinyang thinks, since it's a festival, she should buy some good wine and food. Mid-Autumn Festival, family reunion, it's a big day. Seeing fresh pork, she buys some and makes meatballs to eat at home. Seeing tender bok choy, she buys some and makes soup to drink. With money in her pocket and food on her lips, her family is safe and healthy. Lu Qinyang feels this is the best day now. How much are these water chestnuts? Lu Qinyang sees the vendor's plump water chestnuts and stops to ask the price. Move aside, everyone move aside. Lu Qinyang was bending over, picking through the lotus root in a bamboo basket. Her fingers still carried the muddy, fishy smell when she suddenly heard a deep sound of hooves in the distance, not scattered, but steady like drums, each beat feeling like it struck her chest. She instinctively clenched her purse tightly. When she looked up, she saw a team of black-armored cavalry approaching from the end of the street. The dark iron armor shone coldly in the autumn sun. Even the horses' chest plates fit perfectly, like a moving mountain of blades. Their helmets hid all faces, only revealing deep, dark eyes like quiet lakes. The horses' hooves were wrapped in cloth, making muffled sounds as they hit the ground, but the clinking of armor plates colliding created a tiny, sharp noise that pierced into her ears. "Miss, be careful," shouted the old man selling lotus roots, pulling Lu Qinyang back to let her retreat. Lu Qinyang snapped out of her surprise. "Sir, is this the Black Armor Army?" she asked. "Yes." The old man nodded excitedly. "This is the army led by the former general who defeated the invaders. They can fight 10 men alone." Seeing such a mighty display was truly an honor. Lu Qinyang thought of Xiao Yan, feeling a brief sadness. Then she reminded herself that she had seen enough to feel upset. She was glad Xiao Yan wasn't here, otherwise he would be even more distressed. Those days of shining armor and brave horses still lingered clearly in her memory, but they were slipping away, impossible to bring back. The heroes were not old yet, but they couldn't turn back time. When the Black Armor Army reached her side, one man suddenly raised his hand, and the entire squad stopped instantly. Lu Qinyang froze, feeling his gaze fixed on her. She looked up at him. His helmet tilted slightly, and his eyes swept over the lotus root in her hand. Her back stiffened, but she saw him only lightly tap his sword sheath. The army moved on silently, like a black tide. She noticed a scar on his forehead. The stall owner was so frightened he almost fell to the ground. Only after they retreated did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. I thought they were going to take my lotus roots," he said, still trembling. Lu Qinyang smiled softly.
How could that be?
"They were people Xiao Yan brought here." She picked out a dozen lotus roots, paid, and started walking back. Mother, did you see the Black Armor Army just now?" Sanya rushed over excitedly. "It's the army my dad brought. They're so amazing, so powerful." "Sanya, listen to me. Don't mention this in front of Dad, okay?" Arya rolled her eyes at her. If they're not supposed to mention it, then when did their dad become so fragile? "Girl," the eldest daughter said, "I see the direction they are heading. Is it possible that we might run into my father?" "Xiao Yan should also be heading home." Lu Qinyang said, "Hopefully not. Later, I'll secretly ask Yin Ting." "No, I'll go buy some more vegetables. And buy another jar of wine. Drink a bit more, sleep well. Anyway, last time was like that. Maybe I should buy Xiao Yan some gifts to make him happy?" Receiving presents is always a happy thing. "Yes, that's settled. But what should I buy for him? Something not too expensive, practical, and that Xiao Yan would like? It's a bit tricky." Suddenly, Lu Qinyang thought of something and hurried to the shop. On Xiao Yan's way back, he told Yun Ting, "You're going home to celebrate the festival with your grandmother. Be sure not to argue with your father again." Yun Ting, lying on the donkey's back, weakly said, "Do you think I have the energy to argue with my father?"
Sit properly.
Xiao Yan said, pulling the donkey, annoyed. "Sit still. If you were my soldier, I'd have already." "I'm not. I'm your uncle," Yun Ting interrupted. Xiao Yan really wanted to slap him. "Xiao Yan, was that Jiang Xian just now?" As the eldest daughter said, Xiao Yan and Yun Ting just now encountered the Black Armor Army on the road. The Black Armor Army didn't stop. They sped past them, kicking up a mouthful of mud for Yun Ting. He vaguely recognized the leader. Seems to be Jiang Xian, Xiao Yan's old close aide. "It's him," Xiao Yan said calmly. "Good grief, he's grown up. He didn't stop when he saw you," Yun Ting scolded. "He even made me eat a mouthful of mud. Next time I see him, I'll punch him." Xiao Yan was too tired to bother with him. The two returned home. Yun Ting said he wanted to go back to the Duke's estate. Lu Qinyang called him to wash and change clothes, saying he must tidy up to meet the elders. Yun Ting waved his hand. "It's fine. I'll just go back like this. I'm leaving." And with that, he strode off confidently. Lu Qinyang packed the fruit she prepared into a satchel and put it on the donkey's back. "Don't worry about him," Xiao Yan said. "He's going to complain to his grandmother. Let him." Lately, Yun Ting had indeed suffered a lot. He needed to vent his frustrations so he could keep working hard. The eldest and second daughters were preparing dinner for the evening, while the third daughter wanted Xiao Yan to go out and play with her. "Wait," Lu Qinyang said. "You go out first." I need to talk to your father for a few words. The third daughter ran out holding a ball, followed by Ah Huang. Xiao Yan, come. Come, Lu Qinyang said mysteriously. I want to show you something. Xiao Yan suddenly felt a sense of hope. Today was his birthday. Could something good happen? But another voice told him not to expect too much. Most likely, it was just about chickens, ducks, geese, or pigs. Lu Qinyang took Xiao Yan back to the room and started unfastening his belt. Xiao Yan, is there really such good news? It doesn't seem like Lu Qinyang style. Don't be silly, don't overthink. After fiddling for a while, Lu Qinyang finally untied the rough belt and took out what was inside. I was worried I'd lose it. I don't know where to hide it. Hee hee, I'm clever. Can't even steal it myself. Even I can't open it. She held a jade ring in her palm. The bowstring always wears out the fingers, but this can protect you a bit. Her fingertips had some soot, and she brushed her sleeve across the jade, leaving a gray mark. She hurriedly wiped it with her sleeve. The shopkeeper said it's Hitian jade, very good. I polished it for a long time, and he only charged me 5 taels of silver. It's not as good as what you used before, but at least it's usable. Xiao Yan paused, a bit surprised at how he handled the ring. This was clearly gray jade from a mine at the foot of Qilian Mountain, with 2 nail-sized streaks inside the circle. He noticed the calluses on Lu Qinyang's palm and swallowed hard. It really is excellent jade. Because of her care, this became a unique treasure in the world. Lu Qinyang urged Xiao Yan, try it on, try it on. She watched as Xiao Yan slipped the ring onto his right thumb. The jade was a bit tight at the joint. She quickly asked, is it not fitting? Xiao Yan smiled and turned his wrist. It fits better than the one I used before. Good. Good, Lu Qinyang said happily. Qinyang, thank you. This is the best birthday gift I've ever received. Lu Qinyang was stunned.
Huh?
Birthday gift? Today is your birthday? Xiao Yan was also surprised. You didn't know? Then why did you give me a gift? Lu Qinyang wished she could slap herself. Xiao Yan already said it was a birthday gift. Why couldn't she just go along with it? It was so awkward. I just wanted to give you something, Lu Qinyang mumbled. But it's okay, it's okay. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and we made good food at home to celebrate your birthday. That's a kind coincidence, Xiao Yan said with a smile. So I let you decide what gift to give me today. Qinyang, thank you. What a coincidence. No, she's just comforting you. Looking at Xiao Yan now, he seemed quite happy, maybe unaffected by the Black Armor Army? Or perhaps he just hadn't encountered them. If so, that's a bit unfair, 5 taels of silver after all. However, Lu Qinyang comforted herself. The finger ring is practical, durable, and worth having. Qinyang. Xiao Yan looked at the extra bed in the room and softly asked, do you believe in fortune tellers? A fortune teller? Lu Qinyang replied, I don't trust those who charge money. If they don't ask for money, I might believe them. If they ask for money, I don't. Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Lu Qinyang always has her own way of thinking. What's wrong? You wouldn't be going to see a fortune teller, would you? Lu Qinyang asked. How much does it cost? Men always seem to find ways to spend money if they have it. No, Xiao Yan said, it's just someone we did forced labor with, said he could tell fortunes, and insisted on reading mine. All right then, since it's free, just for fun. What did he say? He said I have good luck. Why do you need to hear that? Lu Qinyang said. Listen to me, Xiao Yan, your good fortune is still ahead. Others can try to harm you, but they can't take away your skills. If you want me to be a general, I can't even get on a horse. But if I do it, I jump on a horse and charge forward with a spear. People must always have the skill to earn a living. Skills don't deceive. He said there was one thing not so good. Don't listen if it's bad. But I think there's some truth to it, and the way to solve it isn't hard. How to fix it? Does it cost money? Lu Qinyang felt uneasy. She wondered if Xiao Yan had been tricked. Fortune-telling is free, but fixing problems costs money. That's a common trick she's seen many times. No, it doesn't cost money. Xiao Yan's words relieved Lu Qinyang. Then it's easy to handle if it's free. Xiao Yan pointed at the bed and said, They say I can't put a bed in the room I sleep in.
Huh? Why?
I don't know, Xiaoyan said honestly, I just said I don't know, and told them to move it out. Seeing Lu Qinyang's doubtful expression, he quickly added, I thought, it's getting cold, and the big Kong is enough for both of us to sleep on.
If you're worried about me.
Don't worry, I trust you. Lu Qinyang quickly said. That's good. Xiaoyan sighed. Honestly, I've been thinking today, maybe I was too reckless, making you feel uncomfortable, and that's why. No, it's because I was afraid we'd squeeze each other. I'm not afraid. Lu Qinyang hesitated. So, is it really bad to put the bed in the room? It's really bad, Xiaoyan said seriously.
Then.
Forget it, just move it out. Anyway, Xiaoyan didn't want her to sleep on the bed, and she felt embarrassed to let him sleep there. Xiaoyan said, let's move it together. So, the two sisters, Dia and Arya, were in the kitchen watching their parents struggle to move a bed out of a small door and into a side room. Dad, what are you doing?
Arya asked curiously.
Nothing much, Dia replied. Just messing around when there's free time. If it doesn't fit, we'll put it back. The bed only stayed in the main room for 2 days, which was already a long time for it. Dia originally thought Xiaoyan would let the bed fall apart. But it seemed Xiaoyan had a better idea to save the bed from damage. At dinner, the table was full of 8 dishes, along with mooncakes and some fruits. The rare shagua and mango given by Old Li were also served. Xiaoyan casually reached out, showing his thumb ring. Dad, did you buy a ring? Arya's sharp eyes noticed. Xiaoyan cleared his throat. Your mother bought it for me. I can shoot arrows without a ring, but it cost 5 taels of silver. It's not cheap. 5 taels of silver? Arya was shocked. Madame Lu said, what's wrong with 5 taels? It's what your father uses for eating. Why not use the ring? His hand is all red. No one is made of iron. Don't ask me for things again. Today is your dad's birthday. When it's your birthday, I'll buy you something too. Father's birthday? Sanya happily put down her chopsticks and suddenly knelt in front of Xiaoyan. Father, I bow to you. Xiaoyan was caught off guard. He just heard a loud bang, 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 as Sanya sincerely bowed. You're such a child, Madame Lu laughed loudly. Are you celebrating your father's birthday, or asking for a red envelope? Xiaoyan quickly helped Sanya up, rubbing her forehead with a caring look. Dia also stood up, bowed to Xiaoyan, and said, Today is your birthday. I wish you peace and happiness, long life, and may you be as resilient as a pine tree, standing firm through wind and snow, rooted deep in the northwest soil. Xiaoyan's eyes slightly moistened. This was something he had recently taught the children. The bones don't break when the wind passes 1,000 mountains, and the roots stay deep when snow presses 3 feet. He didn't expect Dia to modify it slightly, which moved him deeply. He hadn't forgotten his lofty ambitions or the Northwest that made him famous in his youth. Seeing this, Arya also put down her chicken leg, wiped her hands, and bowed to Xiaoyan. Then she said, Dad, I may not be as good with words as my sister. I'll give you 20 coins. Whatever you want to buy, just buy it. Madame Lu laughed heartily. Xiaoyan, you really have style. Even the stingy old man has given up his stubbornness. No, I am a sweet rooster, Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Second sister proudly said, Don't talk about pulling my hair. As long as someone dares to reach out to me, I will take a bit of someone else's things. Everyone laughed happily. Third sister's birthday is on the first day of September, Lu Qinyang and Xiaoyan said while eating. Big sister and second sister were born on the first day of the winter month. We don't know our exact birthdays, second sister said, but these are the days we are with our mother. They were not born by their mother, but they shared a deeper bond than other mother and daughters. Dusk colored the eaves of the tiled roof, and the grape trellis was already covered with moonlight like silver threads. The family was under the full moon, laughing and celebrating the festival happily. After dinner, Big sister tidied up the leftovers and arranged some fruits, pomegranates, mangoes, sand pears, and grapes. Third sister stared at the sand pear without blinking. Actually, Lu Qinyang only left 6 of them. Seeing this, Xiao Yan first took one and gave it to her, then gave one each to the other mother and two daughters. Lu Qinyang also handed him one, saying, "That's enough, one each. The remaining one, let the three sisters share." Xiao Yan happily took it. Lu Qinyang took a bite, satisfied, and sighed. "It's expensive, but it's really delicious." It tasted better than the first small bite she had last year. Xiao Yan also took a bite, then frowned and said, "Why do I think the flavor is a bit strange?" "Really?" "Yes, try it yourself." Xiao Yan then handed her the sand pear he had bitten. Big sister's eyes showed a faint smile. Lu Qinyang, nibbling on Xiao Yan's hand, said, "No, it's quite sweet." "Really? Then I'll try yours." Xiao Yan naturally bit into the sand pear in Lu Qinyang's hand. "How is it?" "Yours is still tastier." "Then I'll give you mine." Lu Qinyang generously exchanged with him. "I eat everything, I'm not picky." Second sister saw the slight smile on Xiao Yan's face and couldn't help but pucker her lips, then she couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Yun Ting returned to the residence, sweeping away the recent gloomy atmosphere at the Duke's mansion. Because the old ancestor was happy, the entire house was filled with joy. "Grandmother, is this a donkey? Have you seen one before?" Yun Ting proudly led his donkey. "No, Xiao Yan's donkey," and excitedly introduced it to the old ancestor. The old ancestor smiled and said, "How could I not have seen one? I went out when I was young and saw things on the street." "You really think I've never seen anything?" Yun Ting ordered someone to lead the donkey away, then reminded, "Make sure to feed it well. If this donkey makes even a small mistake, Xiao Yan will lose his temper." The servant quickly agreed. "Well, you've probably never seen this before." Yun Ting took out a clay sculpture of an old longevity star and placed it on the bedside table next to the old ancestor. "Because I made this for you. Don't say it, it's really beautiful." The old ancestor's face lit up with a big smile. Everyone awkwardly complimented the ugly old longevity star. "Tinger, what's wrong with your hand?" The old ancestor suddenly saw Yun Ting's hand, which was red in the palm, and asked nervously. Her eyesight wasn't very good anymore, so she didn't see clearly, just felt that the redness was unusual. Yun Ting quickly pulled his hand back. "It's nothing. When I came, I was holding the reins, and it turned red." If the old ancestor saw the blisters on his hand, everyone wouldn't eat tonight's meal. They'd just listen to her cry. "Mother, look who's back." Yun Guogong pulled in his second nephew, Yun Rue, who was Yun Ting's second brother. Yun Rue was quite successful for his age. He passed the imperial exam, though he was at the bottom, but he still passed. Then Yun Guogong helped him find a job outside. He stayed for about 2 years as a stepping stone, and this year, he was transferred back. He kept it a secret from the old ancestor to surprise her. "Yun Rue, pay respects to Grandma." Yun Rue came in and knelt to bow. "Get up, Rue, get up quickly," the old ancestor said happily. "It's good you're back, it's good you're back. You don't know, I always scold your uncle for sending you so far away. I think about you every day. I miss you so much. I can't see you." Although she liked Yun Ting the most, she loved all her grandchildren equally. "Uncle is working hard for me," Yun Rue said as he stood up. "That's why I can come back to the capital now." He was an imperial scholar, but he couldn't find a good job in the capital. After 2 years of experience outside, he praised his work, and returning to the capital became much easier. "Look at your second brother," Yun Guogong scolded his son while pointing at Yun Rue. "He's been through 2 years of training and is more confident now. And you, I'm good at nothing, and I don't get enough to eat," Yun Ting joked with a mischievous smile, using words that a second sister might use to mock herself. As long as he lay down first, he wasn't afraid of others knocking him over. Yun Guogong's beard trembled with anger. Yun Ting took the chance to slip away quietly. He was really annoyed that his father always tried to suppress him with others. Although he wasn't very capable, wasn't he shameless? Compared to his second and eldest sisters, didn't he have more flaws? When did his stepmother ever compare the two of them openly? The maid helped hold the curtain, and Yun Ting instinctively said, "Thank you." He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, he didn't usually say such polite words. But second sister always scolded him, saying he didn't know manners, that when he went out, others didn't know him anything, and he should learn some etiquette. Gradually, he got used to it, and it became natural. The maidservant listening to him was so frightened she didn't dare move. Did her ears just go wrong? How could she hear the devil himself say thank you to her? She must have heard it wrong.
How could that be?
Her ears couldn't be faulty, otherwise, she couldn't stay in the ancestral hall. Yunting didn't need anyone to follow him. He carried a lantern and strolled in the garden. The long corridor at home was lit with palace lamps everywhere. Looking from afar, it looked like a beautiful string of pearls, very pleasing to the eye. Yunting's mind unexpectedly drifted to an inappropriate thought: saving lamp oil. With so many lamps burning all night, how much oil would that use? How much does a jean of oil cost? Over a month, it would add up to dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver. But at night, there weren't many people in the garden. Only the maid responsible for refilling the lamps gathered under the corridor playing leaf cards. Yunting didn't disturb them and quietly went back. The good news was that his father looked at him once and finally ignored him, no longer trying to check on him like a useless fish. The bad news was that his ever-obedient and filial second brother brought back a rare gift for the ancestors, something 100 times better than his ugly old longevity star. Yun Rui brought back a parrot for the ancestors. Unlike the common green parrots, this was a red parrot, said to be brought from Siam. It was larger than a green parrot, with golden eyes, pale red beak and claws, and bright red feathers. It was very smart and nimble. Old ancestor, guests are here. Little hoof, don't be lazy. The parrot kept talking, making the old ancestor laugh so hard tears came out. Yunting was also very interested, especially because this parrot could call out Little Hoof. He wanted to ask his grandmother for it, to go back and scold second sister with it. But then he thought again, and felt a bit guilty. He hadn't brought anything back for his grandmother, only wanted her things. His grandmother clearly liked the parrot too. Yun Rui had carefully taught the parrot to greet the old ancestors and scold the maidservants, making a lively scene that the ancestors enjoyed. Compared to that, Yunting thought that no matter what he gave, the ancestors would be happy. And indeed, that was true, but he still felt a little guilty. The family gathered together for a meal, with men and women sitting separately. On the women's side, the grandmother sat with the main wife and 2 granddaughters-in-law, while several concubines and maids stood nearby to serve. On the men's side, the Duke of Yun, along with 2 nephews and Yunting, sat. The Duke discussed family business with Yun Han and talked about official affairs with Yun Rui. Yunting was ignored but didn't sit idle. He ate quickly and messily, gobbling up the food on the table. The Duke frowned as he watched Yunting. He wanted to scold him but hesitated when he saw Yunting's sun-darkened hands. Feeling a bit sympathetic, he quietly ordered a servant to add 2 of Yunting's favorite dishes from the kitchen. Yunting soon finished eating and felt sleepy as he had worked earlier in the morning. But his grandmother was still in a good mood, so he couldn't leave just yet. Bored, he looked around and suddenly saw Yunjin, the young daughter of Yun Han's illegitimate child, only 6 years old. She was staring eagerly at the dishes on the table, saliva almost dripping from her mouth. However, the nursemaid behind her didn't pick up any food. Yunting suddenly remembered that his sister-in-law, Mrs. Dong, believed children shouldn't eat too much and should be kept hungry to grow well. Even her own legitimate daughter was only given a tiny portion of food at night, just enough for a cat. Mrs. Dong also said that women should have slender figures and a narrow waist to attract future husbands. Because of this, she was very strict about girls' diets. This was an era where a slim waist was considered beautiful. Yunting thought this was simply foolish. His sister-in-law, from a noble family, was less sensible than Lu Qinyang, a rustic woman who had never been to school. Look at Sanya, raised like a little calf, who could beat her in fighting across 8 streets, so lively and strong. Jinjin, come here, Yunting beckoned his niece. Jinjin didn't dare move. Her biological mother and aunt had told her to stay away from her mischievous little uncle. He was trouble, and she should hide from him. Yunting asked. Aren't you called Jinjin? Did he remember her name wrong? Mrs. Dong spoke up. Third uncle is calling you. Shouldn't you go? Finally, Jinjin, led by the nursemaid, came over to bow to Yunting. Yunting picked a piece of cloud-shaped cake from the table and handed it to her. Eat this. Jinjin hesitated, looked at the nursemaid, who then looked at Mrs. Dong. In the past, Yunting wouldn't have noticed such things. But now, he suddenly sensed Mrs. Dong's displeasure. Although she didn't show it openly, she told Jinjin to thank him. Yunting suddenly realized he might have made a mistake. However, Yunting's quick reaction was trained by second young master. He quickly said, Big sister-in-law is truly kind and gentle. When I am outside, I see other daughters of noble families, and even their mothers don't care. But Junjin's clothes are brighter than Yunju's. Everyone was stunned by these words. Because besides Yunting, who isn't clever, everyone could tell that Yunting was deliberately praising Mrs. Dong. It was like the sun rising from the west. Could Yunting, the third young master, be speaking polite words? Mrs. Dong felt happy. After all, when someone who never praises others praises you, it shows you are truly good. She is my daughter. Our Duke's mansion can afford to raise children, and I would never treat my daughters badly. In the future, they will support each other. Jun is the older sister, so she should be more careful, Mrs. Dong said. Big sister-in-law, I owe you a drink. I just hope my future wife can be half as good as you. The ancestor was very pleased. Her grandson was finally grown up. What did she say again? Good children are not spoiled. Everyone said she spoiled Yunting, waiting to see the joke. But now, look. Her Ting is sensible and filial. When he sees a donkey outside, he worries he hasn't seen it before and eagerly brings it back for her to see. But she said with a smile, Are you missing your wife? When grandma, aunt, and two sisters-in-law come, they will find a good match for you. Yunting's face turned red. He also gave Yunjin a piece of pastry, using it as an excuse to hide his embarrassment. Although Duke Yun didn't speak, he was very pleased. A little hardship is good. He has grown a lot. At least he will learn to read people's expressions, so he won't offend others unknowingly in the future. After dinner, Duke Yun carried a plate of fresh flowers and mooncakes and left. Everyone knew he went to offer prayers at the princess's memorial tablet and would stay with the princess for a while. Yunting was originally talking with the ancestor. Seeing this, he whispered, Grandma, please help me arrange what I told you. I need to talk to my father. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't worry, since it's a good deed, Grandma will help you. After Yunting left, the ancestor said, Tell the servants to bring all the clothes they don't want. Yunting will leave soon, so it needs to be quick. Madam laughed and asked, Mother, what are you planning to do? The ancestor replied, Yunting has been living outside and has seen many poor people. He feels sorry for the weak and wants to find some old clothes to bring back. We can sell them, but they won't fetch much money. Yunting said it doesn't have to be good clothes, just the ones you don't need. Men, women, old or young, pick some and give them to others. You all should see this as helping Yunting do good and earn merit. Just now, Yunting hadn't finished eating, and he came over to talk with her. He talked about poverty and hardship so sincerely that the ancestor's tears almost fell. Yunting said he wanted to come back and choose for himself. Most likely, he went to speak privately with his biological father now. The ancestors said, Yunting has really grown so much. Everyone around immediately agreed and praised him. The ancestors thought, I've lived so long and can tell if you're sincere or not. You all speak nicely, but inside you're not truly convinced. Wait and see in the future, Yunting will surely make you look at him differently. In the house of Duke Yun, a bronze beast-shaped stove was gently smoking, and the scent of osmanthus flowers drifted in through the window. Duke Yun was touching his wife's memorial tablet, smiling as he said, Changel, another mid-autumn festival has come again. People said Duke Yun was pretending to be noble, putting his wife's tablet in the room to gain the Emperor and Empress Dowager's favor. But only he knew he did it to save his life. Without seeing his wife's tablet, he couldn't go on living. Many years have passed, and I still think of her, Yunting said as he pushed the door open. My mother said she's going to be reborn, so stop bothering her. Nonsense. Dukyun shouted angrily. He had prayed countless times, asking his wife to wait for him so they could be reborn and be together again in the next life. Yunting knelt on a mat, bowing 3 times to his mother. Mother, your unfilial son is paying respects to you. After bowing, he lit a stick of incense, then sat cross-legged on the mat. He reached out and took a piece of mooncake, filled with fresh flowers from the offering table. Mother, I'll help you eat a piece, he said. Dukyun looked at his mischievous behavior and got angry. Go away, talk to your grandmother for a while, then ride your donkey away. It's not my donkey, it's Xiao Yan's. I had to beg him to lend it to me, Yunting said while biting the mooncake, using his other hand to catch the crumbs, then stuffing them into his mouth. Dukyun was speechless. Father, my mother has been gone for so many years. Why don't you find someone else? Yunting suddenly said, shocking everyone. Dukyun couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him on the forehead. Yunting was eating mooncake and choked, coughing non-stop. Dukyun had to help him settle his cough and then got up to pour him a cup of tea. Yunting looked at the crumbs splattered everywhere and complained, Father, you're so wasteful. Kids shouldn't be hit while eating. Dukyun said, hurry up and get out. Stop talking nonsense in front of your mother. Don't blame me if I hit you. Father, I am serious, Yunting said. This time, he sat far away from his biological father, on the chair behind his father's desk. He wanted to cross his legs, but his legs felt painfully sore. This hardship he hadn't suffered in vain.
He was exhausted.
Father, my stepmother said that if you're alive and well, there's no point in worrying after you die.
Get out.
You and my mother loved each other. When she died, she must have been thinking of us too. You're not treating her fairly. You're alone, and I am just a fool. It's hard for you. Find someone who understands warmth and coldness, or being alone is just too lonely. He still fears sleeping alone. But in his father's house, there are no maids. Even the young servants don't work at night. In the large courtyard, only his father is there. Yunting feels a bit sad when he thinks about it. Although he looks down on Xiao Yan's timidness in front of Lu Qinyang, as if he's not a real man, life needs a woman to make it lively. Sigh, it's only Lu Qinyang who caught Xiao Yan's attention. Maybe he should introduce her to his father. It might be a good match. Don't interfere in my affairs, said Yun Guogong. He knows his son means well. But no one can replace his late wife in his heart. He is not lonely. They are always together. That occasional loneliness is not scary. What's frightening is that another woman might gradually erase their memories of love and take over the place where Chang Lu once lived.
No.
For Yun Guogong, that would be unbearable. After you get married, have more children. Then I can enjoy my grandchildren, said Yun Guogong. Just wait and see, Yunting replied. There's no shadow of her. Don't go, suddenly said Yun Guogong. His son has become much more sensible, more than he expected. No, I want to leave, Yunting said. What can I do at home? Just be surrounded by maids and young servants, wasting time like a useless person. At home, I get scolded by you. Outside, people point at me. He licked his lips. Actually, father, outside is quite interesting. It's hard, but he has met many different people and experienced new things. At my stepmother's house, I also live happily. It's a lively family, with no outsiders, no scheming. Only mutual support and fighting against the storms of fate together. I'm not very promising. I don't study as well as big sister. I think I might just follow Xiao Yan. He eats meat, I drink soup. I may not have much ability, but I follow capable people and always manage to do something. Duke Yunwo looked at his wife's memorial tablet and silently thought, Changlo, maybe you are blessing our son, helping him open his mind. Go quickly, Duke Yunwo said. Rest early. All right, I'll go talk to Grandma for a while. Next time I come back, it will be during the new year. Yun Ting went out on his own. When he reached the door, he looked back. Father, I'm serious. If there's someone suitable. Duke Yunguo raised his hand to stop him. Go ahead. Yunting paused for a moment and then left. Back in the old ancestor's courtyard, seeing the servants holding clothes and waiting for him, he laughed happily. Little master is here. He sat on a small stool and picked out clothes one by one. Take this back, he said to his maid, blushing as he secretly looked at her. The maid looked frightened, almost kneeling, but Yunting grinned and said, It can still be worn. Don't waste it. My sister says you look good in it. You all, don't just try to make me happy. Don't give up your nice clothes. The maid's face lit up when he called her sister, and she took the clothes. She would wear them tomorrow. The third young master praised her for looking good in this outfit. Yunting understood that many people just wanted to please him, but he really wanted to do something meaningful. While choosing clothes, he also talked with his grandmother about Lu Qi-nyang. The old ancestor listened happily, laughing loudly at funny parts, crying when hearing about Lu Qi-nyang falling ill and being abandoned by Zhang Hiyao, and cursing Zhang Hiyao repeatedly. This was more relatable than any play. Qi-nyang had a hard life, really hard. Yes, I see her and feel tired. But grandma, she's always happily fooling around, living happily. Yunting packed 4 big bundles of clothes. Later, put them on the donkey. I'll lead the donkey, he said. Grandma has someone to send you back in a cart, the old ancestor said affectionately. All right, don't forget my donkey. The old ancestor also had someone open the chest to give him silver. Yunting said, I don't want it. Grandma, my father said he won't give me anything, so I don't want it. Qi-nyang said, I earn my own sweat and eat my own food. She's a woman, and she can raise 3 daughters. I'm a grown man. Can't I support myself? From his experience, the more he tried hard, the more generous his grandmother was. Right now, he secretly wished he could just tear open his pocket and shout, Grandma, give me money. But he had to pretend to be calm. The result was probably a bit too exaggerated. The old ancestor excitedly said, Good, good, good. Tinger, my good grandson, you must live your life well so that those who look down on us can see. Surprisingly, someone took the silver away. Yunting. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he pretend so much? Did he overdo it? He used to think money was worthless because back then, he had nowhere to spend it. But now, things are different. He realizes that money is really a good thing. Even if he doesn't spend it, he should have some money on hand, right? At least, when he was helpless against Arya, he could use money to make her shut up and hold on a little longer. But now it's gone.
All right.
The old ancestor dismissed the servants. Yunting suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Was this because he was worried about his reputation and secretly giving him money? Fine. Good grandmother, very thoughtful. But after everyone left, the old ancestor said, Tinger, grandmother has a question for you. Don't be shy. Tell grandmother the truth. Shy? No, Yunting hurriedly said. This time, he decided not to pretend. If she gave him money, he would accept it. But then the old ancestor asked, Your father went to sea last time and said he liked the daughter of the woman who abandoned her family. Grandmother, I didn't want to agree at first. But today, after hearing you talk about her, I genuinely like her. The daughter she brought up isn't bad either. No, Yunting quickly waved his hands. They're quite different. I really don't want that. This time, he was not pretending. Quite different? The old ancestor was surprised. Grandmother, don't misunderstand. It's me who is different. I can't accept Dia. Please don't randomly match people. Don't you like her? I like her, but not in that way, Yunting explained. Grandmother, let me tell you, when I see Dia, I feel like I see my mother, even though I never met her. Dia is gentle, clever, understanding, and when she's serious, she's awe-inspiring. I like her, but I get nervous when I see her. That's definitely not romantic feelings. To be blunt, Yunting couldn't even lift his head when facing Dia. How could he possibly have such dirty feelings? She's Dia. She's a good girl. Grandmother actually hopes you find a wife like her, but if you don't like her, then forget it. Nothing in life is more important than what makes your heart happy, the old ancestor said regretfully. Yunting had not yet relaxed when she heard her grandmother say, What about the second and third daughters in her family? Grandmother, please forgive me. The second daughter's mouth can tear me apart. The third daughter just started to leave her mark. To prevent her grandmother from making hasty matchmaking decisions, Yunting quickly changed the subject. Grandmother, I have a few things I want to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening. Yunting explained about the many lanterns in the corridor. No one visits during festivals, and even less so on ordinary days. I know the family isn't short on silver, but grandmother, wasting is never good. All right, Yunting is right. I'll have someone handle it tomorrow. Our family doesn't rely on saving that little bit of silver. So, the saved money will be used to set up a porridge stall in winter, offering a few bowls of porridge each day. I don't know if it will bring merit, but grandmother, when we face difficulties in the future, perhaps someone will help us. Xiao Yan, isn't that so? Though he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Xiao Yan was like a pig raised by Lu Qi's family. The ancestors sighed, Yunting, it's wonderful that you can think of these things. It's the blessing of our ancestors. The Duke's mansion had hope again. Nothing made elders happier than seeing their descendants succeed. Today is the happiest day for grandmother in these past few years. I was reluctant to let you go, but seeing how much you've improved in such a short time, I'll let you leave. I look forward to the day you can lift the reputation of the Duke's mansion. Yunting blushed from the old ancestor's passionate words. Actually, he was still that useless person, no talent in literature, no skill in martial arts. But he did what he could, and that was better than just wasting time waiting to die. He was tired, but fulfilled. And now, anyone who dares call him a spoiled brat, he could spit right in their face. It's getting late. Go back early, the old ancestor said. I saw you looking at that red parrot several times today.
Take it with you.
No need, grandmother. Keep it with you to pass the time. He had selfishly thought about taking the parrot home to amuse the second daughter, feeling guilty because of his selfishness. But later, at dinner, he heard that the red parrot cost a full 200 taels of silver. He really didn't want it anymore. What does 200 taels of silver mean? 3 taels could buy a second daughter, but 200 taels could buy over 60 second daughters. Over 60 second daughters, he could be drowned in their chatter. Over 60 second daughters could jump over the wall on a dark night, dragging bloody knees, running several miles to seek help. That would be a mighty team. The silver that could change the fate of more than 60 second children could only buy a bird. Grandmother, now old, wants to enjoy whatever she desires, and Yunting also hopes to honor her with the best. However, Yunting himself, now and in the future, will never spend 200 taels of silver to buy a bird for himself. Having seen too much suffering, he cannot justify indulging himself. Besides being lucky enough to be born into such a family, what ability does he have to deserve such luxury? When Yunting was leaving, he did one more thing. He went to the kitchen for a wooden bucket, took the leftovers from the servants' meals, some cold dishes, some hot, and simply divided them, then packed everything into 2 large wooden buckets. Third young master, what are you going to do with these? The kitchen staff asked nervously. Nothing special. I won't return the buckets. I'll just say I took them. Or maybe I'll write a note so you won't be troubled, Yunting replied. No need, third young master. I'll carry them. Where do you want them placed? Yunting's hand still ached from the blisters, so he didn't argue and simply said, put them on the carriage. He looked around the kitchen again, eyes wandering everywhere. The cook's voice trembled with nervousness as she respectfully asked, Third young master, do you want to eat something else? Do you have deer meat? Yunting asked. The cook hurriedly replied, yes. No fresh ones, only pickled. But if you want fresh, we can slaughter a deer quickly. No need, just get me some quick pickled deer meat. That greedy girl, Arya, had always been eyeing the deer meat. Pickled deer meat is still deer meat. Yunting returned exhausted but happy, immediately falling asleep. He dreamed he was standing above the clouds, looking down at the earth. The Duke's mansion corridor was lit with lanterns, filled with laughter and joy. Just a wall away, a 3-year-old girl without pants, trembling and holding a broken bowl. Early the next morning, Yunting urged Xiao Yan to set out. He first let Lu Qinyang pick through the old clothes from the duke's mansion, then packed the remaining ones onto a donkey. He carried the 2 large buckets of leftovers, taking turns with Xiao Yan. The people doing forced labor celebrated a festival on August 16th, which was better than the Mid-Autumn Festival or even New Year's. They ate meat and received clothes, and it became a story they would talk about for the rest of their lives, a lucky break from the sky. Of course, for others, August 16th was a dark day. Because on Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor invited palace staff to eat. They had been raised for a few days, but they tasted just as delicious as those served during the empress's banquet. But after eating the crab, the emperor was very angry. The concubines and princes all knelt on the ground. The crown prince begged the emperor to calm down and take care of his health. The emperor told the crown prince to handle the matter and investigate the palace's purchases thoroughly. The crown prince was confused at this moment, while those involved in the wrongdoing felt like the end of the world was near. Meanwhile, Lu Qinyang received good news. Dai Qi came to her door, bringing not only a basket of meat, tea, and snacks, but also a list of orders. He came to order dry food for the return trip and introduced many clients to her. Since many ship captains knew each other and needed to buy dry food, his introduction would bring Lu Qinyang many business opportunities. Lu Qinyang was naturally happy. Uncle Dai Qi, thank you so much. Because Dai Qi was 36 years old and already had grandchildren, Lu Qinyang called him Uncle Dai Qi. There's no need to thank me. If anyone should be grateful, it's me, he replied. Uncle Dai Qi, will you return to the capital this year? I'll see how things go when I go back. If everything goes smoothly, and I catch the right timing, I might come back again, Dai Qi said. This is the main income of the year, so I hope to work more. However, some things are beyond his control, like canal congestion or delays caused by giving way to official military ships. Sometimes, delays could last several days. Lu Qinyang nodded repeatedly as she listened. Indeed, every profession has its difficulties. Dai Qi sighed and said, it's better to have other ways to make a living than to be a boatman. From his story, Lu Qinyang learned about a new trade. It turns out the cargo ships are responsible for transporting grain to the capital, which the common people have paid. According to the current system, local authorities send grain to the capital under by official troops called Diyun, transportation. But the losses on the way, including the costs of escorting by official troops, are borne by the local authorities. These costs are often passed down to the common people. The court doesn't care how much you deduct for transportation costs. As long as you deliver the required grain, you have to pay the full amount. So, local officials add their own losses and transportation fees, Dai Qi explained. After drinking Lu Qinyang's tea, Dai Qi started to vent his frustrations. Originally, the common people were supposed to pay 3 sure of grain, but with these additional costs, they might have to pay 5 sure. Is it that much? Lu Qinyang exclaimed. She has never farmed the land before. During the hardest times, she would just go to the village to pick vegetables that others didn't want, so she doesn't really understand the taxes on farming. She counted on her fingers and said, isn't this a 70% increase? 70% is normal, and some places have more than doubled, Dai Qi said. The court says the maximum is a 50% increase, but the officials have misread it. Because of this, people like us, who are just common folk, are affected. It turns out that breaking free from land is like a form of subcontracting. The government takes 70% of the farmer's produce, and clever people take 20% of that to use for local transportation. This is how the breaking free from land system came about. We have to see it through. If a ship sinks, the government won't let us go, and we will have to pay. So, Dai Qi was really grateful to Lu Qinyang. Lu Qinyang sighed. Everyone thinks that running ships makes quick money, but they don't realize there are no easy jobs. It's hard for us common folks, no matter what we do. She was also glad she saw the problem in time. If she had waited longer, it would have been too late to help. But doesn't the court do anything about it? Lu Qinyang asked. 70%? Those pests only take 1.5%. Isn't that enough? They're not afraid of overdoing it. What can we ordinary people do? Is there no official who will speak up for us? Lu Qinyang sighed, but she was already thinking about asking Xiao Yan who is responsible for this. If young Master Wu can speak well, maybe he can tell the emperor. If he's not effective, she wondered if Duke Yun would intervene. Anyway, someone should bring this up. This is much more meaningful than revenge against Zhang Heyao. But then she thought again, it's also a risky thing, and it might offend young Master Wu and Duke Yun. No, she decided to mention it to Xiao Yan. If she can help, she will. If not, she will just protect herself for now. Daya was busy pickling mustard greens, pouring coarse salt into the jar with a loud splash. Dai Chi saw the salt, and his eyes flickered. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "How much did you pay per jean for the salt?" 12 won, Lu Qinyang replied. "It's all government-sold salt, the standard price." "Dai Chi, is it cheaper where you are?" Dai Chi looked outside the big door, saw no one, and lowered his voice even more. "I know a place that sells private salt." No need, no need. Lu Qinyang waved her hands quickly. "Dai Chi, I'm too timid. I wouldn't dare buy illegal salt." When she couldn't get salt, she might have to buy it illegally, but right now she was still well off and didn't want to think about breaking the law. Dai Chi chuckled. "You're so capable, but your courage is small. I told you, no one will catch us because the people selling illegal salt are officials and soldiers." Soldiers and officials selling illegal salt? Lu Qinyang was shocked and widened her eyes. Dai Chi explained that those responsible for transporting grain are the ones selling illegal salt. On the boats, they often hide smuggled goods. Some brave enough to carry 2 or 3 times the usual amount of illegal goods. Among these, some daring enough to bring in illegal salt. Of course, buying and selling illegal salt requires trustworthy channels. They don't sell openly. Lu Qinyang sighed. There are so many complicated tricks involved. Only you would know because you're in this line of work. Yes, it's chaotic. The common people suffer the most. It's too hard, Lu Qinyang sighed. Actually, I've met some officials and thought they were good people. But they don't know the real situation below. And the common folk don't realize the court is only adding 50% more tax. Otherwise, someone would be complaining. Indeed, the common people know little. They work facing the earth and back to the sky. They only know how much work to do. Few can read or count, and they just pay what they're told. Dai Chi also sighed. But even if they knew, he added, can a small arm twist a big thigh? They still have to honestly pay. It's all fate. There's nothing to do. Lu Qinyang also sighed deeply. She asked Dai Chi when he would need food supplies. Dai Chi replied, the schedule isn't fixed. I'm waiting for the goods to return. Sometimes it's in 3 or 5 days, sometimes 10 or half a month, depending on the ship owner's notice. All right, just tell me a day or 2 in advance, so I can be ready. Lu Qinyang wanted to invite Dai Chi to eat, but he declined, saying he couldn't leave the boat. She gave him some dried food and forced it into his hands. Everything in the capital is expensive. Saving some is good. That night, Xiaoyan came back and Lu Qinyang told him about this matter. Xiaoyan said, I heard about this before, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. What should we do about this? Can we help? Would involving Duke Yun and the 5th young master cause trouble for them? That wouldn't be good, Xiaoyan replied, because it touched many people's interests. I'll think of a way, he said. Lu Qinyang gave him a thumbs up. What did I say? A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. Xiaoyan, it has to be you. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Lu Qinyang noticed that Xiaoyan didn't take off his ring while sleeping. Curious, she asked why he didn't take it off, and said it was heavy. Xiaoyan opened his eyes and lied. It's a habit from the army. Oh, she said. Whenever the topic of the army comes up, it immediately commands respect. All right, respect. Spending those 2 taels of silver was really worth it. She keeps it close day and night. But the next day, when Lu Qinyang saw the black armor army again, she felt terrible. She tentatively asked Dia, do you think they might go to your father's side? Mother, it seems like they are heading that way. Lu Qinyang, it probably won't be such a coincidence to meet your father and them. Xiaoyan was busy repairing the dam, digging and fixing, and he couldn't see anything. He definitely couldn't see what was happening. There's no way she can spend another 2 taels of silver on him. Who spends 5 taels of silver every day just to please her husband? Her husband was bought for only 5 taels, but the ongoing maintenance costs are too high, too burdensome. Lu Qinyang was fooling herself when she heard Ia say, "Mother, I saw the Black Armor Army these past few days. Have you seen them all these days?" "I didn't see them yesterday." "You were out delivering goods, so you didn't notice." Lu Qinyang. "Oh no, no one can walk near the river without getting wet. Xiaoyan always encounters them. But the problem is, who knows which day it will happen. You can't please him every day. You can try, but don't spend money." Dia said, "I was curious yesterday, so I asked around about where they went." "Where to?" "They went to the Chao by River Dam." Lu Qinyang. "Are they going to see your father?" "These people, when Xiaoyan was unlucky, they didn't come. Now that he's redeemed himself and become a good citizen, they show up again? When the child died, the wet nurse came. It's not to see my father. They're doing daily riding and shooting practice," Dia said. "I heard there are rats on the Chao by River Dam. The people on the dam set fires to smoke out the rats, then they shoot them." Lu Qinyang. "That's a good thing. But your father must have encountered them." "He didn't say anything when he came home, sigh." Xiaoyan must feel very upset inside. Seeing his former troops right in front of him, yet he's become a civilian serving in the army, his pride must be shattered. No, she still needs to comfort him, and it has to be a long-term plan. Lu Qinyang thought she could comfort the children, but she has no experience comforting men. Actually, she has tried, but didn't she scare Zhang Hiao away? That was a lesson. She can't let it happen again. After thinking carefully, Lu Qinyang decided to find her only honest male confidant, Doctor Hu. Doctor Hu is just delivering medicine, so she pulled him aside. "What are you doing?" "Don't pull me around," Doctor Hu said. "Hurry up and pay." Here, I will pay. You won't be left out." "Old Hu, could you help me with something?" "No, I won't." Doctor Hu coldly refused. "I knew it. Whenever you come to me, it's never for a good reason. This time, I don't want you to treat anyone. I just want to ask you about something, a man's matter." "A man's matter? What, is your man not capable?" Lu Qinyang. "What are you talking about?" Whether he's capable or not, she doesn't dare to ask directly. To prevent Doctor Hu from talking nonsense again, she quickly explains everything and worries, "I just spent 5 taels of silver to buy him a ring. I'm quite happy about it. But I think this is a long-term thing. Do you think there's anything that doesn't cost money and can make Xiaoyan happy?" "Yes, there is." "Really? What is it, Old Hu?" "Hurry up and tell me." "Men," he said, "just think about women. If there's a woman, they'll be happy every day." Lu Qinyang. "Should I buy him a woman?" "That would cost a lot and need more words." "What a silly idea." Doctor Hu said. "How come? Are you a man yourself?" Lu Qinyang understood and blushed deeply. "Old Hu, why are you being so serious?" "Why not? You two are already married. Why are you so picky? Don't you want to have a son?" Lu Qinyang stammered. I and Xiaoyan were not even related by blood. You're sleeping in the same bed and still need to use a stick?" Doctor Hu said, speechless. "Old Hu, don't talk nonsense." "What nonsense am I talking? It's your wooden head. Remember, you're a married woman. You should take this chance to have a son and keep him tied down. Or, do you want him to become successful later and leave you like Zhang Hiao?" After Doctor Hu left, Lu Qinyang's mind seemed to have two little people arguing. One little person was Doctor Hu, saying they are a couple, Xiaoyan is good, and he doesn't dislike her. So, she should just live well and find a way to be together. The other little person was herself, saying, "Lu Qinyang, do you even have a single point that matches Xiaoyan? You were rejected once already. Do you want to go through it again? Remember, don't forget the lessons of being hurt." Lu Qinyang was torn between these thoughts. By noon, most of the goods on the stall had been sold. The mother and daughters packed up and went home to prepare for the next day. "Big girl, leave it to me. I'll need the dough." Because of the busy boat traffic, business has been very good lately. The family used 3 large pots, all steaming with 5-layer steamers, filled with hot steam. For now, they plan to keep doing this. If next year's business gets even better, they will hire help. After finishing her chores, Mother Lu was covered in flour and sweating heavily. "Mother, you should go wash up," Big Sister said with a smile. Mother Lu went inside to take a bath and changed into clean clothes. She touched her belly, which seemed a bit smaller, but with her big build, she knew she would never have a slim waist in this life. However, she suddenly remembered Doctor Who's words and, on instinct, dabbed a little of that very expensive rose water on her neck. Her face turned red. "What am I doing?" But since she had already applied it and it was so costly, she decided not to wash it off. Ah Huang distanced himself from her, looking disgusted. "Mother, young Master Wu is here," Second Sister called from the yard. "Oh, he's here. He's here." Mother Lu hurriedly went out to greet him. Zhou Xiaoyao's face looked healthier now. He stood under the grape trellis, dressed in a Qingluo official robe from the Hanlin Academy, glowing with a golden hue in the evening light. "Big Sister," he said with a smile, handing her some snacks. "If you're here, why buy more? Come inside and sit," she said warmly. Zhou Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. "I have other things to do. I'm just passing by today to tell you I've spoken with the clan leader about adopting you. He said he'll think about it. Don't worry about me, I'm doing fine." "Oh." Mother Lu felt uneasy hearing this. Thinking about it? It seemed like he was just avoiding the issue. Zhou Xiaoyao was about to leave when Mother Lu called out, "Wait, wait." Mother Lu took out 50 taels of silver and insisted on giving it to Zhou Xiaoyao. "Young Master Wu, this isn't for you. It's a loan. You can pay me back when you have money in the future." Zhou Xiaoyao's salary was small, and he had to give part of it to the government, so he didn't have much left. But when dealing with the clan leader, she thought it was better to buy some gifts and build good relations. Deep down, Mother Lu felt sorry for him and hoped he would have a good life. Such a one-time investment required generosity. She remembered how she bribed the clan leader of the Zhang family to succeed in the same way. Zhou Xiaoyao refused to accept it no matter what. Mother Lu insisted on giving it to him anyway. They argued back and forth, unable to reach an agreement, when suddenly they heard a woman's voice at the door. "Is Xiao Yan here?" Both Mother Lu and Zhou Xiaoyao were momentarily stunned. "Take this." Mother Lu hurriedly shoved the silver note into Zhou Xiaoyao's hand, whispering, "Someone's here. Do you really want to keep arguing? Go to your work. We'll talk properly another day." The visitor was Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi styled her high, elegant hair into a surprised phoenix bun, fixed with a single rhinoceros horn hairpin carved with a soaring eagle. She wore a modified leather jacket and skirt armor, with gold thread embroidered on the leather surface in a twisting winterbloom pattern. A belt with a hanging sword featuring a gold-inlaid dragon head was at her waist. She wore deer-hide boots, looking brave and confident. It seemed like she had just come from a martial arts training ground. Lu Qinyang had seen Jiang Yi twice. Although her dress was not fancy, each time she saw her, she felt admiration and longing in her heart. Jiang Yi, with a seemingly indifferent gaze, glanced over Zhou Xiaoyao and guessed his identity from his official robes. This must be Zhou Xiaoyao, who repeatedly sued his unfaithful ex-husband for Lu Qinyang. It's fair to say that Zhou Xiaoyao became very famous because of this, even more than the top scholars of his class. Actually, this might not be a bad thing for him. Honest and upright people might not be appreciated by everyone, but some will look at them with new respect. Isn't this a good chance to find like-minded people? However, Jiang Yi didn't expect Zhou Xiaoyao to be so young and handsome. His fair face looked tender, as if it could be squeezed like water. "Miss Jiang, are you looking for Xiao Yan? Please sit first. He won't be back until tonight," Lu Qinyang said warmly. Although she had some disagreements with Xiao Yan, her entire family was loyal and upright, and she was raising her younger brother herself. These things made Lu Qinyang look up to Jiang Yi. Zhou Xiaoyao didn't leave immediately. His gaze was somewhat distant and cautious. "Sister, who is this?" he asked. "She's Miss Jiang. She's very kind. I met her before, and she even helped me," Lu Qinyang replied. "Go ahead and do your work. I need to entertain Miss Jiang." "All right, I'll go first, sister," Zhou Xiaoyao nodded slightly and turned to leave. Lu Qinyang was busy preparing tea.
Zhang Yi said, "You don't need to bother."
I came here today to ask Xiao Yan for help. I'll come back when he's available. I ride quickly. He'll be back around the late hour, Lu Qinyang said. Then I'll come again at that time, Zhang Yi said decisively, bowing politely before leaving. Lu Qinyang saw her off, watching her walk confidently, then gracefully mounted her horse with light, agile movements. She couldn't help but feel envious. Suddenly, she felt a bit defeated. Why had she believed old Hu's nonsense? Xiao Yan used to court women like Zhang Yi. Even if he lowered his standards now, he wouldn't settle for someone from the gutter. He would come to find her. Lu Qinyang went back, washed a cloth, and wiped the perfume off her neck, muttering to herself, "What a waste." During dinner in the evening, she ate 2 bowls out of spite. Arya said, "Mom, aren't you trying to lose weight? You said you'd eat less at night. Don't you want to slim down? No need to lose weight. If I get thinner, how can I work? Dia, serve me half a bowl more. What's the point of losing weight? Even if I shed 30 pounds, I'd still be an ugly, thin person. Why make things difficult for myself?"
She ate.
But Dia said, "Mom, there's only 1 bowl left. It's for Dad. Would you like half?" Never mind. Lu Qinyang put down her chopsticks. She didn't know why she was feeling so upset. She just felt angry. But she quickly adjusted her mood. This won't do. Today, Xiao Yan saw the Black Armor Army, and his mood was definitely gloomy. If she wasn't happy, would those 2 bitter gourds cry together? So Lu Qinyang forced herself to be cheerful. When Xiao Yan's steady donkey hooves sounded in the quiet night, Lu Qinyang forced a bright smile and went out to greet him. "You're back." Lu Qinyang went forward to hold the donkey's bridle. "Wash up quickly. I left some food for you." "Okay." Xiao Yan's face was as calm as usual, with a smile in his eyes, showing no sign of being affected. But he usually didn't like to show his bad side, so Lu Qinyang didn't know if he truly didn't care or was just pretending. Xiao Yan went to take a bath first, and Lu Qinyang took some grass to feed the donkey. But the donkey wouldn't eat. "Why aren't you eating? You want some bean cakes?" Lu Qinyang scolded. "I shouldn't have spoiled you. I felt sorry for you, gave you 2 treats, and now you're spoiled." Though she scolded, Lu Qinyang cared deeply for her animals. She went to break a small piece of bean cake, crushed it, added water, and poured it into the donkey's trough. But the donkey still wouldn't eat. Lu Qinyang started to panic.
Could the donkey be sick?
That would be terrible. She had only bought it a few days ago with 11 taels of silver. Xiao Yan, the donkey isn't eating." "Don't worry." Xiao Yan's voice came from the window, accompanied by the sound of water splashing. It was just startled today.
What startled it?
Lu Qinyang instinctively looked toward the sound. She saw Xiao Yan's figure reflected on the paper window, even able to see the muscles on his arm. Oh, this really? Lu Qinyang felt like she was a shameless person spying on a fairy bathing. On the way back, I ran into the Black Armor Army. The horses scared it, Xiao Yan explained. Lu Qinyang. What she feared most had come true. She still held a faint hope that Xiao Yan hadn't seen the Black Armor Army. But now it was all ruined. Donkeys naturally give way to horses, and even common folks like Xiao Yan must yield to others. I wonder if Xiao Yan's inner shadow is as big as the donkey's shadow. But Xiao Yan was eating happily. Lu Qinyang thought, all right, at least he's eating well. Much better than that donkey. Xiao Yan, do you feel sad when you see the Black Armor Army? Lu Qinyang suddenly broke the silence.
Sad?
Xiao Yan paused with his chopsticks, then calmly picked up a piece of scrambled eggs. They are people I brought out, and I am happy to see them. Lu Qinyang, really? Of course it's true, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Lu Qinyang clapped her thigh. She was overthinking. People really shouldn't think too much. Thinking too much costs silver. She spent 5 taels of silver on a ring. Oh no, that was for Xiao Yan's birthday, a coincidence. No loss, no loss. Xiao Yan watched Lu Qinyang's changing expressions and asked, Qinyang, what's wrong? Nothing. You eat quickly, Lu Qi said. Miss Jiang will come to see you soon. Let her coax you. I don't need to coax anymore. I can go to sleep peacefully. Sure enough, Jiang Yi arrived. Dia brought 2 cups of sweet drink. Father, Miss Jiang, it's late, so I took the liberty to replace the tea with sweet drinks, so you won't sleep poorly. Jiang Yi looked at her. The 14-year-old girl, with a jujube hairpin in her hair, carved with a snow lotus pattern, a bit roughly made. She wore a slightly old rain blue shirt, standing tall like a green bamboo. Her face was oval, skin as white as snow, eyebrows not delicate, but like a sharp willow leaf, slanting into her dark hair, making her bright eyes stand out even more. Her hand holding the tea was a bit rough, probably from doing chores at home. Maybe Jiang Yi was overthinking. She felt that the girl in front of her seemed to be reminding her not to stay too long. Okay, Xiao Yan said. Take third sister to sleep first. What about second sister? Has she gone to bed? Second sister was tired from helping move things today. She ate and then went to sleep, Dia smiled. Third sister hasn't memorized her poem yet. I still have some chores to do. Father, Miss Jiang, you two chat. After saying that, she went back to the kitchen. The kitchen was dimly lit. She and third sister peeled garlic together, teaching her to recite poems step by step. Their voices were soft, but enough to let others outside know they were there. Jiang Yi found it quite interesting. Especially, the appearance of the big girl gave her a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't quite explain why. She didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I came here today to ask for a favor. My younger brother Jiang Quan is 17 now, good at riding and shooting, but Black Armor Army selection? Xiao Yan asked. Jiang Yi nodded. He admires you very much and wants to join the Black Armor Army. Unfortunately, he had bad luck during the selection this year, so he didn't get in. I also went to see Jiang Xian, but he avoided me. I thought he could try again next year, but Jiang Quan was upset, so I was thinking.
No.
Xiao Yan firmly refused, making his words very clear. Even if I were involved, I wouldn't accept anyone who uses connections. Even if I am not involved, I won't interfere with Jiang Xian's choices. Also, bad luck sometimes just means insufficient skill. Jiang Yi sighed and smiled. As expected, you are still you. Even a refusal was so decisive. He could have made an excuse, saying he was powerless. But he didn't. Xiao Yan's meaning was that he could find Jiang Xian, but he wouldn't.
All right. Bianchi noted.
Indeed, my request was too bold. I just wanted to try my luck. Now it seems my luck, or rather my ability, isn't enough. Please forgive me, Xiao Yan said calmly. It was my mistake to be so presumptuous. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Yi stood up and bowed slightly to Xiao Yan.
Goodbye.
Zhao Zhao, see him off for me, Xiao Yan said. The big girl came out of the kitchen, her face calm and gentle. Bathed in candlelight, her features were like a delicate painting, with a faint smile on her lips. Jiang Yi suddenly realized where that sense of familiarity came from. It turned out to be the demeanor of an old friend. This is a gift for you to play with. Jiang Yi reached to take off her bracelet from her wrist, but suddenly realized she wasn't wearing it today, feeling a bit embarrassed. Next time, I will give it to you. Thank you, Jiang girl. It would be rude to accept gifts without giving anything in return. Given the current situation at home, I probably can't give you a gift in return. So, I dare not accept your gift, lest my mother worry day and night about returning favors. The big girl was poised and confident, neither humble nor proud. Jiang Yi couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was clearly not an old friend. Although there was a sense of familiarity, her temperament was worlds apart. This girl had been raised very well. Jiang Yi didn't stay long, quickly left, mounted his horse, and disappeared into the night. Third girl, after being told by the big girl, had already hurried into Lu Qinyang's house. Mother, that aunt is asking my father for something. He didn't agree. Little ear, report to the gods. Lady Lu Qi nodded and said, in the future, when your father talks to others, you can't eavesdrop or learn to speak like them, understand? That's fine, Xiao Yan also came in. Third sister was just helping me speak. She can't ask you to do anything, right? Lady Lu Qi asked confused. If Xiao Yan had that kind of power, she wouldn't be sold. And even 5 taels of silver are hard to sell now. Xiao Yan told Lady Lu Qi the whole story. You can't control the Black Armor Army either. Now, Jiang Xian is in charge of the Black Armor Army. Jiang Xian used to be my subordinate, and I personally promoted him. He is very loyal to me, Xiao Yan explained. So, your words are useful? Yes, they are. Xiao Yan didn't hide his influence. Then why didn't Jiang Xian come to save you? Because I didn't allow him to.
Huh?
Lady Qi, Xiao Yan sighed. Initially, I made a very serious mistake and was stubborn about it. At that time, I was angry at the emperor and my family, and I probably still had some childish ideas that after I die, time will give a fair judgment. That was Xiao Yan's naive thought at the time. He didn't think he was wrong. He even openly challenged the emperor. The emperor didn't kill him, only kept him alive, probably to weaken his spirit and break his pride, because the emperor knew he didn't have much time left. The emperor was reluctant to see him die and wanted to leave him for the crown prince. Because Xiao Yan was tough but not rebellious. Maybe only in such a state would the emperor give him a chance to start over. Xiao Yan never thought there would be a turning point. He was determined to die, so he prepared for the worst, asking Jiang Xian to restrain his old troops, not contact or rescue him. You're really brave, Lady Lu Qi said in surprise. If it were us, we wouldn't even be able to speak to the emperor. Xiao Yan thought to himself, you not only spoke, but you talked a lot. No, what exactly did you do wrong? Did you betray the emperor? The emperor can't forgive you. Quite the opposite, Xiao Yan said with a bitter smile. The emperor ordered me to withdraw my troops, but I refused. Then I drove the barbarians out 1,000 miles, but the follow-up supplies didn't keep up, almost causing a disaster. Almost causing a disaster isn't the same as causing one, Lady Lu Qi defended Xiao Yan. I think it's a good thing. The emperor was overreacting. A warning would have sufficed. After all, the military achievements were real. I even killed the inspector sent by the emperor.
Huh?
You killed the emperor's person? That was a bit reckless. Yes, although there was a reason. I acted first and reported later, which made the emperor furious. Earlier, I thought I was not guilty of death, but I gradually realized that the emperor giving me another chance was already a great kindness. In my youth, I was reckless and unaware of my limits, offending many people without knowing. If I continued like that, trouble would surely come sooner or later. First, Xiao Yan was very bold. Second, Xiao Yan had a good relationship with the Black Armor Army, so her 5 taels of silver and her worries were wasted. Oh, and there was one more thing. This emperor was quite reasonable, not too unreasonable. Your Black Armor Army is really impressive, Lu Qinyang said sincerely. It turns out they are chosen very carefully. Miss John's brother must have learned many skills since he was young. If even he can't do it. Her dream of becoming a female general seemed even farther away, though it was already quite distant. Xiao Yan smiled and said, they're truly outstanding. Actually, I noticed a mouse problem on the dam, so I wrote a letter to Jiang Xian asking him to bring people to help. Balancing training and solving important issues for the people, it's a perfect solution. You should have told me earlier.
Huh?
It's nothing, Lu Qinyang said. Go wash up and sleep. The two lay on the kong, a traditional heated bed. Suddenly, Lu Qinyang remembered another big matter.
Xiao Yan.
Yes, what is it? I've taken a fancy to a young man. Xiao Yan? What? Has her husband been dismissed or something? The storm came suddenly and unexpectedly. He comes from a well-off family, with a small shop at the dock. He's an only child, with a good nose and eyes. Xiao Yan seemed to understand a little, touching his own nose. Fortunately, his nose was just a nose, not a mouth or eyes. He's clever and handsome, often introducing cargo transportation business to others. He's quite the middleman. Both sides share a commission. And he's sweet-talking, praising my sister and her, making them sound like flowers. Xiao Yan cleared his throat. Are you thinking of marrying him for the second sister? Yes. The second sister is still young and shouldn't cross the first sister. Lu Qinyang said. I even went to look at his shop. The family seems harmonious. No, it's not possible, Xiaoyan said. You haven't even finished telling me. How can you say no? The young man himself likes the first sister and keeps coming to the stall. I think the first sister doesn't mind him. I just want to ask her what she thinks. No need to ask, Xiaoyan said. I found someone better for her. Where? Jiang Xian. Lu Qinyang swallowed hard. Is he the leader of the Black Armor Army you mentioned earlier? Your former subordinate? Yes, that's him. He's a bit older, 22 this year, but he hasn't married, and he has no woman by his side. His background is quite good. Jiang Xian's father is a minister of rights. But Jiang Xian is the youngest in his family, with limited resources, so he chose to join the army. They had discussed a marriage before, but he hadn't returned to the capital in a long time, so the other side broke off the engagement. After returning to the capital, Xiaoyan had another problem, which made Jiang Xian anxious and uninterested in marriage, so the matter was delayed until now. Minister? Lu Qinyang kept waving her hands. We can't afford that. It's too much of a leap, and we can't afford the dowry. When the sisters talk about it later, your father is this official, her father is that official. I can't let our eldest daughter suffer that kind of hardship. The eldest daughter is quite proud. She can't be stepped on. I should, Xiaoyan said, also be able to hold an official position. He thought his father wasn't someone they couldn't look up to. But if you become an official, you're not her father anymore, Lu Qinyang said. Does she still expect Xiaoyan to go back and be his broken soldier general and then marry her? It will always be, Xiaoyan replied. Lu Qinyang was overjoyed and said happily, Xiaoyan, you must remember, no backing out later. My godfather is like a father to me too. Fine, at least let my 3 daughters benefit a little. But about this marriage, I still feel it's not suitable. It's a bit unsuitable, Xiaoyan agreed. Jiang Xian is the youngest in his family, not the eldest son. It's a bit unfair to the eldest daughter. I just can't think of a better candidate, so I'll meet him first and see. Lu Qinyang gasped. Not good enough for the eldest daughter? Xiaoyan, you really dare to say that. Although the child is indeed good, Lu Qinyang wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that a son of a minister's family, who is serious and capable, would be unworthy of her daughter. Don't agree to anything yet. Let the eldest daughter see Jiang Xian first. Xiaoyan had already checked out a few people. Jiang Xian was originally one of those who didn't make the cut, but later, since no better options appeared, they took him back as a compromise. The eldest daughter deserves the best. A peony can't bloom in a cold land. Lu Qinyang was tempted but hesitant. Is that possible? Please don't refuse just because you're unwilling. If you agree only because of your face, that wouldn't be good. The couple plans to spend their whole lives together. At the start, neither of them can see the end, but at least they should begin happily and without worries. Otherwise, life will be hard to get through. Don't worry, I have a plan. If Jiang Xian doesn't work out, I'll choose someone else. If it doesn't work out, it's probably because big sister doesn't like Jiang Xian, not the other way around. Speaking of marriage, I suddenly remembered. Lu Qinyang said, Shunzi's marriage has been arranged. Sun Shun?
Yes.
Grandma Sun came trembling in the daytime, saying that Shunzi's engagement was settled and I should go. It's on September 16th. I won't go. I think Zhang Heyao will go, and I don't want to see him. Then don't go, Xiaoyan said with a smile. He liked how Lu Qinyang was straightforward when mentioning Zhang Heyao. We won't go, but we should send a gift, Lu Qinyang said. I thought about buying a bronze mirror, costing 2 or 3 taels of silver. Now that Shunzi is an official, the small gifts of 10 or 20 cents are no longer suitable. Do you think that's good? That's fine, Xiaoyan thought to himself. As long as she doesn't care about Zhang Heyao, everything is fine.
All right.
Tomorrow I'll ask Arya to buy it. She knows how to pick good ones, and when she has free time, she'll deliver it to Shunzi. Okay. The next day, Lu Qinyang first went to deliver goods. Some boats were docked at the pier. When someone asked what they needed, Lu Qinyang would carry her basket over to deliver. She preferred moving around rather than just staying at her stall. She enjoyed this kind of work. Total is 1 tael and 2 chien of silver, Lu Qinyang said after making 2 trips and wiping her sweat to the person on the boat. All right, wait a moment. I'll go inside and get the silver for you, the boat captain said and went into the cabin. While waiting, Lu Qinyang looked around casually. She saw a cargo boat nearby docking. It looked like the others, but its draft was noticeably deeper. Young man, you guys really dare to load so much, Lu Qinyang said to the young assistant at the stern. You've loaded twice as much as others. Dai Chi had told her that, for safety, most cargo boats usually carry between 500 and 700 shur of grain. Loading more than that would be risky. But looking at this boat's draft, it clearly carried over 1,000 shur. This was just idle talk, but the young assistant not only ignored her but also glared at her. Lu Qinyang thought to herself, why is he ignoring her after just a few words? Every time she came, she got along well with the people on the boat. Fine, you're noble and impressive. Lu Qinyang finished her delivery and returned to her stall. Second sister has not yet returned from buying a bronze mirror, so she also went out. Mother, the ones I like are too expensive, the cheap ones I don't like, second sister said with frustration. How much is the expensive one? 1 tael of silver. Didn't you say you wouldn't spend more than 2 taels? 3 taels then, Lu Qi's mother thought for a moment. We will need him to take care of us often in the future. Shunzi is now quite successful, managing the entire canal customs. Even the wife he plans to marry is a daughter of an official, though she's only a 7th-grade minor official's daughter. But that's still different. If it's not more than a tael, Mother, can you help us buy this small one? Second sister was holding a bronze mirror with entwined lotus patterns, reluctant to put it down. Seeing Lu Qi's mother about to scold her, she quickly thought of a way out. Look, I haven't bought anything in a long time. I won't spend money for the next 2 months, no new clothes. Plus, I share with my older sister and third sister. I promise not to keep everything for myself. Mother, please buy it for me. Lu Qi's mother had no way to resist her and could only pretend to be firm. I tell you, in the next 2 months, if you spend 1 more coin, I will spank you. Such a beautiful daughter. I can't bear to hit her. The shop assistant smiled. I'll buy both big and small mirrors for you, and I'll give you a silk flower as a gift. 4 pieces. Second sister said, Mother, my sisters and I each want one. The shop's profit is thin, really. The shopkeeper looked troubled. Stop lying. The bronze mirror in my hand is very thin, and I earn about 8 coins per tael of silver. I didn't even haggle. For pieces, I want 4 pieces as gifts. My girl, a silk flower costs 100 coins. I can't give it for free, truly can't. After some bargaining, they only received 2 pieces. Second sister muttered, how are we supposed to divide these? Lu Qi's mother took out a prepared cloth bundle from her sleeve, wrapped the mirrors, and said as she left, I don't care. I don't want them anyway. I'll go back and discuss with third sister and give her my candy, so she won't want it. Where did you get the candy? Second sister replied, Mother, big sister is busy over there. I'll go help her. Then she hurriedly ran off. Lu Qi's mother cursed behind her, just wait until I get back and talk to her. She was very worried that second sister might be coaxed away by small favors, so she kept a close watch on her belongings. Although she wished her children would have an easy life, free from hardship, she knew that good things don't fall from the sky. In families like theirs, children should be aware of their financial situation and understand that some things, like the meat buns from the dog-catching place, might be dangerous. However, Lu Qinyang thinks that Arya's sweet treats are probably given by Yunting. Yunting also shares good food with the family, mostly tricking Arya into getting it. Lu Qinyang is afraid others might see her giving gifts to Sun Shun or think she's being unkind, so she carefully wraps the bronze mirror. She doesn't realize she's already being watched. When she goes to the treasury, Sun Shun greets her politely, invites her into his private study, and calls for tea. Standing at the door, Lu Qinyang looks around his study. It's changed a lot, hasn't it? It's completely different from the last time I came. She notices the clean, shiny water-polished brick floor that reflects her image. She brushes some mud off her shoes. On the west wall, There are rows of blue-covered notebooks held with brass clips, looking very impressive. Under the east window, a pile of red-stamped boat tickets is pressed with a copper tiger paperweight. Nearby, a plum vase looks so fragile that she's afraid to break it, wasting money. A carpet covers the floor under the desk. Lu Qinyang can't help but think how easily it might get dirty. "Come in quickly," Sun Shun says.
Sit down.
Lu Qinyang holds the bronze mirror and smiles simply. "Shun, you've done such a good job here. I don't even dare to come in. Here, I brought you something. I won't come in anymore." Sun Shun gently pulls her inside and sits down. The open window faces the busy dock, offering a full view of the lively scene outside. Lu Qinyang reaches out and touches the big red embroidered cushion under her. She feels a bit uneasy sitting there. Sun Shun listens to her explanation, accepts her gift, and says, "You work hard to earn money. Don't spend so much next time. Getting married is a big event. We've been neighbors for years, so it's only right." Lu Qinyang smiles. "You see, I'm busy selling things every day. So, on the day of your wedding, I won't come. I just want to wish you and your wife a happy life together, many children, and good fortune. I'm not good with words, but take care and enjoy your life." Actually, she regrets buying the bronze mirror. Looking at Sun Shun's study, she guesses his home is similar. The few bronze mirrors on the table look too plain, and in the corner, they seem in the way. She tells herself it's fine. He keeps them for admiration. Sun Shun nods. He knows Lu Qinyang is avoiding Zhang Heyao. "Then you be busy. I'll be leaving now," Lu Qinyang says, standing up. She feels out of place here. The treasury is busy with people, and she feels cramped. "Wait, Qinyang," she hears someone call. Sun Shun walked to his desk and took out several beautiful boxes to give her. These are gifts from others. There's sea cucumber, dried abalone, and some health supplements I didn't look at closely. You can take them all back. My grandmother still worries about your illness before. Sea cucumber and dried abalone? Those are too expensive. I can't accept them. It's okay, they were given to me. I can't finish them all, so you can take them and enjoy. People still keep giving you gifts?" Lu Qinyang hesitated for a moment, knowing she might not like what she was about to say, but she forced herself to speak. "Shunzi, can you accept these?" She felt uneasy. Sun Shun smiled. "Don't worry, I have a count. These are just food. If I can't accept these, who would want to be an official? Just for the 20 taels of salary each month? Is that really possible?" Lu Qinyang didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She wasn't trying to make him completely honest, but she was worried. "Shunzi, I'll tell you something you might not want to hear. Coming from a poor family, maybe no one will guide you when you become an official. You should learn from others, but don't get tricked or lose sight of the big picture. Your official position is earned with your life." "Yes, I understand," Sun Shun said with a smile. "All right, then, you go ahead." Lu Qinyang carried the boxes and left, thinking that this wasn't a simple gift exchange, but more like someone trying to get something.
Sigh.
She knew she would have to repay this favor someday. Back home, she secretly opened the boxes behind her stall and looked with Daya. Fortunately, she had seen similar things at the Zhou family's estate before, so she could tell what was sea cucumber, what was abalone, and also some scallops and a box of bird's nest. "How much do you think this costs?" Lu Qinyang said. "This is a big favor." Daya replied, "Just accept it. During those years when he was dead, you saved money from your own mouth to give to his grandmother. How does that count?" "That's not worth much." "It's all about good intentions," Daya said.
He's been thinking of you.
If you don't accept, he'll just keep feeling indebted. Involving officials related to salt, grain, and the canal, there should be some benefits involved. What does your father earn? Lu Qinyang still couldn't imagine how Xiao Yan received gifts from others. They go fight the barbarians and bring back loot. That makes sense. I heard the barbarians raid our border, and taking back what they steal is like doing the right thing.
Yes, Daya checked it.
From the perspective of Central Plains people, that is true. So, Dia, what about fifth young master? Poor Hanlon scholar, poor Hanlon scholar. Fifth young master, and them probably have almost nothing besides their salary. Well, that's good too. Being a bit poor makes you feel more at ease. I always feel uneasy when I accept other people's things. Don't move those things, just leave them there for now. Waiting for them to spoil before eating? Arius said, cleverly. How could they spoil? Lu Qi-nyang glared at her. Aren't they all dried goods? Save them for the new year. If you keep talking nonsense, give me back the mirror.
Ella immediately smiled happily.
Mother, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you. She took out the mirror and looked at the silk flower on her head.
루진이양 불렀다야 아시대.
Did I give you the silk flower? I didn't want it, I gave it to Sanya. Mother, I don't like those. This is good enough. Lu Qi-nyang looked at her with only a peachwood hairpin in her hair, thinking, what's so good about that? Wait, I'll buy you another one later. Mother, no need, Dia quickly said. The pearl flower my father bought me, I've left it home, and didn't wear it. That's not acceptable either. Sometimes, I can't think of everything. You're the oldest girl, you'll suffer more. But I can think of things you might not realize. I don't want you to suffer unfairly. She was afraid she'd get used to it, and habitually overlooked Dia. She was even more afraid that Dia would get used to such humility and sacrifice, always tolerating and suffering in the future. Lu Qi-nyang took the money to the shop and specifically chose a silk flower made of clematis. Dia liked this one very much. Lu Qi-nyang liked it too. But she truly didn't love these things, so she didn't buy one for herself. Why not 100 coins? Lu Qi-nyang carried the silk flower out of the shop, not stopping, rushing toward the stall. Miss, can you help me a hand? Suddenly someone called from behind. Lu Qi-nyang instinctively turned her head, her body leaning slightly to look back. Then she saw a man wearing a large straw hat, his face hidden, suddenly draw a shiny dagger from his sleeve and stab it directly toward her chest. Lu Qi-nyang was startled and quickly grabbed the man's wrist, shouting, "What are you doing?" The man didn't expect her strength and couldn't move his hand when she held him. Lu Qi-nyang reached out to lift his hat. "Qi-nyang, be careful." Hearing someone call her name, she suddenly became alert. She realized someone was attacking her from behind, so she immediately let go and dodged swiftly. A dagger slashed past her shoulder, cutting off a strand of her hair. It turned out there was another person. Lu Qi-nyang kicked out with her foot, knocking the attacker down. She didn't have much time, relying on her agility and strength. But she accidentally used too much force, kicking the person too far away, who then got up and ran. The other person had already fled earlier. Lu Qi-nyang gathered her strength to chase after them, but was stopped by someone. "Qi-nyang, don't chase." "Shiping, is that you?" Lu Qi-nyang recognized the familiar voice. "Hurry and report to the authorities," the small man called Shiping said. "They're trying to kill you." "Who did you offend?" "I don't know." Lu Qi-nyang also felt it was strange. She had always been kind and gentle, even timid, never arguing with others, even if she suffered some losses. Nowadays, many people struggle just to survive, and the atmosphere is tense. Getting into a quarrel and being harmed isn't worth it. Her life was going well. What's going on? What's happening? It turned out that the nearby patrol officers heard the noise and came over. Coincidentally, one of them knew Lu Qi-nyang. She had visited Sun Shun several times before. Since he was a relative or a friend of her superior, he remembered her well. He advised Lu Qi-nyang to seek help from Sun Shun. Lu Qi-nyang thought this was serious. What if those people wanted to kill her again? She didn't even know who her enemies were. In such a life-or-death situation, she couldn't be sentimental. So she followed them back and met Sun Shun again. After hearing her story, Sun Shun asked if she had offended anyone. Lu Qi-nyang shook her head. Sun Shun said seriously, "There's no reason for this. Two people trying to kill you in the street, think about it, keep thinking." Lu Qi-nyang thought hard and finally remembered someone. That poisonous woman. The one married to the princess, Zhang Hiyao, she said through clenched teeth. "That woman who poisoned my pig." "I know who you're talking about," Sun Shun interrupted her, looking a bit troubled. "It's definitely her. It must be her. Last time, she was also silent and suddenly poisoned my pig. This time, it's my turn. The wicked woman. Now she's even risking her life." Could it be because she thought it was too obvious before? The matter has passed. Now she wants to settle the score afterward?
Bah.
Who's settling the score with whom? The princess is so impressive. She just has a good father. Lu Qinyang angrily thought, if only her dreams could come true. If Xiao Yan were her father, what would she be afraid of? When the king of Jinbei saw Xiao Yan back then, he was polite. Once Xiao Yan regains his official position, she can seek justice for herself.
Too bad. She can't be reborn.
If she had died earlier, Xiao Yan's wedding might have been later, and she might have had a chance then. Ba. What is she saying? She must live well. She has 3 daughters. Qinyang, stay calm, Sun Shun said. I don't think it's the princess.
Why not?
Because I think if the princess had attacked you, she would have done it quietly, like last time, not in the busy market killing someone, Sun Shun explained. Also, now Lord Zhang holds a high position, and the princess has to consider his feelings. Considering his feelings has nothing to do with killing me, she retorted. Lord Zhang naturally doesn't want you to get hurt. Lu Qinyang spat. He treats me like leftovers on his plate. He stops eating but won't let others eat. He's been like this since he was a dog that only eats for himself. Sun Shun couldn't respond to that. Qinyang, stay here and don't go anywhere, he said. Lu Qinyang can't get into trouble or Zhang Heyao will go crazy. Sun Shun understood that the reason he could come to this checkpoint, besides his long-standing loyalty to Zhang Heyao, was mainly because Lu Qinyang was here. No one could understand Zhang Heyao's complicated feelings of both hatred and love for Lu Qinyang, how he couldn't let go. He could, so he was assigned to this well-paid position that many envied. I need to go back and check on the stall. Don't open the stall today. I've had someone pack up your things. I'll send someone to take your 3 daughters home first. You wait here. This matter must be investigated, or there might be more trouble. Lu Qinyang wanted to say, is it really necessary? But she already knew the answer. Of course it was. Now they even want to harm her life, so she's sure they're not pretending. Okay, she nodded. Shunzi, sorry for the trouble. Tell my eldest daughter that when her father returns, he can come to the checkpoint to pick me up. She believed in Xiao Yan. She now needs someone smart to help her analyze who might have offended her. Could it be the princess? Sun Shun said so, but she doesn't believe it. It's not that Sun Shun has bad character, but he also depends on others for his livelihood and speaks cautiously. She's not very clever either, and can't pick up on extra hints. Xiao Yan can understand, and he's not annoyed by her being slow. He patiently explains things to her bit by bit. Honestly, after this incident, she even started missing him. Sun Shun sent someone to bring tea and snacks, then quietly told a servant, go find Master Zhang. He's off today and at home, not in the Ministry of Revenue. Yes. Tell him I have urgent business. If anyone asks, say you don't know the details, just that there's a problem with the canal transport. Remember? The servant nodded and ran off quickly. When Sun Shun came back in, Lu Qinyang said, you go ahead and do your work. No need to talk to me. I'll just sit here quietly. You seem busy. Yes, very busy, Sun Shun said with a bitter smile, rubbing his forehead. I didn't expect there would be so many issues at the tax office. Every day I'm so busy, I don't even touch the ground. Qinyang, sit down first. I need to handle some affairs. All right, as long as you're busy. Sun Shun wasn't just busy himself. People came in one after another to report to him. Since Sun Shun isn't well educated, he needs someone to read to him. Lu Qinyang listened and thought it was more convenient for her to read. She already recognizes over 500 characters. The eldest girl is even more talented. She knows more characters, can read books, and discuss with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said he's never seen anyone more gifted at reading than the eldest girl. Feeling bored, Lu Qinyang went to the window to look outside. Meanwhile, at Zhang's residence. It was noon. The eldest maidservant, Shiyu, brought a cup of tea to the study and said to the servant outside, the princess sent me to deliver tea to the master. Come in. Zhang Heyao heard the voice outside and spoke calmly. The servant lifted the curtain for Shiyu. Shiyu carried the tea inside and placed it beside Zhang Heyao. please have some tea, sir? Zhang Heyao responded with a and then said, close the door. Shuyu's face turned slightly red. She gently went to close the door, then carefully looked at Zhang Heyao's expression. She slowly knelt beside him and crawled under the table. After a long while, Shuyu, barely able to support her weak body, helped wipe Zhang Heyao's face, still afraid to put on her clothes. Zhang Heyao liked her this way of serving. He looked down at her as if she were a well-behaved dog. What does the princess want you to find me for? Zhang Heyao lifted her chin with his foot, looking at her fair, tender skin, and asked coldly. He never left marks on her. Although they were not entirely clean in private, without Song Mingjin's permission, Shiyu dared not come to the outer study. Most of the people in this household were under Song Mingjin's watch. Replying to the lord, the princess found hair in your sachet yesterday and was very angry. She asked the maid to give you tea and took the opportunity to check your study for other women's belongings, Shiyu said, trembling and holding herself. Zhang Heyao saw through her pretentious act at once. This servant just wanted to act pitiful and try to him again. It was disgusting. But Zhang Heyao showed no expression. It's just some flirtation outside, forced into her, so she shouldn't care too much, Zhang Heyao said. Day after day, she's just suspicious and paranoid. I've also advised the princess. But she said, if it's someone else's, then forget it. She's just worried about her sister, Shiyu said. The princess said she can't get over it in her heart.
Zhang Heyao said.
I actually hope she keeps pestering me. But after she married, she's been cold and distant. The princess poisoned her pig, and she's holding a grudge against me for that. So, what should I tell the princess? Shiyu asked, trembling. Don't say anything. Just tell her there's nothing of other women here. She's suspicious, and if you say too much, it might involve you, which is not good. Get up. Hearing this, Shiyu finally dared to pick up her clothes and put them on. Zhang Heyao looked down at his documents and suddenly said, if the princess finds out you're not a servant girl and Sun Shun, who is close to the lord, once had a brief affair, but she didn't want to leave the princess. Zhang Heyao opened a drawer, casually threw a silver note on the ground, and said, this is your reward. Leave now. Shiyu looked at the 100 taels of silver, knelt a few steps forward to take it, bowed deeply with great humility, and then left. Zhang Heyao watched her leave through the window, a mocking smile on his lips. Some people just like to act like dogs, being loyal in front of Song Mingjin and submissive in front of himself. Shuyu was always Song Mingjin's person. Even her seduction was under Song Mingjin's instructions. Today, she wasn't here to report, but because Song Mingjin told her to tell him she found the hair. Song Mingjin warned him that he could have women, but that woman must not be Lu Qinian. She allows herself to indulge physically, but does not allow herself to develop feelings for the women she has slept with. She doesn't mind if she can't have something, but others shouldn't get it either. Zhang Heyao and Song Ming are secretly aware of the truth. Only Shiyu truly believes she is a double agent. In fact, she is just a toy for their couple. Song Ming doesn't care about her loyalty. He is only interested in her youthful body, enjoying it occasionally. Zhang Heyao finds the official report and begins to study it. At that moment, Sun Shun's people arrive. After hearing the visitor, Zhang Heyao's face turns serious and stern. He knows Sun Shun is cautious and not in a rush, so he wouldn't come looking for him. Zhang Heyao changes into plain clothes, leaves a message for Song Ming, saying he is visiting a friend. He then truly goes to his friend's house, and soon a plain carriage leaves through the back door. What's wrong? Zhang Heyao enters Sun Shun's study and takes off his hat. Lu Qinyang. Just now, she almost kicked the hat off instinctively, thinking it was him. In broad daylight. What is he up to? It's really frustrating. But she doesn't bother to talk to Zhang Heyao, sits down in a chair, and pretends to be important, ignoring him. Instead, Zhang Heyao surveys her from top to bottom. Noticing she doesn't seem hurt or upset, a faint look of relief flashes in his eyes. He doesn't speak to Lu Qinyang but directly asks Sun Shun. Sun Shun explains everything clearly. Qin Yang says she hasn't offended anyone recently. She has offended someone unknowingly, Zhang Heyao says. Lu Qin Yang. Nonsense. But she only dares to curse silently. Forget it. What can she say to a scoundrel? Every word she says makes him think she loves him and can't let go. What about the person who committed the in the street? Zhang Heyao, sitting in a commanding position, taps his desk lightly, the jade ring on his finger shimmering like a pool of green water. Lu Qinyang glances at it twice, thinking it would look better on Xiao Yan's hand. Zhang Heyao pretends to be casual, as if he can shoot arrows like he's an expert, wasting good things. Then he thinks again. Sun Shun can casually give away sea cucumbers and abalones, and Zhang Heyao is still living like a fairy. All right, her parents can rest assured. But she's a bit suspicious and feels uneasy. Go back to the Lord and have someone catch him, but he jumped into the river and escaped. Both are good swimmers, so they didn't catch him, Sun Shun says nervously and with guilt. Zhang Heyao did not speak, only tapping his fingers on the table. His jade ring occasionally clinked against the dark wood, producing a clear sound. That's enough. Stop tapping. Lu Qinyang couldn't help but stand up. This has nothing to do with Shunzi. He's in charge of the money office, not with Shuntian Prefecture, and he doesn't handle catching thieves. Shunzi, I think everything's fine now. I'm going home first. Soon it would be time for dinner. After dinner, she would do some work, and Xiao Yan would go home. Sit down. Zhang Heyao scolded her. Are you going out to get yourself killed? Every day, you do things without thinking. If I thought things through, I wouldn't have been fooled by you for so many years, Lu Qinyang said, trying not to mention it, but she couldn't stand Zhang Heyao's attitude toward her. Every time Zhang Heyao looked at her, she felt like she was a foolish pig who hadn't learned anything. When Shunzi brought money home for Grandma, I should have realized, who would be so kind to give her so much money? I should have known that Shunzi might be fine, and so would I. And then, knowing that, what can you do to help me? Zhang Heyao sneered. Help you? You have a big face. Seeing them argue again, Sun Shun quickly stepped in to mediate. Sir, if you care about Qinyang, just say a few words to her. It might prevent her from misunderstanding you all the time. Qinyang, you should also say less. The master is busy with official duties, but I heard you have something to say, so you hurried over. It's not easy for the master to come out. Saw Mingjin was too clever and too strong-willed. I don't need him to care about me, Lu Qinyang said. We've already broken up, in black and white. I don't need him sneaking around behind his woman to see me. What's wrong? Do I have anything to hide? Looking at Zhang Heyao's outfit, she knew he had come secretly. People say, marrying a needle is difficult, and isn't it the same for a secret visit? She wondered if Zhang Heyao's brain had been kicked by a donkey. He was capable, yet he still wanted to be a sycophant. Ignore her, Zhang Heyao told Sun Shun. Tell someone to go call Cheng Juan for me. Just say I want to see him, and I'm waiting here for him. Yes, sir, Sun Shun replied, and went to do as told. When Lu Qinyang heard the name Cheng Juan, her face visibly stiffened. Zhang Heyao keenly noticed her change and said with a half-smile, So you know him? Lu Qinyang turned her face away. I don't know him. She was quite foolish. But how did the older girl teach the younger girl to say, Close to a pig, you turn red. Close to ink, you turn black. This saying is easy to understand. Get too close to a pig and you'll turn red like one. Get too close to ink and you'll turn dark. She sleeps on the same bed with the reckless general every day. Could she not have caught any aura of fairy grace? Now she understands Zhang Heyao's malicious intentions. Cheng Juan humiliated Xiao Yan, and the story of Xiao Yan dancing with a sword hasn't faded yet. It has already spread. Of course, the spread is probably limited to the dock area. But Zhang Heyao sent people to watch, so he must have heard about it too. He quickly found Cheng Juan about the matter at the dock. But when he mentioned Cheng Juan, his commanding tone was just for show. He wanted to tell himself, See, your husband is treated like a dog, but in front of me, he's just a dog that comes when called. Zhang Heyao, oh Zhang Heyao, some things I used to think you were my brother. Good in every way, with eyes like they were covered in white ash. But now, looking back, isn't your personality from childhood just this kind of aggressive, sulky, and sneaky? Lu Qinyang used to think that Arya's sharp personality was a bit like him, and she even thought they weren't from the same family, not even related. Now, she thinks, bah, what a disgrace to her Arya. Zhang Heyao has been stepped on before, so now he knows how to hurt others most painfully. He's been soaked in rain himself, so he wants to tear others' umbrellas apart. That's just disgusting. It doesn't matter. She's naive and doesn't know. She can't understand or see clearly, so just keep acting. Sun Shun helped and cared for Lu Qinyang, and she appreciated and remembered it. But Zhang Heyao's so-called care makes her feel sick. Lu Qinyang thinks if she hadn't married Xiao Yan, Zhang Heyao probably would have thrown her away like a rag. But now he clings on, just to prove he's better than Xiao Yan. Haha, isn't that just guilt? If you can't compare, then you can't compare. Even a monkey wearing a hat is still a monkey. Even if Xiao Yan loses his official position, he's still 180 times better than you. Cheng Jiuan received a summons and hurriedly came, bowing and kowtowing in front of Zhang Heyao, showing extreme humility. Lu Qinyang saw Cheng Jiuan for the first time. It turned out Cheng Jiuan was just a chubby, dark-skinned man. The funny part was, this local bully was wearing a scholar's green robe, with a big round belly almost bursting out of his robe, looking very comical. And such a person, bullying Xiao Yan? Lu Qinyang wanted to go and bite him. My woman, Zhang Heyao pointed at Lu Qinyang, his face cold. Today she almost got stabbed. Find the two assailants for me. Who is your woman? Lu Qinyang jumped 3 feet high. Actually, from the moment he entered, he noticed there was a woman with her nose pointed upward. This woman, upon closer look, had pretty features, but she was a bit plump. Nowadays, many officials prefer slim waists, so this aesthetic trend has swept through the capital. A small waist, just enough to hold in one hand, is now the popular look. This woman wasn't exactly fat, but she was a little too sturdy. Who was suppressing whom? There was no romantic or flirtatious feeling. It was like being thrown onto a fighting arena, ready to battle a man. Unexpectedly, Zhang Heyao said she was his woman. Indeed, his taste was unusual. What surprised him even more was that this woman dared to jump up and point at Zhang Heyao's nose, scolding him. "Shut up," she said. "Your woman is the princess. Don't pull me around. I'm not done living yet." Zhang Heyao was also afraid of the princess and had to drag himself along to be buried with her. Oh no. Even if the princess, that wicked woman, was angry, she couldn't kill her husband. In the end, she could only kill herself, and she would be buried alone. Cheng Jiuan lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Zhang Heyao was not angry and said to Cheng Jiuan, "Go now. I'll wait here. When you find out and catch the person, I'll leave." Realizing how serious the matter was, Cheng Jiuan immediately cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Lord Zhang. I'll handle it right away." Messing around in such a dangerous place, he was just asking for trouble. Zhang Heyao then said to Sun Shun, "Bring me a copy of the official gazette." Sun Shun hesitated and said, "Sir, I don't have the gazette here. The official gazette is an official report that introduces important news from the court. Although it's not very timely, it's an important window to understand court movements." "I told you before, I want to see the gazette and think carefully," Zhang Heyao said. Sun Shun smiled bitterly and said, "I want to buy it, but I can never get one. They release so few copies, and they're always sold out." "Then I'll find a book myself." Zhang Heyao stood up, flipped through the bookshelf, and found a book. Lu Qinyang glanced at it. She recognized it. She was learning from it. It was 300 poems, mainly used to recognize characters. The feelings and passions in it she couldn't understand yet. Some of it was quite shameless, but Xiao Yan kept teaching her over and over. Listening to him, she felt embarrassed. What about the gentle and virtuous lady, a good match for a gentleman? Isn't that shameless? Without intermediaries or formal matchmaking, she just asked for a girl directly. But Xiao Yan said it was very good. Lu Qinyang thought, "What's so good about it?" But she didn't dare ask. She easily understood the phrase mice do not eat my millet. Mice, she hated them deeply. Lu Qinyang, feeling bored, snacked on some treats, drank tea, and ate until she was full, skipping dinner. By the time Cheng Jiwan returned to report, it was already evening. He was capable and managed to catch both people. Seeing the two and kneeling on the ground, Zhang Heyao remained calm and only asked Cheng Jiwan what happened.
Tell me.
It was a misunderstanding, a huge one, Cheng Jiwan said with a big smile. You see how this all started. It turned out that when Lu Qinyang was delivering goods at the dock, she casually mentioned that a certain ship was taking on too much water. She didn't think much of it, but the listener was suspicious, especially since he was a thief with guilty conscience. That ship was mostly carrying illegal salt. The ship's captain suspected Lu Qinyang was an official spy and sent someone to follow her. Coincidentally, Lu Qinyang also entered the customs office. Salt smugglers are dangerous criminals, and they wanted to revenge by killing Lu Qinyang to warn others not to interfere. After hearing the full story, Lu Qinyang was so angry she wanted to slap her thigh. Who would have thought? Just because she looked at the crowd a little longer, she was suddenly in danger of being killed. If she had known, she wouldn't have looked or asked. It was so frustrating. Cheng Jiwan pleaded again. Master Zhang, they didn't get what they wanted. How about making them pay some money? Zhang Heyao asked, whose people are they? Cheng Jiwan immediately understood and pointed to the sky. Shang. Lu Qinyang didn't understand. She asked, what do you mean?
What are you talking about?
But Zhang Heyao clearly understood. They are willing to pay 1,000 taels of silver and promise they won't do it again. These two will be in your hands. Cheng Jiwan bowed humbly, giving a very respectful attitude. Zhang Heyao looked at Lu Qinyang and asked, what do you think? Lu Qinyang asked, what are you talking about? That's not your concern. Here's 1,000 taels of silver to calm you down. As for these two, you can handle them as you see fit. Lu Qinyang said, I don't want the money. I'm not an official. How should I handle this? Send them to the authorities and let them decide. Zhang Heyao gave Sun Shun a look, and Sun Shun immediately ordered someone to take the two attackers away. Go now, and thank you for today, Zhang Heyao said to Cheng Jiwan. Cheng Jiwan nodded politely. No need to thank me, Lord Zhang. He respectfully placed the silver note on the corner of the table, then bowed to Lu Qinyang and left. Lu Qinyang stood up and said, all right, everything is clear now. I should go home. You shouldn't go alone. It's unsafe, Zhang Heyao replied. I've already arranged for someone to notify your husband, who is serving his sentence, to come pick you up. Also, don't look or speak carelessly in the future. I can't always arrive in time to save you. I knew it, you have bad intentions. Lu Qinyang scolded. So, you just want to prove you're better than Xiao Yan. Let me tell you, Zhang Heyao, life isn't always smooth sailing. You will have bad days, and Xiao Yan will have good days. Don't think that just because you look respectable now, you can look down on him. To me, you're just a mean and shameless person, while Xiao Yan is an honest and noble man. Qinyang, Xiao Yan's voice came from outside, gentle and full of affection. It's time to go home. He had been there for a while. Actually, Cheng Jiwan had already arrived. But Zhang Heyao was probably waiting for him. A deadly game of mind and heart. But because Lu Qinyang saw through it, only Zhang Heyao truly understood who was being hurt in the end. Xiao Yan, you're here? Lu Qinyang immediately went outside and saw Xiao Yan waiting at the door. The big red lanterns at the checkpoint cast his shadow long and stretched. He smiled, with a cloak draped over his arms. Despite being dusty from a day's work, his demeanor remained calm and noble. Even though it was already late autumn and cold, seeing him made Lu Qinyang feel warm inside. Xiao Yan, let's go home. Lu Qinyang said. I have to tell you, I was really unlucky today. You know how when people are unlucky, even drinking cold water feels like it gets stuck in their teeth? I just looked at something briefly. Xiao Yan helped her put on her cloak, then looked up at Zhang Heyao standing on the steps, smiling slightly, a trace of contempt in his eyes. Zhang Heyao clenched his fists tightly inside his sleeves. She kept quiet, thinking it was better not to get too close to others. She blamed herself for being too talkative and causing so much trouble. But Xiaoyan said, "What you said wasn't wrong. Business people thrive on harmony. You were just thinking that maybe you could succeed in business someday. But those people are guilty and suspicious. It has nothing to do with you. Exposing their illegal salt trade is also a service to the court." Serving the court? Lu Qinyang was immediately happy to hear that. It was Xiaoyan who knew how to comfort people. Even if I know he's just comforting me, doesn't my heart feel warm anyway? Did you get hurt anywhere? Xiaoyan asked again. No, Lu Qinyang said, no longer afraid. She excitedly described the scene at the time and proudly said, Xiaoyan, if I had been a man, could I have become a general? Then she would also fight the enemies. She felt that deep inside, she was a bit passionate. You're not a man, but you can still learn martial arts, Xiaoyan said. I'll teach you. It can strengthen your body and help you protect yourself. Xiaoyan suddenly felt scared. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Lu Qinyang hadn't reacted quickly, or if there hadn't been someone nearby to remind her. Because he cared so much, he didn't even dare to think about the worst possible outcome. Xiaoyan thought that if something happened to her today, he might go crazy, have destructive thoughts, even though he had never been that wild during his hardest times. He was afraid. He realized that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't always be there to protect her. The best way to protect himself was to become stronger. So, even though Xiaoyan was gentle and seemed to be discussing with Lu Qinyang, he had already made up his mind to teach her self-defense skills. He also planned for his 3 daughters to learn as well. Having more skills never hurts. As for whether men liked it or not, that was not his concern. His daughters didn't need to please men. Can I do it? Lu Qinyang asked shyly, hesitating. No, I can't do that, she said. Xiaoyan, stop joking. But I think Sanya is good. When you come back and have free time, just teach her. You can, Xiaoyan said confidently. You're very smart. What am I smart about? I'm so clumsy. I learn everything slowly, Lu Qinyang said. I can do chores well, but if you want me to learn martial arts, I'd be all thumbs. No, I can't do it. Learning slowly doesn't mean you're stupid. It means you're thorough, Xiaoyan said. If you learn slowly, you forget slowly too. When I was in the army, I didn't like those who learned quickly, impatient, and not capable of great things. I like you this way. Is that okay? Maybe not, Lu Qinyang said, but she was already a little tempted, even eager to try. She liked practicing martial arts. Even if she couldn't become a female general, she could enjoy it on her own. Just like singing opera, there was an old master in the Zhou family, a nobleman, who naturally couldn't go into the lower classes. But he would sing at home, happily and contentedly. However, Lu Qinyang still worried that she might be too slow and be laughed at by Xiaoyan and her 3 daughters. She was over 20 years old. Was that too embarrassing? You have great talent. But Xiaoyan paused. But what? Lu Qinyang asked anxiously. However, practicing martial arts is very hard. Forget it. I'm afraid you can't handle the hardship. I can do it. What's so hard about enduring hardship? I'm not afraid of that. Lu Qinyang immediately said. I won't say anything else, but I can definitely endure hardship. That's fine, Xiaoyan replied. Try it early tomorrow morning. If you can't handle it, tell me right away. I won't, don't worry. Lu Qinyang was full of confidence and already started happily imagining the future. Xiaoyan, what weapon do you think I should use? Xiaoyan's lips curled up high. What do you like? I want to use a broad axe. 2 big broad axes. Broad axes? Okay. Actually, Xiaoyan thought Lu Qinyang should use a heavy sword, which suited her better. A broad axe is good for close combat, but if it's quick, it might be at a disadvantage. Also, a broad axe is a bit unconventional. Xiaoyan wasn't very familiar with the power of a broad axe, but since Lu Qinyang mentioned it, he decided to prepare one for her and try it together. If it didn't work, he'd switch to a heavy sword. It was her wish, and if she didn't try, she'd always have regrets. Even if the risk was minimal, or if there was some cost, Xiaoyan was willing to accompany her. Lu Qinyang was excited, but also a little unsure. She told Xiaoyan in advance, if I don't learn well, you can't laugh at me. I'm too old. You won't learn poorly, Xiaoyan said. You are one of the most talented people I've ever seen. Think about it. How many can a blade with their bare hands at such close range? Lu Qinyang was so praised, she started to feel a bit proud. Suddenly, she felt confident and thought, I'm pretty good. She suddenly looked forward to tomorrow. Seeing her happy, Xiaoyan finally relaxed. He was most worried that today's events would leave her with a shadow. On the way home, the journey felt short. They talked and laughed until they reached the house. The three daughters hadn't slept yet. When they saw Lu Qinyang return, they all ran over to hug her. It's okay, it's okay. I'm back now. Have you eaten yet? Waiting for Mom to eat together, the eldest daughter said. You all eat first. I've had enough, Lu Qinyang said. I ate a lot of snacks and drank a lot of tea. I've gained so much. The second daughter asked, Mom, was that Zhang Heyao just shouting thief when he was the one stealing? I think it was mostly his plan, and he was just pretending to be a big shot in front of you. Well, we don't really know, Lu Qinyang said. Let's eat first, don't mention him. It's bad luck. Thinking about Xiaoyan made her feel uncomfortable. Honestly, Zhang Heyao was full of tricks and knew exactly how to provoke Xiaoyan. Suddenly, Lu Qinyang realized that on the way back, she had been joking and laughing and forgot to comfort Xiaoyan. She looked up at Xiaoyan, but their eyes met, and he was smiling at her. Lu Qinyang blushed suddenly, her heart pounding. Oh no. Today she was scared by those two grandsons, and her heart was still racing. She didn't want to eat, but she sat with the four men, helping them serve food. Arya started talking again about the things Sun Shun gave her. Just give the stuff back to him. I think they're all from the same group, and they just want to bully us. What stuff? Xiaoyan paused with his chopsticks and asked. Lu Qinyang explained about Sun Shun giving her things, then said, I didn't want to accept it at first. But then I thought, Sun Shun feels he owes me a favor and probably doesn't want to owe me forever. If I take the stuff, it's settled. I can't refuse, or he might not sleep well, worried I'll ask for too much later. Especially since he's caught between me and Zhang Heyao, it's not easy. Xiaoyan nodded. You're right, accept it. It's not a burden for him. You're thinking well. Sun Shun's feelings for Lu Qinyang were complicated, part sympathy, part worry that she might cause trouble with Zhang Heyao. Overall, he still sided with Zhang Heyao. Lu Qinyang heard this and smiled. Xiaoyan, since you came, I think I can change my name now? Sanya blinked her eyes. Mom, I get it. Are you now called Xiao Lu's wife? People will have to call you from the Xiao family? She had stayed at the Zhou family, where the housekeepers' wives and maids called her that. Lu Qinyang quickly glared at her to hide her blush. What nonsense! Xiaoyan's lips curled into a deep smile as he helped Sanya with a piece of meat. Eat more. If you can talk, talk more. I mean, from now on, I should be called Lu Dui, Lu Qinyang said. Your dad always says to me, you're right, you did well. You're very right. So I guess I should be Lu Dui? Everyone laughed at her. After her laughter, Lu Qinyang announced a major family decision to start practicing martial arts together. Dia nodded in agreement. Sanya was excited, but only Arya was unwilling. Isn't that called a tan? Why, are you very white? Lu Qinyang said. If you meet a reckless person like me, your white family won't bother you? The more attractive you are, the more you need to learn skills to protect yourself. Bandits on the mountain specifically target pretty girls. Arya said, you make it sound so scary. I'll learn, but I need to stay in a shady place. That's fine. Xiaoyan nodded, ending the mother-daughter argument. But let's wait until Dad finishes his work before we start, Dia said. Otherwise, Dad will be too tired. I'm fine, Xiaoyan said. That little work isn't a big deal for me. Riding a donkey on the road isn't necessarily harder than you staying at home. Talking about donkeys, Arya couldn't help but mention to Lu Qinyang, Mom, save some money so I can buy a horse for Dad. Seeing him ride a donkey makes me uncomfortable. You just move your lips and money appears? Lu Qinyang said. Wait until the warehouse collects rent, then we'll see. She also thought it didn't look very proper. That donkey will be kept for your eldest sister as a dowry. Daya's face turned slightly red. Arius said, then I should have one too. You don't need to, Lu Qingyang laughed. You already have a donkey.
Ella was speechless.
Anyway, I can't have less than Daya. You won't be missing a single hair. When working, you should think like that too. At night, lying on the Kong bed, Lu Qingyang found it hard to sleep. She was thinking about what happened during the day. Xiao Yan, are you asleep?
No.
What's wrong? I'm thinking about Zhang Hiyao. You can just say it, I'm listening. Don't pause, don't breathe heavily. His heart has been a little fragile lately. The young girl didn't want to think anymore and started thinking about Zhang Hiyao again. Does she want him dead? You said when you saw Cheng Jiuan and he pointed his finger up, saying up. What does that mean? Why did Zhang Hiyao suddenly look so defeated? He was quite impressive at first, but why did his confidence suddenly drop? Although Zhang Hiyao pretended to be calm, as if he had real skills, Lu Qingyang knew him too well and could easily see his retreat. In the end, sending those two people to the government office. Weren't they just little kids? Who was behind them? It seemed they had backing. Something Zhang Hiyao wouldn't dare to offend. It must be someone above them, Xiao Yan patiently explained to Lu Qingyang. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue is indeed powerful, but he also faces many restrictions. The relationships in the court are complex. No one can hold all the power or dominate everything. But there must be balance and compromise. This is why Xiao Yan does not like court politics. He prefers the Northwest, where true strength is revealed in tough times. Zhang Hiyao started high and has some skills, so he received praise from the emperor and began to stand out. But that's not enough to make him dominant. So, being an official also has its unavoidable difficulties, and the emperor also has his own unavoidable troubles, Lu Qingyang sighed. Yes, but overall, officials are still much better off than common people. Xiao Yan never knew how different the suffering of ordinary people could be, often feeling very sad or hopeless. They did nothing wrong. They worked hard and endured, but often it was hard just to stay alive, let alone live with dignity. Xiao Yan also asked Lu Qingyang about something else. Nyang, the person helping you today is called Shiping. Why have I never heard you mention him before? Lu Qingyang mostly knows men, not many women. But Xiao Yan quickly understood, because she had always acted like a man, supporting the family and working alongside men. Later, she met people from the Zhou family, but now it's hard to see them again. Shiping, he's a thief, Lu Qingyang said. A thief?
Yes.
A few years ago, when I was still at the Zhou family, he stole my purse when I was out shopping, and I was so angry. Did you catch him?
No.
Don't even say I caught him. I didn't even know when he took my things. What happened then? Later, I had no choice but to scold and walk home. I felt sad because I had 5 or 6 coins of silver in my purse, meant to buy a pair of silver earrings for Daya and Arya. They were about to have their birthdays at that time. Lu Qingyang remembered more details. On the way back, she saw a woman holding a child, kneeling in despair in front of a clinic, begging for help. The clinic staff tried to comfort her, saying, "It's not that we don't want to help, but we really can't. You owe so much money, and continuing to come here just wastes more. It's not worth it." People weren't unkind. Everyone tried their best, but heaven was unkind. Lu Qingyang felt heartbroken seeing this. The woman's child looked like a girl, about the same age as Sanya. Lu Qingyang thought about bringing business to Lao Hu again. But it was obvious the family had no money, and Lao Hu would scold her. But she didn't care about the scolding. Saving lives was more important. Just as Lu Qingyang was about to speak, she saw a short man rush over, holding a purse. "I have money now, I have money. Please, save my daughter." That purse is clearly Lu Qingyang's. Isn't it a strange coincidence? Lu Qingyang said to Xiao Yan. "And then you took them to find Dr. Hu?" "Yes, I went." "Did you save the person?" "Yes, I did. Old Hu scolded me a lot." Lu Qingyang said happily, "But Duan Yang is kind, and helped me speak for myself." "Did you get the money back?" Xiao Yan asked with a smile. Lu Qinyang replied, "At that time, I was at the Zhou family's house. I wasn't sick, and I had enough money. Alright, so it was a close call again." But thinking about 2 years later, when a man named Shiping saved Lu Qinyang's life, Xiaoyan felt that, somehow, there really was a kind of fate or justice in the world. Later, what did Shiping do for a living? Xiaoyan asked again. Shiping is short and not very strong, so he couldn't do hard work, Lu Qinyang said. I asked someone at the Zhou family shop to let him work as a clerk. His wife helped in the kitchen. The couple worked hard, but they didn't earn much. Still, they had food and a place to stay. Lu Qinyang paused and sighed again. Xiaoyan, do you know why I've always been grateful to my parents? Xiaoyan knew she was talking about Zhang, Hiyao's parents. Because they gave you a place to live and took care of your food and clothing, rarely scolding or hitting you. It sounds simple, but in reality, many women suffer much worse than Lu Qinyang. Shiping lost his parents when he was young. As a boy, no one wanted to buy him, so he was taken in by beggars. They forced him to beg for money. If he didn't get any, he'd go hungry and be beaten. Some even ended up disabled. Later, they made him steal and rob. Shiping was lucky. When he was in his teens, he saw a girl being followed home. Maybe because that girl had once helped 2 of his friends, Shiping rushed to save her, getting himself badly hurt. Her family was grateful and took him in. Later, he married that girl, and they had a daughter. But their small shop, which was their livelihood, was taken over. His father-in-law and mother-in-law died from grief, and his daughter fell ill. Shiping had no choice but to go back to stealing. Do you think he didn't want to live a good life? Shiping would rather forget the past, but he couldn't, Lu Qinyang said. Sometimes I wonder, is it really because we aren't trying hard enough? No, they already tried very hard. The problem isn't them. It's this world that gives them no way out. She and Shiping have good fortune, passing through one calamity after another. Now they are relatively stable, but she doesn't know when fate's harsh will strike again. They live hard and numb, praying not to offend the powerful, not to fall ill, and to avoid natural disasters and accidents. Life is so difficult. I used to never dare to think about the past, Lu Qinyang said, because it was too painful. Now I feel better. In the end, it's because I have a few coins in my pocket that gives me confidence. Xiaoyan, having money is really wonderful. So, she works hard to earn money and save every coin. Yes, things will get better and better. He wants to give her lots of money and lots of love. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Zhang Heyao finished dealing with Song Mingjin and then lay on the bed, resting his hand on her shoulder, letting her lean into his arms. Song Mingjin, acting delicate, leaned on him and talked about her daughter Song Qinghuan changing her husband and raising the maidservant. Zhang Heyao listened but didn't really absorb her words. They just went in one ear and out the other. He knew very well what was bothering Song Mingjin, the fact that her daughter was spoiled, but she still couldn't help blaming the maidservants and the wet nurses. The unlucky ones were her mother and daughter. Zhang Heyao was thinking about what Sun Shun told him today. Sun Shun advised him to forget it, saying that Lu Qinyang and Xiaoyan loved each other, and he and Song Mingjin also shared a deep bond. Why not let go and let them be happy?
Haha.
What feelings did he and Song Mingjin really have? They only used each other and kept their guard up. To Song Mingjin, he was a useful, someone she could trust, who was capable of understanding her. He was the best person to meet all her needs. For him, Song Mingjin was enough to compensate for his disadvantages and background, so he could accept her. He was not doing well. Lu Qinyang could wait 2 more years for him, so why did she insist on being unfaithful and get involved with Xiaoyan? He wouldn't give up. He told Sun Shun, "You don't need to feel caught between me and her. My feelings for her are only good. If you want to do good things for her, just go ahead, except for her being with another man. Shunzi, I want not just her body, but her heart. Ruthless and shameless. He despises that." He also didn't like her figure. What he yearned for was simply her heart. He admits he has lost it now, but he will find her heart again. Shunzi, Do you think Xiao Yan will stay with her forever? It's probably just a temporary solution. Will Xiao Yan later marry a simple, rustic woman? I doubt it. By then, he will support Lu Qinyang and make her see that, even if she is disliked, he will never abandon her. They grew up together and are the best match for each other. They will stay loyal and never part. Sun Shun lowered his head and said nothing more. Zhang Heyao didn't care what others thought or said. He always knew what he wanted, and as long as he desired it, he would fight for it. One day, he would become a high-ranking official and marry Lu Qinyang. Now he also knew that only by winning her heart could he trust her with his future and focus on his career. Other women either couldn't handle responsibilities or were too calculating. Lu Qinyang, who planned everything for him wholeheartedly and had a nearly laughable kind of kindness and persistence, was the right choice he shouldn't miss. Even if he could do it all over again, he would still choose Song Mingjin first. But probably, he would have excluded Xiao Yan early on. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. A few days later, Xiao Yan and Yun Ting's work was finally finished. Yun Ting had become much thinner and darker, but also stronger, eating eagerly at mealtime. Arya teased him, "You're so dark now. You'll need lots of pearl powder to lighten your skin." "You don't understand. This is masculine beauty," Yun Ting said, biting into a soaked flour roll and eating braised pork with green beans, smelling delicious. "Zhao Zhao, I just want to eat your cooking." Dia smiled. "Go ahead, there's more in the pot." "There's more, isn't it for Dad?"
Er was unhappy.
"You're a glutton." Yun Ting ignored her and ate hungrily, starving. "Big sister, where did Dad go?" Arya asked again. "He came back, washed up, changed clothes, and then disappeared? He's probably gone to pick up Mom." Today, Lu Qinyang took third sister to a wedding feast at Tunghua Lane Old Street and said she'd be back later. Dad didn't ask which family it was. How did he go to pick her up? Did Mom tell him before? Maybe. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?"
Er asked crisply.
"Jiang Xian from the Black Armor Army, here to visit young Master Xiao," came the reply.
Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian.
Yun Ting jumped up to open the door. "I've missed you so much." "Ya?" and Arya both felt a bit speechless. It seemed Yun Ting especially liked the Black Armor Army. But with his talent, even now, he couldn't join. Soon, Yun Ting brought Jiang Xian inside. Jiang Xian is tall, with a tough-looking face, slightly dark skin, and a scar between his eyebrows. He's not unattractive. In fact, the scar adds a bit of masculinity. He has a strong build, with muscles that are visible even in casual clothes, giving him an imposing presence. Dia and Dia are both grown young women. When they see a male visitor at home, they feel a bit uncomfortable. "Yun Ting, you should take good care of the guest." "Dia and I are going to sew in our room," said the second girl.
Got it, got it.
"Hurry up and go." "Don't disturb me and Jiang Xian catching up," he replied. But Jiang Xian looked at Dia. This girl was clearly young, about 14 or 15, with a gentle demeanor. Her face showed some determination, and she carried herself confidently and gracefully. She seemed quite admirable. Dia seemed to notice his gaze, lowered her eyes, and looked at his hand holding a sword. She didn't stay long, then turned and left the room. Only then did Jiang Xian look away. This was the eldest daughter that the Lord had mentioned. He had thought the Lord was exaggerating, but she was indeed impressive, just a bit young. It was a silent mutual assessment. Jiang Xian knew, and Dia also knew, that only Xiao Yan knew about this at home. Yun Ting kept chattering to Jiang Xian, "How have you been lately? I heard you recruited some new people. I think I can do that too. Next year I'll go too. Don't give me any special treatment. I can handle it myself." He was full of energy now. He dared to challenge the stars and the moon, capable of making dragons rise from the sea. "Jiang Xian, if I get you special treatment, you probably won't even be able to get in crawling or not." "Third young master, be more calm." Everyone was wary of this young man. He was useless at everything and always caused trouble. "You underestimate me. Just wait. I'll surprise you. After a few days apart, you'll see I've changed. Just wait, I'll blind you with my skills," Yun Ting said confidently. By the way, are you here to see Xiaoyan?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Xiaoyan has gone out. I'll wait for him. All right, I'll keep you company for a bit. Jiang Xian thought to himself, I don't really need you to keep me company. Just stay quiet. When you brought the Black Armor Army here to help us get rid of the mice a few days ago, you looked so impressive. Jiang Xian whispered, Have you been living here long? Not long, just 2 or 3 months, Yunting replied.
Why?
Do you want to move in too? Sure, we can share a room. Jiang Xian. I heard there are 3 young ladies at home. Would it be convenient for you to stay here?
Jiang Xian asked. What's inconvenient about it?
Zhao Zhao cooks so well. And Zhuo, Yunting. Daya's voice suddenly sounded from the next room, sounding a bit mischievous. Originally, Yunting was so excited that her voice was too loud, and the neighbors could hear clearly. Zhuo is even better now. Yunting shouted to the neighbor, really amazing. There was no response from the neighbor. Yunting put her hand to her lips and lowered her voice, Little Pepper, don't dare offend. Third sister is still young, a bit childish, always playing football, sunburned and black, like a coal. By the way, have you eaten? I was so busy talking to you that I only ate half of my meal. No, I haven't eaten. Then let's eat together. Come on, let's eat together. Yunting pulled Jiang Xian to sit down. Wait a moment, I'll go to the kitchen and serve some more. Today, we have braised pork ribs. Jiang Xian and Yunting ate together. He tasted Daya's cooking. Simple home cooking, but very memorable. After finishing the meal, Lu Qi's mother returned. She heard Jiang Xian was here and warmly said, Come sit, sit. Daya, make some tea, and bring it here. People say that a mother-in-law's opinion of her son-in-law gets better over time, and today she finally understood. Jiang Xian looks like a good man, straightforward, energetic, with a proper appearance. Her eldest daughter should find a man like this, her ideal son-in-law. Jiang Xian felt a bit shy because of her. When Dia came up to serve tea, he took it with both hands and quietly said, Thank you, miss. Dia smiled gently, stepped back 2 steps, and said, You're welcome, sir. Suddenly, Jiang Xian felt even more shy than Dia. Where's your father? Lu Qi's mother asked Dia. I haven't seen your father? My father said he had something to do outside and would come back later. Dia replied softly. Mom, are you drunk? I prepared some sobering tea for you. No, I haven't drunk. Today, when my husband came back, I didn't drink because I had an excuse. Luckily, she hadn't drunk. Otherwise, with her drinking capacity, she might be drunk now and unable to see her future eldest son-in-law clearly. Everything looked good, front, back, top, bottom, everywhere was fine. Just a bit older. But that's okay. Only 7 or 8 years older. Being a bit older means she can be more caring. Jiang Xian felt very embarrassed under Lu Qi's mother's gaze. Because she might have overlooked that Jiang Xian, who was close to his age. Could he really become her mother-in-law? But it's not a big deal. For example, his aunt passed away, and his uncle remarried someone younger than him. He still respectfully called her aunt, even though she was younger. Third sister was happily outside, chatting excitedly with second sister about her banquet today and how she met childhood friends, everyone playing happily. Dia smiled and said, I'll go heat some water for you to wash up. You look like a muddy monkey. I want my older sister to wash my hair, not second sister. Second sister pulled my hair, and it hurts. Good grief. Third sister. Are you still jealous of me? Second sister was angry. Enough, stop fussing. I'll wash her. You still want to help Duan embroider her dowry, right? Go ahead and do that. Remember to get more candles, or it will hurt your eyes. I'm still waiting for you to help me draw a few more patterns. Second sister said. Last time, you helped her draw, and she embroidered it onto her veil. Guess what happened?
What?
She made it so beautiful that her cousin from her aunt's family snatched it away. Her mother said it was fine, but Duan's mother was so angry she cried. Isn't it frustrating how Duan's mother acts? She's too proud to ask for help, but she shouldn't have done that. I'll help her draw another one, and you can persuade her. I told her I'd ask you to make a better one, so her embroidery can surpass her cousin's. Stealing someone's belongings, so shameless. That person really isn't very considerate. It's one thing to take other things, but how could they steal someone's finished embroidery for a dowry? Jiang Xian listened carefully to the sounds outside, feeling happier and more hopeful. He originally thought that the older sister, at this age, still had some childishness, which didn't seem quite right. But when Xiaoyan spoke, he decided to come here. Unexpectedly, the older sister gave him a surprise. Lu Qinyang asked Jiang Xian how many people were in his family. Jiang Xian thought for a moment and said, more than 30. Lu Qinyang. All right, forget about it. Their family is big and powerful. Suddenly, she felt a bit sad. Lu Qinyang began to worry about the family gap and feared that the older sister might suffer in the future. She decided she needed to ask Xiaoyan about it carefully. Xiaoyan was very thoughtful in everything he did. Lu Qinyang was already planning what to give her older sister. It's really hard, but no matter how hard, she wouldn't let the child suffer. At least within her ability, she would give as much as she could. She also wanted to help second sister feel balanced, so she knew that she wouldn't be left out in the future. Oh, if only money could fall from the sky. Lu Qinyang didn't dare to continue talking to Jiang Xian, afraid she might back out first. She muttered, "Why isn't Xiaoyan back yet? There are guests at home, and he's disappeared." Jiang Xian said, "You're being polite. I'm not a guest. Since he's not here, I'll come another day." His purpose for coming today had already been fulfilled. Lu Qinyang quickly called out, older sister, help mother see him off." Yunting said, I'll go. "Oh, Lu Qinyang, why are you pinching me?" Lu Qinyang glared at him. "You don't want to go? Huang is calling you."
Huang, woof woof woof.
Yunting, what are you doing? He didn't understand, but he was used to obeying. In this house, Lu Qinyang makes the decisions. Xiaoyan isn't good enough. Yunting squatted in front of the doghouse and reached out to command Huang. Huang, shake hands. Huang slowly extended his paw and placed it in his hand. These humans are always causing trouble, disturbing the dog's rest. Dia understood immediately and said to Jiang Xian, "General, please." Arya seemed to notice something. After the two left, she quickly leaned close to Lu Qinyang and whispered, Mother, is this the person you want to introduce to my eldest sister?" Lu Qinyang covered her mouth. "Little ancestor, be quiet. Nothing is settled yet. Don't talk nonsense."
Struck free.
"I see a sign now. That Jiang Xian keeps sneaking looks at my eldest sister."
Ha!
"Mother, I like this brother-in-law." "I agree. But next time you find someone for me, I want someone fair-skinned, remember that. Aren't you embarrassed?" Lu Qinyang reached out and tapped her forehead. "Are you embarrassed?"
Yunting mockete in Lu Qinyang's Tone.
"It doesn't matter if he's dark. I'll send him a box of pearl powder." Isn't it true that you don't like men who use face masks? But I found one just for you." Arya was so angry she kicked him, knocking him into the doghouse. Huang was pressed down by her tail and barked loudly, forgetting to bark to maintain his dignity as a dog. "Lu Qinyang, you two troublemakers, stop fighting." She opened the window and looked outside. "Your eldest sister hasn't come back yet. That's good. It's settled, then." She was happy, but also a little reluctant. The mind of a mother. Actually, at this moment, she suddenly understood why people prefer their obedient and caring daughters, even if they don't like them, rather than sons. Maybe because sons stay close forever, while daughters have to leave home. Lu Qinyang felt sad. But the atmosphere outside was not what she had imagined. Jiang Xian arrived on horseback. He stood beside his horse and straightforwardly said to Dia, "Today, I came to see you." To his surprise, Dia nodded as usual. "I know. I'm quite old now, and my family is urging me. So I won't beat around the bush. I'll be honest, I am satisfied with you. And how about you?" The general speaks directly. "Then I'll be honest too. We're not suitable." "Not suitable? You think I'm too old?" Jiang Xian asked. "Do you still think there is something wrong with me?" He is the straightforward type. In the military, His subordinates call him the cold-faced king of unkind and distant. I plan to tell my father that, the young lady said calmly. But in reality, that's not the case. I refuse the general's kindness for 2 reasons. Go on, Jiang Xian said, growing more impressed by her composure. But being rejected always makes him feel a bit defeated, so he feels uncomfortable now. First, the general probably has doubts about me, but out of respect for my father, he still comes. Jiang Xian's face warmed slightly, but he was honest. Yes, I was worried before. You're a delicate girl. Not sure if you can handle my complicated family and social circles. But now I think you can. The general's worries are understandable. I might not be used to wealth and luxury, which exhausts me. You won't be, she said modestly. You're just being humble.
You don't like me.
The young lady smiled. She actually liked Jiang Xian's honesty. She spoke openly, not hiding her feelings, not making others guess. I don't care whether I like the general or not because from the start, I knew we couldn't be together.
Why?
My father cares too much and thinks anyone I match with is good enough. So, he forgets one basic thing, the Black Armor Army. Jiang Xian looked thoughtful, his gaze deepening as he looked at her. You are my father's most trusted person. When he thought he couldn't survive, he entrusted you with great responsibility, giving you his lifelong efforts. From what I see, you haven't let my father down. You've done well. You command respect, you're capable, and you haven't forgotten my father. But, she continued, if you marry me and become my father's son-in-law, can my father's support and your personal efforts be kept clearly separate? Whether it's you or my father, in the future, when they promote or support you, it won't be as firm. Their relationship could cast doubt on Xiao Yan's authority and Jiang Xian's reputation in the future. A small leak can sink a great ship. The Black Armor Army is the result of years of effort by my father, you, and many others. It's a formidable force, invincible. We must not cause internal trouble. Starting from your marriage to me, we plant the seeds of favoritism. Jiang Xian looked serious and respectful, bowing to her. Miss, your insight is wise. I, Jiang Xian, am ashamed in comparison. Big sister smiled and said, my father treasures his belongings, and the general is very loyal to my father, so you all forgot about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking so boldly in front of the general. I apologize for my rudeness today, and hope the general can forgive me. Please also see that it's not because I think the general is at fault, but from the beginning, I never considered this marriage. She paused and continued, as for not telling my father, it's because I didn't want him to think that I lost a good marriage because of him. My father cares for me, and I am grateful, so I can't forget that. So, I had to let the general down gently. I thought it would be better if I was the one to refuse, for the sake of the general's future. That's why I plan to use age as a reason to decline. Please understand. After hearing Big Sister's words, Jiang Xian felt very respectful and said sincerely, Miss Zhao Zhao will surely find a good match in the future. I, Jiang, am not worthy and cannot compare to her. You flatter me, Big Sister replied gently with a smile. It's dark and the road is slippery. Take care on your way. Jiang Xian still wanted to say more but found no reason to stay. Today, Miss Zhao Zhao truly impressed him and even made him feel a strange, hard-to-express excitement. Goodbye. Jiang Xian turned and mounted his horse, disappearing into the night. Big Sister finally closed the door and went back inside. Lu Qinyang saw her come in and asked Air Sister to go wash the dishes. Air Sister was reluctant. Wasn't Yun Ting supposed to wash the dishes today? Yun Ting replied, let's do it together. Look, if you have any sense, you'll understand that your mother just wants to talk to Zhao Zhao alone. Lu Qinyang thought to herself, I didn't expect Yun Ting to be so perceptive. Air Sister crossed her arms. I stayed just to listen. You girls talk, I'm going to wash the dishes. Yun Ting grumbled as she left. Lu Qinyang looked at Air Sister with some disdain, but didn't stop her. After all, they were childhood friends, and talking about marriage wasn't so embarrassing among sisters. Big Sister, what do you think of Jiang Xian? Lu Qinyang asked eagerly. She was already prepared to sell everything to give big sister a good dowry. Big sister shook her head. Mother, he's not quite suitable. We're a bit too different in age. Only 8 years apart. That's not much. I don't mind being 10 years older than you, Air sister said. Big sister, think about it again. I think Jiang Xian is pretty good. If she weren't too young to marry her older sister, she would be willing. Although Jiang Xian's family might be a bit poorer than the family she dreamed of marrying into, Jiang Xian was handsome. Although she loves money, sometimes she notices some greasy men and realizes she has a bit of a disdain for wealth. When a man is really bad, money doesn't seem so important anymore. In contrast, Jiang Xian can make up for financial shortcomings. Of course, his family is quite well off, so they're actually quite a match. There's no rush, Your Majesty isn't in a hurry. Lu Qinyang pinched Arya, feeling a little disappointed inside. Arya asked big sister, think about it again? General Zhang also thinks I'm too young. He's eager to marry and have children. That's not possible, Lu Qinyang immediately said. You're young. Even if you marry next year, you'll still have to wait 2 or 3 years, and then have children at 17 or 18. That's what Doctor Who said. It's not good to have children too early. Dia nodded. Mother, I'll go tidy up the kitchen. Don't go now. You've just arrived today. Rest well, and don't touch cold water. Give me the dirty clothes, I'll wash them, and Arya will do the dishes. It's okay, I don't feel pain. If it hurts, it'll be too late. Be obedient. Go watch Sanya recite poetry. Recite something proper. Girls and boys, it's easy for girls' minds to get poisoned, which isn't good. Dia couldn't help but smile and nodded. Then it will be you, mother. Lu Qinyang also went to the kitchen, and Arya followed her closely. Mother, don't you like Jiang Xian? Please try to persuade big sister. After this village, there might not be another opportunity. Arya was really anxious. She truly thought Jiang Xian was good. Lu Qinyang sighed. Force melons are not sweet. Forget it. Though she also felt sad. Since it was introduced by Xiao Yan, it meant his character and ability were definitely good. He looked healthy and could eat more, strong, and without any flaws. But her daughter didn't like him. Not tasty without sauce, Arya said. Better than having nothing to eat. Nonsense, isn't your big sister unmarried? Anyway, it's hard to find someone better than Jiang Xian, Arya said. Think about it. If it weren't for my father's face, someone with official status and who is an official himself, would they really marry into our family? Having some advantages without fully benefiting is foolish. Arya thought she should use Xiaoyan's connection to find the best match for her big sister. Big sister is so good. Anyone would be at a loss. With Jiang Xian, she feels they might lose less. Lu Qinyang sighed. Arya, you don't understand. Life is too long. Don't just think about others. Think about yourself. Were your thoughts in the past the same as they are now? Even the best man, you can't guarantee he won't change his heart in the future. If she now forces Dia to marry Jiang Xian, Dia might agree. But I can't promise that Jiang Xian won't become like Zhang Heyao in the future. That's why I can't say those words. Even if I am your mother, I fear that in such big matters, you might blame me later. Everyone has their own path to walk and their own destiny to face. When it comes to my daughter's marriage, my principle is that she should be happy first and she shouldn't marry a bad man now. As for everything else, we can only take one step at a time. Right now, Dia clearly doesn't want to, so forcing her isn't meaningful because no one can guarantee the future will be good. That's such a pity. It's a pity I am still so young. It's okay that you're young, Yunting said while washing the pot, as long as you can endure hardships. I tell you, I saw Jiang Xian kick the poorly trained Black Armor army from one side to the other. Do you know his nickname? The cold-faced king of Second Sister. Honestly, hearing Yunting say that, I really don't want to get married anymore. Although Lu Qinyang feels a bit reluctant, since Dia doesn't want to, she gives up that idea. But this matter needs to be discussed with Xiao Yan. Where has Xiao Yan gone? It's late at night, and he still hasn't come home? Did your father say where he went? Lu Qinyang nudged second sister's waist. No, ask big sister and third sister. In front of my father, They are more confident than I am. This clearly shows some jealousy. Nonsense. Rose water and pearl flowers. Haven't you started those before? Did your father refuse? Lu Qinyang said, your big sister is quiet, and your father is worried she might be upset. So ask her more. And third sister is still young, just going to buy medicine. If you take her, maybe they'll even give her a hawthorn candy to eat. You've been through this since childhood. Who hasn't loved you more? I didn't have a father back then. Now, I still don't think they're unfair to you. That's true. Second sister had nothing more to say. Yinting, do you know? Lu Qinyang asked again. He didn't tell me, Yinting said as he put away the dishes. Don't worry, he's fine wherever he goes. Just then, familiar footsteps sounded outside. Mother, my father's back. Second sister said. Lu Qinyang went out to greet him. Where have you been? Coming back so late? Lu Qinyang saw Xiao Yan dressed in tight black clothes, wearing a straw hat, and felt curious. She joked, you look like you're up to no good, stealing chickens and dogs. Not yet, Xiao Yan smiled, took off his hat, and hung it up. I went to find Cheng Jiwan. I was worried about being seen, so I kept it secret. Why did you look for Cheng Jiwan? I've been doing forced labor for a month, and haven't gone out much. I had some things to discuss with him.
Oh.
So, he was busy with important matters. Lu Qinyang didn't ask more.
Yunting stretched lazily.
I want to sleep in. Don't wake me up tomorrow. During the month of forced labor, he seemed to never get enough sleep. Lu Qinyang then told Xiao Yan, you should rest well at home tomorrow. Xiao Yan nodded. That night, the two finally lay on the Kong bed, ready for a special night talk. Lu Qinyang mentioned that Dia didn't like Jiang Xian.
Xiao Yan, what do you think?
You've done your best, but she just doesn't like him because of his age. Yes, she's a bit older. No chemistry, so she can keep looking. Dia is only 14. It's okay to wait a bit longer. Xiao Yan didn't want Dia to marry outside the family either. This girl could support the family well. He thought maybe he should change his approach, look for someone without parents, talented and capable, who could marry into the family without burden. But Dia was so outstanding that she could only stay behind a man. No matter how he thought about it, it was a regret. Dia made Xiao Yan think that the court should set up a girls' school, giving women a chance to serve in government. She was quick to learn and accepted new ideas easily. Compared to her natural insight, others seemed insignificant. It was a talent that made people jealous but hard to imitate. He thought more about Dia's marriage. He would not rush and would choose carefully. As for Jiang Xian, if he wanted to marry and the matchmaker could get through the door, let him do as he pleased. He really wasn't lucky. Lu Qinyang wanted Xiao Yan to rest well, but Xiao Yan got up early the next day and started teaching the 4 women basic skills. He didn't sleep himself and even pulled Yun Ting's quilt aside. Poor Yun Ting was forced to join the morning exercise, feeling very resentful and silently cursing Xiao Yan in his heart. Doing horse dance was tiring, but no one else complained except Yun Ting. Third sister was especially excited. Since it was their first time learning, they only practiced for about 15 minutes. Then the whole family tidied up, ate, and went to set up their stall. Because practicing martial arts took some time, they arrived at the dock a bit later than usual. What's going on ahead? Lu Qinyang saw from afar that there were several groups of people gathered by the river, making a lively scene. What's going on? She asked curiously. Dia, are you roasting sunflower seeds? Give me the basket, I want to sell sunflower seeds too. Roasting sunflower seeds was a new business she started recently. Isn't this a great opportunity? Sunflower seeds, fresh roasted big sunflower seeds in a cast iron pot, fragrant and delicious. Lu Qinyang carried her basket and loudly called out as she squeezed into the crowd. Xiao Yan quietly followed behind her. Arya was holding a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open and spitting out the shells, saying, Dad is worried, afraid Mom might not understand the accounts. Dia smiled and lowered her head, continuing to arrange the various snacks she brought today on her stall. Yun Ting, without needing anyone to tell her, reached out to help willingly. Zhao Zhao, this is for you. Arya kept watching her parents walk away into the distance. Oh, Dad is really embarrassing. So shy it's almost funny, she said with a mischievous smile. Dia and Yunting looked up and saw Xiao Yan hugging Lu Qinyang, covering her eyes with his hand, pulling her into his arms, and leading her away from the crowd. After they returned, Lu Qinyang was still shaken. It scared me to death. Those people are really something crazy. Even dead people can be seen, and they're not afraid of having nightmares at night. Dead people? What dead people? Arius stretched her neck to look. You're not allowed to look, Lu Qinyang pulled her back. 2 people drowned somehow, floating on the river surface, and no one has pulled them out yet. Probably waiting for their family to arrive and pay to get help. Arius said, they probably drank too much and accidentally fell in. Dia said, forget it, it has nothing to do with us. Let's sell our goods. Mom, you and Dad go buy what we need for tomorrow. No rush, I want to see what's really going on, Lu Qinyang said. It's a bit strange how those 2 died. There used to be accidents at the river, so they added a fence, but how did these 2 fall in? They probably weren't just drunk and fell over. Drunkards do all sorts of things, Arius said. It's not surprising. Just then, Shiping, who had helped Lu Qinyang earlier, squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward her stall. Shiping, you're here too. I didn't see you just now, Lu Qinyang warmly greeted him. Come, take some baskets of seeds back to your sister Qiao. No need, Shiping quickly said. I came today to buy fish at the dock for the shopkeeper, and I saw all this excitement. Qinyang, come on, what are you doing? Talking nonsense? Lu Qinyang laughed. Shiping pulled her aside. Second sister leaned in to listen. Her ears perked up, and her gossiping look made everyone smile. Did you see just now? Those 2 dead men are the same ones who tried to stab you on the street that day. Lu Qinyang's eyes widened instantly. She hadn't seen that just now. Xiao Yan covered her eyes. No way, Lu Qinyang said, a bit doubtful. I clearly said that day we should hand them over to the officials. It's them, believe me, go check if you don't believe. Shiping was in a rush to buy fish, leaving this explosive news behind and hurrying away. Lu Qinyang was left muttering to herself, how could it be them? They are guilty, and the officials will punish them. How could they drown? Yunting looked at Xiao Yan with suspicion. Xiao Yan's face was calm, her eyes steady without a flicker of emotion. Yunting wondered, could he be mistaken? Did Xiao Yan really do it? From Xiao Yan's face, he couldn't tell anything, so he looked at Dia. Dia was busy greeting customers. Here, try some of this. If you like it, come back next time. It didn't seem suspicious. Second sister said, Mother, I understand now.
What?
You told us before that they have someone above them, so Zhang Heyao didn't dare to investigate further, just took these 2 people to the officials? Lu Qinyang often talked to her daughters about family matters, sharing everything she could. She hoped that this ongoing communication would help her daughters stay calm and not panic when facing problems in the future. She might not always be right, but she could review things with her daughters. Her daughters would handle future problems better than she did. That's what I said. What's wrong? The problem is right here. Mother, Zhang Heyao lied to you. He's afraid of the higher-ups, so he killed to cover it up. That's definitely it. Second sister loudly said, then looked at Xiao Yan. Father, am I right? She knew Xiao Yan liked Dia more because she was clever. Now Dia was also clever. Please like me. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously, her gaze full of approval. Zhua, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. All the blame lies with Zhang Heyao. Second sister's face immediately showed a proud smile.
Zhang Heyao is really a bad seed, she said.
Little ancestor. Shut your mouth quickly. Lu Qinyang covered her mouth with her hand, looking around. He's so bad. You better watch what you say in the future. You think that because your surname is Zhang, you're his real family member. Arius struggled free from her hand. Speaking of this, Mother, I want to change my surname. I don't want to share his surname anymore. Lu Qinyang was speechless. Did you think I haven't considered this? Remember, you're not surnamed Zhang Heyao. You are surnamed after my father. She also felt uncomfortable and had thought about changing their surnames. But what should they change to? Is there anything good about the Lu surname? Or is the Xiao surname better? Both families are so disgusting. Is it really okay to keep their surname? So, maybe just keep the surname Zhang. Besides, when they grow up, Arya probably won't recognize her relatives, but Daya and Sanya might still return to their own families. Then they can decide about changing their surnames later. Zhang Hiao has really changed. Lu Qinyang still felt scared. He even dares to kill people. Someone as mean and shameless as him. What can't he do? Mother, look, he's just fooling you, making you owe him favors. Then he kills someone. That's terrible, so terrible, Lu Qinyang said. He kills without blinking. How did he become like this? Arya looked at Xiao Yan and decided to help him again today. Mother, you seem a bit biased. Biased? How am I biased? Lu Qinyang argued.
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about us sisters.
I'm talking about Zhang Hiyao and my father. My father also killed someone, but you don't say anything about him. Zhang Hiyao kills someone and you get so angry. You're biased toward my father. Can they really be compared? Lu Qinyang's face turned red. Zhang Hiyao promised me he would hand the person over to the authorities, but he ended up killing to cover it up. Your father killed a villain, and that was to protect us. No matter who it was, as long as they killed a villain, I would praise them. Mother, you forgot, you have villain blood in you. Arya chuckled. Lu Qinyang touched her nose and suddenly fell silent.
It really seems so.
Well, she stubbornly said, villains are different from villains. Those who come onto our land should be killed. Anyway, I think my father did everything right. Arya stuck out her tongue at her. Lu Qinyang felt embarrassed and wanted to hit her. Arya laughed loudly and ran away. Xiaoyan had a gentle smile on his face. As noon approached and they finished their stall, Daichi came and said he had already arranged the goods and they would set off in a few days. All right, I will deliver the things you ordered tomorrow evening, Lu Qinyang said cheerfully. Daichi agreed. After packing up and returning home, they had lunch. Lu Qinyang told the children to rest, and she and Xiaoyan kneaded dough together. Yun Ting was playing with the little god. Although the little god was tamed by Xiaoyan, most of the time Xiaoyan did not restrict it. What it was like before, it is still like now. Xiaoyan said this helps keep its wild nature. So most of the time, the little god is not at home. Today they finally caught it, and Yun Ting played with it. Be careful. Don't let it peck your hand. It hurts when it pecks. Lu Qinyang warned him with a smile. Just as she was speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Is someone here to place an order? Lu Qinyang brushed some flour off her hand. I'll go open the door. Let Yun Ting go, Xiaoyan said, standing beside her and kneading a big bowl of dough. The dough he kneaded was white and shiny, and the bowl, hands, and surface were all bright. Lu Qinyang praised him, saying he was as good as a skilled mother in this matter. Xiaoyan. He took it as a compliment. Yun Ting went to open the door and, upon seeing the visitor, nearly dropped his eyes in shock. His knees became uncontrollably weak. Sir, why are you here? He stammered. Why are you happy to see Uncle? Old Master Li looked him over from top to bottom. Your father said you've changed a lot. Seeing you now, it's true. Please come in. Yun Ting bowed to let him in.
Cousin is here too.
Please come in, Xiaoyan, Qinyang. Old Master Li is here. Oh, a guest. Lu Qinyang raised her hand and came out smiling. Hello, sir. You look very healthy. Uncle is also here. I hope your leg pain is better now. Is this a young master from the residence? He looks very handsome. The young man behind Old Master Li looked about Yun Ting's age. His eyebrows were like thin blades, cold moon-shaped, with two deep pools for eyes. His eyes naturally drooped at the corners, and a red mole was on his right eyelid. He pursed his lips slightly, showing no emotion. He wore a moon-white straight robe, slim and pale-skinned. The blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible beneath his white skin. This boy seemed a little weak. That was Lu Qinyang's first impression. Yun Ting wasn't as dark as he was now from the sun before, but he carried a youthful spirit. But this young Master Li was much more serious. His son, Old Master Li said, This is my 5th son, named Jia Nu. You have 5 sons? That's wonderful, Lu Qinyang said with a smile. I should call Xiao Yan little uncle too. Xiao Yan had already washed his hands and came out to bow to old Master Li. Sit quickly, Lu Qinyang called everyone to sit down, then called for Dia and Arya. She thought that Dia would help boil water and make tea, while Arya would go call Dr. Hu to come for a follow-up check for old Master Li. Xiao Yan said, Zhao Zhao and Zhua Zhua are both young ladies now. According to the rules, they shouldn't come out to see guests. If you want to find Dr. Hu, let 3rd sister go. Lu Qinyang was momentarily stunned. With their small family, they still need to avoid suspicion? Does that mean she shouldn't call her 2 maids to help set up her stall either? She has become quite accomplished. Now, following Xiao Yan, she can even be linked to avoiding suspicion. Old Master Li said, It's okay, we're family. Where is the eldest daughter? I like the tea she brews. Lu Qinyang thought to herself, no wonder Xiao Yan said there's no need to buy expensive tea. So old Master Li can't tell good from bad. Seeing old Master Li speak, Xiao Yan didn't dare say more. After a moment, the eldest daughter and her 2 sisters came out to greet old Master Li and his son. Old Master Li looked at his son with a meaningful gaze, then glanced at the eldest daughter. Young Master Li followed his gaze and looked at the eldest daughter. She lowered her eyes, her face calm, and said, I'll go brew tea for you. Lu Qinyang went inside to find something, not noticing the subtle exchanges among them. Zhao Zhao, Xiao Yan said in a deep voice, Go invite Dr. Hu. Just say your mother is looking for him. Others might not give Dr. Hu face if he was asked. 2nd sister agreed and went out. After the tea was ready, the eldest daughter said to Xiao Yan, Father, Dai Chi is coming this afternoon to deliver some items. I asked Yun Ting to accompany me to pick up the order. Is that okay? Xiao Yan looked at her with approval. Go ahead. Yun Ting was overjoyed. Good Zhao Zhao, it has to be her to save him from danger. He was so relieved. Lu Qinyang took a pillow out of the house. Yes, it was a strange pillow, about 3 inches wide and less than a foot long. Before old Master Li could ask, she started explaining herself. It's made from sour jujube seeds. I don't know if it works well, but I heard it helps you sleep peacefully. I made one for Xiao Yan and also made one for you. Last time, Dr. Hu said you don't sleep well, which isn't good for your health. Xiao Yan also doesn't sleep well. Why doesn't he sleep well? Old Master Li asked with a smile. I can't quite say. I just sleep when I have the pillow, but whenever I wake up and call him, he's always awake. Whether it works or not, you should try it at home. It's not expensive, just an old folk remedy. Old Master Li looked at her rough fingers with tiny, barely noticeable scratches. Does sour jujube trees hurt people? What does that matter? Lu Qinyang replied. I used to pick them in autumn. I could sell them for money. It's better than catching scorpions. Scorpions sell for a high price, but if you get stung, your hand swells up badly. She happily told Lord Li about her past autumns, when she went to the mountains to pick fruit and find medicinal herbs to earn money. She also recalled how she was so hungry she stole peaches from the landlord's house, was chased by the landlord's fierce dog, lost a shoe, and miraculously found it the next day. These memories, in her words, seemed to filter out the pain, leaving only the fun. Lord Li's gaze fell on the little divine creature. Lu Qinyang saw this and smiled, saying, Little uncle likes the little divine creature. Go take a look. It looks fierce, but it doesn't attack people. Just don't reach out to it. Xiao Yan then took Lord Li to see the little divine creature. Lord Li stood quietly, staring at it in silence. He was so silent that Lu Qinyang thought, why is he so quiet? Where are Big Sister and Yunting? Lu Qinyang asked Xiao Yan. They went to collect orders and buy some vegetables. Old Master is eating at home today, Xiao Yan replied. Oh, all right, I won't go shopping then. Just then, Dr. Hu arrived. Seeing Lord Li, he glared at Lu Qinyang. He called her over to treat others, but she was always so eager. Lu Qinyang hurriedly said, Old Hu, isn't Du Jian supposed to be embroidering her dowry? I bought her a quilt cover. I'll give it to her later. By the way, since you're here today, and Lord Lee is here too, can you check on him again? Doctor Who pointed at her, angry but speechless. Just take a look, please. Doctor Who checked Lord Lee's pulse, and Xiao Yan also came over. But the young Lord Lee was still standing there, watching the little divine creature. Lu Qinyang noticed this and thought to herself, Lord Lee's son doesn't seem very smart. His father is sick, and he doesn't look worried at all. Have you been staying up late again recently? Doctor Who said unhappily, feeling Lord Lee's pulse. I can treat the illness, but I can't change fate. It's all self-made, and you have to suffer for it. If you have something to say it properly, Lu Qinyang muttered, then scolded Lord Lee. He's not obedient again, isn't he? Such a little kid, really, I wasn't wrong. As soon as he's a little better, he starts misbehaving. Nothing is more important than your health. She kept nagging, asking Doctor Who to prescribe more medicine. Doctor Who thought for a moment and left a note, saying, remove cinnabar from the original formula and replace it with 3 qian of yuanji. Hey, old Who, why are you leaving? Stay and eat with us. I wouldn't dare to eat your food. Who knows what chores you'll assign me next? Look at this person. Suddenly, Li Gongzi behind me let out a gasp. What's wrong? Did the little god scratch you? Lu Qinyang immediately went over nervously to check. Seeing Li Gongzi pressing his right hand with his left, she lifted his right hand and said, come, let me see if it's bleeding. She's usually very strong, so Li Gongzi didn't have time to resist or couldn't resist at all, and she lifted his right hand, causing his sleeve to slip down. Why are there so many scratches? Lu Qinyang looked at the wounds on his wrist and said, these are quite deep. Old Who. She was so focused on checking his injury that she didn't notice the flash of nervousness in Li Gongzi's eyes. But Xiao Yan saw it. He also knew that the marks on Li Gongzi's wrist weren't made by the little god, but were cuts. No need, Li Gongzi told Lu Qinyang. I'm fine, no need to bandage it. It will heal quickly. Lu Qinyang still went outside. Li Leoi said, come here, let me take a look. Li Gongzi lowered his hand and showed his wrist to Li Leoi. It's not too bad, Qinyang is too nervous. A moment later, Lu Qinyang returned from outside, holding a small porcelain bottle. Come, I got some ointment for injuries from Old Who. Qinyang, I can do it. Xiao Yan took the bottle from her. You go check if Sanya has run far. Don't let her out of your sight. Little girl, I don't want her to get lost.
Okay.
Lu Qinyang thought to herself, Sanya is just playing at the door. You're trying to distract me, I know. Li Leoi asked Xiao Yan about his work. Xiao Yan answered one by one. Suddenly, Li Leoi changed the subject. I heard the Black Armor Army has also been deployed? Xiao Yan didn't hide it. He explained about the rat problem and told Li Leoi that although the dikes are repaired every year, their quality is worrying, and the riverbed is heavily silted, so regular dredging is necessary. Li Leoi nodded and then asked Li Gongzi, Jia Nu, did you record everything? Li Gongzi nodded. Lu Qinyang, feeling bored, was tearing leaves at the door, thinking to herself, there are so many sons in Li Leoi's family, and why did he name his son Jia Nu? The thoughts of wealthy people are truly hard to understand. After a while, Dia and Yun Ting returned, bringing Dai Chi with them. When Dai Chi saw Lu Qinyang, he smiled and said, Qinyang, you're too kind. Please, let me come and have a meal. Lu Qinyang. When did I invite him to eat? But since everyone is here, even if I invited him by mistake, I should just go along with it. Wouldn't that be less awkward? You're about to leave, right?
Come in.
I'll tell you, today we have elders at home, so we're having a meal together. After sending the person inside, Xiao Yan introduced the situation briefly. Dai Chi looked at Old Master Li's impressive demeanor and dared only sit in the lower seat. In the kitchen, Lu Qinyang whispered to Dia, what did you go to invite him for? Dia lowered her eyes and said, my father asked me to invite him, saying it's to chat with Old Master Li. Maybe he thinks Old Master Li is interested in the transportation matters, just to listen in. It's still your father.
I didn't expect that.
He's really thoughtful. Outside the house, Old Master Li listened to Dai Chi talk about the chaos in transportation, his brows furrowing deeply. Young Masterly stood silently nearby, his gaze serious, lost in thought. Daichi kept talking with old Masterly. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan took the chance to go into the kitchen while changing the tea. He approached Dia and whispered very quietly, "Don't go out today. Stay in the kitchen." "Okay," Dia nodded softly. "I understand, father." During the meal, the dishes were served by second young lady. After eating, Daichi left first. Old Masterly said meaningfully, "Today I've really learned something new. I didn't know there were so many tricks in transportation." I must thank Dia for calling him over to talk. He directly broke the awkward silence. Dia saw him come and, without waiting for instructions, found an excuse to call Daichi over. This girl was truly likable. When her name was called, Dia had to come out of the kitchen, bowing to Old Masterly. "It's just a coincidence." Old Masterly smiled. "You're a kind and talented girl." "Dia, look at my son," he pointed to young Masterly. "Can you see yourself with him?" Since Dia guessed his identity and knew he was the fifth son, she probably understood that she was bringing the crown prince himself. Lu Qinyang was washing dishes in the kitchen, so she didn't hear this. Old Masterly also deliberately avoided her. Xiaoyan stood nearby, his hand clenched inside his sleeve. He was worried that what he feared was happening. Old Masterly didn't wait for Dia to answer and continued, "I don't know much about these transportation messes, but I plan to send him on a trip. Since you care about this matter, why not go with him?" Xiaoyan's face lost some color. The emperor clearly wanted Dia to follow the crown prince without any official status. Indeed, Dia was just a girl from the marketplace, and even the daughter of an official might not have a formal title beside the crown prince. He was mistaken, completely wrong. He only thought that Dia was excellent, and even if she were to be the crown princess, he wouldn't mind. He hadn't thought about the vast difference in status. In the emperor's eyes, as long as she followed the crown prince, it was a great blessing for her. Xiaoyan's mind was racing quickly. Suddenly, he remembered Jiang Xian. He could tell the emperor that the eldest daughter was discussing marriage. No, that's not enough. They need to finalize the marriage. Marrying Jiang Xian is a better choice than being a concubine without a formal title for the crown prince. At this moment, the eldest daughter smiled slightly, calm and confident, and said, "Master, although I am not my father's biological daughter, my parents' marriage is already arranged. I have always admired my father's heroic spirit, so in this life, Xiaoyan is my father, and that will never change." Old Masterly nodded. "My father, though young and impulsive, made a big mistake, but thanks to your kindness, he was spared and kept his life and martial skills. I hope one day he can have another chance to fight for the country. And I also hope that my father, in the future, will be sincere and dedicated, focused only on loyalty," the eldest daughter slowly said. "If I stay with the young master, my father, because of his outsider status, might be suspected or hindered in his career. If he is unsuccessful, he will worry about my situation. In such a dilemma, he can only be caught in the middle, living a moderate life, and probably unable to regain the heroic spirit of the former general." "Did you hear that?" Old Masterly looked at his son and praised. "Although she is young and from a humble background, she has the bearing of someone noble. Eldest daughter, rest assured, I am not narrow-minded. I can accept your father's achievements." Xiaoyan knew that today the emperor was determined to have the eldest daughter. He clenched his teeth and said, "Master, actually, the marriage of the eldest daughter has already been decided." "Oh, which family?" Old Masterly asked. Young Masterly stared intently at Xiaoyan. "It's my former subordinate, now the leader of the Black Armor Army, Jiang Xian." "I see. That's a good match." "Since that's the case, let it be," Old Masterly said. "I didn't expect this young man to be so quick to act." Hearing the emperor agree, Xiaoyan finally relaxed, but he felt his back was already damp without knowing when. After seeing off Old Masterly, the eldest daughter asked Xiaoyan, "Father, what should we do about Jiang Xian?" Jiang Xian was innocent and burdened unfairly. She felt guilty. Moreover, the difficulties she mentioned before with Jiang Xian were real. "It's okay.
I'll talk to him.
I know you don't like him, but for now, it's a temporary measure. I'll think of a way gradually, she said. Good, father, don't worry. I don't think old Master Li is forcing me, she replied. Xiaoyan still looked worried. Dia is clever. Father is worried that His Highness might be upset? Yes, Xiaoyan replied honestly. I can't figure out that person, but I have a feeling he's not easy to deal with.
Take it step by step.
Today, we managed to avoid trouble. Dia comforted Xiaoyan. I'm just an ordinary girl. I won't be remembered by His Highness. This will probably over in a while. Right now, the most important thing is Jiang Xian. I'll go see him tomorrow. Yes, that worries father. No, there's something you said very well. My relationship with your mother is fixed, so you're my daughter. That will never change. Xiaoyan, Lu Qinyang, and their children remain unchanged. Xiaoyan is the forever father of the 3 daughters. Meanwhile, in the carriage returning to the palace, the emperor was talking to the crown prince about today's events. Jianu, do you see it? The marriage proposal between Xiaoyan's eldest girl and Jiang Xian was just an excuse, the emperor said. The crown prince hesitated, then nodded. It seems she doesn't want it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said so much. Do you know why I went along with it? The emperor asked again. Because such matters shouldn't be forced. Xiaoyan is a talented person. It's not worth making him doubt because of this, the crown prince quickly answered. Exactly, the emperor nodded with satisfaction. Remember, even an emperor can't have everything go smoothly. Don't let small issues turn people's hearts cold. That girl is likable, but compared to Xiaoyan, you should have a clear sense of what's more important. Yes, I will remember your teachings, father. Go back and have the imperial doctor rebandage your injury.
Yes.
And I wasn't joking when I asked you to investigate the grain transport. Are you willing to take on this heavy task? I am willing to try. Good, the emperor nodded approvingly. Jianu, ultimately, this world will be in your hands. Go see the rivers and mountains and the hardships of the common people. Don't stay in the palace, blinded by those around you, living in a mirage of peace and prosperity.
Really?
The crown prince nodded. Father is so knowledgeable. It's just that experience makes a good doctor. The emperor glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince was momentarily stunned, then lowered his eyes and unconsciously clasped his hands on his lap. Seeing his nervous expression, the emperor sighed. Jianu, you are my son. If you don't understand something, you can ask me directly. There's no need to worry and think about it secretly. Yes, father, I will remember your teachings. I noticed earlier because I felt that as my son, when I was ill, you served me but didn't look at the prescription. Son is guilty. The crown prince immediately tried to kneel. The emperor stopped him. Now we are just father and son, not ruler and subject. Listen to me. He even stopped using the formal title, Your Majesty. I know you have concerns. You're afraid I might doubt you, so you never ask about my health records. Even today, when that doctor examined my pulse, you turned your back to me. It's not that you don't care about my health, but you're worried I might suspect you, right? Father. The crown prince lowered his head. I've told you many times, this empire will belong to you sooner or later. The emperor felt somewhat powerless. When others ask me about my health, I think they have hidden motives, especially your brothers. But if you could take responsibility now, and I pass the throne to you, what's the harm? The crown prince finally knelt down. Father, I wish for you to live a long life. I only want to serve you faithfully. The emperor was silent. It seemed this was always how it was between father and son. The emperor longed to be closer to his son, to open his heart, but every time he tried, his son treated him like an outsider. It seemed that as emperor, he had no fatherly warmth. With his grown son, he could only suspect. The crown prince was restrained, but not close enough. The emperor envied the closeness of other fathers and sons. Although the crown prince was raised by him, and the previous empress was generous and kind, how could their sons be like this? The emperor forced himself to stop these thoughts, lest his heart become even more heavy. He continued talking about the pillow incident, but you see, I knew it was useless, yet I still accepted it. Because it was her sincere effort. She genuinely thought it was good for me. In the future, when you take over the world, you will understand, some people are like that. Even if they're not the smartest, they are honest and loyal. You must use such people. The son remembers, the crown prince replied. Similarly, some people may have flaws, but if they have real talent and skills, you should recognize their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. The emperor wished he could tear his own brain out and put it directly into his son's head. Yes, father. The emperor silently sighed. Maybe it's because his son is still young. In a few years, with some experience, things will be different. Give him more time to grow up and see his son mature. Meanwhile, Lu Qi's wife saw Xiaoyan wearing a heavy coat and said in surprise, "It's so late. You're still going out? Soon there will be a curfew. I have something to do. You go to sleep first, don't wait for me."
Oh, all right.
Be careful when you return, don't get caught, or you'll be punished. People still walking outside during curfew risk being caught and punished with 20 lashes, which are then administered publicly the next day to increase deterrence. Lu Qi's wife didn't want Xiaoyan to stand out or attract attention. "Yes, don't worry. I'll be careful. You go to sleep first," Xiaoyan said with a smile.
All right.
"Are you riding a donkey?" "No need." Xiaoyan moved quickly and arrived at Jiang Xian's military tent in less than half an hour. "I guess you're inside," Xiaoyan said. "There's something urgent I want to talk to you about." Jiang Xian looked serious and ready. "Your Majesty, please give your orders." "No orders. I just want to ask if I want to marry the eldest daughter to you. Would you be willing?" Jiang Xian was surprised. Hadn't this matter already been settled? Why bring it up again? "Don't think too much. I'm just asking if you're willing or not," Xiaoyan said. "Your Majesty, I am a bit older than her. Is it because you dislike her, or does she dislike you? Be honest." Jiang Xian lowered his head and paused before replying, "Actually, I don't think I am worthy of Lady Zhao Zhao." "Your Majesty, I mean what I say, not just making an excuse." "Then it's not that you dislike her. If she marries you, are you willing?" "Your Majesty." Xiaoyan understood Jiang Xian's attitude and looked a bit calmer. "I won't hide it from you. Today there was an unexpected situation." He explained everything carefully and then said seriously, "Although I told the emperor that you and Zhao Zhao are discussing marriage, there's still room to change this decision." "I haven't decided yet," Jiang Xian said. "You already told the emperor, so this can't be changed now." "I am willing, but I worry about Lady Zhao Zhao. You don't need to rush your answer. Marriage is a serious matter, not a game. If Zhao Zhao truly marries you, I don't want you to say later that you did it just for my sake or out of sympathy. It's okay if you choose not to marry her. I will find a way. But if you do marry her, you must be responsible for her." Jiang Xian looked hesitant. "Then, let's forget it." Xiaoyan patted his shoulder and said, "This matter shouldn't be forced, or it might turn into resentment later." "Not exactly." Jiang Xian looked up at him. "Your Majesty, Miss Zhao Zhao, is she willing?" Xiaoyan confidently replied, "Of course you agree. Then I will ask her if she is willing." "If she is willing but you are not, wouldn't that make her wait in vain?" Jiang Xian.
All right.
He is tough and unbothered, so being rejected doesn't hurt him. "I am willing," Jiang Xian quickly said, "but when did you become so indecisive?" "I just want to ask Miss Zhao Zhao personally, Your Majesty. Do you think that's okay?" Xiaoyan. "Do you think I would interfere and delay your good plans?" Having known each other for many years, Xiaoyan understood their personalities well. At this moment, he could tell Jiang Xian was satisfied with the girl. He was just nervous because he cared. Very good. He is truly one of his people, with good judgment. "I dare not," Jiang Xian said quickly. "But as Your Majesty mentioned, marriage is a serious matter, not a game. I also hope to personally tell Miss Zhao Zhao how I feel. Let's go." Xiaoyan turned and left. Jiang Xian hurried to follow, feeling both excited and anxious. Xiaoyan arranged for Jiang Xian to wait in the kitchen, then knocked on the window of the girl's room. "Father?" the girl whispered. "Yes, Zhao Zhao, come out for a moment." "Okay. Get ready a bit," Xiaoyan added. "Jiang Xian is here." The girl didn't show any surprise and simply responded softly. While she was coming out, Xiaoyan moved to the window of his own room. Lu Qinyang was asleep. Xiao Yan stood there smiling, thinking to himself, living honestly and peacefully, sleeping soundly. What a good Nyang. After a moment, the girl pushed the door open. Father, go ahead. The kitchen door is open. You two can talk, I'll wait here. With his sharp hearing, he could hear everything. He was now carrying important responsibilities and couldn't let the girl's marriage be a mess.
Okay.
The girl went into the kitchen and bowed to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian returned the bow. Miss Zhao Zhao, I've already heard from your majesty. It's my honor to help you. I am very happy about the marriage. Although we are 8 years apart, I am busy and not in a rush to marry. I can wait a few more years for you. Xiao Yan. Such a young man, talking so much right away. How come I never noticed before that you talk so much? Promoting oneself tirelessly. Upon first meeting the young lady, Jiang was immediately impressed by her. However, he always felt that as a martial general, he might have to go to the battlefield someday, so he dared not think too much. Today, he was fortunate enough to have this opportunity, so he asked for permission to introduce himself. Dia smiled and nodded. General, let's sit down and talk. The two sat facing each other at the kitchen table. Dia looked calm and gentle, while Jiang Xian appeared somewhat excited. I am the youngest son in my family, with older brothers and sisters above me, and only a younger sister below. My father is strict, my mother kind and gentle, and my 2 sisters-in-law are also gentle and get along well. My eldest and second brothers both have sons, so carrying on the family line isn't urgent for me. I am now a 3rd-rank marshal general. Although not as high as civil officials, my salary is enough to support my family. I am just an ordinary person, a bit dull and boring. Xiao Yan, you're about to drown in your own saliva, and you call that dull? Men really do have different faces when it comes to courting. So this is the real Jiang Xian, cold and aloof. Honestly, the young lady has captivated me at first sight. Jiang sincerely wishes to marry her. After speaking, he looked at Dia. Zhao Zhao, if you have any concerns or requirements, please tell me. Thank you for not giving up on me, General. I have no worries. But as I mentioned before,
I've already thought about that.
the Lord might not return to the Black Armor Army in the future. If he does come back, I will find another place. After all, both the previous and current commanders are here, and the people below might feel lost. Jiang Xian quickly said, I rely on myself and believe I can make something of myself. Xiao Yan, okay. Why do I feel like I've been stabbed twice? If this had happened a year ago, his right-hand man would have come to tell him that because he was getting married, he wouldn't follow him anymore. He would have beaten him until he was covered in bruises to make him wake up. But people do change. Now, biting his teeth in frustration, he thought it's okay. Marrying Daya requires this kind of vision and decision.
Daya said softly.
Jiang Xian's heart suddenly lifted. But Dia said, in that case, thank you, General. I will follow your arrangements. Jiang Xian was overjoyed and after a moment said, then I will go back and prepare. I will tell my parents to find a matchmaker to propose marriage. Don't worry, General. We have reached an understanding. But marriage is a big matter, and it still depends on our parents' wishes. Why don't you go back first and inform your parents? If they 2 elders agree, then my parents will definitely agree. I will tell them about your situation, and they won't oppose. Jiang Xian said confidently. There's no need to rush to say that. First, let me tell you about myself. My mother's family name is Cui, from the well-known Cui family in the capital, which has a 100-year history.
Daya opel işaret her background.
My background is like this, and I don't want to hide it from you. I only have one request. In the future, your family must not neglect my family. I also promise you that my family will not neglect yours. After hearing this, Jiang Xian sincerely said, a hero doesn't ask about origins. Although this is usually said about men, I think it also applies to you, Zhao Zhao. I will agree to your request without hesitation. My feelings for you are not because of your family background or appearance, but because of your intelligence and insight. Then, everything will be arranged by the general, Dia said with a smile. Jiang Xian took off the wolf tooth bracelet on his wrist. I don't have any other keepsakes. This bracelet was made from the wolf tooth of a lone wolf I hunted myself years ago. I have worn it constantly. If Zhao Zhao doesn't mind, it can be a token of my sincerity. I can decide my marriage. Good, Dia said, reaching out to take it. I look forward to good news from the general. While they were talking, Yunting rubbed his eyes and sleepily came out to relieve himself. Zhao Zhao, you're not asleep yet. Jiang Xian? Yunting held back his urge to. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing here? Zhao Zhao, you two, they're discussing marriage, Xiao Yan said. Yunting was startled and looked carefully, finally seeing the faint outline of Xiao Yan in the darkness. Xiao Yan, you scared me. Talking about marriage, Dia and Jiang Xian?
Yes.
Is it settled? Yunting asked curiously. Almost. Haha, that's great. Jiang Xian, call out uncle, and let's hear it. Yunting laughed loudly. No one paid attention to him. Yunting, is it really true? He held back his, and they held back their words? Who can hold back better? Xiao Yan kicked him towards the outhouse. Jiang Xian, having received confirmation, took his leave. Dia returned to her room to prepare for sleep. Big sister, Second said mischievously, eyes shining brightly. Jiang Xian is here? How did you two decide? Dia couldn't help but smile and touched her forehead. Go to sleep now. Big sister, tell me. Second tugged at her sleeve. I'm really hoping you two will get together. Well, maybe. What is the approximate outcome? It's roughly settled. Big sister lies back in her bed, looking at the ceiling beams, with a faint smile and a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. This fate came so unexpectedly.
Just go with the flow.
It's really happening. Second sister exclaims excitedly. Did you tell him not to take concubines in the future? All those young masters and lords from the Zhou family have many wives and concubines. So annoying. No, I didn't. Big sister says he agreed so he can do it. No matter how life turns out, I will treat him the same way he treats me. Jiang Xian's help today was sincere and warm. She remembers it well and will repay him with loyalty and sincerity. As for the future, who can see what it holds? The next day, Lu Qinyang wakes up to be told that Jiang Xian's family will soon send someone to propose marriage.
What's going on?
Big sister, didn't you say you didn't like his age? Lu Qinyang is confused. After thinking carefully, Big sister says, it's actually okay. My father chose him, so he must be excellent. Lu Qinyang feels like she's missed something. How come after just one sleep, the marriage is decided? Was it settled in a dream? It feels so strange. But besides her, everyone else in the family seems to accept it as normal. Zhang's family quickly sends a matchmaker with a wild goose. Jiang Xian himself went hunting and brought back a wild goose to propose. Lu Qinyang watches the pair of big geese and feels very happy. This shows Jiang Xian's seriousness. Usually, we use ducks instead of geese for weddings. Who really hunts geese? It's clear Jiang Xian is sincere. Second sister says, what's so special about geese? My dad also brought back a pair and raised them. That's different. Your dad did it casually. Jiang Xian specifically hunted the geese for the proposal.
Xiao Yan suddenly feels a bit sad.
The wedding is scheduled for the end of next year, after big sister turns 16, and they will move in together. Jiang Xian is quite old after all. Lu Qinyang then tells big sister not to go to the market anymore and to stay at home to do chores and prepare her dowry. She says it's just over a month more. When winter comes and the canal freezes, the boats stop running, and we can stay home for the winter. Your father and Yun Ting can help now, so you don't need to worry. Big sister smiles and nods. Second sister looks at the wedding gifts from Zhang's family, full of envy. The beautiful fabrics and exquisite jewelry make her wish she could grow up immediately and find a husband. Big sister, in the future, when you marry into the Jiang family, please help me find a good family for marriage. Daughter heir has never been shy about her marriage matters. Who doesn't like money? Some people pretend, while others simply don't bother. Yunting tutade, marry whoever you have a grudge with, and you'll definitely cause trouble for their family. If I am unlucky in marriage, I will marry you. Daughter heir glared at him fiercely, unwilling to show weakness, and said, "You better not provoke me, or I'll secretly cut my father's hair before the new year." Yenting, you're ruthless. Lu Qinyang is satisfied with both the Jiang family and Jiang Xian. The Jiang family's dowry is complete with all kinds of formalities, leaving no room for criticism, showing their seriousness and regard for this marriage. Lu Qinyang feels pleased but also faces a problem. She estimates that the Jiang family's dowry is at least 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, she will give this to daughter Da, but as her own family, she should also add some dowry. But right now, she only has about 300 taels of silver, 200 of which were given by Jiang Yi and cannot be touched. Lu Qinyang thinks she should at least give daughter Da 200 taels as dowry. More is better, but daughter heir and daughter Sen will also need dowry later, and 200 taels already make her hair fall out from worry. But she doesn't dare show this in front of the children. Besides silver, it's best to have 1 or 2 decent dowry items. For example, among the Jiang family's dowry, there was a jade Rui scepter. Lu Qinyang doesn't understand jade, but looking at Xiao Yan's ring, she thinks that jade Rui must be worth several hundred taels of silver. She hopes to give daughter Da such a dowry item that can command respect. But she knows this is just wishful thinking. Still, that's a mother's heart. Another thing she's unsure about is whether she should tell her uncle about daughter Da's marriage plans. Unsure, she plans to ask daughter Da herself. Daughter Da's opinion is the most straightforward. Daughter Da shook her head. Mother, no need. Uncle went to Jiangxi years ago and returned to Beijing a few years ago. Now he's a water department official. If he wanted to find me, he would have come already. Back then, her uncle Cui Jing still cared about his sister and came to find her. Daughter Da was very grateful to him. But I'm not surnamed Cui, and I didn't follow my uncle obediently. We lost contact, and that's that. Her existence is a shame for the Cui family. That's the difference between men and women. If she were a son left outside by the Cui family, she would just be called a lost treasure, and it would be normal for her to be brought back home. But her mother was from the Cui family, and she ran away with someone, giving birth to her. This was a shame that the Cui family refused to acknowledge. Since that is the case, why bother going back and causing trouble? You're right, I was overthinking, Lu Qi's mother said. I was hoping the Cui family was more noble and would treat you well. But if that's not the case, then forget it. Big girl, how do you know your uncle is now some kind of doctor? How did he become a doctor? Not exactly, mother. He's a water officer, responsible for water management, including some transportation and irrigation of fields. Transportation isn't under the Ministry of Revenue? Transportation is complicated, involving the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Revenue. Big girl, how do you know so much? Because I asked my father. I also asked about my uncle's official position. How does he know so much? Lu Qi's mother asked in surprise. Big girl smiled. Mother, my father is very knowledgeable. He remembers everyone from different families, especially those who work in the court. If he's met someone once or seen a place once, he won't forget. I can't do that. That means remembering so many people. I always say, you people are so clever. I can barely remember what I ate last night. These people looked at her as if she were a pig. No, she thought pigs were quite smart, but these people probably thought she was slow. The gap was even bigger. Second girl interrupted and said, Mother, you always tell us that relying on ourselves is better than relying on anyone else. Why are you now thinking of asking the Cui family for help? Mother is doing this for my sake, big girl said. I understand. My point is, it's better to rely on yourself. Instead of asking the Cui family, why not hope that my father can return to being his old general? Lu Qi's mother rolled her eyes. You just keep talking, and your father will become his old general again? Are you the queen mother? No, mother. Why not ask Duqian to help by mentioning it to the emperor? Second girl said. And the emperor is also involved. My father is such a good person. Why has he been so wronged? It's about time it ended. It's not that simple. The emperor probably has his own reasons, big girl said. Lu Qi's mother said, I think the emperor is busy with many things. He probably didn't expect your father's situation. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. We think it's a big deal, but in the emperor's eyes, it might not even matter. The emperor has to handle all the country's major affairs. Thinking that the emperor can do everything just by moving his lips is probably as funny as imagining the emperor working in the fields with a golden mother, but he's the emperor. The emperor is just one person, not three-headed or six-armed, nor does he have super hearing or distant vision. Let's not talk about the emperor. Do you think the master is more powerful or the servants are? Of course, the master is more powerful. Then, if the master is so powerful, why was the fifth young master bullied by mean servants before?
That.
Yaya fell silent. Lu Qinyang said, "We tend to think simply, believing the master is like heaven, and the servants can be scolded or beaten at will. But it's not always like that. Listen to Dai Chi say, the court has rules not to take too much grain from the common people, but some officials still do. Does the emperor want to punish all of them? Your father also doesn't always follow the emperor's orders. Because they are far away, the common people tend to idealize the emperor and people like Xiaoyan. But when they get closer to Xiaoyan, they realize he is just an ordinary person with his own frustrations and pains." Lu Qinyang thought, maybe the emperor is the same way. Lu Qinyang didn't expect Xiaoyan to regain his official position or to give a dowry for Daya's marriage. She was thinking about how to save more money. But winter was coming soon and their business had stopped. What could they do for work? It was really troubling. Also, Jiang Xian kept coming to bring things. Whatever rare items he got, he would bring some as gifts. These were to be returned as gifts. Lu Qinyang thought if nothing else works, she could use what Sun Shun gave her before as a gift for the Jiang family during the new year. But what made her happy was that Jiang Xian and Daya seemed to be growing closer. Daya was making socks and shoes for Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian often brought her little trinkets. They weren't expensive, but they showed thoughtfulness. Especially thinking about Jiang Xian, a tough man with a cold face, buying cute little clay dolls, candied hawthorn or rouge, made her laugh. Second sister and third sister both liked the future brother-in-law. Not because of anything special, but because he paid attention to their preferences and prepared things accordingly. In second sister's words, even the family donkey was benefiting, eating the hay Jiang Xian prepared for his warhorse. Yes, Jiang Xian even noticed when there wasn't enough hay at home and brought some, showing how considerate he was. Yunting was unhappy. Why doesn't he try to please me? Do I matter in this family at all? How could no one care? Second sister said, pulling her fingers, "You're after my parents, my eldest sister, me the third sister, a Huang little god and the donkey. Oh, and a bunch of green-headed ducks, more than 10 chickens and 4 geese behind. Just count your rank." Yun Ting quietly said, "I have to thank that wicked woman from the Zhang family. She poisoned the pigs? Otherwise, I would still be stuck behind them. Stop mentioning those pigs. If my mother hears, she'll sigh again." Arya glared at him. Let's go, to set up our stall." Sigh, I wish I could get engaged soon, then I wouldn't have to show my face selling stuff. She was very anxious. She really wanted to grow up quickly. Marrying a stall owner means you'll be selling for a lifetime. Why are you so mean? Can't you wish me some good things? The two argued as they left the house. Dia couldn't stay idle at home either. She put away the shoes she made for Jiang Xian. She opened her small box of belongings and took out a hairpin from the bottom layer. It was a delicate gold hairpin shaped like a hollow butterfly with intricate craftsmanship. The butterfly looked so real, as if it was about to flap its wings and fly away. Jiang Xian had secretly given it to her. Jiang Xian treated her very well. Dia looked at it for a while, then reached out to open the drawer above, but after thinking, she withdrew her hand. Inside was a keepsake from her uncle, a family heirloom from her mother. She carefully stored the item away, then went to the kitchen to try baking a pancake. Because their business was good, many other stalls selling dried food had appeared nearby. They learned from her family, and now Dia was studying what sold well for others. Today, she decided to try baking pancakes. When Xiaoyan returned, Dia had just finished baking the pancakes, and the aroma was enticing. "Father, you closed up shop so early today?" Dia asked with a smile. Xiao Yan said, not yet. Your mother is watching over Yunting and Arya. What did you make? Baked pancakes. Do you want to try some, father? No, I won't. Zhao Zhao, pick half a basket of pancakes for me, then fill a jar with water. I need it. Okay. Although surprised, Dia quickly prepared as Xiao Yan instructed. Father. Xiao Yan looked at her, then at Yun Ting's clothes hanging in the yard, and suddenly said, change into Yun Ting's clothes, dress like a boy, and come out with me.
Okay.
Dia didn't hesitate, not even asking questions. She changed quickly and came out. Xiao Yan handed her a straw hat hanging on the wall. Put this on, then carry the things, walk a few steps behind me, but don't come too close. I'll call you when we get there. Okay. Dia followed Xiao Yan as he said, walking steadily, standing straight, showing no signs of any unusual feelings. Xiao Yan led her further off the main path, from a noisy crowd to a place where few people could be seen, finally arriving at an abandoned house on the very edge of the dock. Xiao Yan stopped and turned to wave at Dia.
Daya Karyet her belongings formart.
Come inside and talk, Xiao Yan said, carefully observing the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he took the items from her hand and led her into the house. Inside, there were 3 men. It was easy to see that the man in the middle was the leader. He wore a fine cloud-patterned robe, about the same age as Xiao Yan, handsome and dignified, giving an impression of strong eyebrows and bright eyes. Unfortunately, his eyes looked restless and uneasy. The 2 men beside him were likely his attendants or bodyguards. They were strong young men, alert and watchful, reminding Dia of a little divine being. The guards looked somewhat suspicious about Xiao Yan bringing her here. Zhao Zhao, this is Prince Yan, Xiao Yan introduced. Prince, this is my eldest daughter, Zhao Zhao. Xiao Yan, you actually have such a big daughter? You've kept it a secret. Greetings, Prince, Dia said calmly, bowing politely. Although she was internally shocked, she showed no emotion. I am a daughter adopted by my parents. Parents? Xiao Yan, are you married? Prince is far away in Jinling, so I don't know how my father is doing, Dia replied lightly. She was surprised and nervous because the Prince Yan in front of her was the 3rd son of the emperor, the 3rd brother of the crown prince, with his territory in Jinling. A prince without an imperial decree could not enter the capital. Prince Yan's appearance here was suspicious and secretive. Dia guessed that he must have entered the city without permission. Some invite trouble willingly, while others jump into a pit overnight. Things are complicated. That's understandable. Since she's your niece, a proper greeting is in order, Prince Yan said, reaching to remove the white jade pendant at his waist. Xiao Yan stopped him. Prince, it's better not to give away valuables casually. It could cause trouble later. Prince Yan, Jianan, do you still think I shouldn't enter the capital? Do you think you should come here? Xiao Yan asked back. Prince Yan sighed. I know that princes without imperial orders cannot enter the capital. But my father hasn't attended court for a long time, and I'm really worried about his health. I only brought 2 people into the city. Does that not prove my intentions? If he had any bad plans, why would he only bring 2 people and then seemingly walk into a trap? He was just a son worried about his father. He wrote several memorials asking to return to the capital to visit, but all were ignored. So he decided to come himself. Jian, you know me. I have always respected my father emperor and have no other intentions. The father emperor should know this. Big sister stood quietly nearby, listening without interrupting. It turns out father and Prince Yan have a private relationship. Today, father met Prince Yan at the dock as he entered the capital, then brought him here. If it were his own plan, he would probably do the same. Bringing him home is impossible, because if Prince Yan does something foolish and is discovered, the emperor will punish him. If father takes him in, he might also be involved. Even now, trying to hide it from others, it's hard to be sure everything is clear. Father understands the risks but still intervenes, which shows they must have had a close relationship before. Big sister silently analyzed this in her mind, then heard Xiao Yan say, What you think doesn't matter. What matters is what the emperor thinks. The emperor is determined to pass the throne to crown prince. If you the princes show any signs of unrest, he might misunderstand. Moreover, what you're doing is a serious mistake. He's giving the emperor a reason to suspect. Recently, the emperor has been pretending to be weak despite being in good health, hiding the truth, probably to fish for information. And now, a foolish fish like Prince Yen has taken the bait. How is father's health? I just want to see him, and then go back. He probably won't blame me. Xiao Yan, you're overthinking this. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, holding back from slapping him. He couldn't help. Lately, he'd been hitting Yun Ting too easily. Prince Yen is just like he used to be. They both think their parents love them, but people's hearts are often biased. In the emperor's mind, his son is probably only the crown prince. Everyone else is like the princesses brought from their maternal families. And Prince Yen is basically the emperor's enemy's son. Prince Yen spent the first 6 years of his life in the cold palace. His mother, Lady Wang, was the consort who, after the former empress had a miscarriage and was heartbroken, climbed onto the dragon bed. The empress, upon learning this, was even more heartbroken and nearly lost the will to live. The emperor disliked Lady Wang for using tricks, so he banished her to the cold palace. It's even said that after she became pregnant, she was never released. Prince Yen was born and raised in the cold palace. Lady Wang stayed there for 4 years, and when Prince Yen was 3, she died of sadness. Without her care, 3-year-old Prince Yen was bullied by eunuchs and palace maids in the cold palace, treated like a dog. One day, the emperor happened to pass by and heard sounds of scolding inside. He then remembered that he had a 4th son there. If he hadn't seen him, he wouldn't have thought about it. But now that he saw him, the person responsible was no longer present. The emperor looked at his thin and frail son with pity and picked up the Prince of Yen. In the prince's memory, that was their most beautiful first meeting. The emperor was his salvation. This feeling is understandable. After all, among the teachings for princes, heaven, earth, the ruler, parents, and teachers, the emperor represented 2 of these. Women, even mothers, were not considered so important. Besides, didn't his mother also make mistakes back then? After bringing the Prince of Yen out, the emperor probably wanted to make up for him, raising him and the crown prince together, personally teaching them. However, throughout this process, the emperor always reminded the prince to keep his place and to support the crown prince in the future. The Prince of Yan's family name was Liu, with a single character E as his given name, meaning to assist. When he turned 14, the emperor sent him to the northwest to fight in wars. Meanwhile, the 8-year-old crown prince, 6 years younger, was already learning imperial skills from the grand tutor. The Prince of Yen accepted the emperor's arrangements and thought there was no problem with it. So, when he heard that the emperor was gravely ill, he eagerly rushed to the capital to visit, driven by his sincere love for his father. But to Xiao Yan, it seemed like a reckless act. Xiao Yan and the Prince of Yen had fought side by side, sharing brotherly bonds, and the prince was humble, calling him brother. During battles, they worked together with full effort, never using his royal status to pressure others. The prince was honest and straightforward, but perhaps a bit too naive. He also never truly understood the relationship between the emperor and his father. It felt like he meant to dedicate his heart to the bright moon, but the moon shone on the ditch. Your Majesty is fine, Xiao Yan said calmly. You should go back. Really?
Yes.
Xiao Yan didn't even want to say more. You don't want to cause trouble and get your wife and children under house arrest, so hurry back. Zhao, tell the prince if the emperor is truly well. It turned out she was there to help persuade the Prince of Yen. After thinking for a moment, the eldest daughter said, the emperor is fine, but I'm afraid that while it's easy for the prince to come here, it will be difficult to return safely. Xiao Yan nodded.
Yes.
The prince has been away from Jinling for so many days. News must have spread. After returning, find a way to keep it quiet. The most urgent thing is to get back as soon as possible. Did father recognize the prince at the dock? If so, are there others who also saw him? The eldest daughter asked. There is indeed some risk, but is there a better way? Prince Wang is afraid that if he doesn't see the emperor, he won't be able to rest peacefully after returning. Prince Wang nods repeatedly. My niece is right. I just want to see my father, and if he misunderstands, I will kneel before him to explain. Also, His Highness the Crown Prince will help speak for me. The eldest girl continues. Besides, I'm worried that someone with bad intentions might see Prince Wang. Once an arrow is shot, it can't be taken back. Since Prince Wang has already come, he should find a way to meet the emperor. Most importantly, he must ensure the emperor doesn't blame him. Zhao Zhao, do you have any ideas? Xiaoyan asks in a serious tone. I have a thought, but it might not be suitable. It's okay, just tell me. Prince Wang is surprised to see Xiaoyan. Does Xiaoyan trust such a young girl so much? Could it be that he's been bewitched? The eldest girl calmly says, what Prince Wang needs to do now is prove to the emperor that his visit is out of filial piety and that he must come this way. Xiaoyan nods, encouraging her to continue. Today, he decided to bring the eldest girl along on a whim. He secretly thought that she might be able to help. Now it seems, indeed, she can. Meanwhile, Prince Wang is thinking, isn't that obvious? He knows this too. But he's never been a harsh person and can't say such harsh words. He pretends to listen patiently, but inside, he's starting to doubt whether this trip was a mistake. Talking won't help. The emperor has heard many flattery words and no longer believes them, so he needs to see action. Do what? Xiaoyan notices she's a bit hesitant and encourages her. I have a good relationship with Prince Wang. Today, don't see him as a prince, just as an elder. Say whatever comes to mind. Prince Wang won't blame you. In folk tradition, if someone is seriously ill, family members can cut a piece of flesh to treat the illness. Have you and your father ever heard of this? Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly brighten. Prince Wang pauses, then says, young girl, do you mean I should cut a piece of flesh to serve a lord? Yes. This matter is irreplaceable. Only Prince Wang can do it himself. Whether it works or not, whether the emperor believes it is your true heart or not, at least this act will earn praise. Your reputation will be protected. Even if the emperor dislikes Prince Wang and thinks he's scheming, he still needs to silence the rumors. So, this matter can only be quietly let go. Perhaps Emperor Father will also realize my true feelings, the Prince of Yen said excitedly. The eldest daughter lowered her eyes. She didn't think so. Favoritism is a hopeless disease. The emperor stubbornly believes the crown prince is the best, and others are suspicious, even when they breathe. It's sad that the emperor's favoritism is not appreciated. What is not favored is desperately struggled for. Because she lacks love, she tries her best to prove she is worthy of love. It's sad and pitiful. In her life, she will not put herself in such a situation. She will love others as much as they love her. What she cannot get, she will never force. Xiaoyan said, since the prince also thinks this idea is good, think carefully about what to do. But I want to remind you, Prince, that the emperor is first a ruler, then a father. Okay. The Prince of Yen nodded. Jian, today I am grateful to meet you. Otherwise, I might have rashly gone to see the emperor. You are truly a wise daughter. It's a pity you're a girl, otherwise, you could have great achievements in the future. Women are no less capable than men, Xiaoyan said calmly. Zhao Zhao is excellent at everything. I look forward to the day she can have the chance to realize her ambitions like a man. He first exchanged a word with the Prince of Yen, hoping that one day he could mention to the emperor about women taking the imperial exams, and that the prince might help speak up. Xiaoyan hopes for that day. He had little contact with women before and didn't know how wonderful they are. If Lu Qinyang were in the army, with her loyalty, enthusiasm, fairness, and strength, she would surely become a great general under his command. And the eldest daughter is no less clever than his strategists. The second daughter is smart and capable. If she managed supplies and logistics, few could deceive her. The third daughter is talented in martial arts and has leadership qualities. Being a vanguard would make her outstanding. Gender is just a label on them. It cannot hide their brilliance. Restricting women to the backyard has buried many talents. The urgent problem was solved, and the Prince of Yen finally relaxed, then had time to catch up with Xiaoyan. I wrote to the emperor, asking for help for you, but unfortunately, It didn't work. Later, I heard you were bought and I don't know what happened after that. Thank you, Prince. The Prince of Yen did not lie. That's why Xiao Yan risked everything to help him. The Prince of Yen is a kind-hearted person. He truly considers Xiao Yan a friend, so he helped him in his time of need. But the outcome might not be as hoped, because in the Emperor's eyes, he is just a drop of blood on the wall. It's just as well that you didn't see it. Now that you're actively bringing it to me, it's more uncomfortable than ever. So, trying to help in a difficult situation turned into making things worse. While the two of them talked, the young girl stood quietly nearby, calm and gentle, yet strong in character. The two attendants beside the King of Yen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Such a young woman, smart and composed, truly commands respect. A truly excellent woman's appeal to a man is not based on physical attraction. Physical attraction is shallow. Real excellence makes men admire strength beyond gender. You mean, now that you're married and your wife has adopted 3 daughters, you also have 3 daughters?
Yes. All right.
Xiao Yan, you are fortunate, blessed by heaven. Your wife is also kind and brave. But tell me, which family does she come from? The King of Yen thought to himself that such a family could be useful for future connections. Xiao Yan. He didn't want to say she was from the Zhang family, which he found disgusting. Just an ordinary city woman. A city woman raising such daughters is extraordinary. Wait a moment, I need to see the Emperor first. After seeing him, I'll find time to catch up with you. The young girl looked up at Xiao Yan silently, reminding him without words. Xiao Yan responded with a reassuring look and straightforwardly told the King of Yen, "The Emperor knows that we once fought side by side in the northwest. You are a prince, I am a general. We shouldn't get too close. It wouldn't be good for either of us. Since you're back, you'll be under a lot of scrutiny, so it's better we don't meet." The young girl was a bit surprised. Xiao Yan's words were very direct. Perhaps the King of Yen is someone who can listen to honest advice? Indeed, the King of Yen said, "Yes, that's how it is. Let's see how things go. Xiao Yan, no matter what, I want to thank you and your daughter today. I will remember this kindness." The prince replied politely, "You're too kind, Your Highness. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." He carefully parted from the young girl, just as he had come, to avoid attracting attention. After returning, the young girl took the initiative to talk to Xiao Yan about today's events. She looked worried and said, "Father, I'm afraid your plans for restoration might be delayed." Xiao Yan nodded with approval. "I didn't expect you to think of that." "How could I not think of it?" The King of Yen was very attentive, but he increasingly suspected that the King of Yen had other plans. Because the Emperor had already formed an opinion, believing that his other sons, especially those older than the Crown Prince, wanted to take the throne from him. Moreover, a man's love can be all-encompassing, like his affection for the former Empress and the Crown Prince. Similarly, a man's hatred can be all-consuming, affecting even his extended family, such as his wife and the King of Yen himself. Empathy and compassion seem to be innate qualities of women, but not all men possess them. Men tend to focus more on their own feelings, with clear likes and dislikes, and are often selfish. When it comes to being a father, it's hard to say the Emperor is a good one. At least, not towards the King of Yen. Even if the King of Yen leaves the capital safely this time, it will make the Emperor more cautious of him. This caution might lead to old issues being brought up again, like his past friendship with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was the person the Emperor left for the Crown Prince. So now, he thinks the King of Yen might act rashly, and he won't easily let Xiao Yan get involved or gain power. In a way, this is a protection for the Crown Prince, and also for Xiao Yan. The people he cares about shouldn't get caught up in power struggles. Xiao Yan understands all this. But he didn't expect that the eldest daughter could see this too. Zhao, does anyone truly know everything from birth? Maybe, but Dad, I don't, the eldest daughter honestly said. Many principles of how to behave are taught by mother. For example, favoritism, it's not just in the royal family. Isn't it everywhere around us? Children who are favored often become overconfident, but they may also fall into trouble. Those who aren't expected to succeed often work hard just for approval. They might succeed, but inside, they feel a lack that stays with them for life. These lessons were actually taught by Lu Qi's mother. The eldest daughter thought she was just clever enough to apply them. "My mother didn't read books, but she's very wise," she softly said. "If there's any good in us sisters, it's because of what mother taught us." All proper upbringing can be traced back to something. Reading and understanding truth, and life itself, can be refined by those with a keen mind. "Your mother is truly wonderful," Xiaoyan said with a smile whenever he mentioned Lu Qi's mother. "I've never met a woman better than her. People only think that mother has married above her station," he added. "But I know," Xiaoyan sighed with a bitter smile, "I don't matter much to her." Lu Qi's mother never showed any intention of staying with him long term.
Yes.
Big sister said, "I'll be honest with you. My mother has always thought that you two are fake spouses, together just for convenience." "Really?" Actually, Xiaoyan also thought so. But now, hearing big sister speak so frankly, he felt a bit upset, and his tone of voice carried some defiance. It was as if he wanted to prove that Lu Qi's mother still cared for him. "Because I heard from my mother privately," big sister said with a smile. "She thinks you and Miss Jiang are very well matched. She also said that you two are like a perfect couple, young man and young woman, not yet married, yet together. It's just not right." Xiaoyan, "All right, stop talking." He's already feeling down. But big sister was not very understanding today and continued, "However, my mother never meddles in the marriage of the fifth prince. Because she feels that if she doesn't accept his feelings, she shouldn't interfere in his marriage plans. That's avoiding conflicts of interest." Xiaoyan understood. She arranged things for him because she didn't care about him at all, and she didn't even realize she cared about her. "All right, that hurts." He couldn't listen to any more. "Father, time reveals a person's heart," big sister encouraged Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan simply responded with an "hmm." Thanks to big sister's reminder, he realized once again that he was dispensable in Lu Qi's mother's heart. Actually, he had always known this deep down. In their relationship, he was the one who fell in love first, and he had already lost completely willingly. He had thought about it, been troubled, and even tried hard. But Lu Qi's mother was too independent. She was not like most women in the world, who seek something from men, hoping to be tied to them, enjoying status and honor as a wife.
She was not like that.
She was her own monument. Names like Zhang Heyao or the Fifth Prince. Those were just beginnings, not the end. Women often say that men in the world are unfaithful, easily swayed by beauty, with slender waists and charming girls. But that's not always true. Men also value the soul, even if not in high proportion. There are many talented and perceptive men in the world. Xiaoyan's unease never really disappeared. Lu Qi's mother felt she was unworthy of everything, but Xiaoyan thought, "None of you come to compete with me." The matter of King Yen going to the capital to pledge loyalty was like a small episode, and it soon passed. As big sister predicted, the news that King Yen cut ties and pledged loyalty in the capital spread and was praised both inside and outside the court. The emperor neither rewarded nor punished him, only sending him back to Jinling. Coincidentally, the crown prince was heading south to inspect the river transport for the emperor, so the two brothers traveled together. On the day they set out, the dock was sealed off again for a day. A large group of yellow boats is moving steadily on the water, surrounding the most beautiful and luxurious one in the center as they sail southward. Arya and Yunting took Sanya to watch the parade. They didn't dare get too close, only watching from a distant restaurant. They could only do that because Shiping was inside the restaurant. Meanwhile, Lu Qinyang took the free day to help Daya make new bedding for her wedding. She couldn't do embroidery herself, so Daya did that part. "Mother, this fabric is nice. Don't give me all of it. Save some for Arya and Sanya," Daya said.
"How can I do that?"
"This is from Jiang Xian, who secretly gave it to you because he cares. Of course, you should use it all. Otherwise, what am I?" Lu Qinyang smiled. "When did Jiang Xian take a break? I plan to prepare some good food." At first, She was worried because Jiang Xian seemed serious and didn't smile much, making her anxious about how you would get along with him in the future. But since their engagement, she found Jiang Xian to be thoughtful and considerate, always putting Dia first. What's rare is that he speaks very little. Lu Qinyang doesn't like men who talk too much. Talking without doing anything is useless. Smooth talkers are rarely good people. She prefers men who are quiet and hardworking. Jiang Xian made her find him more and more likable. I don't know either. Dia lowered her head, her ears turning red. Last time he came, he said he couldn't keep resting. He was thinking that when winter comes and we close the shop, he would come to talk with my father and go hunting with him. TSK, who knows who he's really going to spend time with? Lu Qinyang laughed loudly. Dia's face turned even redder. Xiaoyan was chopping firewood in the yard, listening to their laughter, and couldn't help but smile. He had become Jiang Xian's father-in-law, which was quite good. Qinyang, Song Yan's voice came from outside. What is he coming for? Xiao Yan's smile faded a little, but he didn't look angry. Thinking that Zhou Xiaorao might have come too, Xiao Yan put down his axe, stood up, and brushed off the wood chips from his clothes, looking ready for anything. Although the talented scholar was charming, he was not bad either. He couldn't let himself fall behind. But it turned out that Song Yan came in alone. He had overthought it. Still, Xiaoyan was polite. Is there something you need? But he was polite to others, while they weren't always polite back. None of your business. Song Yan shot him a fierce glare, and as he walked past, he even shot him a quick look. Thief. Stealing from others. Xiaoyan. He refuses to admit he is a thief. But if he stole from someone, if it was Lu Qinyang, then he can just barely accept that explanation. Now that he has the item, don't worry. Song Yan, Lu Qinyang opens the window warmly. Come in and talk. Why are you here? Didn't you go see the crown prince off? I don't have the mood for that, Song Yan says sadly, pulling out a 50-tael silver note from his sleeve and placing it on the table. Young Master Wu asked me to return this silver note. Oh, and there's this. He takes out another 10 taels. I heard the eldest daughter is engaged. This is what young Master Wu asked me to bring her. He said she can buy whatever she likes, so he won't give her gifts. 50 taels, 60 taels. Lu Qinyang's eyes widen, looking serious. Song Yan, tell me honestly, where did this money come from? Young Master Wu wouldn't have taken money he shouldn't have, right? That's not right. It's not ours, and we can't take a single coin. Young Master Wu is going to do big things in the future, and he can't have any stains on his reputation because of this little silver. People like Sun Shun, who haven't studied, are probably like that for life. Earning small favors, Lu Qinyang doesn't think much about it. But young Master Wu is different. He will do big things. There are so many injustices in the world that need someone like him to stand up for justice. To do big things, you must keep your hands clean, or you'll end up being chased and beaten. You're overthinking it. Young Master Wu isn't that kind of person. Song Yan says with a downcast face. This 50 taels of silver was given by you. He said he doesn't need it anymore. The eldest daughter is preparing for her wedding, and there are many expenses. He asked me to return it quickly. The 10 taels was his salary. Sigh, giving out this 10 taels next month will be tight again. It's time to buy some cotton clothes. How can he not need it? Did the clan leader confiscate the money and then handle the matter? Lu Qinyang exclaims. As expected, being an official makes things easier. The clan leader is also giving face. No, the clan leader didn't handle it. He returned the silver note, Song Yan explains. Really? Didn't you say before that the clan leader took the silver note and promised? Lu Qinyang looks stunned. The wife of the family doesn't usually care about young Master Wu's affairs. When the clan leader brought it up, she was just going along with it, right? But things didn't go as planned. The problem was with the wife of the family. The wife of the family didn't agree, Song Yan mumbles. I thought she really didn't care to scheme against young Master Wu. Turns out, she just didn't see him as important before. Now the fifth young master has made a name for himself. She begins to openly envy him. She refuses to allow the fifth young master to be adopted, insisting instead that her ugly-faced niece be presented to him. Disgusting. These words had been weighing on Song Yan's mind for several days, and now she finally burst out with them all at once. Why is she like this? The fifth young master is a top scholar, and she's doing nothing. Why is she so shameless as to hold him back now? The eldest lady, confident in her wealthy dowry, walks around the estate arrogantly every day. People in the estate, hoping for some benefit, are willing to flatter her. But the fifth young master hasn't gained anything from it. All he gets is 2 taels of silver each month from the estate's officials, and even that is often deducted by mean servants, so little reaches him. The eldest lady might not have directly mistreated the fifth young master, but she turns a blind eye to it all. She hasn't done anything good for him at all. Now she has the nerve to hold on to her son tightly? She just can't stand to see the fifth young master do well. She's so obsessed with filial piety that she wants to crush him. Song Yan almost cried. Why is the fifth young master suffering so much, always drowning in misery? Family bonds are weak, love is unfulfilled, and official life is lonely and harsh. It's so tragic. That's why Song Yan, whenever she mentions Xiao Yan, feels a surge of hatred. Sneaky, thieves taking advantage. Regret. She truly regrets. If she had known, she wouldn't have lent Lu Qinyang money to pay the head tax, letting the court take Xiao Yan back. Back then, she naively thought that the general who broke the enemy lines would never be interested in Lu Qinyang, who weighed over 200 jin. But he actually did? Thinking of this, Song Yan wants to slap herself and give Xiao Yan a good beating. A thief who steals hearts, enters homes uninvited, and is shameless. Lu Qinyang's brows furrowed. You can't do that. Then what can I do? The eldest lady, the wife of the estate, is not acting properly, yet she still claims the title of the fifth young master's mother. He hates her so much he even thinks about stabbing her to death and burying her with her. But if he did that, the fifth young master would have to return home to mourn her for 3 years, and he would lose his official position. Such a hopeless and powerless reality. Tears streamed down Song Yan's face. No, I have to think of a way, Lu Qinyang said. We must find a way to give him a chance to survive. What kind of way can I think of? Song Yan felt hopeless. She used to think simply. She believed that as long as the fifth young master succeeded, he would have a bright future. But now, looking back, how much better is it than before? Why do parents refuse to act properly, forcing their children to be bound for life, to be oppressed like beasts of burden? Is there any justice in that? Song Yan, don't cry. Let me think of a way, Lu Qinyang said. What can you possibly do? This is a family matter. Even the emperor cannot force the main wife to agree to an adoption. The emperor is the emperor. He has to consider how others see him, Lu Qinyang said. Our own affairs, we should handle ourselves without bothering the emperor. Mostly the emperor is too busy to get involved. So, what do you suggest we do? If gentle methods don't work, we have to be tough, Lu Qinyang replied. We need to find the weak spot of the main wife. What's her weak spot? Young Master Lu. Lu Qinyang seemed to think of something, her eyes showing she's weighing the possibility. Young Master Lu Zhou is the main wife's son, a spoiled and carefree young man. But the main wife, relying on her wealthy family, claims her son is just a spoiled child, and the dowry she left him is enough for him to spend for many generations, so no one should interfere. Young Master Lu wastes his time on petty fights and doesn't do proper work. Kidnapping young Master Lu? Song Yan suddenly perked up. Are you thinking of having your husband do the kidnapping? If this works, young Master Wu can escape from his stepmother. If not, Xiao Yan will end up in jail, and young Master Wu can regain Lu Qinyang's favor. Oh, he's such a little genius. Song Yan even considered giving Xiao Yan a good look. Nonsense, Lu Qinyang said coldly to Song Yan. We're not bandits. So, what should we do? Song Yan's plan was foiled, and her shoulders drooped. Here's what, you go back first. I'll discuss with Xiao Yan, find some people, and tomorrow you come again. I'll give you news, Lu Qinyang said. Discuss with Xiao Yan? Does he even hope for young Master Wu to be okay? Song Yen muttered softly. What did you say? Lu Qinyang didn't hear clearly. I said, your husband, is he capable? Song Yen said loudly, deliberately making sure Xiao Yan heard. Yes, definitely capable, Lu Qinyang replied. My husband knows a lot. You go back now, come again tomorrow, and I'll think it over. Is that reliable? Can you tell me first? I can't promise. This is not a sure thing, so I can't say anything for sure. You go back now and take good care of young Master Wu. Can it really work? Song Yen muttered as she left. Of course, when she saw the little thief in the yard, she rolled her eyes at him before leaving. Xiao Yan was indifferent. He thought this was just losers jealous of winners and was happy to accept it all. Lu Qinyang called Xiao Yan over. Come here, I want to ask you something. Xiao Yan knew it was almost time for the drowsy stage. She had to mention the fifth young master again, and she regretted that it was daytime, so she couldn't pretend to sleep. Xiao Yan sat beside the bed, watching the two women busy with the bedding, and suddenly felt a bit sad. Next year at this time, the eldest daughter will be getting married soon. Suddenly, she wondered if it might be better to invite a son-in-law to live with them. Xiao Yan, I want to ask you something. Do you know what the fifth young master does at the Hanlin Academy? Lu Qinyang asked. Xiao Yan thought, here she goes again, bringing up the fifth young master. Creating imperial edicts, literary work, historical records, court discussions, daily lectures, editing books. Since the former emperor, the Hanlin Academy has become more important. Sometimes, the emperor might give them special tasks, and there are many. Lu Qinyang. Good, but she didn't understand the key parts at all. Can you explain it in a way I can understand? Xiao Yan smiled. From what I know, the fifth young master mainly handles imperial edicts now. She further explained in simple words. Lu Qinyang understood. So, it's about the emperor's orders, but given to different people, some for crowning kings or crowning queens, some for noble titles, and others for officials, right? Exactly. After the emperor issues an order, the Hanlin Academy is responsible for writing it. The Hanlin scholars specialize in a style called Tej style. Then, if an imperial edict gets lost, is that a big crime? Lu Qinyang asked. Xiao Yan nodded. And stealing an edict? Is that a death penalty? Lu Qinyang asked again. I only know it's a serious crime, but I'm not sure if it's punishable by death. Because Xiao Yan had never heard of such incidents before. Stealing an edict, after all, doesn't seem useful. Lu Qinyang blinked. All right, I understand. I need to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she put on her shoes and hurried out. Qinyang, it's cold outside. Wear an extra coat, Xiao Yan called, grabbing her cloak and catching up. Where are you going? I'm going to pick up second and third young ladies. Don't worry, I won't steal any edicts, Lu Qinyang joked. Xiao Yan. Lu Qinyang waved her hand. Go back now. I'll be back soon. Xiao Yan stood at the door, watching her hurried departure, feeling a strange sense of role reversal. He felt like a wife seeing her husband off. Just after seeing her off, he was already looking forward to her return. He had heard every word of Song Yan earlier. Now, combining Lu Qinyang's questions, Xiao Yan seemed to understand what she was trying to do. A twinge of sadness rose in his heart. It was clear that the fifth young master held a special place in Lu Qinyang's heart. And then, Lu Qinyang hurriedly went to the tavern. Sanya saw her upstairs, waved vigorously, and shouted loudly, Mother, mother, over here. Come see the yellow boat. These yellow boats are used exclusively in the palace. Just watch, everyone, Lu Qinyang said. She came to find Shiping, not to look at the yellow boats, and it had nothing to do with her. Qinyang, do you need something from me? Shiping approached with a friendly smile. Can we find a quiet place to talk? I have something important to discuss, Lu Qinyang whispered. Shiping nodded, follow me. He took Lu Qinyang to a small room in the backyard used for storing miscellaneous items. Qinyang, what's wrong? Just tell me what's on your mind, Shiping asked. Shiping, Lu Qinyang said, I've heard about your skills before. But I wonder if you can secretly steal things from others. Can you also hide things on people without them noticing? Of course, That's easy, Shiping replied confidently about his special talent. Can you help me with something? Put something on someone else without them knowing. You don't need to worry about the rest. Of course, it's risky. You'll need to disguise yourself so no one recognizes you. We can discuss the details later. I'll pay you 50 taels of silver. This task is indeed very risky. Lu Qinyang's principle has always been to not harm friends. Honestly, if someone offered Shiping 50 taels, he might not agree to get involved. But Shiping would probably agree to help her, so she should pay him. She can't let him risk himself for nothing. Certainly, Dia is about to marry, and she's not wealthy. But that's her own matter. There's no reason to treat friends badly. Indeed, Shiping refused to take money. Qinyang, if you say that, it's like you don't consider me a friend. I can never repay the life-saving kindness you showed my daughter. Not just one thing, even 3 or 5 things. I won't hesitate. If you mention money again, I'll get angry. The money isn't from me, Lu Qinyang said. I can't just refuse to pay. I'm helping a friend. Listen to me first. Zhou Shijia is a spoiled rich kid who loves cockfighting. He often goes to the cockfighting arena to watch and bet on fights. Inside the arena, there's a cockfighting stage, surrounded by seats for spectators and bettors. Zhou Shijia is often there, so she can definitely find him. First, give Shiping the imperial edict that 5th young master is responsible for, then let Shiping secretly place it on Zhou Shijia. I will then go and confront Zhou Shijia, causing the edict to fall from him. Meanwhile, the 5th young master was everywhere looking for the imperial edict, hoping to cause a fuss so everyone would know. At night, Lu Qinyang excitedly told Xiaoyan about her plan. She felt she had finally used her brain. She realized she needed to be with clever people. Shiping agreed to help. Tomorrow, when Song Yan comes, she would ask him to go back and tell the 5th young master her plan. Although losing the edict might not be good for him, it was better than living under the pressure of the main wife. Xiaoyan, do you think there's a better way that won't affect the 5th young master? Qinyang, I don't think that idea will work, Xiaoyan said softly. Why not? Lu Qinyang was a bit excited. She had finally thought of an idea, and even though it was rejected, she didn't feel defeated. But now she couldn't help the 5th young master. Qinyang, you haven't seen an edict, Xiaoyan explained. It's not just a piece of paper you can hold without feeling anything. Lu Qinyang muttered, it's just a few lines of words. Do they have to be so long? I thought about the official seal before, but it's very big. I saw it in a play, so big, placed on the table of the Grand Master of the Blue Sky. It definitely wouldn't work. She thought, an edict is just you're good, you're made empress or consort, a single piece of paper that can seal dozens of wives and concubines. Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. That's indeed very long-winded. He showed her the imperial edict he had received to explain. An imperial decree is divided into Zhao, Ji, Gao, Qi, and Yu. An edict is just one type. It's used to announce to the world, like the emperor issuing orders. The biggest one I've seen was about 3 feet wide and a yard long. Lu Qinyang. All right, poverty really limits her imagination. This was very different from what she had thought. That's it, Lu Qinyang said sadly. My plan won't work anymore. I can't help the 5th young master. She looked anxious and even tried to sit up. But Xiaoyan pressed her down through the quilt.
Qinyang, stay calm.
I might have a way, he said.
Huh.
You have a way? Quickly tell me, Xiaoyan. It has to be you. Xiaoyan said softly, do you think I can do it this time? Of course. You're the best. Xiaoyan chuckled at his own childishness. But honestly, hearing her approval made him happy. Maybe this was the happiness of being naive? You're using the edict for official matters. As you said, it might cause problems for the 5th young master in the future. Losing the official decree is like a military general losing the tiger talisman. Whenever it's brought up, people will criticize, and the higher-ups will think it's a serious failure. All right, I understand. Tell me your idea. Fish talisman, Xiaoyan said. Fisherman? Asking a fisherman for help? Lu Qinyang asked. Let me think about who I know. Not a fisherman, a fish talisman, Xiaoyan smiled. The fish talisman is used to record names, official titles, government offices, and salaries. It's used to enter and exit the palace and verify identity. The most important thing is, the fish talisman from the Hanlon Academy is made of wood, smaller than a palm, very light, and about the weight of a waist accessory. If placed quietly on someone, it's hard to notice during lively events like cockfights. Are you suggesting putting the fifth young master's fish talisman on Zhou Shijia? But stealing a fish talisman, would that be illegal? Like official seals, fish talismans symbolize the status of officials and military officers. Stealing one is a serious crime. But if it's lost, the authorities can replace it. At most, it's a negligence. So, it wouldn't really affect the fifth young master much, and it could also make Zhou Shijia unlucky, Lu Qinyang said excitedly. Exactly. Great, great. Xiao Yan, it has to be you, it really has to be you. Hearing her excited voice, Xiao Yan felt a shameful sense of joy. He loved hearing praise, so he praised more loudly. Tomorrow, when Song Yan comes, I'll talk to him, Lu Qinyang said, already eager. Then we'll need someone to make a fuss, create a scene. The fish talisman of the fifth young master appears on Zhou Shijia. If the fifth young master is willing to let him go, he can avoid reporting to the authorities, and it can be a minor matter. But if the fifth young master insists on punishing him severely, it will be a big problem for Zhou Shijia. Of course, the eldest lady's brother is an official, but what happens in front of everyone can't be hidden from all. By then, even her brother might advise her to let it go. After all, simply adopting the fifth young master could solve this problem without much fuss. Xiao Yan said, places like Jifeng don't have female visitors. If you trust me, I can handle this. Of course I trust you, but it's still a bit troublesome, Lu Qinyang said shyly. She wasn't close to the fifth young master, unlike Xiao Yan. Your matter is my matter. There's no need to be so clear about it, Xiao Yan replied. I'll make arrangements. You should go to sleep quickly. He was used to falling asleep listening to her breathing and didn't like her worrying about other men, tossing and turning. All right, I won't be polite then. Xiao Yan, if you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to ask me. We've agreed that we won't hold back or be polite with each other. All right, I won't hold back, Xiao Yan said with a smile. He wanted to be very straightforward with her. The next day, Song Yan came, and Lu Qinyang shared her plans with her. If young Master Wu is worried, you can ask him to come here. I'll speak with him myself. Tell him not to worry about bothering me. I don't mind the trouble. If this can help him solve the problem this time, then we've helped him. Yes, Nyang. You're truly loyal. Thank you on behalf of young Master Wu. Song Yan said excitedly. Oh, there's no need for such formality between us. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Yan. With just one sentence, Lu Qinyang made both men feel awkward. Song Yan thought. Little thief, don't think you can get away with it. Xiao Yan wondered. So, I can be rude to young Master Wu, but I have to be polite to myself? Thank you, Song Yan said awkwardly, then turned and ran away. That person, Lu Qinyang, spoke up for him. He's young and temperamental, but he has a good heart. You, as an elder, shouldn't hold grudges against him. Don't take it to heart. I won't mind. Young Master Wu, and you're still just children in my eyes. Who says otherwise? I think young Master Wu is just like Dia and Erdaya. You don't know, when I first met him, he was so pitiful. Xiao Yan felt a bit guilty again. Though he intentionally said it that way, Lu Qinyang responded right away. Young Master Wu personally came here. There are some things he needs to confirm himself. He can't let Lu Qinyang risk herself. It's okay, I'll handle it, Xiao Yan said. Even if there are mistakes, I can fix them. Besides, your stepmother wouldn't dare to do anything to me. You don't need to worry. Your sister has been thinking about you, and this is what an older sister and brother-in-law should do. No, Xiao Yan, you don't need to do anything, Lu Qinyang said that night, lying on the bed. She had something on her mind and rarely couldn't fall asleep immediately. She opposed Xiao Yan's plan. I think if you step in, the lady of the house might get carried away and not care whether you used to be a brave general or not. She would definitely make things difficult for you. Lu Qinyang hoped that if Xiaoyan could help while protecting himself, she would be very happy. But she couldn't risk helping young Master Wu, and also involve Xiaoyan. Both sides matter, everyone's flesh and blood. I'm not going to step in, Xiaoyan replied. Lu Qinyang. So, did you lie to fifth young master? I can have someone else speak for me, Xiaoyan said with a smile. Anyway, he enjoyed that Lu Qinyang was thinking of him. Have someone else speak? Jiang Xian? It seemed that besides Jiang Xian, no one else listened to him. In the past, Xiaoyan was seen as a simple soldier, but now he was a bit better, with a soldier under him. And this soldier was even a prospective son-in-law. Yunting, Xiaoyan softly said the two words. Unable to sleep, Yunting was practicing calligraphy under the lamp when he sneezed loudly. It must be Grandma missing him. He felt a little sleepy. But when he opened the window and saw the bright lights in the second sister's room, he clenched his teeth, went to the wooden basin, and washed his face with cold water. The weather was very cold, and the cold water made his teeth chatter, but his sleepiness really lessened. What could make Yunting stay up late and study hard wasn't family honor or Xiaoyan, the strict teacher, but the relentless teasing from second sister. Second sister mocked him for his bad handwriting, saying hers was better since she had just started learning. Some things are intolerable, and others are unbearable. So Yunting started waking up in the middle of the night, rising early, and secretly working hard. Second sister also had her own motivation. Both of them wanted to compare themselves.
Yunting.
Can he do it? Lu Qinyang hesitated. He's probably unreliable. He may be unreliable, but a spoiled brat can handle spoiled brat things, Xiaoyan said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll watch over him.
Even if he can do it, he might not want to.
Besides, it's not good to involve him. He's just eating and drinking at home. He should do something for the family. The next day, Xiaoyan told Yunting about it. Lu Qinyang listened carefully, feeling nervous, worried Yunting would refuse. Unexpectedly, Yunting suddenly became energetic when he heard. Can I slap that grandson? He asked. Xiaoyan nodded. Then I'll go. Yunting rubbed his hands. He had been itching to slap someone for days after being hit for so long, wanting to see what it felt like. That Zhou Shijia was just perfect for it. He rolled his eyes and said, Xiaoyan, you say I can provoke him and fight him, but I might not be able to break that fish charm, right? What do you want to do? Xiaoyan asked, looking at him. How about I practice on you first?
Yunting grinned mischievously.
Okay, Xiaoyan agreed, as long as you can beat me.
Yunting.
Second sister. That's not hard.
Come, I'll show you.
Pretend I'm sixth young master, and I'm you. Hey, why are you running? Come back. I'll teach you. Xiaoyan watched Yunting run around the yard chased by the second girl, unable to hold back his laughter. A few days later, Yunting confidently walked into the chicken betting shop. He greeted the shopkeeper while casually looking around, quietly searching for Zhou Shijia's figure. When he finally saw him, he immediately marveled inwardly. The second girl is truly capable of everything. Yunting had never met Zhou Shijia before. The second girl had drawn a portrait of him. It was so accurate that it looked just like him, his expression, his demeanor, all perfectly captured. Peck at him, peck at him. The atmosphere in the chicken shop was lively. Zhou Shijia, as if injected with chicken blood, stretched his neck to watch the betting ring, blushing with excitement, looking like a fighting rooster. Yunting was not in a hurry. He watched from a nearby spot, pretending to be casual as he threw in a silver coin or two and placed a random bet. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he had never been to such a place because his family kept him strictly controlled. But his spoiled attitude earned him the best treatment here. The shop owner had already taken notice of him and whispered to his assistant, "See that man? Though he's not dressed well, look at his aura, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Let him have a taste of the good life now, and he'll come back often." Yes, don't worry, the assistant replied. Here, even though it was a cockfighting arena, the outcome was not purely based on the chickens. The owner and assistant knew more about the chicken's strength and would guide the customers' bets, making them win or lose intentionally. For example, Yunting was being led by a plant, causing him to change his bet. Yunting thought to himself, so annoying. Go away. Don't bother me. I have important things to do. He didn't care about betting at all. His eyes stayed fixed on Zhou Shijia. When Shiping passed by Zhou Shijia, Yunting looked at him. Shiping nodded slightly at him. Yunting immediately perked up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to go over. Congratulations, sir, you won. The assistant tugged at Yunting's sleeve.
Yunting?
This is even possible? His 1 or 2 silver coins instantly turned into 6. All right, luck is on my side. Nothing can stop it. He watched as Yunting continued to try his luck and was determined to win Zhou Shijia over. Yunting squeezed closer to Zhou Shijia. Zhou Shijia, being pushed around, was naturally unhappy and started cursing. Who's that little brat? Come push away your 6th lord. Who are you calling a brat? Yunting slapped him immediately. Hearing that crisp slap, he felt great. When he kicked again, Yunting thought the feeling was even better. It turns out that Xiaoyan feels very happy every day when he tidies himself up. Today, he also made progress. Zhou Shijia was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. The servants around him didn't have time to intervene. Yunting rushed forward, sat on top of Zhou Shijia, and quickly used his sleeve to cover his face. He then took out the fish talisman from Zhou Shijia's clothes and gave him a good punch. Soon after, Zhou Shijia's servant pulled Yunting away. Zhou Shijia had never suffered such a loss before. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and angrily said, "Fight. Hit him hard. If I die, it's on me."
Bah, what are you?
A dog? Yunting was calm even when grabbed. He spat and cursed. Let me tell you, my grandmother just returned from Qingda. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on me, I'll have my grandmother stand up for me. Your grandmother?
Who is she?
My grandmother is the current Empress Dowager. Do you think she's just anyone? Yunting almost laughed out loud, arms akimbo. At this moment, the servant next to Zhou Shijia guessed Yunting's identity and quietly whispered something in Zhou Shijia's ear. Let me see. What kind of pig are you? Fish talisman? Yunting deliberately shouted loudly. Let me see where you're on duty. Watch me make your uncle you of your official rank. What fish talisman? Zhou Shijia looked confused. Actually, he was starting to feel a bit scared now. His nearby attendants had already loosened their grip on Yunting. Yunting picked up the fish talisman from the ground and read aloud, Hanlin Academy, Zhou Xiaoyao. Good. Kid, you better wait. I'm going to report this. His fish talisman? How could it be on me? Zhou Shijia asked himself in shock. His fish talisman? Kid, you dare to steal a fish talisman and pretend to be an official of the court? Yunting stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Shijia's collar. Come on, let's go to Shantian Mansion. The scene instantly became chaotic. The owner of the chicken shop, who often saw young masters fighting, had never seen such a situation before. He tried to persuade Yunting to stop, but Yunting kept causing trouble, while Zhou Shijia was confused and annoyed. In short, everything turned into a mess. Meanwhile, the 5th young master had already gone to Shantian Mansion himself to report that his fish talisman had been stolen. What followed was as expected. Things unfolded naturally. The matriarch had no choice but to compromise. The 5th young master was successfully adopted into the 4th household of the Zhou family. Initially, Lu Qinyang was worried and asked Xiaoyan, if this gets to the emperor's ears, he might find out that Yunting is causing trouble and helping the 5th young master. Xiaoyan smiled and said, Don't worry. The emperor probably doesn't care about these small matters. Even if he hears about it, do you think he would help the main wife? No, he wouldn't. The emperor also has a sense of right and wrong, but he's constrained by strict rules of propriety and can't speak openly about it. Still, he can turn a blind eye when needed. Lu Qinyang finally felt relieved. The happiest person was probably Yunting. He kept talking about his achievements at home, repeating them over and over, to the point where Huang would cover his ears whenever he saw Yunting come in. Every time Lu Qinyang heard him say, 1 tael of silver becomes 2 taels, she couldn't help but advise him to stop going to such places. I understand, Yunting said. I just want to know, how should I spend 6 taels of silver? That was a huge amount of money. In just over 10 days, it would be the first day of the winter month, and it was also the birthdays of the eldest and second daughters. Yun Ting wanted the second daughter to tell him what gifts she wanted, because both the second daughter and Lu Qinyang had asked for gifts. But the second daughter acted as if she hadn't heard and didn't even lift her eyelids. Yun Ting felt defeated and could only ask himself, "Zhuozhuo, what do you want for your birthday?"
"I want you to shut up," she replied.
Yun Ting, you really are Zhuozhuo. I was even thinking of buying you something. Lu Qinyang sighed. It's already winter month. With winter arriving, the canal froze and most activities at the dock stopped. Their business would be paused for about 3 or 4 months, resuming around March next year. Even the warehouse would be idle for months, as no clients had come to rent space yet. It was truly 4 months of just sitting and waiting. After the new year, time seemed to pass quickly. The eldest daughter would get married by the end of the year. Would they be able to prepare enough dowry? Would her in-laws think she was too poor? Lu Qinyang was already starting to worry. If only she could find a way to get rich during winter. She even thought about breaking ice to make money, but that wouldn't really save much. At most, it would be enough for some snacks, and her family definitely wouldn't agree to that. Xiao Yan understood Lu Qinyang's worries and comforted her. There's always a way when the time comes. During winter, with snow and ice, even birds and beasts stay indoors, so it's not a good time to make money. Once spring arrives, we'll earn money. He told her that after the ice formed, he planned to take the eldest daughter to measure the length and width of the canal and design a dock for boats. If they could get this done, they would have new income next year, and it should be quite a lot. Can this even be figured out? Lu Qinyang seemed to have discovered a new world. I can figure it out. I learned arithmetic. Xiao Yan liked seeing her eyes sparkle as she looked at him with admiration. At these moments, he would feel a sense of pride. Xiao Yan, you say you're good at fighting, and you're also good at writing and arithmetic. No, what are you actually bad at? Just tell me one thing, so I can feel better. His comparisons made everyone feel a bit ashamed to live. Maybe I can't get married, Xiao Yan said. I'm already quite old.
Old?
You're only 25, not 52, Lu Qinyang replied. It's the perfect time. And you, Miss Jiang, aren't you also not suitable? No, Xiao Yan said coldly. Lu Qinyang immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. Oh, I won't mention it again. I won't bring it up in the future. But her next words made Xiao Yan suddenly happy. She said, actually, I think young Master Wu and Miss Jiang are quite a good match. But I can't say that openly. Xiao Yan, from what you say, I also think they are a perfect pair. Lu Qinyang was delighted. You think so too. I thought I was just imagining things myself. Miss Jiang is very beautiful and straightforward. She's a bit older, but for young Master Wu, it's about the same. Miss Jiang could even invite someone to marry into her family. She has a younger brother, Xiao Yan said. Not marrying into her family, but if Miss Jiang married young Master Wu, the matriarch wouldn't dare to bully her. Even Princess Zhaoyang would have to step back when she saw Jiang Yi. No one dared to offend Jiang Yi because her family had paved the way for her with their lives. Offending her would be like facing divine punishment. I know this is hard to bring up, Xiao Yan said. Especially since young Master Wu seems to be a bit out of his league with Miss Jiang. Hopefully, they will have a chance in the future. They decided not to interfere anymore, Lu Qinyang thought. Xiao Yan shifted the topic back to the main point. Later, I will need some people to help maintain order. It can't be just 1 or 2 people, he said. These people need to be capable with a bit of a rough edge like Lu Xing, or they won't be able to control the place. Do you think I can do it? Lu Qinyang asked. Xiao Yan was amused by her and praised her, a brave warrior. She was very pleased to hear that. Tonight, I will dream about this, she said happily. The axe you want, I already asked Jiang Xian to make it. The craftsmen haven't made this before, so it will take some time to figure it out, so it might be a little late. Xiao Yan originally planned to wait until he had something to give and then surprise Lu Qinyang. But now, the situation has changed. Jiang Xian has become Lu Qinyang's son-in-law. A son-in-law usually tries hard to please his mother-in-law. Xiaoyan has already started to be wary of Jiang Xian and is trying to take credit for things himself. These two once fought side by side and trusted each other deeply during difficult times, never doubting one another. But now, they each have their own secret plans. Lu Qinyang excitedly said, "Then I must practice martial arts well lately. But Xiaoyan, I wonder if I might not even be able to hold a weapon. How embarrassing that would be." "It's okay. Once I get it, only the two of us will have it.
I will teach you step by step."
Xiaoyan looked forward to that scene. That would be great. Lu Qinyang said happily. "I was thinking in these 4 months I can teach you martial arts and reading. And arithmetic," Lu Qinyang added.
"Sure."
"That's not hard at all. Even if she asks me for it, I won't refuse." "But when will she ask?" Lu Qinyang is never idle. She has a deep-rooted feeling that if she stops moving, it feels like a crime. She feels terrible when she thinks about the past 3 or 4 months of not doing anything serious, mainly because she couldn't earn money. When she sets up her stall, she often wanders around looking for ways to make money. Unfortunately, everyone has the same idea. The most common plan she hears about is winter fishing. Because the people doing business at the docks still have some savings, if Lu Qinyang wasn't worried about her eldest daughter's marriage, she wouldn't be in such a rush to earn money. The laborers at the dock are thinking about making ice to sell. Ice cutting is hard work, but many people need it. Also, as the lunar month approaches, every family prepares things for the new year. Maybe she could sell things during this month and make some money. But what to sell is a problem. Daya suggested selling flower-shaped buns, which are dyed with colored dough and decorated with various patterns. Lu Qinyang thinks this could be considered, but it's not a very good idea because it requires high skill. Only Daya might be able to do it, and she wouldn't make much money, plus it would tire her out a lot. Next year, Daya will get married. After becoming a wife and daughter-in-law, life won't be as free as it is now at her mother's house. Lu Qinyang hopes that before Daya gets married, she can have a relaxed and easy year. After all, if she works hard now, she will have to work hard for decades to come. The best times were probably during these few years at my mother's house. Lu Qi's mother never gave up. Everyone in the family knew her thoughts and knew she was stubborn, so no one could persuade her. And they just let her go. That day, Lu Qi's mother went out as usual to look around for business opportunities, but she didn't come back for a long time. Arya found it strange and said to Yun Ting, "You watch the stall. I'll go look for my mother." "Where are you going?" Yun Ting asked. "The dock is so big. Besides, it's broad daylight. How could she get lost?" "You're not a baby. You should call her, Mom." "You're so clueless." Arya glared at him. "My heart's pounding. I need to see her. If my dad comes back, tell him I went to find my mother." Today, Xiaoyan was invited by Cheng Jiawan, but he didn't know what for and hadn't returned yet. Arya thought it was probably not a good sign. Cheng Jiawan was drinking and telling Xiaoyan a lot of flattering words, now blushing and getting loud, trying to introduce his adopted daughter to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Jiawan. I already have a family. Isn't it normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, I heard your wife was previously the wife of Deputy Minister Zhang?" Xiaoyan looked displeased but didn't lose his temper. He simply said, "She and Mr. Zhang are only siblings in relation. But Mr. Zhang seems to have always." "Xiaoyan, since I am a few years older than you and consider myself an older brother, I advise you, since ancient times, common people don't fight with officials. We want to give Mr. Zhang gifts, but don't know what to give. And you, holding on to Mr. Zhang's favor, how do you think your future will go?" After a pause, Cheng Jiawan continued, "Of course, maybe you'll have great achievements in the future. But for now, it's better to be cautious. As long as the green hills remain, firewood will be available. There's no need to risk yourself over a moment of pride. Do you agree?" Xiaoyan was noncommittal, raising his cup and saying, "I toast to Lord Jiawan." He wasn't sure whether Cheng Jiawan was speaking with Zhang Hiyao's approval or just trying to flatter Zhang Hiyao himself. But either way, he had no intention of giving up on Lu Qi's mother. First, he couldn't bear to. Second, he wasn't her master. After the banquet ended, it was nearing evening. When Xiao Yan returned home, he found everyone there searching desperately for Lu Qi's mother. "Father, my mother is missing." Big sister, usually so calm, was now trembling with panic as she said, "We thought my mother had met someone and was talking with them. We searched for almost 2 hours everywhere, but we still haven't found her." "Where are Xiao Shun and A Huang? Did you ask them to help look?" Xiao Yan's heart sank immediately. He couldn't help but think of Cheng Jiwan's words today. Could it be that those words weren't just advice, but a warning? "They also helped look, but we haven't found her yet," Big Sister said. Second Sister went to Shuntian Prefecture to report, but she was chased out. They said the person just disappeared, and maybe she's somewhere else. Shuntian Prefecture isn't responsible for this. Their plan was to wait a few days after the person went missing before taking action. But if something serious really happened, it might be too late. This was a big matter for their family, but to the officials of Shuntian Prefecture, it was just another routine case. They couldn't let their hearts become numb or show any signs of worry. Yunting took Second Sister back to the Duke of Yungua's residence to ask for help. Big Sister wanted to find Jiang Xian. "San Sister has gone to Tunghua Lane, but there's no news yet," she said. "All right, go find Jiang Xian and tell him what I said. Ask him to bring people to help find her. Remember, we're plain clothes, act quietly, and don't make a scene." Xiao Yan forced himself to stay calm. If he panicked, who could go look for Mother? He couldn't afford to panic. He didn't realize it, but Big Sister saw clearly that his fingertips hanging by his side were trembling uncontrollably. "Dad, I understand. After I get back, I'll stay at home and wait," she said. "If you hear anything, bring the news home, and I'll tell the others. Someone needs to stay in the house to keep watch. Otherwise, they might repeat the same mistake. Rescuing someone is like fighting a fire. There's no time to delay."
Good.
Xiao Yan immediately got into action, taking Big Sister as his commander. "I suspect Cheng Jiwan sent someone to kidnap your mother. I'll go find him. If I get any news, I'll have someone tell you." "Okay." After Xiao Yan left, Big Sister continued to think about where Mother Lu might be. Could it be that the fifth young master, after breaking free from the main family, went to congratulate her? She thought for a moment, then wrote a few lines, took some money, and asked someone to deliver it to the Hanlin Academy for the fifth young master. She also wondered if Zhang Heyao had sent someone to kidnap her mother to make her his concubine. Big Sister never hesitated to imagine the worst about Zhang Heyao, that selfish and self-centered man. Once Jiang Xian arrived, she planned to have him send a few people to keep an eye on Zhang Heyao. Her mind was racing quickly, never allowing herself to relax for even a moment. Yun Ting and Arya, at the gate of the Duke's mansion, encountered an obstacle. "Listen to me. I need to find my father urgently. It's a life-saving matter."
Yun Ting sluttet angrelig.
But perhaps because he had lost his temper too many times before, and because the gatekeeper had been warned by Duke Yun, and also because the last time Yun Ting was stopped was correct, no one opened the door for him this time. No matter how Yun Ting pleaded, it was useless. Arya was so anxious, she pulled Yun Ting aside to talk. Unbeknownst to them, 2 secret guards behind Yun Ting were secretly discussing. One of them had already gone inside to report to Duke Yun. At this moment, Duke Yun was listening to the report. "Yun Ting is smashing the wall," Arya said. "If you do that, they'll definitely call your father out." "Yun Ting, that I can't learn that trick. What if he really hurts himself or becomes disabled? If he doesn't die, he might become a fool, which is even worse. I'm going to jump into the river." Yun Ting suddenly had an idea. "You tell them I jumped into the river. I'll hide first, then when my father comes out, I'll come out too." Arya was also out of ideas and anxious, nodding repeatedly at his words. "Third young master jumped into the river. Third young master jumped into the river." Arya shouted at the gate. Yun Ting thought to himself, "See if I don't scare you all to death. When his father kicks the door open, he will become Duke Yun. Just wait, I'll kick you all out." But the gatekeeper was very calm, because they also knew that Yun Ting had secret guards following him. Seeing that things weren't going well, Arya could only slip away in frustration, sweating and stomping her feet while complaining. This is useless. What should we do now? Maybe my father has really found another woman and had a son. No way. He thought he could still save the situation. At this point, you're joking. Arya's eyes filled with tears. You need to think of a plan. No, I can't rely on your family anymore. I'll go find my eldest sister's husband. Wait for me. I'll go smash the wall. Yun Ting decided. Hurry up. Fortunately, Yun Ting was lucky. Before he could hit the wall, his father appeared. Dad, help. Save my mother's life. Yun Ting was about to cry. Duke Yun had never seen his son so concerned about anything before. He had always had everything, food, fun, and leisure, and never thought of others. Now he was completely different, like a new person. From the secret guards, Duke Yun already knew how serious the situation was. He didn't say much, only instructed, go back first and look around everywhere. I will go to Shuntian Prefecture myself and ask the prefect to send someone to help. By the way, I will send 50 people from the government office to you, Yun Ting. Can you take them? Yes, I can handle 500 people. Thank you, father, thank you. Lu Qinyang must not have any accidents, or this family will really be finished. Yun Ting led 50 people back home. Second sister asked, aren't we going to the dock? Wait for Zhao Zhao. Let her arrange everything. Even if we combine our brains, we're not as clever as Zhao Zhao. The saying 3 cobblers with their wits combined can outsmart Zhuge Liang is because Zhuge Liang is hidden among the cobblers and the other 2 are just there to fill space. People's intelligence varies a lot. Don't be confused now, especially compared to your big sister, Yun Ting warned nervously. Stay calm and find someone first.
You don't need to tell me.
Second sister hurried home. Even if her shoes fell off, she kept going. Hey, wait. Yun Ting picked up her shoes and ran after her. You might hurt your foot, and then you won't find anyone. Come on, put them on.
There are so many people. What are you panicking for?
Yun Ting squatted down to help second sister put on her shoes. Tears streamed down second sister's face as she tightly held her hands. Yun Ting, I can't be without my mother. What are you saying? Maybe she just ran into an old neighbor and talked for a while. Perhaps she's hiding somewhere in a corner. Zhu Shu, don't panic. If you panic, you won't be able to help. Second sister wiped her tears with her sleeve. Yes, you're right. Let's go home and find big sister. Zhang Xian quickly arrived with people. Seeing big sister's red eyes, he just softly said, I am here. Zhang Heyao, I suspect it's him. Zhang Xian, take a few people and guard the gates of Zhang's house. Keep an eye on all the entrances. Second sister is back. I'll have her wait at home. I'll go find Sun Shun for help. Big sister's plan was to ask Sun Shun to find Zhang Heyao and tell him about Lu Qinyang's disappearance. Zhang Heyao would definitely react. So Zhang Xian needed to send people to follow him and look for clues. Every possibility must be carefully checked. The more anxious they are, the calmer they need to stay. Okay. All available forces were mobilized to search everywhere for Lu Qinyang. But there was no clue at all. It was as if Lu Qinyang had vanished into thin air. In the end, Xiao Yan returned, Zhang Heyao came, the 5th young master arrived, and Duke Yun also came to help, but no one could find Lu Qinyang. There were no clues at all. It's impossible that there are no traces. Zhang Heyao said, Sun Shun, go find Sheng Jiuan, then bring your people to gather everyone at the dock. Make sure everyone remembers if there was anything unusual today, if they saw the abandoned mother, and when was the last time they saw her. He stood where Lu Qinyang lived and could still feel her familiar habits. For example, her dislike of chicken coops was still the same, even though this was no longer their shared home. For example, the dried corn hanging on the wall, and even the way the corn husks were tied were so familiar. Everything is here, but she is gone. Could sister have fallen into the river by accident? She can swim, but still. 5th young master couldn't finish. People have been sent to ask at several city gates, said Duke Yun, but no clues have been found. If Lu Qinyang were still her usual 200 pounds, it would be easier to recognize her. Now, at most, We can describe her to the gatekeeper as having foreign blood, with a high nose and deep eyes. Father, father. Second sister was panicked and only kept calling Xiao Yan.
Yunting pulled her aside.
Don't speak, Xiao Yan is thinking too. Have you offended anyone recently? Zhang Heyao looked at Xiao Yan with dislike. This whole thing is Xiao Yan's fault. He took her, but couldn't protect her well. Xiao Yan frowned and thought hard. Recently, it seemed not. Sir, the princess sent someone to ask you to return. She said the girl has a slight fever, said Zhang Heyao's attendant softly. Fever? Go see a doctor. I'm not a doctor, said Zhang Heyao angrily.
Get out.
Usually it was fine. He could coax Song Mingjin easily. Now that Lu Qinyang is gone and Song Mingjin still seeks attention, it's simply pointless. Could it be the wife of the Zhou family? Xiao Yan said. Yunting spoke for fifth young master, and now he lives in our house. Could the wife of the doctor blame Lu Qinyang for this? He didn't think it was a problem before. Because he was with Lu Qinyang and Jiang Xian, and Daya's marriage was still ongoing. Even if the wife of the doctor was angry, she wouldn't dare do much. After all, her relied-upon brother was just the salt patrol officer. Having money could overpower the Zhou family's wealth, but it was far from being dominant. Yes, she would. Fifth young master said excitedly, ignoring everything else. She is arrogant and used to being pampered. Sister offended her for my sake, so she must hold a grudge. Dad, this. Daya took a black cloth and handed it to him. Fifth young master said, I'll show you the way. Zhang Heyao then said to Sun Shun, come with me to find Jin Huaihai. He was talking about the eldest brother of the madam, the salt inspector Jin Huaihai. Duke Yun also didn't leave for now, since only these children were left at home, which made people uneasy. Maybe because second sister cried so badly, Yunting rarely teased her and kept comforting her. As for Lu Qinyang, she was walking on the road when suddenly someone covered her mouth and nose from behind. Her first reaction was not fear, but excitement, because she thought, I learned some tricks and now I can use them. But good thoughts don't always match reality. Before she could act, everything went black in front of her eyes, and she passed out. Before losing consciousness, she wanted to tell Dr. Hu that the sleeping powder was really effective. Did he have some? Lu Qinyang didn't know how long she had been asleep. When she woke up, she wasn't sure if she was awakened by the cold or by noise. She was with ropes, like a pig being prepared for sale at year's end, lying on the ground. People around her were talking. Is this woman Mrs. Xiao Yan? I can't believe it. Give her to me. I don't want her. The beauty of being thin was not appreciated by Lu Qinyang, who had a healthy build. Her Hu people bloodline was also not appreciated by many lower-class people, different from them, called barbarians. Many lower-class people, living very hard lives themselves, seemed to find some comfort in excluding outsiders. I don't think so either. But I checked, and she's Lu Qinyang. Is that right? The initial speaker hesitated. She woke up. Just ask her, right? Why isn't she waking? Splash some cold water on her. Just as Lu Qinyang was about to open her eyes to avoid the cold splash, she heard someone stammering, and no, that won't work. It's cold, cold, cold. Lu Qinyang thought, are you trembling from the cold? You're making me nervous. Cold, sky, sick, dead people. Unexpectedly, the kidnappers were quite particular. Wait a little longer, eat, I'm starving. This seemed to resonate, and Lu Qinyang heard many voices agreeing. Exactly. She secretly cracked one eye open and found herself in a dilapidated mountain god temple. Around her, 3 or 4 dozen rough men, dressed in ragged clothes, gathered in small groups. Goodness, she had even alarmed so many people? Someone is cooking, but from the look of it, it's no different from preparing pig feed. They boil a large pot of water with cornmeal and wild vegetables, then each person sits or squats with a broken porcelain bowl, eating roughly and talking loudly. Lu Qinyang finally pieced together the truth from their words. It turns out they are a group of bandits. Oh, they are bandits from a makeshift troop. These people seem to include farmers, fishermen, and even soldiers? It's quite absurd. When winter comes and their families are struggling, they come out to be bandits in the mountains. It sounds like they have some rules about robbing the rich to help the poor. But even with good intentions, they can't make much money doing honest business. Being bandits also requires a sense of conscience. These people want to appear respectable, so their lives are very hard. They can only eat pig feed. Lu Qinyang felt a strong sense of disdain. Eating pig feed, you should be at home taking care of your wife and children. At least there's some support. Going out to eat pig feed. Well, you're lucky. You gather together and boast as if you can fly, while your wives and children at home suffer without anyone to look after them. You're no better than dogs. Once she understood these people's background, Lu Qinyang felt less nervous. She opened her eyes and even shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The men were startled by her sudden voice. Maybe because Lu Qinyang's voice was so strong, they looked at each other but didn't react immediately. Seeing no one responded, she said again, "Didn't you hear me? Why are you tying me up? Isn't it supposed to be about robbing the rich and helping the poor, not bullying the weak or kidnapping women? So, do you think I'm rich, or am I a man? Wake up, boss." She's awake. The man calling himself the boss had a full beard and came over with a bowl. He asked, "Are you Xiaoyan's wife?" Looking at Xiaoyan, she couldn't admit it. Anyway, she heard everything. They couldn't tell if she was lying or not. So she decided to deny it firmly. "What's Xiaoyan's wife?" "Which Xiaoyan?" "The defeated general, the one who was a defeated general before. Don't lie, or we'll spill blood for it." Lu Qinyang immediately looked around. The bearded man surprisingly understood her meaning instantly, and his face turned red. Yes, among the 30 or 40 of them, they couldn't find a single knife. They all had kitchen knives at home, but those knives were registered with the authorities and needed to be used at home. "Lu Qinyang, I told you, you bunch of good-for-nothing pig eaters. If you had a knife, you wouldn't have just poured that dish directly into the pot without cutting it. You didn't even bother to cut it." The bearded man, embarrassed and angry, casually picks up a brick. "I'll smash you to death. Do you believe it?" "Boss, that's my pillow," stammers the frightened man. "Lu Qinyang, no, you all have become so useless. What kind of bandits are you? If you're bandits, go rob the rich. Why are you bothering a widow like me who's unemployed? You're a widow?" The bearded man casually returns the brick to the anxious man, who still tells lies. "Hoping my husband would die?" Lu Qinyang says, "I know the doc well. Tell me who you're looking for. Maybe I know them. I can point you in the right direction." It's really frustrating. You're acting as bandits but don't even understand what that means. "I'm even the wife of a defeated general. Why don't you say I'm the empress instead?" "Come on, loosen this, you're choking me." Actually, she could untie herself from the ropes. But was this just an act? The bearded man didn't immediately untie her but looked her over and asked, "Tell me, is your name Lu Qinyang?" "Yes, I don't change my name or my surname. I am Lu Qinyang." "Then, that's correct." "Correct about what?" Lu Qinyang asked. Lu Qinyang's eyes twitched as she shouted, "What nonsense are you talking? I say I'm Xiao Yan's wife. Do you believe it? What's your name?" "My name is Xiongda," the bearded man replied, somewhat puzzled. "That's an uncommon surname. Let me ask you," Lu Qinyang swept her gaze over the group, "does anyone here call themselves Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang Er Mazi?" "No," Xiongda said. "We have a Li San and a Zhang Mazi." "That's more like it. Am I Lu Qinyang, a common person, not allowed to have a name? You've got the wrong person. You're mistaken." Xiongda and a few others muttered among themselves. Lu Qinyang looked coldly at them. One man, in his 30s, had a face darker than coal and only on his right hand. Another, with a pointed face and very thin, looked like a skin and bones monkey. She heard Xiongda call him Skinny Monkey. "Are you sure they won't let you go?" "We'll check again tomorrow," Xiongda said after some discussion. "If we've caught the wrong person, we'll let you go then. Don't worry, we're only after money, not women." "Lu Qinyang, please loosen me up. My hands and feet are numb. It's so cold today and you didn't give me a blanket. I can't move and I might freeze to death tonight." Seeing Xiongda hesitate, Lu Qinyang added, "Are you really men? There are 30 or 40 of you, and you can't guard one woman? And you still have the nerve to go out as bandits?" This time, Xiongda ordered someone to release her and warned, "No tricks or we'll kill you."
Got it.
Once free, Lu Qinyang sat on the ground, moving her hands and feet, and started talking to them. "Why did you catch Xiao Yan's wife? What grudge do you have against him?" "I've actually seen Xiao Yan's woman before." "You've seen her?" Their eyes lit up instantly. Lu Qinyang, whose accent didn't sound like someone from the capital, easily fooled them, confirming they were outsiders, bandits. "I saw her. She's very beautiful. I don't usually praise people, but you can think whatever you want about how pretty she is. Anyway, I want to ask you, Brother Xiongda, Xiao Yan is a brave general who fought off the barbarians. Since you're helping the poor and rich, why are you harming his family?" "He's not a good person," Xiongda spat. "If he were good, the emperor wouldn't have arrested him. Isn't it the emperor's fault that you can't eat? That you have to be bandits? So, is it your fault or the emperor's?" Lu Qinyang said.
Xiongda.
It seemed to make some sense, but you say you're not Xiao Yan's wife, then why are you defending him? "You've been caught, haven't you?" Xiongda said fiercely. "I have a dog at home, very obedient." "You have a dog. What does that have to do with us?" "I'm praising my dog. I can't say I'm the dog's wife, right?" Lu Qinyang replied helplessly. Compared to these people, she felt she had an advantage in intelligence. Sure enough, people should always compare themselves downward. Recently, after being compared to Xiao Yan and his men, she thought of herself as a pig, one that couldn't even get food. But compared to bandits, she was a person. "You're not from the capital, right? You don't know the real situation. Xiao Yan is actually very loved by the common people in the capital." Lu Qinyang decided to test if they knew about Xiao Yan being sold. If they did, it would be hard to fool them. But she seemed to have run out of bad luck, and now only had good luck left. Xiongda asked, "Really?" The people behind him also looked at Lu Qinyang eagerly, as if they wanted to know the truth. "Why would I lie to you? Just ask around, and you'll find out." Lu Qinyang boasted proudly. "Everyone praises him. That's why I'm curious. Why did you guys catch his wife?" "Because someone paid us 200 taels of silver," said Xiongda Dao. "But I told them, we're not just here to take money. We want to uphold justice." Lu Qinyang thought to herself, she looks young, obviously just turned into a bandit. She even thinks she's a righteous hero on stage. But that's exactly why she can fool them easily. She has no weapon, yet she still talks about the right path. Luckily, she met some newcomers coming down the mountain. "Well, with 200 taels, you probably won't make much profit." "People are really kind," Lu Qinyang said. Xiongda immediately looked discouraged. Through Lu Qinyang's down-to-earth talk and their brotherly tone, he almost felt he had caught the wrong person. Because how could Xiao Yan marry a common woman? They still looked down on her a little. The man with a black face and a broken finger was even more impatient, crying, "Big brother, we also pooled some money to buy some medicine." Now they were really in trouble. Lu Qinyang took some coins from her purse. "Here, I used the medicine, and I've covered the money for you." Everyone. It didn't seem so bad after all. Lu Qinyang said, "No, brothers, I really don't understand. What's the difference between eating wild vegetables outside and at home? You don't even have a weapon. If you run into trouble later and someone gets hurt, what's the point? Can't you live?" "Hey, little sister," Xiongda sat down beside her cross-legged. "I think you're straightforward. Honestly, I really can't go on living like this. Who would be a bandit if they could live comfortably? I don't think you look like bandits, more like a newly formed group." "Yeah, just half a month in, and we already got a job," Xiongda said gloomily. "Made 2 taels of silver, and we spent it all." Lu Qinyang, "That what kind of job is that?" "There was a nobleman. His carriage got stuck in the mud. We helped pull it out," he explained. Lu Qinyang asked again, "Aren't you supposed to rob the rich to help the poor?" "Rob the rich to help the poor? We don't rob women either." Xiongda's eyes widened. Lu Qinyang asked once more, "Oh, so am I a man?" "You're just a. But now I see we made a mistake. Let's wait until tomorrow." When they come to claim someone, I'll hand you over. Even if it's a mistake, it shows we're doing something. I hope they give us another chance to earn those 200 taels. Who? Who told you to catch Xiao Yan's wife? That's really mean. The first time you helped lift the car, that noble person found us. Hey, you guys really? Out in the world, don't you know how to pick the soft target? Xiao Yan's wife was captured by you, and he won't let you go. Can't you just forget about the money and risk your lives? Listen, find a softer target to target. For example, that noble person you mentioned is quite suitable. Go quickly and tie him up. How could you betray yourself like this? You scoundrels. 200 taels of silver. We, 36 people, each get over 5 taels. Xiong de Dao said, What, you look down on 200 taels? Do you think I'm worth 20 taels? Not at all. Someone worth less than 20 taels shouldn't look down on 200, Lu Qinyang said. Forget about you guys. I, a person from the capital, can still survive. Just thinking about this silver makes me tempted. Honestly, brother, if this house really came for me and was willing to give 200 taels, let's talk. I'll go die myself, and you can split 100 taels with me for my 3 daughters, okay? No way. Do you think I can just take 100 taels for killing someone? That's murder.
Lu Qinyang ler dat Xiong da.
Have you ever killed anyone?
Viong da. I've killet pigese.
Talking like you've never killed anyone? I'm a pig farmer, too, and I've killed pigs. By the way, at the end of the year in the capital, someone will hire people to kill pigs. 1 pig costs 2 strings of coins, but it has to be properly prepared. If you really have the skill, you could earn some money. It's not always work, but if you do it well, it's not bad. Xiong Da's eyes immediately lit up. Really? I do this for a living. Why would I lie to you? Seeing his older brother about to be taken away to kill pigs, everyone nearby panicked. Shou Ho said, Big brother, she's tricking you. I've never seen a woman kill pigs.
What's so hard about that?
Lu Qinyang suddenly stood up, pounced forward, and directly pressed Shou Ho down, her hand already on his neck. Just like this. Big brother Xiong, do you think I'm good at killing pigs? Shou Ho was pressed down and couldn't move. Xiongde gave Lu Qinyang a thumbs up.
Girl, don't say.
When an expert makes a move, you'll know if they're good or not. That's you. Lu Qinyang then happily let go of poor Shou Ho. Xiongde Dao. Hey, I don't have many skills either, just some strength. Isn't this a coincidence? Me too, Lu Qinyang said. Come on, let's try a hand grip contest. Anyway, the long night stretched on, and there was nothing to do. These new bandits quickly forgot their tasks and gathered around to watch the fun. Then, Lu Qinyang easily defeated Bear Big with impressive skill, winning effortlessly. Bear Big was shocked. At first, others couldn't believe it. Then they started chattering excitedly. Some were unhappy and challenged her, while others doubted Bear Big was holding back and joked whether he liked Lu Qinyang. Get lost, try if you can. You're unbelievable, girl. Your hands are like iron clamps. Bear Big said admiringly. Lu Qinyang waved her hand and said, No need to brag. Come on, I'm not boasting. None of you here can beat me. Everyone took turns trying to challenge her and were quickly defeated. Lu Qinyang soon made everyone convinced of her strength. At this moment, Skinny Monkey finally recovered, hugging his knees and feeling sorry for himself. I believe now, she definitely isn't Xiao Yan's wife. Xiao Yan can't fight during the day and get beaten at night. This woman is too scary. Lu Qinyang laughed loudly. We're all poor folks, just surviving on strength. Brother Skinny Monkey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. I apologize. Bear Big, seeing her like this, developed admiration and said, Girl, why don't you come up the mountain and work with us? No, I'll give you the leader's position. You can lead us. Everyone around agreed eagerly, almost kneeling to crown Lu Qinyang as their leader. Lu Qinyang smiled awkwardly. Isn't this nonsense? Did her mind go blank, taking on such a mess? These people have nothing to eat or wear and no place to stay. She'd have to take care of all of them. She needs a son. Bandits are bandits and the government will catch us. Come, Lu Qinyang sat cross-legged, showing her authority. Tell me what you used to do. Let me see if I can help you find some work in the capital. Earn a steady 2 months' pay, then go home with silver, and enjoy a warm bed with your wife and kids. Isn't that nice? The capital doesn't have money to pick up. Exactly, you can't make money in the capital. Everyone chattered excitedly. Wrong, you can make money in the capital, but not big money, Lu Qinyong said. For example, a strong man can earn 100 coins a day. That's doable. The capital has 360 trades. I know them well. Come on, tell me what you can do. Bear Big, I know you're good at pig slaughtering. I'll introduce you. The man with a black face and a broken finger introduced himself. My name is Lei Longzi. Oh, you're deaf? No, my family's traditional craft is making firecrackers. My firecrackers are big and loud, enough to deafen people, so everyone calls me Thunder Deaf. My name is Skinny Monkey, and I am a tomb raider. I had 3 children, but none of them survived. My mother said I lost my virtue and shouldn't do this anymore. Since I couldn't make money either, I just gave up. My name is Gao Dazhong, and I just know how to farm.
E.
The stutterer was sweating nervously. His name is Stutter, and he can do any job, someone explained. Almost everyone gathered around and introduced themselves. Some of Lu Qinyang's people directly offered jobs, and those with no skills were sent to cut ice. Even those with little strength made Lu Qinyang worried. How did bandits get involved in this? Isn't it just holding everyone back? Suddenly, someone asked about Lu Qinyang's identity. She then started talking freely. I'm a widow. My husband died. I have no children, so I raised 3 daughters. Later, he came back and married someone new, leaving me. I know 5th young master, but he's a very talented scholar, and he treats me sincerely. Scholar? That means he must be an official, said Xiong Daku. Yes, at the Hanlin Academy. He can even see the emperor's officials, Lu Qinyang proudly replied. The people in the mountain god temple were talking excitedly, even forgetting to guard. So no one noticed outside in the shadows, 2 people standing there. If Lu Qinyang saw them, she would recognize her golden couple, Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi. Xiao Yan went to find the madam, but she refused to talk. Even with a knife at her neck, she still said, if you have the guts, kill me. It was only after Xiao Yan threatened Zhou Shijia that she revealed everything. It turned out that the noble person Xiong Daku mentioned was actually the madam. The madam really hated Lu Qinyang for helping 5th young master, so she ordered someone to kidnap her. But the madam only gave the order. The person responsible was one of her brother's followers. Zhang Heyao went to find Jin Huaihai for help. After some chaos, they finally confirmed Lu Qinyang's location and hurried up the mountain to the mountain god temple. During this time, Jiang Yi also heard the news and rode her horse to come quickly. She wanted to ask what was happening, but Xiao Yan's face was very scary. Jiang Xian and the others in the Black Armor Army, because they remembered her past broken marriage, didn't speak kindly to her. Zhang Heyao and Jiang Yi didn't want to talk to her either. In the end, she turned her attention to 5th young master. The 5th young master said that Lu Qinyang was kidnapped by bandits. Jiang Yi volunteered, let me go first. I'm a woman, and the bandits will let their guard down. Everyone thought this made sense. Xiao Yan didn't refuse either. At this moment, rescuing Lu Qinyang was the most important thing. Other grudges didn't matter. So, Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi quietly sneaked up first, while the others slowly moved forward behind them. Xiao Yan almost clenched his palms until they hurt, reminding himself that no matter what happens, he must not lose his temper. His top priority was Lu Qinyang. He had prepared himself for the worst when Lu Qinyang fell into the bandits' hands. Those scenes, even just thinking about them, made his eyes sting with tears. But when they arrived, he heard Lu Qinyang inside, laughing and chatting happily with the bandits, blending in perfectly. She even praised the 5th young master as the best of all, incomparable everywhere. Good. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Jiang Yi clearly felt that Xiao Yan's whole body relaxed. The smile at the corner of his mouth, though a bit strained, was genuine happiness. Meanwhile, The people in the mountain god temple were helping Lu Qinyang curse her unfaithful ex-husband, wishing him dead, and praising her as a loyal servant. The fifth young master's success and returning to reward Lu Qinyang was like a comedy that people from the lower classes loved to see. Lu Qinyang said, "Enough of that. Forget about those noble tasks. Xiao Yan's wife is someone you can't even beat together.
Come find work with me."
That sounds easy, muttered the skinny monkey. Even earning 100 coins a day, wouldn't you need a place to rent? And food costs money. How much would that leave you?
I've thought about where to stay.
I'll find an empty warehouse for you to live in for free. For food, since there are many of you, you can cook together, and a woman can prepare meals for 50 coins a day. With firewood, each person can eat well for 20 coins a day. During the new year, with 60 days counted, you'd save 80 coins a day, and by the new year, you'd have over 2 taels of silver left. You won't be far from the capital, at most 2 days walk home. No need for extra money. Isn't that all profit?
See?
It's not illegal, no need to worry all the time. And in the future, when your children mention it, it won't be shameful. Do you know? If you become bandits, and someday your ancestors' graves are disturbed, or your children succeed, it won't be good. Everyone will suffer the consequences. No one thinks that their ancestors' graves are easy to smoke from, but when you urinate on them, it extinguishes the smoke. The ancestors might even crawl out from underground to take you away. As for children, forget it, they might even from the shock. No one believes their own children will be useless in life. Even if they live worse than others, most parents think their children will be stronger than them in the future. They believe their children deserve better lives and must not be held back by their parents. Big brother, I think what Annie Chi said makes sense. If you want to keep doing this, go ahead. I'll follow Auntie Chi. Me too. I want to try as well, said Lei Lingzi. Auntie Chi said firecrackers in the capital are valuable. I think I can make money. Lei Lingzi is the one who lives farthest from the capital, about 200 or 300 miles away, which takes 2 days to travel. When he sold firecrackers at home, a big string only earned 10 or so coins. But Auntie Chi said they could sell for 60 or 70 coins in the capital. The cost is about 8 or 9 coins, so the profit at home is very small and still few people buy. 200 or 300 miles is a very long distance, especially in times when transportation is poor and most people are uneducated and unaware. The information gap makes it even harder to imagine. Annie Chi said, to make money, you have to earn from the rich. She even gave examples of lychee and mangoes, which cost a few taels of silver each. Are they tasty? Not really. But in the capital, some people are willing to buy them, people who are foolish with money. Lei Lingzi, do you have capital?
Someone asked.
Lei Lingzi suddenly looked discouraged and gritted his teeth. I want to earn some first, then try again in December. Annie Chi wanted to suggest that she could partner with him, but with so many people, it was hard to support just one person alone. Others might get upset. If someone gets upset, problems could arise. So, they decided to discuss it after going down the mountain. When someone spoke up and others agreed, even if a few still had doubts, they couldn't just act like bandits themselves. So, the decision was made. Auntie Chi thought about her family, who were probably looking for her desperately and couldn't sit still. She said, let's go. I'll take you to see the place now. Auntie Chi, you're really our benefactor. Exactly. Just so. Everyone is having a hard time. We should support each other. If any of you makes a big fortune in the future, remember to show me the way to get rich. If I find a way, I won't forget my brothers. Auntie Chi said cheerfully. Then, she led everyone out confidently, surrounded by their cheers. The axe was not yet ready, but she had already begun to feel the joy of pretending to be a female general. However, as soon as she stepped outside, Lu Qinyang was stunned. Xiongda reacted quickly, pulling her back. Girl, be careful. Brothers, the officials are coming. Lu Qinyang. She stepped out from behind Xiongda and quietly said, it's okay, let me handle this. Girl, how can we let you do that? Don't worry, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Xiongda was very loyal. No, I should go. Lu Qinyang looked at the people in front of her and awkwardly asked, "So, why are all of you here?" Outside, it was crowded with heads. Xiao Yan, Zhang Heyao, the fifth young master, Jiang Xian, and many others she didn't recognize. "Miss Jiang, you're here too?" Lu Qinyang was happy to see Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Having listened at the door for 15 minutes, she was now deeply shocked. She felt that she could spend her whole life telling countless people about this moment. Lu Qinyang was truly talented. "Big sister, you're okay, you're safe. That's all that matters." The fifth young master was the first to step forward. Jiang Yi clearly sensed a killing intent from Xiao Yan, but it disappeared in an instant. It's fine. Fifth young master, this whole thing has gotten out of hand, and it even reached your ears." Lu Qinyang looked at Zhang Heyao again, said nothing, and turned her face away. "Jiang Xian, I also trouble you." She felt guilty for her hardworking son-in-law. "Xiao Yan is here," Jiang Yi reminded Lu Qinyang. She was worried that if she spoke too arrogantly, someone might want to attack. "What? Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan?" Xiongda was shocked by the scene, especially since the plainclothes black armor soldiers had drawn their bows and aimed at them. Hearing Xiao Yan's name, he started to feel hurt. "Girl? You? This is a long story, but I tell you, I really am helping you find work," Lu Qinyang earnestly said. "Brother Xiong, you haven't truly become bandits yet, and you haven't done anything wrong. I won't blame you, and no one will trouble you." She looked around at everyone. "If you trust me, tell me your difficulties at home. I am just an ordinary commoner, and I am also struggling. I say I am a widow, and I am not lying. Look, that's my late husband." She pointed at Zhang Heyao. Zhang Heyao's face was darker than the night. "He's okay, and he still visits you when you're in trouble," Xiongda scratched his head and said. "Although he is not much, he can still help a little." "Haha," Lu Qinyang said, "this is fifth young master." Unexpectedly, when everyone heard fifth young master, they all knelt down loudly. He is a good person, or perhaps an official. Those whose families have been bullied, or who feel wronged, all want him to help. Fifth young master quickly told everyone to stand up. Xiao Yan came over to Lu Qinyang and held her hand. Xiongda just got up and saw this. "Sister, is he your boyfriend?" "I think he looks pretty good, better than that little white-face ex-husband. Although you look average, you are a good person," he gave a thumbs up. "You should find a good one." Jiang Yi lowered her head, trying her best not to laugh. Back then, when she was broken off from her engagement, that cold, expressionless man who could freeze people with his words, she never thought that years later, he would become someone others called her boyfriend. She also didn't expect that he seemed to be okay with this boyfriend. Lu Qinyang said, "Sigh, I won't say more. This is Xiao Yan, I lied to you about that. But he really is a good person, trust me, trust? What's there not to believe?" Xiongda said on behalf of everyone, "We believe whatever you say. If you're pretending, then we accept our bad luck." "We're leaving," Zhang Heyao said with a serious face, leading Sun Shun and his people down the mountain first. Fifth young master was still shaken, with slightly red eyes, and couldn't take his gaze away from Lu Qinyang. Jiang Yi looked at him and felt something. So, this is how it is. She had felt something was off before, and now she realized that this person is Xiao Yan's rival. The official Zhou, who called her sister and seemed easy to bully, was quite interesting. But none of them were more interesting than Lu Qinyang. After going down the mountain, Jiang Xian volunteered to lead the bandits to the warehouse first. The Black Armor Army each went back to their homes, each looking for their mothers. "Don't worry, everyone. Rest assured. Stay here peacefully. Tomorrow, I'll find work for you," Lu Qinyang told Xiongda and the others before returning home. Back at home, her 3 daughters naturally ran to hug her and cried loudly. Don't cry. Everything's fine now, mother is okay." Yun Ting secretly wiped her tears behind her. Fortunately, the sky hadn't fallen, and this family was safe. Duke Yun had not left yet and looked at his son with some relief. He realized his son had grown up a bit and developed some understanding of others. He also said goodbye to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally thanked him for his help today. Yun-ting muttered, "It's so late. You shouldn't leave now. Stay in my room and sleep for the night, then leave tomorrow morning." To avoid causing trouble for the person in charge of the curfew, who might get into trouble if caught, and to prevent them from losing their temper or feeling scared later, I told them not to cause any more trouble. The Duke of Yun was momentarily stunned but then nodded and agreed, saying, "All right." I told him I was staying in the East Wing and that he should sit for a while. I would speak to Arya and come back. He nodded and left, sending his people away. I wasn't really afraid of frightening the person responsible for the curfew, but I could tell my son had something to say to me. This was also the first time my son had asked to sleep with me willingly. For me, this was probably a new experience that I hadn't had before and might never have again. Yun-ting waited a little while, then couldn't help but pull the crying, stubborn Arya aside to talk. "Stop crying. Are you trying to keep everyone awake? I want to cry, and I won't let you sleep."
Soms herfuts fiercely.
Just what I needed, someone so fierce. "Here, I'll make you happy." Yun-ting took out a lot of money from his pocket, 2 silver coins, one worth 5 taels and the other 1 tael. They were shiny, solid silver coins given from the chicken shop. "Is this for me?" Arya saw the silver and immediately stopped crying. "I'll give you 5 taels, and I'll keep 1 tael. But you have to promise me, after you take the silver, no more crying. Your crying gives me a headache, and I might have nightmares tonight. Isn't your father here to keep you company? Aren't you afraid? Look at you crying, but it doesn't affect your meddling. Are you worried about disturbing my father? It's the middle of the night, and everyone should be sleeping. Is that okay?"
Okay.
Arya took the 5 taels of silver. Yun-ting then left. He thought about how his father was also tired, so he first went to the kitchen to boil some water, then brought it back in warm. "Wash your face first, then your feet," he said stiffly. "There aren't many basins, so just make do." The Duke of Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Was this his own son, who used to need 4 or 5 people to help him wash? And now he even knew how to help himself wash? He had to be quick to show appreciation, or he might discourage his son's enthusiasm. The Duke of Yun simply wiped his face and sat by the bed to soak his feet. Yun-ting sat at the foot of the bed, far away, seeming a bit awkward. After a while, he finally managed to speak. "Father, I need to thank you today. I'm not helping you. The father and son's awkwardness was the same. You disturbed someone's house for so long. If something happens to them, I should help, morally and logically. Father, do you know what I was thinking today? I have no idea. When you promised to help find the governor of Shuntian, I couldn't help but think, my father may be useless, but he's more useful than I am." Duke Yun's beard trembled with anger. Listen, does that sound like a proper person's words? I also remembered what my stepmother told me. If I don't work hard, I will fall behind generation after generation. At first, those words made me uncomfortable. But today, I suddenly understood they are very right. Duke Yun didn't interrupt him. He let him pause, and then continued. "Father, I used to think I could just be a lazy person, eating and drinking all my life. If I can't, then let my son succeed. I was waiting to rely on him." Duke Yun chuckled bitterly. "You're really proud of yourself." But inside, he also thought it's not impossible. The problem is, I need to find a good wife. It's a pity that the girl I liked has already been taken. It makes me sigh with regret. I really like that girl. She's the kind of person who could be a good matron in the future. But it's a pity. However, today my thoughts have changed. What? Relying on my grandson now? Duke Yun sneered. People may not face many big events in their lives. But if they do, it might be something they can't handle. For example, today's situation. If the other side were a dangerous bandit, like the worst-case scenario they imagined at home. If you have the ability, you can seek help from the authorities. But what if you don't? You can only rely on yourself. If you find someone, they might already be gone. Today, you managed to persuade the governor of Shuntian, but if it were me, he might just make excuses and avoid us. You don't know how anxious I felt today, how much I wanted to help, but felt so powerless. His father said one thing, and he couldn't even get into the Duke's mansion. Yes, his father was just acting. Everyone was playing along. But if he doesn't succeed, 20 years from now, when big trouble comes, he might have to face a harsh reality. Father, I will work hard, I promise, said Yun Ting. I won't just give up and die when faced with a big problem. I want to live well, and I want my son and grandson to have an easier life. Duke Yun felt very comforted. Good, good. Maybe his son won't be able to hold on, but just having the intention makes Duke Yun very happy. He even thought about returning to the mansion tonight, beating drums and announcing to everyone that Yun Ting has changed. Meanwhile, Lu Qinyang was talking to Xiao Yan about today's events. Is she the wife of the family? Why is she so mean? Is it only her who causes trouble and no one else who struggles? We haven't really harmed him, after all. In the end, it was just about adopting the fifth young master and we didn't hurt her at all. She feels like her dignity was hurt, Xiao Yan said. That person is really so mean. Can we report her to the authorities? Yes, we can with those bandits as witnesses. Maybe it's better to forget it, Xiao Yan. Lu Qinyang's voice lowered. Don't be angry at me for defending the bandits. I know you and everyone else worked hard to save me. When I saw you, I was so scared. She remembered when she was a child and made a mistake. Adults would slap her first when they saw her. Even though she was caught, the fuss and bringing so many people made her feel like she had committed a big mistake. Qinyang, Xiao Yan thought for a moment and held her hand. This wasn't a moment of panic or sudden excitement, especially since they were lying on the bed together now. Lu Qinyang's face turned red and hot, and she wanted to pull her hand back. But she couldn't free herself. She wondered if tonight, when they played arm wrestling, she had used up all her strength. Her hand also seemed to start feeling warm. Today I was also very scared, Xiao Yan said. Lu Qinyang thought she was no longer foolish because she immediately understood Xiao Yan's words.
He was worried about her.
I survived a great danger, so there will be good fortune ahead, Lu Qinyang stammered. Xiao Yan, don't worry about it.
I'm Fine.
I know those bandits shouldn't have done such things, but they're so poor they can't even afford a knife. Maybe you didn't see, but many of them wear straw sandals and walk barefoot. They really can't live anymore. Qinyang has a heart kinder than anyone else, Xiao Yan smiled. He was holding her 10 fingers. Suddenly, his inner greed spread like vines, wrapping around him tightly. He wanted more, to hold her close, to touch her skin, to crush her into his bones and blood, never to part again. Xiao Yan, are you not angry? Lu Qinyang asked carefully. Being kidnapped isn't your fault. Your compassion and kindness are very admirable. Why would I be angry? If I am angry, it's at myself. I thought the madam might retaliate, but I was overconfident and dismissed that possibility, which caused you suffering. I can't imagine if, today, instead of these people, it had been real bandits. Even if he could save her, Lu Qinyang didn't know how deep the psychological scars would be. Fortunately, everything is fine. Heaven is not willing to let such a kind-hearted woman suffer. When a great danger approached, it slightly opened a window of hope for her. Xiao Yan does not believe in ghosts or gods and does not worship deities. However, today, on his way to save Lu Qinyang, he sincerely prayed, hoping that various gods and ancestors would protect her and turn her bad luck into good fortune.
Come on, I told you stop thinking about it.
Since everything is fine, don't worry about problems. Lu Qinyang saw he was not angry, and her tone became much more relaxed. He didn't call her stupid or blame her for being overly concerned, which was very good. I tell you, all these people, one by one, none are doing well. Well, who would come out to be a bandit if they were doing fine? Lu Qinyang said, but those who go out to make a living usually have some skills. I thought about lending them the warehouse for shelter, no charge. I also help them find work as much as I can. And you, a few days ago, said you needed people. Xiao Yan nodded. You want me to use them?
Yes. But not all of them, Lu Qinyang said. There are 36 people, some good, some bad.
Everyone has their own plans. It's impossible for everyone to be suitable. Just because they gather together doesn't mean they are all good. And just because they are in trouble doesn't mean they are all good people. You mean I should go see them more often in the next 2 months and pick out the suitable ones?
Exactly. What do you think? I think that's a good idea. Lu Qinyang felt a bit shy after Xiao Yan's straightforward affirmation. Qinyang, you think more thoughtfully than I do. Lu Qinyang's face turned even redder from the compliment. Xiao Yan was really good at praising people. She, weighing around 130 or 140 jin, felt like she was floating at this moment. Xiao Yan, is that really okay? Of course. Qinyang, don't doubt yourself. You're doing very well. Among a group of bandits, being able to talk and laugh freely, to recruit them, and even make them want to elect her as the leader, such ability and the warmth that inspires trust is something no other woman besides Lu Qinyang could have. That's good, Lu Qinyang said. Xiao Yan, today Jiang Xian brought many people here, and we owe a lot of favors. How do you think we should repay them? She was starting to worry. And there's Duke Yun. Fifth young master is easy to deal with, he's one of us. Zhang Heyao. I'm too lazy to say, do as you like. Wait. Xiao Yan, Zhang Heyao is coming, and that princess, will she hold a grudge against me? Lu Qinyang panicked. She didn't want to be poisoned again, nor did she want to be kidnapped again. It's not always good luck for her to meet a makeshift troupe. No, she won't. She doesn't dare. Rest assured, Mother, Xiao Yan quickly comforted her, sensing her nervousness. She is not like the fearless and ignorant lady of the Zhou family. Song Mingjin knows clearly which people she can threaten and which she cannot. Every social circle has its own unspoken rules. The lady of the house acts recklessly, doing whatever she pleases. But Princess Zhaoyang is different. She has lived in a world of scheming and knows human nature well. She understands how to handle people and knows who she must avoid offending. Especially in the capital. Even as a princess, she has to be careful and cautious. Song Mingjin also understands her own personality. She wouldn't risk offending both herself and Zhang Heyao over something that brings her little benefit. But feeling disgusted with Mother Zhou might be possible. And her misjudgment of the behavior of the Zhou family's lady has made Xiao Yan more cautious now. Perhaps he should do something. Suddenly, Mother Zhou exclaimed, "Oh no, I've made a mistake." What happened? Xiao Yan also grew tense. I forgot to tell fifth young master a few things, Mother Zhou said, annoyed. Xiao Yan, go to sleep. He was already sleepy. He also knows it was the lady of the Zhou family who sent people. That man has a heavy mind. He's probably feeling guilty right now. I should talk to him. This isn't really his fault. Can a dog that bites someone still be reasonable? No, I need to find time to see him and talk things over so he won't keep worrying. I'm fine. Nothing happened. I want him to stop overthinking. Xiao Yan said again, sleep for a while. Dawn is coming. Although he knew that after such an incident, it was normal for Mother Zhou to have trouble sleeping. Okay, Mother Zhou agreed. Before Xiao Yan could think of more comforting words, she had already fallen asleep. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Their hands were still clasped together. This closeness made Xiao Yan feel a bit greedy. But he had other things to do, so he reluctantly released her and quietly got up. He took his sword and left. This sword was a gift from Jiang Xian, part of his betrothal gifts. Passing by the kitchen, he stopped, his brow tightening slowly. He silently looked at Jiang Xian, as if asking, "Why are you here?" The young maid was also there, but she was now lying on the table, asleep, wrapped in Jiang Xian's cloak. Jiang Xian sat beside her, using a small oil lamp to read the official reports. Seeing Xiao Yan, Jiang Xian stood up quietly, moving softly and lightly. "Your Majesty," he said with a smile, "are you leaving so early? I'll teach you how to hide and avoid detection. Now you're using it on me?" Xiao Yan asked. "Do you realize how I, as your father-in-law, should treat you now?" He was ready to break a leg or throw him out. Which leg to break? It depends on the situation. Anyway, since her daughter was here, her son-in-law wouldn't be lacking. No one was indispensable. "Please stay calm," Jiang Xian said. "I know this isn't proper. But Xiao Zhao is only 14. She was still a young girl. Thinking about what had happened before, she almost lost the most important person. She felt scared and restless, unable to sleep.
The younger girls, Arya and Sanya, were still children. After crying, they would be fine. Lu Qinyang was comforted by Xiao Yan. But the eldest girl, she was neither old enough to cry freely in her parents' arms nor had someone to comfort her. So, after temporarily settling to Xie and the others in the warehouse, Zhang Xian hurried back. Sure enough, he saw the kitchen light still on. The eldest girl sat alone in the kitchen, pretending to write but just holding her pen and staring into space. Her bright, lively eyes were now covered with a thin layer of tears. Even when she was upset, she was silent. And it was heartbreaking to see. Your Majesty, when I was 14, I went to the battlefield for the first time and killed someone. You praised me then, and I felt proud, but I had nightmares for many days afterward, Zhang Xian said self-deprecatingly. Don't worry, I am no longer a young boy. I know what I should and shouldn't do. Zhao Zhao is still young. I just want to stay with her. The two of them didn't really say much. When the eldest girl saw him come in, she wasn't surprised. She smiled at him and then went inside to get a report. That was a report Zhang Xian had given her. Ordinary families couldn't usually buy official reports, but Zhang Xian knew she loved reading, so he often brought her books and reports. So, the eldest girl practiced calligraphy under the lamp, while Zhang Xian watched her. At that time, the report was just a cover-up tool. After a while, the eldest girl leaned on the table and fell asleep. Zhang Xian then began to read the report carefully. Between them, there was always a respectful distance, like a chair's space. Feelings were kept within proper boundaries. Father, the eldest girl's voice came from inside. After a moment, she stood up, holding the sides of her cloak to prevent it from falling, and slowly walked out. Her gaze fell on Xiao Yan's sword, and she softly said, Father, these people are not the same as the two who tried to kill my mother on the street last time. Please spare their lives. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, then wanted to laugh, but dared not. Sure enough, clever like Big Sister, she had already guessed who was behind the death of those two last time. Big Sister almost said it outright. Dad, don't go crazy and kill them. I understand, Xiao Yan said. I need to go out for a while. When your mother wakes up, tell her not to set up her stall today and to rest at home. I'll be back soon. Okay. Xiao Yan glared at Zhang Xian. Come out with me. He was going, so it was fine. If he wasn't here, Zhang Xian wouldn't be bothering with petty tricks. Just thinking about it made him want to punch him. But Zhang Xian said, Is the Duke not staying at home? I think you should wait until you return before leaving. Or else if the Duke gets up, there won't be a man at home to serve him, and that wouldn't be good. Xiao Yan was speechless. This shamelessness, he didn't know who she had learned it from. It certainly wasn't like this before when she was with him. Seeing the dawn light spreading in the east, Xiao Yan was anxious to leave, so he ignored Zhang Xian and turned to go out. Big Sister returned her cloak to Zhang Xian and started preparing breakfast for the family, as well as packing things for tomorrow's stall. Zhang Xian wanted to help, but Big Sister told him to sit and wait. Zhang Xian really couldn't do much, so he picked up a pole and went out to fetch water. Xiao Yan appeared at Zhang Huyao's official residence, asking the gatekeeper to pass on a message that he wanted to see Song Mingjun. Song Mingjun didn't come out. Instead, a maid was sent to relay the message. The princess said she finds the outsider inappropriate and unworthy, so she asks for your understanding. If you have anything to say, I can deliver it to the princess. All right, Xiao Yan said slowly. Tell her that if she dares to harm Lu Qi's mother, I, Xiao Yan, and she, Song Mingjun, will not rest until one of us is dead. The last 4 words were spoken through clenched teeth, each syllable ringing like the clash of swords, frightening the maid so much that her knees went weak, and she almost knelt down, clutching her skirt tightly to hide her trembling. And Xiao Yan's expression was calm. Since I've come to visit, I can't come empty-handed. I brought a gift for Song Mingjun. The maid looked at him in shock. Just a few leaves, a small token of my sincerity, Xiao Yan said. Place it by your princess's pillow and have her check. After speaking, he turned and left. The maid, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, hurriedly went inside to report. Song Mingjin hadn't gotten up yet. She was lazy and relaxed, with no one around her. Last night, Zhang Heyao did not go home. This morning, he sent someone to say that he had something to do last night and therefore did not return. Song Mingjin listened without anger and waved her hand to dismiss the servant. In the past, she wouldn't have let Zhang Heyao off easily. But now, since Zhang Heyao has recently done several things that earned the emperor's praise, she decided to give him some face. After all, what Song Mingjin wanted was a noble husband and a respected wife. When the maid who came in to handle Xiao Yan entered, she surprisingly spoke up. How did Xiao Yan say? Is he angry? She was waiting for Xiao Yan to break in forcefully. The maid stepped forward, her gaze falling on the 2 withered grass leaves by Song Mingjin's pillow, and her face lost all color instantly. I'm asking you, Song Mingjin said unhappily. What a useless person. Princess, look at what's by your pillow. Only then did Song Mingjin follow her gaze and frown. What is this? Why is it on my bed? Xiao Yan said it's a gift he sent you. This was a threat, so blatant. If Xiao Yan wanted, he could easily take Song Mingjin's life. Song Mingjin was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She reached out and picked up the grass leaf to look at it. He's much more interesting than before. The maid dared not lift her head. Even those who had served Song Mingjin for many years had never dared to fully understand her personality. Lu Qinyang, you truly are fortunate, Song Mingjin muttered to herself. Some things, no matter how jealous, were useless. Mother. Song Qinghuan ran in directly without waiting for a reply, just like before, pulling aside the curtain. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were full of excitement. What's wrong? Are you making a fuss? Song Mingjin was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Zhang Heyao sent me a horse. A real Arabian horse. Song Qinghuan was so excited. My own horse, no one else can touch it. Song Mingjin's smile froze on her face, and after a moment, she said calmly, Qinghuan, don't call your father by his name directly. Got it, Song Qinghuan said. There's also a horse trainer from the western regions who can teach me how to train horses. Mother, I want to go play now. When you get up later, come see me train the horse. Be careful, go ahead. After her daughter left, a cold glint flashed in Song Mingjin's eyes. Shiyu served her as she got up and dressed. Song Mingjin asked her, Shiyu, what do you think? Why did the master suddenly send Qinghuan a horse? Shiyu knelt on the ground, helping her adjust her belt. Hearing this, her movement stiffened, and she lowered her gaze. I am dull and do not understand the deep meaning behind the master's actions. You are obedient, considerate, gentle, and attentive. Everything is good except you refuse to think. Song Mingjin said, You've served the master for so long. Why haven't you developed some sense? Shiyu lowered her head even more. Although she did everything according to the princess's requests, the princess still occasionally made snide remarks. She initially thought that the princess simply had this kind of temper. But last night, Zhang Heyao stayed out all night for Lu Qinyang, and early this morning, the princess was warned by Xiao Yan. Now, she not only felt no jealousy, but also praised Lu Qinyang for being lucky. She suddenly realized that it wasn't that the princess had a bad temper, but rather it depended on who she was dealing with. She had served Zhang Heyao before, but that was arranged by the princess. And serving him made her think more cleverly? Could it be that matters between men and women are just about brains? But all her thoughts she could only hide deep in her heart, even afraid to let herself think about them again. Song Mingjin asked herself and answered her own question. She said, the blood horse isn't something that can be prepared overnight. He must have been ready long ago, just waiting for the right moment to give it. He chose this timing to tell me that even if my daughter looks down on him, as long as he wants to please her, he can make her happy. She paused and then continued, similarly, if he wants to deal with my daughter, it would be easy. Zhang Heyao was warning her, and Xiaoyan was straightforward, but both were hinting at the same thing. Don't hurt Lu Qinyang. Do you think Lu Qinyang is lucky? Yes, Shiyu pondered, but the master is yours.
Haha.
He's not truly mine, Song Mingjin, but Princess Xiaoyang's, she said. Let me tell you, I'm not angry. Actually, I'm a bit excited, wanting to see who will succeed in confronting Zhang Heyao and Xiao Yan. Oh, and there's also Zhou Xiaoyao. Shu Yu's head almost drooped to her chest. She didn't understand the princess's mood swings. But she knew that ever since she was ordered by the princess to climb into Zhang Heyao's bed, she had lost all joy. When Lu Qinyang got up, the Duke of Yun and Jiang Xian were no longer there. Xiao Yan had already returned, as usual, practicing martial arts with the big girl and others. Wait, I'm here too. Lu Qinyang ran out after dressing. Is it a bit late today? Today is a day off, Xiao Yan replied. Lu Qinyang immediately felt distressed and muttered, it was almost over anyway, and I lost a day's earnings. Her dowry for marriage still hadn't been settled. Yesterday, you brought back so many people from the mountain. You should go see them today, Xiao Yan said. And also about fifth young master, you need to talk to him and clear things up. Take a rest today and handle everything properly. Yes, Lu Qinyang suddenly remembered Lei Lunzi and became happy instantly. Maybe she could make some money before the new year. Xiao Yan looked at her. When he heard about fifth young master, his face lit up with a smile, but inside, he felt a bit sour. Lu Qinyang's genuine happiness was a little too bright. She wanted to tell Xiao Yan about it, but then she thought maybe it wasn't certain. She didn't want to get her hopes up for nothing. After she met Lei Lunzi and carefully planned, she would decide what to do. Just after breakfast, as she was about to go out, there was a knocking at the door. Arya had finished eating and quickly went outside to open the door. When she saw who was there, her little face immediately darkened, and she said bluntly, "What do you want?" "Who is it?" Lu Qinyang asked. The visitor was Mulan. Mulan had married someone arranged by Grandma Wei. She didn't marry the steward of the house but married into a wealthy local family, freeing herself from slavery. But she looked tired and not very well off. "Mulan, why are you here?" Lu Qinyang asked with a smile. "Come in quickly. Arya, go back to your room." "You, child." Mulan's face turned red, and she hesitated. "Qinyang, I didn't have the face to come see you." "What are you saying? When we were together before, you took good care of me." "Come in, let's talk." She led Mulan inside. Mulan sat near the bed, feeling awkward. "Today, my mother forced me to come. I said I wouldn't, but she said we have a connection, so I should come." It's okay, I understand. It's not your fault. You're just delivering a message. Tell me, what does the madam want to say?" Lu Qinyang thought to herself that although she wasn't very clever, she knew who sent Mulan. "The madam said she's sorry and asked me to bring you 1,000 taels of silver." At first, Arya was angry, but when she heard about the 1,000 taels, she immediately calmed down. 1,000 taels. But then she thought about how her mother almost got into trouble. Her anger flared up again, and she said fiercely, "Go back and ask her if 1,000 taels is enough to buy her life. If it is, tell her to wait. When I earn enough, I will buy her life." Mulan blushed and couldn't say a word. She didn't want to come today either. But Mistress Wei insisted on forcing her to come and said she had never been able to have children, so she had no confidence at her husband's house and could only rely on the family to support her. "That's enough, second sister," Lu Qinyang said. "I've accepted the money. Mulan, go back and tell the lady of the house. I won't argue about this anymore. Young Master Wu has been separated, and from now on, everyone will live their own lives. If she harms young Master Wu again, I will report it to the authorities and settle the score. Attempted murder is still a crime." Mulan nodded repeatedly. As long as Lu Qinyang was willing to accept it, that was enough. She understood Lu Qinyang's personality and was worried that if she didn't accept, she wouldn't be able to explain to her mother and the lady of the house. As long as she accepted, she just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. This involved not only the lady of the house but also her uncle. If her uncle got angry, the lady of the house's days would become difficult. Lu Qinyang asked about Mulan's recent situation. Mulan's eyes were slightly red, but she said, "It's okay. Life goes on. Qinyang, thank you." I told my mother that if the lady of the house ever has such thoughts again, she must communicate with you no matter what. My mother agreed. Good, thank you. Please also thank Mistress Wei for the sheep she sent last year before the new year, which helped us have a good holiday. After sending Mulan away, Lu Qinyang's mood was clearly not good. Mother, you really accepted the money? Second sister asked cautiously. At first, she thought she shouldn't accept it. But accepting it was also fine. After all, it was 1,000 taels of silver. So much money.
Huh.
Silver? I don't want it, Lu Qinyang snapped back to herself. I just saw that Mulan's hands are frostbitten. When she was at her mother's house, her mother was there, and she never suffered frostbite. Why do women have to marry? They never have good days. When a rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Big sister is getting married next year, Lu Qinyang thought, feeling a bit touched. But second sister's mind was entirely on the 1,000 taels of silver. Mother, you don't want it?
Give it to me, she joked.
Lu Qinyang glared at her and scolded with a smile. You're so clever. Everyone else is just foolish. Mother, keep it for me. Big sister is getting married next year. The Jiang family has a high status. Shouldn't you give her a little more money? Or give her 400 taels, and I and third sister 300 taels each. How about that? You, aren't you ashamed? Lu Qinyang said with a mixture of laughter and tears. You've already planned how to spend this money. Mother, take it. If you don't, it's a waste. Just to comfort you. Second sister continued to persuade her. I don't want it. Lu Qinyang said, your older sister doesn't want this money either. Just by spending it, she will remember the hardships I faced. It seems so. Then I don't want it either. But mother, we can't return it. That's too cheap for her. No, we won't return it, Lu Qinyang replied. Think about it. Why would the main wife be willing to lower herself and lose money? Because she's afraid you'll report her, said second sister. She's not afraid. 1,000 taels of silver are enough for her to bribe the officials. And those people like Xiongdo are confused. It's not hard for the main wife to free herself. She can buy a scapegoat for just a few coins, maybe 100 or 80 taels at most. Then why? Because Zhang Hiyao went to find Jin Huaihai. That's the main wife's older brother. Is he still afraid of Zhang Hiyao? Second sister was puzzled. Because they had stayed too long at the Zhou residence, the main wife seemed like an all-powerful goddess, respected and obeyed by everyone. Her older brother was even more unreachable. Now they said he still had to listen to Zhang Hiyao? Second sister found it unbelievable. I don't know exactly what's going on, Lu Qinyang said. But this matter is about Zhang Hiyao's face. So, I'm giving this banknote to Sun Shun to deliver to Zhang Hiyao. I don't want it. She didn't want to owe Zhang Hiyao anything. Nor did she want any future entanglements. This 1,000 taels arrived just in time. But still, she felt a little reluctant. 1,000 taels. If she had 1,000 taels herself, earned by her own effort, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. She wouldn't have to worry about Daya's dowry anymore. Lu Qinyang handed the banknote to Sun Shun, then went to find fifth young master, persuading him to forget about this matter and focus on being a good official and living well. Fifth young master cried again. Lu Qinyang actually felt a bit headache. Fifth young master was like tofu, soft, warm, and constantly dripping water, unstoppable. But she still comforted him and then went to the warehouse to see Xiongda and the others. They had lost the excitement from last night when Lu Qinyang had painted big dreams for them. Now they sat in small groups on the ground, looking dejected. What's wrong? Lu Qinyang said cheerfully, sorry I came late, made you wait. Qinyang. A group of men immediately gathered around as if they found their backbone. Lu Qinyang smiled, I know you're new here and don't know your way around, so you're unsure. Today I came to discuss and find work for you. Have you eaten yet? Xiongda replied, yes, my wife brought food. Qinyang, your daughter is really good. Lu Qinyang happily said, of course. Anyone who sees my big girl will praise her. Come on, everyone step aside. I need to talk to Lei Tongzi alone. Lu Qinyang took Lei Tongzi aside by herself. What's wrong, Qinyang? Lei Tongzi was confused why she only brought him out and felt very nervous. Do you think I'm useless and can't do the work? I can do it. I'm not worse than others. Qin Yang, please leave me here. My family has 13 people, and I'm the only one supporting them. No. How come you have so many children? Lu Qinyang was distracted by his words. No, Lei Tongzi also shed tears. My older brother and sister-in-law were killed in an explosion, leaving 4 children. I have 4 children myself, plus my parents, my wife, and my wife's mother. Lu Qinyang sighed. Life is hard for everyone. But don't worry, I believe in you. That's why I called you out alone. If I give you money to help make and sell firecrackers, can you do it? I can't say for others, but making firecrackers is my family's main skill. Lei Tongzi immediately pounded his chest. It's a family tradition. Don't be afraid just because my brother was killed in an explosion. He didn't listen to advice and insisted on studying gunpowder, which is how it happened. Why did he study gunpowder? Lu Qinyang asked curiously. To up stones, Lei Tongzi mentioned his late brother with some sadness. Our family is poor, and firecrackers are only sold during the New Year. We have a special kind of stone that people in the capital like to buy, but quarrying is hard work. My brother thought of using gunpowder to make it easier, but that's just fate. Lu Qinyang patted his shoulder. Try making some first and let me see. If it works, I'll invest some silver. You and everyone else can do it. I'll pay for food, wages, and materials. I'll sell the firecrackers. You're different from others. You need to be involved in making them. So besides wages, I'll also give you a 10% interest. How about that? She had thought this plan through carefully. She initially wanted to give him 20%, but she wasn't confident about just sharing profits. Paying him a fixed wage would make him feel secure, and she could give 10% less in profit sharing. Actually, Lu Qinyang wasn't entirely sure either. Although firecrackers sell for high prices in the capital, everything there is expensive, materials, labor, and costs are high. And for her, all this was unfamiliar territory, so she wasn't completely confident. She dared to come up with this idea because she had calculated that if she invested 50 taels of silver, she could get a sense of how profitable this business might be. It's a small loss now. Although she feels sad, she doesn't think the world is ending. Working at the dock has helped Lu Qinyang learn some things, especially that to get rich, you need to do business. If it works out, Big Sister's dowry might not be a problem, so she wants to try. Lei Longzi hesitates a bit. What if we lose everything? It's okay. If we lose, it's on me. What are you afraid of? Lu Qinyang pretends to stay calm. Tell me what you need, and I'll go buy it. You start making things and we'll try. Others who can't wait can go find work elsewhere. If you don't want to go out, wait a few days, and I'll provide food.
All right.
Lei Longzi says, but only 10% interest. Is that too little? No, that's too much, Lei Longzi says. I can't take that much. It's not a lot. You'll get it after we make money. That's settled, Lu Qinyang says. Work hard, and we'll all get rich. Okay, then, Qinyang. I'll go tell the boss and others. You don't need to worry. Just tell me what to buy, and I'll go get it. Buy a little first so we can try. If it doesn't work, we won't lose too much. Lei Longzi talks about his usual work, opening up like a book. He explains what to buy and what kind is best very confidently. Lu Qinyang simply says, then I'll go shopping with you. That works too. The materials in the capital city are indeed more expensive, to Lei Longzi's surprise. He keeps tugging at Lu Qinyang's sleeve. Qinyang, how much do we need to sell to break even?
No, I'm scared.
I'm not afraid. What are you worried about? Lu Qinyang says. Let's try just a test. After buying the supplies, she first sends Lei Longzi home, then goes to buy 2 big carts of wheat straw. With so many people, they can't afford beds and quilts, but laying some straw on the ground can keep out the cold. She also buys iron pots, firewood, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, brown rice, flour, and sweet potatoes. When not working, they can't afford fine food every meal, so they eat coarse grains to fill their stomachs. When they start working and earning money, they'll buy better food for everyone. Seeing her rushing around with so many things, the others, including Xiongda, come forward to help. Girl, you don't need to do it yourself. Rest a bit. By the way, where's your man? I haven't seen him today. He's my husband, Lu Qinyang says. I don't know where he is. He's probably busy. I'll ask when I get home tonight. Lei Longzi, you can tell them. We are a group of country folks coming to the capital, completely clueless and unable to go anywhere. Sister, we trust you. Just make arrangements for us. All right, Lu Qinyang said. In a few days, I will have everything figured out. I've arranged food and drink, and the cook's maid is ready. Just wait patiently. The cook's maid, Fong, was a widow. Her only son had died, her daughter-in-law had run away, and she was raising 2 grandsons with little money. Lu Qinyang felt sorry for her and wanted to help. She took this chance to ask her to cook for the group, paying her 50 coins a day. Fong was happy and agreed, saying she would bring her 2 young grandsons to help. As long as they could manage the cooking, it was fine. Lu Qinyang also agreed happily. After finishing these tasks, it was already getting dark. Lu Qinyang was about to go home but was stopped by Sun Shun. Qinyang, Zhang is waiting for you, he said, pointing toward Chao Guan with a pleading look. I took the 1,000 taels of silver for him because I was worried he'd be upset. Maybe you could go see him? All right, I don't want to cause trouble for you. I also have some things to discuss with him. When they met, Zhang Heyao looked her over from head to toe. Seeing her covered in flour and her hair loosened from work, he frowned and said, Can't you look a bit more like a lady? Always so untidy. You don't have to see me as a woman, Lu Qinyang replied. I can be untidy in my own space. I haven't bothered you at Zheng's place, have I?
So, what do you want from me?
I saved you yesterday, and this is how you talk to me? Even if we grew up together. You ignore the past, but I still have to protect you. Lu Qinyang, can you stop meddling in other people's affairs? What does Zhou Xiaoyao's matter have to do with you? You're not always this lucky, able to walk away unscathed every time. Yes, you helped and I thank you, Lu Qinyang said. So today, I won't argue with you. But if you say I meddle too much, think about this. Aren't you meddling in my affairs too? You think I shouldn't care about you? Zhang Heyao didn't know why he felt this way, but every time he saw Lu Qinyang, he wanted to get angry. She always knew how to provoke him. It's not right, Lu Qinyang said. Our past relationship, whether you acknowledge it or not, should be clear in your mind. Now that you have married the princess, just live your life well. Don't come to bother me again, so I won't look down on you. I was just worried about you. No need. If you don't care, I'm fine on my own. If something had really happened yesterday, it would be my fault, my destiny. It has nothing to do with you, and you can't blame yourself. In the future, don't cling to me or make things difficult for me. It's like I have some connection with you. If your princess wife comes to trouble me again, I, a common person, can't handle it. So you're worried she'll come after you. Don't worry. Why are you still listening? Didn't you hear me tell you to mind your own bowl and not look outside? We have nothing to do with each other. I won't argue with you anymore. It's so annoying. Zhang Heyao was so angry he fell backward. All right, I'm leaving. I won't take your money. If you want to give it, you can or return it if you like. Abandoned mother. Zhang Heyao knew she was soft but not firm, so he called out, on the first day of October, Did you go to send winter clothes to our parents? When I went, I saw the offerings and burnt items you left. Yes, Lu Qinyang said, I want to thank our parents for their kindness. It has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. I'm leaving. Are you doing well?
Yes.
As long as you don't come, I'm fine every day. While speaking, Lu Qinyang had already left. Zhang Heyao sat on a chair, looking a bit defeated. He muttered softly, Are you really going to argue with me to the end? Sun Shun stood nearby, wishing he were deaf. He really didn't want to get involved in their affairs, but Zhang Heyao kept looking for him. Caught in the middle, he felt awkward. Zhang Heyao really doesn't listen to advice. When Lu Qinyang returned home, she received a huge surprise. It was truly a big one, because her long-cherished dream of 2 large axes had come true. The two big axes lay on bright red velvet, their blades not yet opened, but already emanating a cold, sharp aura. One axe weighs 48 jin and 7 liang. Before Xiao Yan finished speaking, Lu Qinyang had already grabbed the axe handle, swung it in the air, and then laughed like a child. Xiao Yan, this feels so right. As long as you think it's useful, Xiao Yan said with a smile. I also prepared a heavy sword for you, but it's not finished yet. Once it's done, I'll bring it back for you to try. No need. That's too much trouble, and I'd have to bother Jiang Xian. This is enough. Enough. Xiao Yan. All right. So, in the end, this favor is all owed to Jiang Xian? Yes, he is very poor and Lu Qinyang knows that. Men should earn their own money. Lu Qinyang happily played with an axe for a while. Yunting was so scared he didn't dare go outside. Qinyang, don't be so fierce. What if you accidentally hit someone? Their brains might burst. It was frightening. Lu Qinyang laughed loudly. Do I look like a female general? Female general? Then wouldn't it be like Jiang Yi? Can you ride a horse? Yun Ting asked. I've ridden a pig before. Yun Ting laughed out loud. Next time, if you ride a pig into battle, are you planning to make the enemies laugh to death? Lu Qinyang, when I have money. She definitely wants to buy a horse for fun. What if she makes a lot of money selling firecrackers? Thinking of this, Lu Qinyang excitedly told Xiao Yan about her plans. Although it's a bit risky, if I don't try, I won't know if I can make money. That's worth a try. But I'm also interested in blasting rocks, Xiao Yan said with a smile. If they really could blast rocks, what about the city gates? That's not okay. Lu Qinyang widened her eyes. Xiao Yan, don't be reckless. That's too dangerous. We should just sell firecrackers honestly and not think about risky things. Okay, Xiao Yan nodded. I don't know if it will make money. What if we lose everything? This time, Yun Ting acted more like a real person.
It's okay.
Next time my uncle comes, I'll ask him for some money. Why is he so stingy? Every time he visits, he brings nothing and just eats and drinks for free. He robs the rich to help the poor, but he's actually robbing the poor to help the rich. He has money, but he doesn't owe us anything. Besides, how can I ask an elder for money? Lu Qinyang said. Our small business money is enough. Let's try it tomorrow. I'm getting anxious. All right, let's try. That's good, Yun Ting said. If we really can do it, I can help. You help? Lu Qinyang was a bit doubtful and asked after a moment, You help with the fire? That really couldn't be done. Of course, I'll sell it. Qinyang, do you think I'm a spoiled kid?
No need to think about it. He already was. No.
Who are you selling to? Not planning to sell back to the Duke of Yun's estate, right? The Duke of Yun's estate buys hundreds of taels of fireworks every year. Who cares who they buy from? As long as we can make it, I'll get my dad to buy it all. If there's more, even my previous friend will buy it. Lu Qinyang. Being your friend is really unlucky. I have to be forced into buying and selling, second sister muttered. Are you stupid? Finally, Yun Ting can confidently point out and criticize Arya. Those spoiled rich kids, they have money to trick others, but they can't trick me. At least I appreciate them. When others trick them, they call them fools. Don't you think? Arya, you're right. As long as it makes money, he is the boss. Let's try first, Lu Qinyang said. If it really works well, we can sell some. But we shouldn't sell too much, to avoid owing favors just for profit. Let's do it first, Yun Ting said. As long as it looks good. Money isn't a problem. I'm just worried about that deaf guy. If he's capable, we wouldn't need to go out. Those people would come to buy on their own. I have an idea. This thing should be ranked in 3 levels: best, lucky, grand, and limited edition. Why does he know so much? Because he used to spend money like that. Lu Qinyang thought it made sense. All right, after setting up the stall tomorrow, I'll take you to see the deaf guy again. You know a lot. Tell him what kind of fireworks and firecrackers people in Beijing like. No problem, Yun Ting said proudly. His status in the family has finally improved. But for now, he won't worry too much about the exact ranking. In the comments, I found Qin hee hee, thanks to the sisters for sharing. The next day, Lu Qin set up her stall eagerly and went to find the deaf guy right away. The deaf guy was busy squatting in a corner. When others saw Lu Qin, they gathered around her. Xiong de Dao, miss, I heard you want to sell fireworks and firecrackers? Yes, just trying. Lu Qin smiled. Is it cold? Did you guys start the stove last night? No, it's not cold, and we can't light fires. The deaf guy said no open flames are allowed here. They even took out the pots, Xiong de Dao said. It's not that I don't trust the deaf guy, but we're all from the countryside. Coming to Beijing, we don't know where to look. Everything seems good. No fireworks or firecrackers in Beijing. The ones the deaf guy makes, are they better than Beijing's? I find that hard to believe. Lu Qin wasn't sure either, but she said, let's try just a test. It doesn't have to be perfect. If it's cheaper than others and we can earn some money, that's enough. Last night, she had already talked to Xiaoyan, mainly to comfort herself. If it doesn't make money, or if she loses a little, these people have jobs and get paid, right? Thinking like this, she felt a little better. I don't think it will work. Brother Bear, girl, can you help us find some other work? I'm also looking. Alright, I understand you're anxious. Listen, 3 days, just 3 days. If nothing turns up by then, I will find you some work. Lu Qin said, I'll take care of your food and drink during these 3 days, so don't worry. After speaking, she went to see Lei Longzi. Lei Longzi was focused on his work. After a while, he noticed someone behind him. Seeing it was Lu Qin, he hurriedly put down what he was holding and stood up nervously. Qin, you're here. Just to your work, Lu Qin said cheerfully. Why are you still so shy? We've known each other for a while now. It's already the 3rd day. So, how is it? Do you need anything? No, not really. It's just. Lei Longzi looked uneasy. I don't feel confident. Boss Xiong and the others are right. I haven't seen many good things in the capital. Do I really stand a chance? Just try. If it doesn't work, we won't sell you out, Lu Qin joked. Just focus on your work. All right. I'll hurry up. Lu Qin pretended to be confident in front of these people, but at night, she rarely had trouble sleeping. Xiaoyan, do you think it will work? I don't feel confident anymore. I originally wanted to earn some dowry for Daya. If the dowry gets smaller and smaller, how can I face Daya? It's okay. Didn't we talk about this last night? If needed, we can sell to ordinary families at a lower price, Xiaoyan said with a smile. And how much to compensate? At most a few dozen taels of silver. We can handle that. Few dozen taels of silver. How much can that buy? If last year at this time I had a few dozen taels, I don't know how happy I would be, Lu Qin said softly. Back then, the emperor granted me a piece of land, Xiaoyan said. Later, when I had trouble, I didn't lose it. I thought, when Daya gets married, I'll go and get that land back to give her as a dowry. A piece of land? Lu Qin's eyes lit up when she heard about land. That was her lifeline. Yes, not very big. I vaguely remember, only about 5. 5 acres? That's still good. Make a vegetable garden, and you'll save on buying vegetables, Lu Qin said. But then she thought, once Daya marries into the Jiang family, she probably won't be growing her own vegetables anymore. That makes it less useful. Actually, it would be better if they kept the land for themselves to grow crops. But since Xiaoyan cared about Daya, Lu Qin appreciated that. No, it's 500 acres, Xiaoyan said. 500? How much? Lu Qin was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. 500 acres? It seems so, Xiaoyan replied. At that time it was among a bunch of rewards and I didn't look closely. The land deed should still be with the Marquis estate, but now that I have severed ties with them, I don't want anything else. However, this land should still be in my name, and I want to take it back. This way, Lu Qin wouldn't worry day and night about her eldest daughter's dowry anymore. It's not just that, 500 acres. Lu Qin swallowed hard. The emperor treats you so well, and you still don't listen. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she owned 500 acres of land. She would be so overwhelmed, she might feel like she was floating in the sky. 500 acres. She couldn't even imagine it. The thought alone was too big to grasp. If she needed to in the middle of a land, she wouldn't even make it back to the edge in time. It was just too vast, too vast. Yes, the emperor has indeed treated me very well. Looking back now, after I got into trouble, my family wasn't stripped of everything, and the previous rewards weren't taken back. If I hadn't acted impulsively and thought carefully, I should have realized then that the emperor's treatment of me wasn't harsh. He was just giving me a lesson. It's not too late now. Maybe you can ask the Duke of Yin for help and see if he can speak up for you in front of the emperor, Lu Qinyang said. Not to criticize you, but you should be a bit more polite to Yun Ting. Let's not talk about family ties. Do you think Yun Gongzi would be happy knowing you hit his son? How would he feel? We can't just ask him to help you without considering that. Who doesn't care about their own children? If she hit someone else's child, that would be unacceptable. All right, Xiaoyan agreed with a nod, but she didn't take it seriously. There was no way. Yun Ting was the kind of person who would cause trouble if he didn't get his way for 3 days. 500 acres of land. Lu Qinyang was still marveling in amazement. Xiaoyan chuckled. After the new year, once we've paid this year's rent, the rest will go to the Marquis estate. We won't take it. Starting next year, we'll reclaim it, Xiaoyan.
Huh.
What's wrong? Don't go back to ask for it, Lu Qinyang said. Having so much dowry, 500 acres, is too much for either me or Daya to handle. We can't bear such a big favor from you. And if you go back to ask for this land, how will you get along with your family in the future? Have you thought about that? If they really tore their relationship apart, it would be serious. They didn't care about me in the first place, Xiaoyan said calmly. We've already cut ties. I only want this much from them. She had been fair to everyone in the Marquis estate. It was they who had wronged her. Think it over again, but I have to tell you, whether you decide to go back or not, this land is your own property now.
Daya, don't.
Her dowry, how much I can earn from it, I will earn as much as I can. Anyway, our family is in such a condition and the Jiang family knows this. There's no need for us to pretend to be wealthier than we are. I hope to give Dia more, but that's just my wish as her mother. I understand, Xiaoyan said. Let's wait until after the new year. If you think giving Dia too much is a problem, then split it among her 3 sisters. They've called me dad for so long. I should contribute something. Lu Qinyang decided in her heart that she couldn't take Xiaoyan's land. At night, she dreamt she was searching for a bathroom in the fields. She was so uncomfortable. She woke up feeling amused, but then she thought, dreaming about holding in, while Xiaoyan actually owned 500 acres of land. Lu Qinyang felt a bit dazed. It was such a wonderful thought. In the future, if she had money, she would buy a house and land. She couldn't imagine owning 500 acres, but even 50 acres would make her life comfortable. Qinyang, aren't you going to watch the firecrackers today? Yun Ting asked her while they were setting up their stall. Lu Qinyang sighed. I'm too afraid to go. When she went, those people would gather around her, hoping she would cheer them up. She didn't even feel confident herself now. In the evening, Lei Longzi came to see her, carrying a broken basket, followed by more than 30 people. Have you made them? Lu Qinyang asked excitedly. Let's try first, Lei Longzi said uncertainly. Take a look first. It might not work. If there's a problem, tell me and I'll fix it. All right, let me see. Lei Longzi took out some firecrackers from the basket. They looked almost the same as the ones she had seen before. From the outside, there was no difference. Lei Longzi placed the firecrackers on the ground and handed her a lit incense stick. Qinyang, try it? Okay, I will. I haven't lit one of these before. Lu Qinyang said. For ordinary families, firecrackers are a luxury during New Year and mostly enjoyed by men and boys. Lu Qinyang crouched down carefully, her hand trembling slightly as she reached out. Just as she was about to light the fuse, she suddenly felt someone cover her from behind. Then, her ears were muffled. She tilted her head back, and Xiaoyan's smiling face appeared close in front of her. Lu Qinyang stared blankly at him. They were so close she could see Xiaoyan's long, thick, curled eyelashes, and in his shiny black eyes, she saw her own big face. Seeing her dazed, Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile slightly, his lips curling up.
Light it.
No need. I'm not afraid of the noise, Lu Qinyang said with a red face. Be obedient. Everyone is watching and waiting for you. Suddenly, Lu Qinyang felt that her excitement for the firecrackers was replaced by other mixed feelings. When the firecrackers finally crackled loudly and everyone was amazed by the sound, Lu Qinyang was still a bit overwhelmed. It's a success. It's a success, Xiongda said excitedly. I've never seen such firecrackers before, so many bangs. You're amazing. What do you call this? This is called a continuous firework, Lei Longzi said uncertainly, looking nervously at Lu Qinyang. Qinyang, do you think this is okay? It's from our countryside. I don't know if it will work in the city. Yes, it's perfect. Yun Ting jumped out. I've never seen this before. Others didn't know his true identity, so they didn't pay much attention to his words. Lu Qinyang asked, Really? Is it really that good? She must have been unwell earlier because she didn't even think about making money and was instead thinking about Xiaoyan. Oh my, Lu Qinyang, wake up. Xiaoyan is leaving. Money is what can truly stay. Let's do this, just this. Yun Ting patted his chest. But later, give me some to my own horn. Let's sell it, I'll help sell. Maybe more, maybe 1,000 or 2. Stop bragging. Arya interrupted him. Hurry up and get back to selling. What a fool. Yun Ting said, Wait a moment, there's still a lot left. Let it all out. Let the people around hear. Our firecrackers are different. Amidst the crackling sounds and swirling white smoke, Lu Qinyang smiled like a flower, warmly greeting the onlookers. If you want to buy firecrackers in the future, come find me. I promise good quality and fair prices. Xiongda said, Let's go. Now we're heading back to get everything ready. Brothers, we've got work to do. Wait, Lu Qinyang said with a smile. We haven't bought that many things yet. Tomorrow morning, I'll come over and we'll buy everything we need in bulk. Buying more means we can negotiate better prices. No need to rush. Getting anxious only causes trouble. Everyone go home tonight and rest well. Gather your strength. Tomorrow we start working. 100 coins a day, food and lodging included. If we make money, we'll share some profits, Lu Qinyang announced loudly. Later, I'll buy some meat. Adding some meat tonight will give us energy for tomorrow. Everyone cheered. Lao Tongzi's dark face also showed a shy smile, but his eyes burned with hope. Let's go back and have something good to eat, Lu Qinyang said happily. Tonight, she dared to dream bigger. Like 5 acres of land? 500 acres is too much, too overwhelming. 5 acres is just right. But even 5 acres made her nervous, and she asked Xiaoyan several times that night. Xiaoyan, have you ever seen a string of firecrackers? No, I haven't. That's really amazing. But I want to tell you something, go ahead. Lu Qinyang thought. Maybe besides the 500 acres, he also saved a lot of silver. She finally felt how distant Xiaoyan was from her. Even if you make money later, you shouldn't do everything yourself, Xiaoyan said.
Why?
Lu Qinyang asked confused. If I make money, why shouldn't I do it? If I go, I can save 2 or 3 workers' wages a day. It's foolish not to earn money. Come winter, there are no stalls, no work to do. Qinyang, you can't always work so hard, Xiaoyan said. After a busy year, when you sell firecrackers, you also need to be involved. You can't do all the work alone, relying on your strength to overstrain your body. And Dia is getting married next year. You should spend more time with her. This might be the last winter you and she can stay under the same roof. Hearing this, Lu Qinyang's mind, which was ready to argue, suddenly went blank. Why did her heart feel so sour? New book title here. Dia is about to become someone else's wife. Lu Qinyang really couldn't bear it. To be precise, she couldn't bear any of her daughters getting married. She always felt that mother and daughters should stay together forever. Don't worry, if you want to see her after marrying Jiang Xian, you can go anytime. I'm not going. That mansion, if I go, I probably won't be able to tell north from south. Besides, with someone like me, wouldn't it just embarrass Dia? It won't, Xiao Yan said. I'll go with you. You're joking. You won't get married until the end of next year, so you might not even be here then. Xiao Yan, I've thought it over. If I earn a lot of money, I'll give some to help you find someone, maybe get you a good official position. You can't keep wandering around with me like this. They say women's youth fades quickly, but isn't it the same for men? A few years from now, you'll be old. By then, even if you have the chance, I'm afraid your fighting days will be behind those young people. You shouldn't waste your good years. Now, I just hope the firecrackers can make money. With their whole family, they soar high, each getting what they wish for. Even if I get a government position, I will still be Big Sister's father and still be your husband. Xiao Yan calmly looked at Lu Qinyang. Don't be silly, Lu Qinyang said with some unease. We both know what's going on between us. I know you're a person who cares deeply. You felt I helped you during your hardest times, so you think you owe me. But no, Xiao Yan, I mean it sincerely. I don't need you to take responsibility. Xiao Yan pursed his lips. You're right about Zhang Heyao. He should be responsible for me. I didn't cling to him, so why would I cling to you? I understand. Fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, turtles love turtles, green beans match frogs. What are we? You're a flower stuck in this pile of manure? Lu Qinyang even laughed at herself. Xiao Yan, you take care of yourself. Find a suitable wife from a good family, have more children. If you feel guilty later, we can still stay relatives. Just don't look down on me, your poor relative. I hope that someday, if something happens, I'll have a support. You know, I never dreamed I'd meet General Palu. I don't want to see men anymore in this life. I just want to earn some money, find good husbands for my 3 daughters, and when I grow old, I can have a little land to support myself. When I die, I don't want to suffer, nor to burden others. Heaven has been kind to me. Others have their own wonderful worlds she can't reach, and she doesn't aspire to climb higher. She just hopes to live her life peacefully. Have you never thought about finding a good man, having children, supporting each other? Not everyone is unfaithful like Zhang Heyao, Xiao Yan said with difficulty. His throat felt blocked, uncomfortable. Even though he knew how things would turn out if he spoke openly, he couldn't help but test the waters. He told himself to be patient, but as days went by and life improved, he became more anxious. Xiao Yan gradually understood one truth. Though he hadn't made her fall in love with him, he had developed a deep attachment to her. Parting from her felt like tearing her from his flesh and bones. No matter who Lu Qinyang was with, that man was happy. He wanted to occupy that place for himself. Why bother with that stuff? Lu Qinyang said, I believe that after so many years at the Zhang family, I have done everything I should. I can't do any more, not even a little. But still, it hasn't earned Zhang Heyao's gratitude. Now, I can't be as sincere and honest with anyone as I was before, and I get hurt. How many more decades can I have in this life? She couldn't bear this hardship anymore. If she tried again, she was afraid she wouldn't be as strong. She thought it was better to live her own life. Xiao Yan remained silent for a long time. He was clumsy with words and couldn't clearly express his feelings to Lu Qinyang. Today's attempt to test her feelings was definitely a failure. He couldn't do anything before Lu Qinyang developed a lasting attachment. He wanted to tell her how he felt, but he couldn't. Lu Qinyang never said that Zhang Heyao owed her an apology. But after being hurt once, she was afraid again. Her heart needed time to heal. No, I have to get up and count how much money I still have that I can use, she said. Lu Qinyang got up and pulled out all the money she had saved in the corner. She thought, I'll leave 200 taels for Daya. That way, whether I earn or lose, I still have some savings. But taking out 200 taels left her with too little to operate, and she couldn't manage. Lu Qinyang was in trouble. Just put everything in, Xiao Yan decided for her. If it really doesn't work, we can borrow money from Yinting. I'll pay him back next year. Lu Qinyang trembled, reluctant to do so. Finally, she gritted her teeth and decided to leave 100 taels, putting the rest into her plan. Xiao Yan saw her keep calculating, as if the numbers were wrong every time, and he couldn't help but laugh and say, Qinyang, you need to learn some math. When we finish this business, I'll teach you. Okay. The next morning, not long after Lu Qinyang got up, Hu Shunyi arrived. Old Hu, why are you here? Have you eaten? Come have a bite. Hu Shunyi said, I heard you're planning to sell fireworks? Yes. That's not good. Hu Shunyi said, that's just reckless. You're not familiar with it. Do you forget how I lost money before? Look at you, once you have some money, you start showing off. I'm different from you. I can't keep money. If you say it's not good, I think it's safe. Hu Shunyi said, can you listen to advice? Setting up a stall is fine, but don't mess with all that complicated stuff. What if you lose money again? Lose money and then earn more, Lu Qinyang said. Besides, can't you say something nice? Really? Dog biting Lu Dongbin doesn't recognize a good person, Hu Shunyi muttered. No, old Hu, you came to see me for something, right? Isn't it just to tell me not to do this? So, Duan is getting married next year, right? If your firecrackers are really good, save some for me. I'm worried you'll lose money later, and stop, then I'll have to buy more. Haha, I knew it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I promise to arrange the best for my niece. I'll pay myself. I'm not asking for charity. I heard they're pretty loud, so I'll buy some for Duan too. This is a big event in her life. She shouldn't be upset. Alright, I got it. You go to your work. Are you hoping I'll do well? Lu Qinyang laughed loudly, saying, I'm sure I'll make a fortune. Doctor, Hu kept talking as he left. After eating, Lu Qinyang couldn't wait to go to the warehouse to find someone. But when she arrived, she was stunned. Where are they? Where are my people? They promised I'd be the boss, promised to work together, promised to get rich together. But now, the room is empty? So many people disappeared overnight. The warehouse is empty, but she only bought some rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and other daily supplies. The items are still there. Even the most expensive big iron pot wasn't taken. That's strange. If they really tricked her, the iron pot would be gone. They wouldn't just leave everything behind and leave like that. Mother, second sister stomped her foot. It must be because we were too showy at the dock yesterday. Someone thought they could make money and took everyone away. Don't let me find out who did it. Otherwise, I'll go and scold him to death. That's unlikely, Lu Qinyang said. They're very loyal. Even if someone offers them high pay to work elsewhere, they'd tell me. I can't stop them from trying to make a big fortune. I'll ask around nearby, Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. He also thought something was strange about this. Maybe they think life is too hard and went back to being bandits, Yinting suggested. No way, Lu Qinyang was very sure. You don't know what life was like when they were bandits. They won't go back. After all, they're about to make money. Who would want to go back to being bandits and eating pig food? Even pigs know how to choose the best food. Xiaoyan asked around and brought back shocking news. The people from Xiongda's group had been captured by the officers from Shuntian Prefecture. According to insiders, the prefect personally led people to arrest them in the middle of the night. Lu Qinyang's eyes widened. They committed a crime? That's impossible. They told me that kidnapping me was their first action, then they went down the mountain, and I didn't get the chance. Wasn't it agreed that if no one reports, officials won't investigate? That's not right, Lu Qinyang said. Could it be that the government doesn't allow firework sales? If that's true, I need to clarify this. It's not their fault. I was the one who started it. She can't let Xiongda and the others get into trouble. Behind them are over 30 struggling families. Hardship is similar, but each family is more miserable than the last. Seeing her worried look, Xiaoyan held her arm and said seriously, Qinyang, stay calm. You go set up the stall, I'll ask at Shuntian Prefecture. Can you really go? Lu Qinyang doubted. Or should Yunting go instead? Duke Yun just visited the prefect of Shuntian, so Yunting should be able to say a few words. No need, I can do it. Don't worry, the authorities caught the person, so it's safer. If there's any misunderstanding, we'll clear it up. Xiaoyan was worried someone might be causing trouble. But thinking carefully, there didn't seem to be anyone suspicious. All right, then go quickly and come back soon. No matter what the prefect says, don't argue with him. We'll discuss it when you return. Lu Qinyang urged anxiously. Although she thought Xiao Yan had a good temper since they met, Xiao Yan did have a record. When he gets angry, even the emperor ignores him. Xiao Yan took 2 hours to return, just as they were about to pack up at noon. Lu Qinyang waited all morning, feeling nervous, pacing back and forth. At this moment, she wasn't thinking about making money, just hoping nothing bad happened. She noticed that everything she tried to do didn't go smoothly. There were always obstacles. When she saw Xiao Yan's figure appear from afar, she almost ran to him. Xiao Yan, what's the situation? It was a misunderstanding, Xiao Yan said. It's like this. The emperor had heard about Lu Qinyang's kidnapping and was furious. In the capital, there were bandits? The emperor's anger made the prefect of Shuntian, who was in charge of city security, panic. That night, he led people to wipe out the bandits completely. Lu Qinyang, the child died, and the wet nurse came. The bandits changed their plans and started kidnapping again. They're useless, only causing more trouble. So what now? We'll have to bother Duqian again? That's not good. Lu Qinyang muttered to herself. And this time, it was the emperor himself who ordered it. What should we do? While speaking, she couldn't help but look at Yun Ting. Xiao Yan didn't look pleased. Although he is now just an ordinary person, he still hopes that Lu Qinyang will think of him first when she faces problems. I'll find a way, Xiao Yan said. You have a way?
Yes.
No, Xiao Yan, don't force it. This is a big matter, and if it gets to the emperor, it could be serious. He shouldn't be stubborn. He has already offended the emperor. It's best not to seek trouble again. Because it's a serious matter, that's why I need to step in. Don't worry. After lunch, Xiao Yan left again. Lu Qinyang asked Yun Ting worriedly, do you think Xiao Yan can do it? I hope he doesn't end up getting himself into trouble while trying to save someone. What kind of problem is this? Yun Ting waved his hand casually. He just needs to talk to the emperor, right? Lu Qinyang thought she heard him wrong. Talk to the emperor? Xiao Yan can meet the emperor? Yun Ting realized he had said something wrong and quickly explained. He can't meet him directly, but he can ask Jiang Xian and the others. Xiao Yan knows many people. He can find someone to pass a message to the emperor. Then why didn't they help Xiao Yan before? Some wanted to help, but Xiao Yan didn't allow it. Others were afraid of getting involved. Now things are different. Times have changed, and isn't the emperor cracking down hard? Naturally, people are more active now, Yun Ting said. Anyway, you don't need to worry. It's just a misunderstanding. Xiao Yan will definitely handle it. Oh, Lu Qinyang said thoughtfully. That evening, Xiao Yan brought back Xiongda and others. When they saw Lu Qinyang, they cried loudly. Girl, Xiongda said, we thought we'd be in prison for the rest of our lives. Still calling us bandits. Lu Qinyang looked at them with a mix of anger and amusement. She comforted everyone, treated them to a meal, and then sent them back, planning to start work again tomorrow. Xiao Yan, did you find someone to help? In the darkness, Lu Qinyang softly asked. Yes, Xiao Yan replied. It's not a big deal for me. In the future, don't panic when problems come up. With me here, I can handle these small matters. She shouldn't seek help from other men anymore. It might make him uncomfortable.
Oh.
Xiao Yan thought Lu Qinyang would react with surprise and admiration, just like before, with exaggerated praise. For example, Xiao Yan, you're amazing. Wow, I didn't expect you could handle this. On the way back, Xiao Yan had already imagined many scenarios. But unexpectedly, Lu Qinyang was unusually silent tonight. And Xiao Yan knew she went to bed very late. Xiao Yan couldn't help but wonder if he had said the wrong thing or done something wrong today. Actually, Xiao Yan was not at fault. It was Lu Qinyang who couldn't help but think. It turns out Xiao Yan can now speak in front of the emperor through people. She seemed to see Xiao Yan's back growing strong little wings like a small god, ready to spread and fly high. Fly, fly, she hoped he would soar higher and higher. But deep down, she felt a bit reluctant. She comforted herself that this might be for the best, to prepare herself mentally in advance. She thought that this year, Xiao Yan might not be at home anymore. She was truly grateful for his company over the past year. He helped the family a lot, finding a good husband for the eldest daughter, bringing expensive rose water and pearl flowers for the second daughter, and giving the third daughter the caring father she longed for. But it was a pity. She felt she couldn't give him much in return. Maybe that was for the best. Otherwise, it was like the bronze mirror she gave at Sun Shun's wedding. She did her best, but to others, it might be just a source of frustration. Throwing it away didn't seem right, but keeping it felt too shabby. So, she decided to leave it as it was. If Xiao Yan was to leave, she wouldn't take anything with her. Lu Qinyang's small worries only lasted for half a night. Because poor people need to eat and earn money, luxurious feelings like sadness over spring and autumn were not suitable for them. What if she felt uncomfortable inside? She just had to endure it. Compared to feeling upset, she had experienced hunger, sickness, and lack of money. Wasn't that much harder? So the next day, Lu Qinyang was full of energy and enthusiasm, leading Lei Longzi and the others to buy supplies. Her small firecracker workshop then started busy work. At first, because they were just starting out, everyone was not very familiar with the process, so production was slow. But after a few days, they became more skilled. She was worried at first that they might stockpile inventory, but after setting off firecrackers at the dock that day, many people came asking, so there was no real surplus. During the new year in the capital, firecrackers became more expensive, about 60 or 70 coins for a big string. But the quality was nowhere near what Lei Longzi made. Lu Qinyang calculated that Lei Longzi's firecrackers, including labor, cost about 30 coins per big string. Unfortunately, things in the capital were always expensive. She also thought that if business went well this year, next year she could use the canal boats to find out where the raw materials for firecrackers were produced and buy directly from the source. Definitely much cheaper. But this year it was too late. They just had to grit their teeth and endure the high costs. The cost was 31, but since it wasn't the new year yet and the busy season hadn't started, Lu Qinyang set the selling price at 61. She thought that as the new year approached, she would observe sales and raise the price accordingly. Everything becomes more expensive during the holiday, which is understandable and normal. At first, she could sell about 100 skewers a day, earning 6 taels of silver, with only about 3 taels left after expenses. This profit was more attractive than selling at a stall, which was often crowded and competitive, leaving only 2 or 3 taels a day. Making firecrackers was just beginning for her. Yunting hadn't helped sell yet, and the most profitable time during the new year hadn't arrived. Good days were still ahead. Lu Qinyang earning her own money was also good for her big brother Xiong and others. They had enough food, and she used animal fat for cooking, willing to spend on oil. Every 3 days they could have a meal with meat. Although not always full, they could cook big bowls of cabbage with meat and tofu, and everyone could get a few slices of meat. Second sister helped her big sister distribute food, and she was deeply touched. Before, I thought life was hard, but I never imagined someone had only eaten tofu once since they were born. Yes, not meat, but tofu. This kind of poverty really shocked second sister. How painful can life be? How much suffering can a person endure? So, when someone finally eats tofu, they are moved to tears, not to mention meat. Everyone was very motivated. But there was also a small incident. One day, Lu Qinyang found Jeba sitting on the ground, holding a broken bowl and wiping tears. Everyone was gathered around, talking about something. "What's wrong?" she asked, walking over. "Is Jeba not full?"
No.
Jeba struggled to speak, his face turning red with urgency. I want meat. Lu Qinyang felt her head ache from hearing him say meat. Not enough meat?
She asked.
"I'll cook more for you later." "It's not that." Xiongde pinched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed to say it. Jieba is filial. He's thinking that his mother hasn't eaten meat all these years. Now that it's cold, maybe he's saving his meat, worried someone might steal it or spoil it. So he put it outside on the roof, but who knew? Crows or cats might have taken it. Jieba's world collapsed. Lu Qinyang felt a pang in her heart. She understood. When she first came to the Zhou family, no matter what good food they received, her daughters would bring it home, and in the evening, the mother and daughters would share it together. Even a small piece of sugar candy was enough for each to taste. Isn't family about caring for each other like this? The poor are not stingy or scheming. They are just careful and loving. All right, don't cry anymore, Lu Qinyang said as she helped the person up. It's not winter yet, so the meat won't spoil. Just work hard, and if we make money by the end of the year, I'll bring home a lamb leg for you all. Is that okay? Everyone cheered so loudly that it almost shook the roof. Hebo also smiled and said, Okay, I will work hard, work more. When it comes to everyone working, Lu Qinyang truly couldn't find fault. Even if a few people sometimes slacked off, most of them worked diligently from morning till night without complaint. But every time she went home and reflected, Arya would say, Mother, when they see you, they see a goddess. Who else works for meat? No tofu, either. Just boiled cabbage in clear water, no oil or seasoning. It's because of you that they are better off. We can't just let the ox work without giving it grass, Lu Qinyang said. We make money, and we want them to earn some too. That's the real good. Soon winter arrived. Lu Qinyang's market stall officially closed for the season. On the first day of winter, she rarely set up her stall or went to the warehouse. Today was Daya and Arya's birthdays, so they wanted to celebrate properly. Especially Daya, who could only celebrate a few birthdays at her family's home before she became part of someone else's family. Lu Qinyang couldn't bear to think about it. Just thinking about it made her tear up. Jiang Xian even took leave to come. Lu Qinyang thought to herself, whether he comes or not, it doesn't matter now. She only hopes that in the future, he remembers Daya's birthday every year. After Jiang Xian arrived, he took Xiao Yan aside to whisper. Lu Qinyang didn't hear what they said, but she could tell Xiao Yan looked unhappy. After a while, Xiao Yan came over and said, Jiang Xian said he wants to take Zhao Zhao out, so she can choose her own birthday gift. Do you think that's okay? Lu Qinyang nodded. Sure, go ahead. They will get married eventually. Right now, they're just building their relationship. Isn't that good? Small families don't have many rules, and everyone just hopes they're happy. So Jiang Xian took Dia out. Arya looked at him with envy and said, I wonder what kind of gift my brother-in-law will buy for Dia. Maybe he'll bring me one too. Why is your face so big? When you get married, your husband will buy you a gift, Lu Qinyang teased and scolded her with a smile. Jiang Xian prepared a carriage in advance. Get in, he said with a smile to Daya. Daya lifted her skirt to step up, but Jiang Xian held her waist and helped her up. I've prepared some food and tea for you. Feel free to use them. If the carriage bumps too much, just let me know, Jiang Xian advised before lowering the curtain and going outside to drive. The carriage wasn't very spacious, but it was clearly well decorated. The seats inside were covered with soft white fox fur. On a small table in the middle, there were snacks like red bean cakes and pine nuts, along with a pot of plum tea, all of which Dia liked. Jiang Xian never asked questions, but he observed carefully. Dia poured herself a cup of plum tea, holding it in her hand, feeling the warmth spread through her palm. In the corner of the carriage, there was even a silver sachet with a pleasant fragrance, burning incense that was light but refreshing, bringing a warm feeling. Dia didn't ask Jiang Xian where they were going. She sat quietly in the carriage, letting it move forward. After about half an hour, the carriage started to bump more noticeably. Jiang Xian reminded Daya and asked, Zhao Zhao, are you feeling okay? If you're uncomfortable, I can slow down. I'm fine, Daya replied. Big brother Jiang, where are we going? Almost there. You'll see when we arrive. I won't sell you. Dia smiled, thinking to herself that he could joke too. Sure enough, the carriage soon stopped. Jiang Xian lifted the curtain and reached out to her. Come, get down first. Daya held his arm. Perhaps because it was easier to get out this way, Jiang Xian didn't carry her this time. He seemed very mindful of personal space, which made Dia feel relieved. She wasn't used to being too close to him. It made her feel pressured, even though Jiang Xian had always been gentle with her. Jiang Xian leaned inside the carriage to rummage through things. Dia heard the sound of wooden planks moving. She had noticed earlier that the wooden boards under the carriage were hollow, making noise when stepped on. After a moment, Jiang Xian took out a basket containing fragrant candles, paper money, and some offerings. Looking around, do you realize they had arrived at a graveyard? After hearing about your background, I took the initiative to find out more. I found your mother's grave, but it wasn't very suitable. So I took the liberty, in your name, to have her remains moved here. I collected her bones for you. Daya's eyes welled up with tears. She had originally planned to do this herself when she had the ability in the future. She couldn't keep using her mother's money and making excessive demands while her family was struggling financially. But she didn't expect that Jiang Xian would have already helped her finish everything without her revealing any feelings. Here, Jiang Xian didn't look at the older sister, but led the basket ahead, giving her time to process her emotions. The winter wind was strong, but standing behind the tall, broad man, the older sister felt less cold. Jiang Xian walked silently. She followed quietly. Here, the older sister saw the white marble tombstone engraved with Mother Cui Runnian's tomb. Her knees buckled, and she knelt down to worship. She always had memories of her mother in her mind. Her mother was worried, but also warm. Even when sick, even when scolded by that demon, as long as she saw her, she would hold her in her arms and teach her to recite. If only the Dragon City's flying general were here, the Huns wouldn't cross Yin Mountain, and to be a hero in life, to be a ghost in death, telling her that a country means a home. She hoped she could learn to be independent and strong like a man someday, despite being a woman. Her mother was unwilling to accept the constraints of the inner courtyard and didn't want to be arranged for her whole life. Although her resistance failed and she chose the wrong person, leading to a bitter life, the older sister always admired her mother. Her choices, right or wrong, were her own, and she bore the consequences. She never blamed heaven or cursed herself. The second sister hated her biological mother deeply, but the older sister loved and felt regret for her mother even more. Her mother planted seeds in her heart, and with endless reluctance and regret, she passed away. Mother, the older sister reached out to touch the cold gold characters on the marble tombstone. You finally became yourself. It was Cui Runnian. She didn't take her husband's surname nor become a typical Mrs. She was herself. Her name was Cui Runnian. She had come into this world, talented and lively, once dreaming of wandering the world with a sword, and also dreaming of eating the flesh of the barbarians with hunger and laughing while drinking the blood of the Xiongnu. She was such a good girl, daring to love and hate. But she made one mistake, trusted the wrong man, and her life was ruined. Jiang Xian silently placed the offerings, lit a stick of incense, and handed it to the older sister. The older sister whispered a thank you, took it, and bowed to her mother to burn incense. Jiang Xian then burned paper money nearby. After a while, seeing the paper money burn completely, he handed the remaining paper to the older sister and said, I forgot to bring the wine I prepared. I'll go get it first. Okay. Big sister knows that he wants to give her some space so she can talk to her mother alone. Jiang Xian's careful thoughtfulness is never just words but shown through actions. Xiao Yan once privately told her, Zhao Zhao, although Jiang Xian is much older than you are very clever and insightful. Even someone like Yin Ting, who is a few years older, can't match your ideas. At that time, Big Sister didn't fully understand. But she knew her father wouldn't harm her, not even out of love for her family. Now she seems to understand a little more. Actually, Big Sister doesn't have much to say to her mother. She always feels that her mother has been with her, blessing her, so she could meet Lu Qinyang and live a life that, although poor, was never lacking in love. But she understands Jiang Xian's feelings now. After a while, when the paper money was burned, Jiang Xian also brought over a jar of wine. He rolled up his robe and knelt with Big Sister, pouring wine in front of the grave. Please rest assured, he said, in the future, Jiang Xian will take good care of Zhao Zhao. I won't let worldly rules restrict her. I will do my best to let her do what she wants and become who she wishes to be. After speaking, Jiang Xian bowed 3 times to Cui Runyang. On the way back, Big Sister sat beside the front and talked with Jiang Xian. She asked him, What do you mean by the last words you said to my mother? Master said that in the future, he will suggest to the emperor to open a girls' school so that women can enter official positions. When Xiao Yan talked about this, His face was full of excitement. He said Zhao Zhao could excel in literature, Zhuo Zhuo was suitable for business, and Jiao Jiao was fit for martial arts. He wasn't just thinking about women in the world. He wanted the women around him to be able to show their talents without being confined to the backyard. That's easier said than done. Big sister seemed to sigh. The road is long and far. I will seek and explore, Jiang Xian replied confidently. Jiang Xian didn't think Xiaoyan was just dreaming. He believed Big Sister was capable. He was willing to work with Xiaoyan to achieve this goal. When they were almost home, Jiang Xian suddenly brought something inside. It was a gold hairpin, similar to many gifts he had given before, decorated with clematis flowers, which Big Sister liked most. Didn't you already give me a birthday gift? Big Sister asked. Jiang Xian handed her a large box of books. For her, that was the most precious gift. Take it, Jiang Xian said. Just tell them I took you out shopping for this. Today, I brought you here to see my mother. I won't tell anyone, and your mother won't find out either. My mother would not be angry if she knew, said the older sister. I understand. But I think you probably don't want to mention it. You don't want your mother to feel sad, nor do you want her to be reminded of it. The older sister took the hairpin and sincerely said, Brother Jiang, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for your care. I also prepared gifts for second and third sisters. They are in the drawer under the small table. Please open and see if they are suitable. Gifts for the younger sisters-in-law need to be checked by my wife first to feel at ease. The older sister opened the drawer and saw a finely crafted small bow, clearly suited for third sister. There was also a piece of red cloth, bulging as if it was wrapping something. She opened it and couldn't help but smile. Inside were 12 small silver ingots, each weighing about 2 qian, with various lucky patterns. Very good, over 2 ounces of silver. Second sister would like that. Jiang Xian wrapped the silver with red cloth instead of a sachet or purse, probably because it was too intimate and not appropriate to have that kind of closeness. Giving money directly is too straightforward, but giving other items might seem too intimate. Silver ingots are just right. They make second sister happy. When they returned home, they found an unexpected guest. Lu Qinyang quickly said, Second sister, you're back. Come and meet your aunt. Don't forget? This is your aunt. She and your uncle visited Tunghua Lane to see you before, and she wanted to take you away. Second sister didn't forget. She was good at recognizing people and rarely forgot a face. Aunt Wang was a plump woman, speaking with a smile, which made others feel close. Second sister was also grateful to her. After all, back then only she and her uncle thought about finding her and taking care of her. So she stepped forward to bow and respectfully called out, Aunt. Jiang Xian was ready to enter the house, but when he heard her call Aunt, he paused, his expression changing slightly, and stopped. Aunt Wang held second sister's hand warmly and said kindly, You've grown into a young lady now. Is it Xiao Zhao? That's a good name. Here, this is your birthday gift from your aunt. She took off a gold bracelet from her wrist and insisted on putting it on second sister's wrist. Her wrist was very thin, and the bracelet swung as she wore it. Aunt, this is too precious, second sister said, trying to return the bracelet. It's just a bracelet, it's nothing. Your aunt isn't a stranger, Wang said happily, patting her hand. Over the years, everyone in the family has been thinking of you. Especially your grandmother. Every time she mentions your mother, she cries and hopes to bring you back. But you don't know, you and your mother look so much alike that she's afraid if you go back, the ancestors will see you and think of your mother. However, she changed the subject. Now you're grown up. I heard you'll be getting married next year. I just told your adoptive mother, and we all wish you well. The Jiang family is very good, and you are fortunate. But, Wang sure sighed. Your mother was really confused back then. Now she's free, but your marriage has been somewhat affected because of her. Auntie, mother has been gone for a long time, Dia said calmly. Let her rest in peace. The implication was not to bring her up again. Wang Shi paused, then looked at Dia with a more scrutinizing gaze. Her demeanor, how could it be so similar to her younger sister? Though gentle, she also seemed distant, with a commanding and unapproachable presence. That's how it is, Wang Shi, not forgetting her purpose today, said, the ancestors heard that you agreed to marry into the Jiang family and are very happy. But they also worry that your status might cause you trouble. Our Cui family isn't very prominent, but even the ladies in the palace often come from the Cui family. Jiang Xian understood. The Cui family was here to acknowledge the marriage. Your mother's past was really not something to be openly discussed. So the ancestors thought it best for you to be registered under my and your uncle's names. Consider yourself as your uncle's kin outside the family. I know the truth. You are part of our Cui family, and whether it's about dowry or future, you'll be well taken care of. Wang Shi, being from a noble family, explained her intentions clearly and politely, without causing annoyance. To reassure Dia, Wang Shi also pulled Lu Qinyang aside and said, I and your adoptive mother have already talked about it. She is very willing for you to return to the Cui family. After all, we all want the best for you. You are a Cui girl, and in the future, your in-laws and sisters-in-law will look up to you. Zhao Zhao, everyone is just ordinary, judging people by appearances, always has been. This has nothing to do with my mother, Dia said. Even back then, when you wanted to take me away, my mother was reluctant but never stopped you. She wished me a good life and raised me selflessly. I have always known that. But I don't agree. It was not Dia who spoke, but Jiang Xian. He came in from outside, his tall figure giving a strong sense of pressure. Wang Shi was stunned for a moment. Although she had guessed Jiang Xian's identity, she didn't say anything.
Who are you?
This is the eldest son-in-law. Lu Qinyang quickly said, Jiang Xian, this is Dia, oh no, Zhao Zhao's aunt. You should also call her aunt. We're not married yet, so I can't call her that. Wang Shi smiled. Rules should always be followed. Yes, Lu Qinyang replied, you see, I always forget these things.
Daya Frovnet.
She didn't like her mother showing humility in front of Wang Shi because of her. Her mother hoped she would return to the Cui family. The difference in status between her family and Zhang's, along with the dowry and bride price, weighed heavily on her mother. Her mother always felt guilty. But she didn't realize that she was the one feeling guilty. Her mother was afraid she would be troubled if she returned to the Cui family, so she was cautious with her aunt, lowering herself to humility. That's right, you shouldn't call her that, Jiang Xian said. The woman I want to marry is the daughter of my former ruler, not a Cui family girl. I, Jiang Xian, remember old feelings and don't seek high status. If she were from the Cui family, then our Jiang family couldn't afford to marry her. He looked cold and distant, seeming unkind. It was as if, once Dia returned to the Cui family, he would immediately regret the marriage. Dia lowered her eyes, understanding everything. Jiang Xian didn't want her to offend her aunt, so later she could say she was forced and still had some connection with her maternal family, so they could meet again in the future. Jiang Xian took on all the blame himself, including the risk of offending the Cui family. Wang Shi felt a bit awkward but smiled and said, I came here in a hurry too. You all can take your time to discuss.
No rush.
I won't disturb you anymore. You're leaving already? Not staying for a meal. Dia, hurry and see and off, Lu Qinyang said quickly.
Daya saw Wang Shi off.
Wang Shi wanted to say more but saw Jiang Xian following closely behind her. Seeing his cold face, Wang Shi felt a bit scared and even felt some sympathy for Dia. Such a husband, he looks difficult to get along with. In the future, this girl might suffer. After seeing Wang Shi off, Dia and Jiang Xian returned. Second sister was complaining to Lu Qinyang. Mother, you're confused. Let Dia go back. The Cui family is kind, and they only came now to visit? I think they just want to take advantage of Dia's husband's power. I don't know that, Lu Qinyang said, but it's good for Dia. Can anyone really ask how happy your sister is at home? They just ask who she belongs to. What will your sister say then? Lu Jia? What kind of family is that? What about Lu Jia? Li Er was unhappy and said, I heard that the commander of the Imperial Guard also has the surname Lu. Lu Qinyang replied, Then do you want to go find your relatives? The Imperial Guard, aren't you afraid? Da Er smiled and said, I'm going to cook. Er, this is Brother Zhang's gift for your birthday. Yunting immediately reached out to grab it. Let me see. Let me see. Give it back to me. Air chased after him. The two of them caused chaos in the yard again. Lu Qinyang was too tired to care. Meanwhile, San Air got a new bow and happily pulled Xiao Yan to show it off, but it wasn't very accurate. In the end, she shot an arrow into the chicken coop. The chickens were frightened and flapped around inside the cage. Lu Qinyang couldn't help but scold her. San Air, I think you're getting careless again. You scared my chickens so much they won't lay eggs. I'll spank you. That kid was trouble, delaying important things. Chicken issues weren't small matters. They involved daily life essentials like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Yunting only had a little silver left, which she used to buy 3 small bottles of osmanthus hair oil for her 3 sisters. Of course, she let Air choose first. Air placed the 3 small bottles on the table, looking at them from above and below, trying to see which one had more. After she finished choosing, Yunting saw Air and Jiang Xian talking in the kitchen and called San Air over. You go first and pick. San Air, sweaty from running around, came over to look and said dismissively, I don't want to use it. It's greasy. Air was delighted and quickly hugged the bottles. Then I'll keep it. Here, I don't want it, San Air said generously, then ran out to show her little friends a small bow and arrow her big sister's husband gave her. Her brother-in-law was really nice, but unfortunately, she only had 2 older sisters, so she could only have 2 brothers-in-law in the future. If each sister could marry 3 or 4 brothers-in-law, she wondered how cheerful and optimistic she would be. Having more dads would be fine too, but she still thought Xiao Yan was the best dad. After dinner, Lu Qinyang placed 2 small braziers in the yard. She also prepared incense, paper money, and candles. After lighting them, she muttered a few words and then called to Air and Air outside. I don't know when your birthdays are, but your birthdays are also days of hardship for your mother. Air, your mother is no longer here. 2 years ago, I heard your mother was gone too. Come over and bow to each of your mothers. Ask them to bless you with good health and safety.
Da nodded.
Air twisted her body in resistance and sneered. She's alive and taking her anger out on me. But when she's dead, she'll bless me? Just pour a basin of water to put her out. I'm afraid she'll haunt me if I don't. People say bad people become good after death. No. Even after death, they are still vengeful spirits. And she would never forgive either. Look at you, child, Lu Qinyang said without forcing her. Then just let her not cause you trouble. She dares. If she harms me, I will spend money to have someone do a ritual and turn her into a beast. Second sister said sharply. Don't think you can smooth things over with threats of death. She wouldn't accept that. Lu Qinyang sighed, added some paper money to the fire basin and muttered, Second sister is fierce with her words, but she has a soft heart. You can rest assured to be reborn. I will take care of second sister. If you're still worried about her, let her find a good husband and don't let her suffer. Living life is about seeking peace and safety. Respecting spirits and gods is about praying for a safe life. That night, Lu Qinyang and Xiao Yan talked about the Cui family. Xiao Yan, do you think Daya is reluctant to return to the Cui family because she's worried about me? I want to tell her she doesn't need to worry about me. Even if she goes back to the Cui family, she's still my daughter. But I don't dare. I'm afraid she'll overthink and think I don't want to give her dowry. She's not worried about you, Xiao Yan said. If she's worried, that would be betraying her feelings for you. She doesn't want to go back to the Cui family. Because if the Cui family was good, her biological mother wouldn't have run away with someone else. A girl from a happy family isn't someone who never makes mistakes, but someone who makes fewer mistakes and is harder to fool with sweet words. Because they grew up surrounded by genuine love, they can see through falsehood easily. I'm just worried she'll be laughed at for her background. After all, our family and Zhang's. That's Jiang Xian's business, Xiao Yan said. If Daya was upset, he only talked to Jiang Xian. Lu Qinyang spoke up for Jiang Xian. He can't take care of everything outside. When he's not here, arrangements will be made to look after Daya. Lu Qinyang thought about it, and realized it was true. Big families like theirs were different from theirs. Next year, Dia would get married. No, she needed to think of something happy, or she'd have trouble sleeping tonight. Xiaoyan, tomorrow we don't need to set up the stall. Let's go help in the warehouse. Thinking about making money, Lu Qinyang wished it was already morning. Yes. I think maybe the price of our firecrackers is a bit too cheap, Lu Qinyang said. I think I didn't calculate it right before. That's true, but not by much. Because now they're more familiar with how to do it. They work faster, Xiaoyan replied. The price can stay the same. If it's more expensive, we won't sell as many. Then, earning more from each string. Maybe doing less would be more profitable? Lu Qinyang asked. No, I'd rather work harder. Xiaoyan has no experience in business, but he has experience leading people. He knows that too many people can cause trouble when there's nothing to do, so it's better to keep busy with work. He is very motivated and focused on making money. Yes, you're right, Lu Qinyang said. Let's think about it later. Maybe we should hire some more helpers. This work isn't too hard, so perhaps we can try hiring some women. Wait a moment, Xiaoyan said. I have a small concern. Yes. What's bothering you? Xiaoyan said, we forgot something important. What? Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret? Lu Qinyang looked confused. After thinking for a moment, she understood. You mean the craft of making string beads should be kept secret? That does seem to be the case. She was so happy that she forgot that among the 30 or so people, if someone leaked the secret, the fierce competition over selling dried food might happen again. No, we didn't think of that, Lu Qinyang said. How can Lei Longzi be so honest? This is a family tradition, and we pay him an extra 10%, so why would he be afraid of leaking the secret? This skill of making a living is usually passed down from father to son, or even to the eldest son, to prevent the craft from being revealed and the family from losing their livelihood. I just thought of it now, Xiaoyan said. Tomorrow I will write a contract and bring it over. This year, they can only work for us. All right, but what about next year? Lu Qinyang asked. Before Xiaoyan could answer, she understood herself. Next year, even Lei Longzi will probably have to go out and work on his own. If he can keep all the profits, why would he want to partner with others? This year, Lei Longzi had nothing, no capital. But if he gets his share of the profits at the end of the year, next year, he will likely go solo. Sigh. This business is good, but the skill is in someone else's hands, so it won't last long. I just hope we can earn more this year, enough to pay for Big Sister's dowry. That would make me happy, Lu Qinyang sighed. Running a business has its difficulties. In the past, she never thought so much. Now, her mind has to keep turning. Next year will have its own opportunities, Xiaoyan said with a steady, magnetic voice. Lu Qinyang seemed comforted. Yes, that's right. If not, I'll just keep raising pigs. When pigs do well, I do well. And you do well too. Since Xiaoyan came, she can now count her silver to hundreds. Although silver sometimes comes in and out, I no longer worry about a few copper coins. Life is becoming more hopeful. Xiaoyan chuckled and said, Mother, can you please not compare me to a pig? I might start to think I am as silly as one. Pigs are not stupid. Then, am I worse than a pig?
I didn't say that.
Xiaoyan, why are you picking at words? I'm praising you, saying you bring good luck to me. Look, you might be unlucky with your wife, but together, we seem to be doing well. Have you ever thought about staying together long-term? Like us being married forever? Not worrying about status or whether people look down on us. Today, seeing Jiang Xian, Xiaoyan felt a bit of envy and jealousy. He envied Jiang Xian because he could openly arrange everything for his wife and treat her well. But he, like a mouse in a gutter, could only secretly watch Lu Qinyang. They had been together longer, after all. Are you trying to scare me? Lu Qinyang said. Xiaoyan, I just want to ask you one thing. Yes, go ahead. Lu Qinyang was willing to face her own questions, and Xiaoyan thought that was progress. Do you think I am doing well now? Are people talking behind my back? Most people. You're doing well, and few talk behind your back. Instead, They praise you for being capable and kind, Xiao Yan honestly replied. Exactly, Lu Qinyang said. Look, everyone around me is polite when they see me, neighbors, folks at the dock, acquaintances coming and going. No one says, Lu Qinyang dreams of a better life. Or, why is she with us? No one says, she doesn't know anything, always making a fool of herself. Xiao Yan, I know you have a conscience. You don't want to use me up and then discard me. But that's different. I treat you well because I am grateful for your kindness, so we are even. You will be a great general someday, even more impressive than Jiang Xian. I will happily continue my small business, never lacking silver, eating well, sleeping peacefully, and working when I wake up. Xiao Yan, these are the best days for me, do you know? Those were beautiful days she often dreamed about, feeling hazy but happy. Find a wife like Jiang Yang. I'm just giving an example, not forcing you to marry her. She continued. You both come from wealthy families, with similar manners. You understand each other without needing explanations. Unlike me, who eats bananas with the peel on and makes a fool of myself. They each lived in their own world, happy in their own way, which was the best ending for their past encounter. Xiao Yan, you don't need to test me anymore or hesitate, Lu Qinyang said. We are like a little god, and the chickens I raise. They all look like birds, but the difference is big, and there's no way to compare. Eagles want to fly high, chickens lay eggs, each has its own path. If you really feel guilty, when you become an official in the future, give me 300 taels of silver. I will give the 3 sisters separate dowries. I dare not ask for 500 acres of land, and I can't run to the fields when I need to urinate. And you? Xiao Yan asked. What do you want? Even though he felt upset inside, he kept his emotions under control and didn't show it.
Me?
I have hands and feet, and I'm healthy. When the 3 girls get married, I can eat well, and my family won't go hungry. If I just have a headache or a fever, an old who is here, I won't suffer. Lu Qinyang thought about the future with optimism and an open mind. Actually, if you think about it, you've been here less than a year. Don't let this year delay your whole life, she said. I truly appreciate your kindness. I know you are a good man, and someday you'll find a wife who is beautiful and kind. Lu Qinyang hasn't seen many wealthy girls, so when she talks about it, only Jiang Yi's image comes to mind. How wonderful that would be. It's a pity Xiao Yan left, and no one is there to teach her how to use 2 big axes. She should take advantage of Xiao Yan being here now and learn as much as she can. Go to sleep, Lu Qinyang said. No more talking. Wake up early tomorrow. I need to practice my skills. Recently, she seems to have become a bit stronger. No choice. She's so busy she can't sit still. If she doesn't eat well, what's the point of living? Winter is here. What's wrong with gaining some weight? If she wants to lose weight, she can do it next year. Just like before, Lu Qinyang says she sleeps truly when she goes to bed. Only poor Xiao Yan, tossing and turning, finds it hard to sleep. It's not because of Lu Qinyang's rejection. He was prepared for that. His own failure hurts, but the success of those around him really breaks his defenses. Yes, he's talking about Jiang Xian. Dia understands Jiang Xian's intentions, and Xiao Yan sees it clearly too. Xiao Yan hates it. Why was Jiang Xian, whom he once guided, so much more successful in chasing his wife? Today, Xiao Yan expressed himself as much as possible, inspired by Jiang Xian, thinking maybe being more direct was better. He realized he was wrong before. But what was the result? It's still the same. Why is it so easy for others? Is this fair? Is it reasonable? Xiao Yan feels speechless, asking the heavens. The next morning, while Lu Qinyang was playing with an axe, she didn't forget to urge Xiao Yan to write the contract. Aaron and I listened and said, Father, just write it. If anyone breaks the promise, they'll sit in jail forever. That'll scare them. Do your best, Lu Qinyang scolded with a smile. But she's right. Xiao Yan, make it serious. This year's money must be earned without anyone competing with her. She wants to marry Da and I proudly and show the Cui family that she, as a mother, hasn't let her daughter down. Okay, Xiao Yan replied. After breakfast, Except for Da and I, who stayed at home to embroider her dowry. Everyone else went to the warehouse. The warehouse was still busy as before. But Lu Qi-nyang noticed one person was missing. Where's Shou-ho?
She asked.
A few days ago, he asked me for frostbite ointment. I brought some for him. Where is he? Xiongda looked around but couldn't find Shou-ho, so he called out, Shou-ho. Shou-ho. Has anyone seen Shou-ho? Everyone said they hadn't seen him. Jieba, Xiongda said, you and Shou-ho sleep together, right? Where did he go this morning? No, I haven't seen him. I saw him. No, I haven't seen him. Jieba said he hadn't seen Shou-ho since he woke up that morning. He was worried about the meat outside. Yes, he was stubborn and didn't listen. He still saved the meat, but this time he was smarter. He put it on the roof, covered it with a broken bowl, and placed a stone on top to prevent cats and birds from stealing it. Before dawn, he got up to check on his meat, and at that time, Shou-ho was not with him. Jieba thought Shou-ho had moved somewhere, but he didn't expect him to be gone altogether. Where could he have gone? Lu Qi-nyang was truly worried. In this city, he's unfamiliar with the place. He might get lost. No, everyone stop what they're doing and help find him. Especially since this place is near the water, and it's not frozen yet. If he accidentally slips into the water and no one notices, it could be dangerous. Shou-ho went out yesterday, someone said. Yes, he didn't even eat dinner last night, another added. I even thought if he's not eating, why didn't he serve me a portion? I would eat it. Could it be? Lu Qi-nyang looked at Xiao Yan, hesitant to say it outright for fear of misunderstanding, but she said, could it be what we worried about last night? Did Shou-ho go out on his own? But he had no money. Could someone have come and taken him away? I think I know what's going on. Lei Longzi said a few days ago, someone asked me to do something for him. He offered 10 taels of silver per month. If I wasn't satisfied, we could talk more. I thought he was a liar, so I ignored him. Maybe they've set their sights on the skinny monkey again. The skinny monkey and Lei Longzi were very close. Also, the skinny monkey was very smart, learning quickly and being cleverer than others. Yesterday, the skinny monkey came to ask me about making firecrackers. I wasn't careful, Lei Longzi said regretfully, looking anxiously at Lu Qi-nyang. Nyang, did I delay things for you? Yunting rolled up his sleeves and cursed. Don't let me find out who's trying to steal my customers. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive. He wanted to use the firecrackers to show off in front of his old friends. But then, someone stole them? It wasn't the only batch. Even the new type of firecrackers, like the continuous firework, saw their value drop sharply.
Jeg skøjtet. Ungrateful ting.
Don't forget who brought him down the mountain. Mother, let's report to the government in Shuntian Prefecture and catch him. Stop making trouble, Lu Qi-nyang said seriously. If we catch him, what about these people? Forget it, he didn't sign a contract to sell himself to us. Let him go if he wants. Thinking about facing more low-price competition in the future, Lu Qi-nyang felt very troubled. But since reality was like this, refusing wouldn't help. Xiao Yan asked Lei Longzi, who felt guilty. Who do you think asked you before? I don't know him either, Lei Longzi replied. He looked very proud and said he was someone from the 9th Lord's people. Chengjiwan? Lu Qi-nyang looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan fiddled with his ring and looked thoughtful. This possibility was very high. The firecracker business was very profitable. At the dock, nothing escaped Chengjiwan's watch. And Chengjiwan felt he had already subdued him, so he wouldn't hold back when fighting for business. In fact, Chengjiwan probably wasn't targeting him specifically. He was competing equally with all the profitable businesses at the dock to get a share. Xiongda cursed, if it really is the skinny monkey, I won't let him go. He's a traitor. Enough, Lu Qi-nyang said. We're not bandits. Let him go if he wants. Everyone get busy. Others want to do business, so we need to prepare and get better at it. While we still have the only batch, let's make more, sell more, and earn more. Yunting also said, then I'd better find someone to brag with. Once the continuous firecrackers are everywhere on the street, and not just theirs, it won't be fun anymore. Bragging is fine, but help with the work too. Second sister glared at him, saying, any extra money earned is extra. Hurry and help. The incident with the skinny monkey cast a shadow over everyone's mood. Lu Qinyang thought that perhaps Daya's dowry wouldn't go smoothly after all. Others were worried that since Lu Qinyang couldn't earn money, they would lose their good jobs and have no way to celebrate the new year at home. Stammering, he muttered, Still, I'm smart. I'll save up meat first. Who knows if they'll even get to eat meat in the future. Xiongda also felt frustrated, but could do nothing except curse Lei Longzi. Look at you. Since it's your family's traditional skill, why tell us how to do it? Don't you want to be careful? Just split the work. One person can do a little at a time. The saddest thing in this world is not knowing something early and having no cure for regret. Lei Longzi hesitated and said, The firework making is very simple. Just take a quick look and you'll learn. You can't hide it if you want to. Then you're just bragging. Your family has been passing this down for over 10 generations, relying on it for a living? Is that all? Xiongda scolded. Why aren't you starving to death, you turtle grandson? He felt guilty because Lu Qinyang treated everyone well, sincerely, but hadn't earned much money herself, and others had learned her skills. Others couldn't bear to give workers such good food, saving that money was profit. Lu Qinyang was not frugal about this, so she would eventually be outcompete. Xiongda and Lu Qinyang said, Sister, don't make so many good dishes in the future. Just eat until you're half full. That's still better than at home. Before she could reply, Lei Longzi, feeling wronged, said, My ancestors were wealthy, but that was because they made fireworks for big households, not because of firework making itself. What did you say? Yun Ting, who was originally feeling down, suddenly brightened at this and excitedly grabbed Lei Longzi's collar. You can make fireworks? Are they beautiful? Yes, very beautiful, but, very expensive. Too expensive. Lei Longzi seemed to be affected by his stammer. Yun Ting let go and proudly pointed to his face. Look at this face of mine. Does it not show wealth? Make the best and most expensive for me. I want to get rich. He thought Yun Ting might be crazy. Lu Qinyang pulled him aside and asked carefully, No matter the cost, as long as it looks good, just do whatever you can to make it and show us. But Mother Qi, Li Longzi said, those big fireworks cost hundreds of coins, even a few taels of silver. Even though Lu Qinyang was mentally prepared, she still shivered when she heard this. That expensive? Yes, I once made a very large firework for the local governor to celebrate his concubine's birthday. The raw materials alone cost over 5 taels of silver. Gold and silver powders were prepared separately by others. If you add everything up, it would be about 7 or 8 taels. A firework costing 5 taels of silver? If it's lit, it shoots up into the sky. Looks beautiful, but it's gone quickly. 5 taels of silver could buy her 20 little pigs or a good sword for Xiao Yan. Is that what's floating in the sky? That's Xiao Yan bringing so many pigs. No, that's too expensive. Wait, I need to discuss this with my husband. Lu Qinyang felt Yun Ting wasn't reliable. The investment was too big. She needed to think carefully. After hearing her, Xiao Yan said, High cost, high price.
I think we can try.
But we don't have that much money to invest. 5 taels of silver each, 20 of them total 100 taels. Making dozens of fireworks would cost all our silver. What if we can't sell them all? We'd lose everything. Plus, these people can't just wait around for work. They need to eat. She used to think making money from business was easy, but she didn't realize how complicated it was. Cost, workers, selling, and even people trying to steal the idea. It's like only seeing the meat being eaten, but not the thief getting beaten. Now that the blame is on her, she feels the pain. Lu Qinyang felt her hair might turn white from worry. It's okay, Xiao Yan said. I'll find a way. The most urgent thing is to see what Li Longzi has made and whether the wealthy in the capital will accept it. Yes. Give him 50 taels of silver and ask him to make all the fireworks he can, Xiao Yan added. Just to try? That's so much silver. Lu Qinyang was reluctant. Money from poor people is hard to come by, so she was cautious about investing. She really couldn't afford to lose it. It's all hard-earned money. Yes, we need to try, Xiao Yan said. If you don't take risks, you won't gain anything. All right, Lu Qingyang clenched her teeth. She went to talk to others first. That monkey's actions weren't fair. But since others are willing to pay more, I understand. If anyone wants to leave now, just tell me openly. But if we must stay, I'll be honest up front. Don't eat my food or break my pots. If that happens, we'll have to talk things over. The work still needs to be done. She asked Xiao Yan to produce the contract and read it aloud to everyone, word by word. As Xiao Yan read, she explained each part. If her explanation was wrong, Xiao Yan would correct her. It's nothing special, just asking everyone to keep it secret. I pay you well because I know it's not easy for anyone. You should also think about how hard it is for me. My life and safety are on the line. I promise to share the meat so you can have soup. But if this business fails, you might have to go elsewhere and only get water or leftovers. Xiong Dada said, Girl, you don't need to say so much. We know you're a good person. That scoundrel is untrustworthy and will face consequences someday. Come on, where do I press my handprint? I'll go first. After pressing his handprint, others hesitated but also pressed theirs when they saw him. Don't worry, it's not a marriage contract. Just work hard, earn money, and we'll share it, Lu Qinyang said. Girl, we trust you, Xiong Dada said. Whatever you say goes. You're our boss, and you set the rules. If anyone disagrees, they can leave right now. Yes, exactly. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. The stutterer didn't speak, but was kicked by Dada. What, do you have other ideas? Dada asked. I just want to save enough meat to make a bowl, and maybe it can happen, he stammered. Was he just thinking about how this might affect the quality of their future meals? Maybe he hadn't realized it yet. Lu Qingyang smiled brightly. Work when it's time, eat when it's time. Just think positively, others are selling too. We might earn less, but we're not losing money. The sky isn't falling. And just because scrawny monkey acts that way doesn't mean everyone does. We're decent people. She spoke to encourage herself as well. Work as usual, just like before. Let the new fireworks be for Lai Longzi to figure out. I'll handle the rest. After coming out of the warehouse, Lu Qinyang said, I was too impatient just now. When I heard scrawny monkey ran off, I panicked. I shouldn't have. You did very well, Xiao Yan said. If it were someone else, it might have taken days to recover. I was just pretending to be tough. I wasn't sure myself. I thought, they've left their hometown, come to the capital, and don't know anyone. They rely on me to survive. If I can't stand firm, what will they do? Business must go on. She wanted everyone to earn money together. Yunting, do you think your previous friends would be willing to buy it? As long as it's good, they will definitely want to buy it, Yunting said. Mother, second sister said, I'm not trying to be negative, but is there really anything good that isn't available in the capital? I remember during the New Year at the Zhou residence, there was a year with very beautiful fireworks. Do you remember? Lu Qinyang remembered. Those fireworks were so beautiful that she still remembers them clearly. She didn't go to school, only knew how to say beautiful. When the girl next to her recited 1,000 trees of pear blossoms in bloom, she thought studying was wonderful. She understood it all. Wasn't it just like a large patch of pure white pear blossoms blooming in the night sky? There's a lot of good stuff, Yunting said. But not all good things are known to everyone. To put it simply, even if everything is equally good, it still depends on who is selling it. Yunting knew the inside story of the green-headed duck. For example, that green-headed duck, sold to the emperor for a few taels or dozens of taels each, treated like a treasure. For Lu Qinyang, it was just a matter of a few coins. What's the difference? Isn't it the same thing? But at the emperor's court, it was valuable. Now Yunting, a well-known in the capital, responsible for directly bringing goods from the source to sell to the most clueless big spenders in the city. Can it be the same? Yunting believed that the items didn't need to be perfect, just about 80 or 90% good. He could find a way to make those big spenders pay. Life truly is a path worth walking. Being it can also be useful. Yunting was already prepared to give his acceptance speech and was ready to go sell fireworks. How do you plan to do it? Xiao Yan asked in a deep voice. He knew Yunting very well, So he could already tell that Yunting had a plan. Even second sister rarely didn't argue with Yunting but looked at him with hope. No, she wasn't really looking at Yunting, but at the new clothes she would buy after making money. Yunting's pride swelled greatly. He pointed to a restaurant by the canal and said, "Later, I will invite a few tables there." Lu Qinyang heard this, and her heart started trembling like a useless thing. That place, one table costs 2 taels of silver. If she booked 5 tables, she would lose 10 taels. 2 Xiao Yans, 40 pigs. She might really not make a big fortune. She couldn't help but exchange her silver for Xiao Yen and pigs. Not insulting Xiao Yen, but thinking that such a good Xiao Yen could be bought for just 5 taels of silver. But why is 5 taels of silver so cheap elsewhere? In the past, she felt hopeful just by raising 2 pigs during difficult times. Now, with just 5 or 10 taels of silver, how many pigs can she buy? If she had told her before that she could afford hundreds of piglets in the future, she would have slapped herself, dreaming too much. So, life has definitely gotten better. If the river isn't frozen, it would be best to set off fireworks on the boat. That way, the effect in the sky and water would be amazing. Then I could praise them more, and they might even send money overnight. But we don't have goods now, and even if we did, we couldn't buy with money overnight. It's too expensive and we can't afford to stockpile, Lu Qinyang said. Look what you're saying. Qinyang, we have rare goods. We need to get paid first before we can keep the stock, Yun Ting replied. Qinyang hesitated. Is that possible? Anyway, if she asked to buy something first, she wouldn't want to pay up front. How could people be willing to give so much money in advance? Wouldn't that make buyers beg sellers for goods? That's not how it works. Rich people aren't fools. Yun Ting said, just wait and see. Trust me. If you don't understand, they can even sell dog for hundreds of taels of silver when they fight over it. Qinyang said, then let a Huang pull a bit more, and we can sell a lump for a few taels of silver. Everyone laughed. Yun Ting confidently said, just watch me. Don't worry, Qinyang, you don't need to fret. Well, back then, you played so well with them. Now, if you sell things to them, will it feel a bit embarrassing? No, it won't, Yun Ting quickly said, fearing he might change his mind. Making money isn't shameful. Only eating and drinking without paying is embarrassing. He kept signaling to Lu Qinyang not to speak. Who would stop someone from earning money for their family? Yun Ting said, if it were before, I wouldn't do it. But now, thinking about Xiao Yan bowing to Chengjuan, what am I? Anyway, I'm so spoiled that I'll probably ruin my family sooner or later. Learning to bow now is better than later. Bowing now still has value. Later, it won't be worth anything. Having this mindset means you won't waste money in the future. Lu Qinyang patted his shoulder. Alright, go ahead and do it. We can't do it ourselves. It depends on you. Deciding on the pricing and convincing those noble young men to buy, these are things Yun Ting can handle easily. Once the rules are set, there's no point rushing. Now, we can only wait for Lei Longzi to come up with new fireworks. This time, everyone was more cautious. They built a small prison with wooden boards in the warehouse specifically for Lei Def to stay and do his research alone. He needed certain items, and Bear Big personally fetched them for him, not trusting others to do so. Although Lu Qinyang didn't pursue the matter of the skinny monkey, Bear Big felt that his former older brother should take responsibility. So he turned his sadness into strength and managed everyone well at this moment. Lu Qinyang thought that at the end of the year, she should give Bear Big a special red envelope. Currently, there are no other firework cannons on the market, so their production and sales haven't been affected for now. Xiao Yan and his team started making bigger and better dividers in the warehouse to separate people for work, to prevent leaks. Lu Qinyang kept busy helping wherever needed. When Fong Posey caught a cold, she took over cooking herself. Since they were all rough men, Lu Qinyang didn't let Yao come, instead letting her stay at home and make gloves with Yao. Previously, when Lu Qinyang was kidnapped, Zhang Xian led the Black Armor Army to find her. They had to show some gratitude. So Lu Qinyang and Yao discussed making each person a pair of gloves. She asked Xiao Yan what kind of gloves were good for riding and shooting, and now Yao had already made quite a few. That day, Jiang Xian brought 60 trusted followers. Making 60 pairs of gloves before the new year was quite busy. Duan also came to help Yao with embroidery. Worried that the girls might be cold, Lu Qinyang had them use a hot basin early on so they wouldn't worry about charcoal. As a mother, she didn't mind working harder and tiring herself, always wanting to give her children the best. Lu Qinyang also thought about repaying Jiang Yi's kindness. When she heard she was in trouble, he immediately rode over to help without hesitation. Although she didn't use much of his help, it was still a kind gesture. But Jiang's wealthy family, she didn't know what to send as a gift. She discussed with Xiao Yan that if they could make fireworks later, she would send some to Jiang Yi. Xiao Yan told her to decide herself. That day, Lu Qinyang moved the big steamer outside her house to a temporary cooking shed built in the warehouse yard and made buns for everyone. At mealtime, each person received 5 large buns filled with cabbage and shrimp skins, 1 salted duck egg, and a big green onion. Everyone gathered in small groups, eating eagerly and quickly.
There's also porridge.
After finishing this, have another bowl of cornmeal porridge to soothe your stomach, Lu Qinyang shouted as she stirred the porridge in the pot. Steam rose like fog hot, and, amidst the mist, she smiled so broadly that her gums showed. When Lord Li brought Teng Wenfu to see her, he saw the very same Lu Qinyang. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Lord Li once didn't quite understand what the human warmth of everyday life really meant, but seeing Lu Qinyang, he suddenly understood. It is hard work, honesty, optimism, and moving forward in life. Oh, how come you're here? Lu Qinyang was very happy to see Lord Li. Xiao Yan, Yunting, quick, guests are here. Bring out the chairs. Lord Li, it's dusty inside, so please sit outside, Lu Qinyang said with a smile. After they finish eating, I'll tidy up and we can go home and talk. Yunting brought out the chairs. Lord Li saw that he was covered in black dust, his hair was messy, but his eyes looked lively and bright, so he nodded in approval. Yes, Lu Qinyang really is very good at changing people. Come, try this. It's not the best, but it just came out of the pot, so it's hot and fresh. Lu Qinyang hurriedly pushed a big bun into Lord Li's hand, then gave one to Teng Wenfu. Uncle, look at you being so polite you never sit down.
Come, sit.
Lord Li sat on the chair. He was a servant, so what was there to fear about sitting on a small stool? He always seemed so reserved. Teng Wenfu held a bun just like his master's, looking confused and unsure. Lu Qinyang handed a large green onion to each of the 2 servants. The people eating in the warehouse watched curiously as they ate. Xiaoyan wanted to close the door, but Lord Li said, no need, leave it open. Seeing them eat so happily, I've already eaten, but I still have an appetite. Eat. Lu Qinyang also took a bun and bit into it. It's been a long time since you came here. I was thinking of visiting you, but Xiaoyan said it wasn't convenient, so I didn't bother you. I sent some salted duck eggs and sour cucumbers for you. Have you received them? Yes, I received them. They're very good, Lord Li said with a smile. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. The duck eggs are all double-yolked. There's nothing special to give you, just some small tokens, Lu Qinyang replied. Lu Qinyang, are those bandits who kidnapped you earlier the ones inside? Lord Li asked with a smile. Oh, those bandits? They're just a bunch of poor, desperate people. I can't even mention eating. Hearing about what they did makes my throat tighten. Lu Qinyang bit into the large green onion. Lord Li's smile froze on his face. Then he casually said, since you're free, tell me about it. There's quite a lot. For example, Xiongda's family was originally small landowners. It's all his father's fault. He was too sharp and bought an antique vase at a good price. But this caught someone's attention, and they were attacked, leading to the family's ruin. Why didn't he go to the officials? He wanted to, but the person who stole his vase was the local magistrate. How could he argue with him? Isn't there a higher official, like the prefect? Mr. Li frowned. I said the same. But Xiongda said the prefect and the magistrate are in the same boat. He was too scared to keep fighting, worried about being beaten badly or crippled. Even bandits wouldn't be as dangerous. Also, there's the problem with his family. They had a few acres of land, but they couldn't pay the taxes, so everything was taken away. I asked about the taxes there. Guess what? They were 3 times higher than what the court ordered. The people paid without understanding, not knowing they shouldn't. And who would dare to complain? If you don't pay, you're considered a troublemaker. Lu Qinyang shook her head continuously. Xiao Yan said, Qinyang once asked me what an imperial decree was. Recalling this, Lu Qinyang felt a bit shy. Don't say any more. I used to think an imperial decree was a handkerchief-sized piece of paper. I was so embarrassed. Xiao Yan smiled and continued. After she found out about these things, she said, since the decree is so big and meant for everyone, why doesn't the emperor let people post it everywhere or read it aloud? At least then, common folks would know that when taxes are unfair, they can complain. It would give them a place to go. Officials shouldn't be judging themselves. Why talk about these things? Lu Qinyang felt even more embarrassed. I was just thinking about it at home, daydreaming. You told others too. I just think that we, who can't read, live in confusion. If we knew a little, even if officials wanted to fool us, they'd have to think twice. Mr. Li nodded thoughtfully. The emperor is probably good, Lu Qinyang said. But even good scriptures are misunderstood by those below. How do you know the emperor is good if you don't even know him? Mr. Li chuckled. If the emperor were bad, could he treat Xiao Yan well or take care of Jiang Yi and his siblings? The emperor also has many things he didn't do well, Mr. Li said quietly. Hush, we shouldn't talk about that. Lu Qinyang gestured for silence. There are all kinds of people. Don't let the words get out. Yun Ting was honest in front of Mr. Li, but his eyes were darting around as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Li was eating a bun and asked about Lu Qinyang's recent business. Everything's going well, Lu Qinyang replied happily, not mentioning any worries. For the elderly, it's important to let them know that the younger generation is doing well and not to worry. That's also a way of showing filial piety. What's so good about that? Yun Ting said. Being chased away, and we can't even manage the money. Your Majesty, please give us some money. People come to eat and drink for free, saying they like it and are happy, but they won't give money. Your words are true, but they can't buy gold and jewels. Lu Qinyang hurriedly said, Nonsense. Everything is fine now. By the way, we're working on new fireworks. They are supposed to be very beautiful. If you have time, come see them in a few nights. I've invested 50 taels of silver. Just thinking about it makes me sad. Imagine how many pigs that could buy. Old Master Li was amused by her. Yun Ting quickly said, Uncle, do you have any banquets or anything lately? Later, I'll bring the fireworks and say it's from your unfilial nephew showing filial piety, so you can also look good. By the way, my maternal grandmother has also returned to the capital, right? I haven't gone to pay my respects to her yet, so she can see me and be happy. If these fireworks could be displayed in the palace and the emperor had approved, others would surely rush to compete for it. Lu Qinyang thought to herself, this is quite good, saving money on banquets. But she wasn't sure if it was convenient or not. She looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded silently, offering reassurance with his eyes. Lu Qinyang immediately understood. Xiao Yan said, okay, that definitely means yes. Old Master Li chuckled. What banquet? I can't just invite people to eat because you're selling fireworks.
Why not?
Just to strengthen our bond, Yun Ting said stubbornly. I see you talk more now than before. Of course. I've been practicing martial arts with Xiao Yan. Maybe I can show you my big sword?
Stop watching.
What's so interesting about your swordplay? I just saw Third Miss practicing at Qinyang's house, and it was quite fun. You've been to her house? Lu Qinyang asked with a smile. I heard that Big Miss and Jiang Xian's marriage has been arranged? Yes, it's settled, Lu Qinyang said. Although Jiang Xian is a bit older, they are a good match.
Sigh, Yun Ting said.
Zhao Zhao is good in every way, but she has no dowry. Lu Qinyang glared at him. Nonsense. How could she have no dowry? Isn't she earning it herself? She knew Yun Ting wanted to ask old Master Li for money, but she couldn't do that. The old man had some savings, but as he aged, a sense of security came from money. As a younger person, how much you can handle depends on your ability. What's the point of relying on the old man's small savings? Yun Ting was nervously signaling to Lu Qinyang with his eyes. Old Masterly saw everything and pretended to hit Yun Ting, saying, "Someone who elbows their way out." Yun Ting patted his own elbow and replied, "Who doesn't elbow out sometimes? If I elbowed in, it wouldn't look good either. That eldest daughter really has my heart. Even if I have to prepare makeup for her, I will hold this banquet. Let me think, who should I invite?" Teng Wenfu thought to himself, "There's no good banquet. Let's see which unlucky people the emperor is interested in." Yun Ting had something to say about this. He said, "You don't need to keep worrying about who to scold. If people find out and they see you come here once, then go back and get angry, won't they scold us? Setting off fireworks is to make people happy. People are willing to spend money only when they are happy, whereas a knife at their neck, sweating coldly, and still ask to pay. That's not a bandit." I have to say, Yun Ting now has some business sense. Doing business means making friends and earning money. If you make the sponsors happy, you will earn more. Old Masterly laughed loudly. "You have some truth in what you say. Now tell me, how should I invite these guests? Make sure they are happy and willing to spend money. Forget about the old folks. Most of them have suffered and are reluctant to spend. To make money, start with the young people. Those who haven't suffered don't understand how hard it is to earn money, so they spend freely." Yun Ting was thinking from his own perspective. Looking back, most of the money he spent before was spent that way. "So I was thinking," Yun Ting stroked his chin, "maybe we could hold a flower viewing banquet. My grandmother is quite old now and loves lively events, enjoys watching young men and women, and likes to play matchmaker. That way, I show filial piety to her, and she'll be happy. When she's happy, you're happy, everyone's happy, and I can happily earn money." Old Masterly looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "I don't think your grandmother would want to organize it. But if you say you want to get married and find a wife, she probably would be willing." "Then I'll just say I want to get married." Yun Ting patted his chest confidently. "Use me as an excuse, no problem. What does this matter if it's for making money? You're also at the age to find a wife." Old Masterly stroked his beard. "When I was your age." "Please spare me," Yun Ting said, "I'm still a kid." Lu Qinyang laughed. "Exactly. When I argued with second sister, I was just a kid. Let's just go with this plan." Yun Ting quickly said, "Just in time, I also miss my maternal grandmother." "Uncle, please agree." "All right," Old Masterly replied, "when the time comes, I'll go join the fun and see some talented young men." That settled the matter. Lu Qinyang still felt a bit hesitant. After all, that was 50 taels of silver for fireworks. If they just let it go without selling, not only would they lose the money, but Old Masterly might also think it's not proper. While they were talking, Hu Shini's son, Hu Rue, jumped in happily. Little Hu Rue is 4 years old, at a very adorable age. Uncle, he called Xiao Yan, "My dad told me to invite you to my house for dinner. My brother-in-law is here." "Oh, I forgot about that." Lu Qinyang clapped her thigh. "Hurry up, Xiao Yan. Old who told me earlier that today he asked you to help entertain guests. A son-in-law coming to visit is a distinguished guest. Do one married very well. Her husband's family is official, though only a small official, but it's still different. Her son-in-law is ambitious. He's 18 and already a successful candidate for the imperial examination.
Du roi Nistirtine.
They plan to marry in 2 years. Her future husband said he's aiming to pass the provincial exam and become a recommended scholar, which will make their family look good. This marriage was also helped a lot by Hu Shini, who saved their elderly lady. Although Hu Shini is usually sloppy and outspoken, he still tries to show off a little in front of his son-in-law. But deep down, he's a bit unsure. So when the son-in-law visits, he always calls Xiao Yan over. Xiao Yan is one of the few people he respects. This also shows the son-in-law that their family is honest and well-connected, hoping he will look more favorably on Duwan in the future. These social customs are common in the marketplace. Xiao Yan understood this well. Old Master Li didn't quite get it, so Lu Qinyang explained it to him. After hearing, Old Master Li nodded. Tung Wenfu, remind me later to send a congratulatory gift. Hushini's daughter is getting married. I should show my support. And for the eldest daughter too. Together.
Yes.
Yunting said, sigh, although we're just ordinary folks, giving a daughter away doesn't mean we can't afford a dowry. Sometimes, though, a high bride price isn't very proper. So, you don't need to give anything too valuable, just something decent. For example, a porcelain vase from the official kiln or a jade rui, something that can impress the guests. Lu Qinyang, official kiln vases? You just say that. Elders only give a small token, even a needle, as a sign of sincerity. We shouldn't be picky. Yun Ting rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, I won't let him get away with this. This is the most impressive achievement. Mr. Li said, now that you mention it, I remember we do have some porcelain at home. Later, I will give each of these two young ladies a pair of colorful vases with many children and grandchildren, for good luck. Lu Qinyang instinctively wanted to refuse. But then Xiao Yan had already knelt down and said, I am here to bow to you on behalf of Zhao Zhao. Lu Qinyang. Is this really accepted? This still involves bowing. Oh, I forgot. They come from a wealthy family. When they received gifts at the Zhou family before, they also bowed to the host. Lu Qinyang quickly knelt down and bowed along. Old mister. Li looked on happily and said, Are you two here paying respects to your elders? Yun Ting said, Then you should give us a red envelope. Old Mr. Li scolded with a smile. Are you short of money? Always talking about money, full of greed. Don't forget, he's my nephew. Blame Zhuozhua for that. By the way, uncle, you can't favor one over the other. You gave Zhao Zhao gifts, but also to Zhuozhua and Jiao Jiao. Especially Zhuozhua. If she doesn't get anything, the whole family will be watching her.
Lu Yang, no.
This favor is hard to repay later. She can't afford it. When the two little ones get married, is Xiaoyan's father just a decoration? That's true, Yun Ting said, but since you've already given your great-grandfather's gift early, it's no big deal. Lu Qinyang. Her face fell. Old Mr. Li smiled and said, All right, everyone gets something. Tung Wenfu, pick a few more items, nothing similar. Yes, Tung Wenfu agreed. Xiao Yan, go ahead. Aren't they inviting you to a banquet? Old Mr. Li said, I should be going back soon. No rush, Xiao Yan replied, we're eating dinner tonight. I'll stay with you for a while, and then go later.
You don't need to stay with me. I want to talk with Qinyang.
When you're here, she always looks at you and doesn't speak honestly with me, old mister.
Li said.
Lu Qinyang blushed. I'm afraid I might say the wrong thing, and embarrass Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan then bowed and left with Hu Rui. Qinyang, I want to ask you something. Yun Ting perked up his ears. Xiao Yan wasn't here, but his eyes and ears were listening. Go ahead, Lu Qinyang said confidently. I heard that when you were kidnapped, Zhang Heyao also went to rescue you?
Yun Ting.
So mean. No wonder they sent Xiao Yan away. Are they trying to support Zhang Heyao too? Yes, Lu Qinyang said, I thank him. He helped me because of my parents. So, are you still angry with him? I heard that he is now very trusted by the emperor. No, I'm not angry, Lu Qinyang said. He's very capable now. I follow him, and I embarrass him too. What do I know? But I get annoyed because he keeps looking for me. Why does he come to find me? He's always eyeing what's in the bowl and the pot. He's never satisfied. If he didn't bother me, I would really thank heaven and earth, hoping he gets better and better. Is he still bothering you? Old Master Li frowned. That's not right. Who says it isn't? He's climbing higher, living his own good life. I'm just eating simple food and living happily myself. But he keeps saying things that bother me. Old Master Li looked thoughtful. Yun Ting said, Is he getting a promotion? I remember that Miss Chi helped him when his parents passed away. Someone ungrateful like that can't be a good official. He is talented, Old Master Li said. It's rare that Miss Chi is so broad-minded, and now she's with Xiao Yan, which is good. In the future, they can each live their own lives, and there's no need to bring up the past. Yun Ting thought to himself, Isn't it you who brought this up? And especially mentioning Lu Qinyang, Does he think that Zhang Heyao's promotion and wealth will make her regret?
Bah, disgusting.
Yes, I hope he's a good official. I wish him well, Lu Qinyang said, looking at the men inside who had finished eating and were now busy working. It doesn't matter if he disappoints me. I can live without him. If he can do something for the people, I thank him. I hope he lives a long life. People don't only live by love between men and women. If he thinks it's not right, then they can part ways. Both of them are living their own good lives, eating their own food, and being good people. Lu Qinyang thought she didn't need to cling to Zhang Heyao. Isn't she doing well herself? It seems everyone is angrier about Zhang Heyao changing his mind than she is. There's no need, there's really no need. Wasting feelings on strangers is truly unnecessary. Qinyang is broad-minded and kind-hearted, old masterly praised. I hope you and Xiaoyan have children soon, so I can see them too. Lu Qinyang blushed deeply and felt too embarrassed to say anything more. Yunting said, don't worry, just watch. In 3 years, you'll have 2 kids, just get the red envelopes ready. Xiaoyan is a real man. Having children is no big deal. As for Qinyang with her strong body, having children is as easy as eating and drinking. Before leaving, old Master Li was still told, don't forget about the banquet. We're waiting for you to help us launch the fireworks. Lu Qinyang heard old Master Li coughing and asked someone to bring a bottle of autumn pear syrup home. Every time she visited, she brought something to help out. Can't she do her part? Lu Qinyang scolded gently, don't always talk to old Master Li. That's not good. It's nothing bad. The family is big and powerful. We shouldn't always take advantage of us. His lordship, even a slight shake of his fingers, is enough to keep you busy for a lifetime. But Lu Qinyang only said to stop doing that in the future. After a busy day, Lu Qinyang was covered in dust. Since Xiaoyan wasn't home, she decided to take a good bath tonight. The house was in good shape now, and they bought a bathtub. Though it used a lot of firewood to heat the water, soaking in warm water felt wonderful. Lu Qinyang was so comfortable, she started to doze off. When Xiaoyan returned, he didn't hear any other sounds in the room, so he pushed the door open directly. He saw Lu Qinyang with her eyes closed, leaning on the bathtub, looking full and upright. Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red to his ears. He dared not disturb her and quietly backed out, standing at the door taking deep breaths, trying to calm his almost pounding heart. He always knew Lu Qinyang was gentle, but he'd never seen such a scene that made his nose bleed. Things started to get a little out of control.
No.
He still had daughters who could leave any time. This was not good. In a panic, Xiaoyan pushed open Yunting's room door. Yunting was still secretly reading a book. Yes, secretly, because he was afraid Nyang would see, and there would be fierce competition. So when Xiaoyan suddenly barged in, he was startled and muttered, I'm not reading. I'm about to sleep. Xiaoyan, why are you here? It's the middle of the night. Did something serious happen? People scare others to death. He was so frightened he almost died. Who would sell fireworks now? Then Yunting looked up impatiently at Xiaoyan, who had once made him crazy. Next, Yunting widened his eyes, even rounder than a Huang's, staring straight at Xiaoyan's bulging robe, and sighed deeply with his soul. It really is a big problem. No, Xiaoyan, if you don't go find Qinyang, why are you looking for me? I'm not good at the Dragon Sun position. Admiration aside, there wasn't much left of that admiration. Even at the height of his admiration, he had no intention of dedicating himself. Xiaoyan, shut up, you're noisy.
I'll just sit for a while.
What are you shouting about? Yunting, do you think your behavior isn't sick? Xiaoyan, shut up and read your book. He calmly left. Yunting thoughtfully examined him, then suddenly thought his own taste might not be too bad. Even if Xiaoyan is now cunning, ruthless, and full of tricks to disarm others, his masculinity remains quite impressive. Xiaoyan, don't you want to lose your eyes? Not really. Isn't it wrong not to look for your abandoned mother now? Oh, you too?
No.
Xiaoyan said irritably. Yunting, good-looking but useless? Don't make me slap you, Xiao Yan warned with a deadly tone. Yun Ting, TSK, really sick. What are you waiting for? For Zhang Heyao to come back and make room for him? Xiao Yan, what do you know? Your abandoned mother probably still thinks you two are fake spouses, Yun Ting said directly. Xiao Yan turned his face away. Why are you so useless? Yun Ting mocked him mercilessly. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. What can I do? I've said everything I should. She just feels she's not good enough for me and thinks it will be hard for her to be with me in the future. Can I force her? Not good enough for you? Then won't you make her feel she's worthy? What should I do? She thinks you're too high up. Then kneel down, lie down. Yun Ting said. If she thinks you'll stand tall in the future, and she's useless, just let her see that no matter how high you climb, you still need her, right? No matter how high he climbs, he still needs her? It's true. Xiao Yan was pondering when Yun Ting said, Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, how stupid can you be? Just think about it. When does your abandoned mother treat you the best? Xiao Yan seriously recalled and said, she's always been good to me. From the beginning until now. Let me tell you how I feel, Yun Ting said. The weaker you are, the better your abandoned mother treats you. The stronger you get, the more she feels useless. The biggest difference between Lu Qinyan and other women is that she always cares about the value she can provide to others. She never wants to take advantage of people or climb up too high. Her compassion for the poor and weak is her core trait. So when she saw Xiao Yan, once a famous and mighty general, being humiliated and insulted, she was deeply moved with sympathy. Xiao Yan, think about it. Isn't that true? Xiao Yan found it hard to agree with Yun Ting, but this time he did. Even if you're a great general, she has no desire for you, and you're nothing, Yun Ting continued. But when you're unlucky, she definitely won't ignore you. Are you asking me to pretend to be pitiful? Xiao Yan instinctively refused. That would be too. Yes, you don't pretend. Others will pretend instead. What about the fifth young master or Zhang Heyao? People also understand abandonment. I'll try, said Xiao Yan through gritted teeth. But, beside Lu Qinyang, he didn't feel pitiful. It's just quite hard to pretend. Let him think a bit more. He never expected that in matters of love, not only is Jiang Xianyuan far ahead, but now even Yun Ting can criticize him. Xiao Yan thought he should reflect on himself. When he heard the door open, Xiao Yan went out and said to Lu Qinyang, who was about to splash water, "Go back and braid your hair. I'll pour water." "You're back," Lu Qinyang said with a smile.
How was the meal today?
Everyone enjoyed it, Xiao Yan replied. Actually, he thought Duan was a bit too eager. If in the future, the three of them pampered men like that, he would teach them to respect their status. No matter if they are men or women, being spoiled can make people forget themselves. In dealing with others, especially in close relationships like family or marriage, one must see themselves as equal to others. This was also Xiao Yan's conclusion from his past lessons. But these words, he couldn't say out loud because they are not his children, and saying too much might cause dislike. After pouring water, Xiao Yan came over to braid Lu Qinyang's hair. "No need, I can do it myself. I can handle small things." Xiao Yan remembered Yun Ting's words. "I am indeed a bit clumsy." Sure enough, Lu Qinyang didn't refuse anymore, but said, "Nonsense. If you're clumsy, what does that make me?" While helping braid her hair, Xiao Yan asked, "What did your grandfather say to you after I left?" He asked about Zhang Heyao. Xiao Yan. What does it matter what others think of me? From what I understand, your grandfather is worried that if Zhang Heyao becomes an official in the future, I might feel uncomfortable.
Why would I feel that way?
That's human nature, Xiao Yan softly replied. After parting, if you live better than me, most people would feel a little uneasy. Lu Qinyang wasn't an ordinary person. She didn't hold grudges or let unpleasant things stay in her heart for long. Don't mention that. It might delay making money. Lu Qinyang then shifted to talk about business. Do you think if we really become famous, how much should we sell our products for? Lu Qinyang asked. Before, I thought maybe we sold them too cheaply. It seemed like we only earned the reputation, not much money. 10 times, Xiao Yan said. Cost multiplied by 10 for the price.
Ah.
Lu Qinyang was stunned. She was actually thinking that 1.5 times was enough, but Xiao Yan said 10 times? That firework costing 5 taels of silver, sold for 50 taels? After setting off one firework, the sky is full of pigs. Who would spend 50 taels of silver just to hear a bang? Someone will buy it, Xiao Yan said. Yunting said it's limited edition, and I think that's reasonable. For example, for 50 taels of silver, we only make 60 pieces. 60?
Who are you going to sell 6 of them to?
Lu Qinyang exclaimed. Let's set it like that for now. Officially, it's 60 pieces. After they pay, we'll make them, but I think 60 definitely won't be enough to sell. Still, making more means it won't be so rare. Would that mean earning over 2,000 taels of silver? Lu Qinyang couldn't imagine it. She was too scared to think about it. There are other ideas. Our goal this time is to earn 10,000 taels of silver, Xiao Yan said confidently. Lu Qinyang was stunned. But there's another problem to solve. Manpower, Xiao Yan said. Relying on the current few people isn't enough. Is it hard to hire more people? Lu Qinyang asked. 100 coins a day, including meals. If that offer was out, wouldn't people rush to do it? Don't forget, the core part can only be handled by Lei Longzi. Lu Qinyang. That's true. His family skill at eating is not something that can be shared. If we pay him 1,000 taels of silver and promise him 10% of future profits, he might agree, Xiao Yan said. But we must ensure the people we find won't leak this information. That's very difficult. At least so far, Xiao Yan himself hadn't thought of a good idea. Even if they bought people and had contracts, some would still betray their conscience for profit. Without proper restrictions, incidents like the previous cannon fire could happen again. Lu Qinyang thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yan, maybe our dream is a bit too far ahead? We haven't even found a way to sell yet. Although old Li is willing to help, he doesn't know all the wealthy people. The sales plan is still uncertain, but they were already worried about what comes next. It's something to think about carefully, Xiao Yan said. But you're right, step by step, and first, open up the sales channels. After drying her hair, Lu Qinyang said, Xiao Yan, teach me a few more characters today, and some basic math. What if we get rich in the future, and I can't handle it?
Huh.
Okay. Yunting, Zhao Zhao, and Zhuozhuo probably haven't slept yet. Call them over, so we can review the previous lessons. Lan Qinyang. Then you ask them later. I will ask you when you sleep. Okay. Lan Qinyang thought to herself, I can't compare with young people's brains. She's really too slow and embarrassing. Now the house is full of studying atmosphere. Xiao Yan even started teaching Ah Huang. The dog is willing to risk everything for the country. Listen, even the dog is working hard, risking its life for the nation. Lan Qinyang, you need to work harder. Surely you're smarter than a dog. Lan Qinyang is good at working, but when it comes to studying, she's not naturally talented. Not only the eldest sister, but even the second and third sisters are better than her. But she's not discouraged. As long as she learns a few more characters, she won't be easily fooled in the future. She doesn't need to learn poetry or songs. She has many things to do and no time or occasion to recite poetry. The eldest sister is improving quickly and can teach the 2 younger sisters and Yun Ting. Her handwriting is also the best. If Yun Ting's skill weren't so good, the second sister would have given up learning long ago. Xiao Yan also teaches them arithmetic. The whole family often studies together at night, leaning over the table. Because of this, Lan Qinyang even specially bought a big table. When not in use, it folds up and doesn't take up space. When studying, everyone gathers around, saving lamp oil. When guests come to the house, it can also be used for meals, double purpose. Recently, before the fireworks were ready, the family received a generous gift. When Lan Qinyang returned home, the second sister was stroking a pile of beautiful silk on the Kong, almost drooling. Where did this come from? Lan Qinyang asked in shock. Such an expensive gift, we can't afford it. She looked at the fabric on the Kong. There were at least a dozen bolts, dazzling to the eye. Could it be from the Jiang family? I don't know. They said it was for Dad. There's also a letter at eldest sister's place. She gave it to Dad, the second sister begged, pulling Lan Xingyang's arm. Mother, I want to make new clothes. Go away. It's not New Year or a festival. Why make new clothes? You already have enough. Then can you make me a good one for the new year, using this fabric? Is that okay? No. Lan Xingyang glared at her. Such an expensive gift. How can we accept it? We should return it. Besides, you're still growing. If you make it this year, it might be too small next year. Why use such good fabric? Mother, stop it. I have a headache, Lan Xingyang said, looking at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan finished reading the letter, then set the paper on fire using a candle and burned it.
Leave it, he said softly.
This was sent by someone to help Zhao Zhao with her makeup. These were gifts from the King of Yen. Thanks to the older sister for helping him come up with a plan, allowing him to escape safely. The emperor looks healthy now. The King of Yen still feels scared when he thinks about how reckless he was back then. Are all these for big sister to wear? Second sister looked disappointed. Wait and see, Yunting said. After today, I will visit my grandmother. I'll make her happy and get her good things, then I'll give them to you. Who wants your things? You don't want my things, but you give me the cold shoulder. Who wants to see you with a sad face? Yunting rolled his eyes. Why should I look at you? The two argued again. Big sister said, I'm not married yet, and everything belongs to the family. Let Mom decide. And what about this? Second sister pointed at a small, beautiful box. This should be for big sister to wear.
What?
Lu Qinyang opened the box and gasped. Why is there a pomegranate in this season? How much does it cost? Rich people really like to eat things out of season. That cheap sweet potato in autumn and winter, which can last until summer, now costs as much as rice. In the middle of winter, how did they get such a big pomegranate? How much would it cost? Mom, second sister said that's fake. Fake? Lu Qinyang was even more surprised. She reached out to touch it, and the hard, cold feel confirmed it was a fake pomegranate that looked real. But when the pomegranate split open, revealing shiny, juicy seeds, how could it be fake? And the yellowish, slightly brownish skin looked just like a real pomegranate, didn't it? How come your hands are so skillful? Lu Qinyang said, touching it carefully so as not to damage it. She crouched by the bed and looked at it closely. It's really beautiful. I don't know what kind of jade or gemstone it is, second sister said a bit sourly. It must be worth a lot of silver. Dad, did your friend send this to big sister? Could she also get such a gift when she gets married? It's my friend, but it's because your older sister helped him a lot last time, so he specially thanked her, Xiao Yan explained. The pomegranate symbolizes many children and good fortune, and it's also a blessing for Zhao Zhao. As parents, they naturally want to treat everyone fairly. But children should also understand that everyone's abilities and opportunities are different. It's normal for their futures to have some gaps. Big sister used her intelligence to earn her possessions. No matter how many, they are hers. Now that big sister is going to the Jiang family, she has a treasure hidden away. Second sister is happy for big sister, but also feels a bit jealous. What can she expect when she gets married? Certainly not such good things. But this also shows she is not as capable as big sister. Should she think about saving some dowry for herself? Lu Qinyang said to big sister, 12 bolts of fabric. They were given to you by others. I see they are very valuable, and we usually can't wear them, so they are good as your dowry. She has no ability to earn a dowry for her daughter. Her daughter is capable and earned her own dowry, so she can't take it away. No need, mother, big sister said. Our family situation is clear to the Jiang family.
There's no need to pretend to be rich.
A good girl doesn't wear her wedding clothes before the wedding. In the future, respect from the Jiang family will depend on me. After a pause, she continued, since mother said I can decide on the fabric, I will keep 1 bolt each for myself, second sister and third sister to make clothes, 2 bolts for the Jiang family as a New Year gift, the remaining 6 bolts for mother to use as a gesture of kindness. That's not right, mother said. Mother, you also said this fabric is for me, so I should have the final say, big sister insisted. Thank you, big sister, second sister said happily when she heard she could get a bolt for a new dress. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the fabric, already choosing. Mother, the pomegranate is also a good treasure for big sister. Now, she is no longer jealous. Big sister is so generous. As for the pomegranate, big sister took the silk box with both hands and presented it to Lu Qinyang. This is for you, mother. I wish you a life of wealth, honor, many children, and good fortune. You child. Lu Qinyang said, Mother doesn't want it. Keep it for yourself. Old Master Li said he would give me a pair of vases, which are very precious. As for the pomegranate, I truly want to give it to you as a dowry, hoping that you and father will grow old together, with children around you. Lu Qinyang did not take it. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and said, What nonsense! Where do children get dowries for their mother? Besides, your father and you and my father are doing well. Big sister looked at Xiaoyan. Mother, I hope you will become better and better. This pomegranate is very precious. It's her blessing to her mother, and she also fears that one day, the family might need money and it can be used as a backup. Mother has given her the best, and she also hopes to leave her mother the best things she owns. My daughter knows that big sister cares for her mother. All three of her sisters are obedient, but you should keep your own things. Mother, it's rare for me to have something to honor you with. It's just a small gift, so please accept it, big sister said. My dowries for second and third sisters are the same. I won't take even a little more. Since they haven't left home, their clothing, food, and expenses are all provided by the family. The money and items they earn also belong to the family. Big sister doesn't want her sisters to feel uncomfortable because of these small things. Perhaps in the future, they will marry into different families, but they all come from here. Xiaoyan said, Mother, please accept it. It's rare that Zhao Zhao has kind thoughts. We shouldn't let her down. Second sister said, Father, Mother, I owe you this. When I have money, I will also give my mother a dowry, and it will be even better than my eldest sister's. Third sister, confused and a bit scared, patted her belly and said, I've spent all my pocket money. What should I do? Then stay at home and help take care of mother, second sister teased her. Just don't let mother go hungry. Okay, I'll stay at home. The donkey at home is mine now. Third sister said happily. She can ride it whenever she wants, and no one will take it from her. For now, this plan is settled. Yunting secretly said to second sister, How can you boast so much? You don't even have a dowry yourself, and you want to give one to your mother? What's your problem? Don't judge a book by its cover. Have you learned to be so cunning? In the future, I might become a big merchant, second sister said proudly. Oh, I didn't mean to offend. I was just thinking, since you don't have a dowry, I could give you a little, I said. You want to give me something? I don't care. Keep it for yourself as a savings for your wife. After all, you're not good at anything, always hungry, and it won't be easy for you to marry. That's still better than you. Sharp-tongued and quick-tempered, whoever marries you will be unlucky. Unlucky? That's none of your business. Go find your own match. Your maternal grandmother is waiting to find you a noble lady. Let's see who will be so unlucky as to marry a spoiled brat. They argued back and forth, each with their wins and losses, but no need to mention the details. A few days later, Tung Wenfu brought 3 pairs of vases, each girl receiving one. Additionally, each person received 2 bolts of fine silk, all of excellent quality. The same was given to Duan. Second sister was overjoyed, but Lu Qinyang told her not to get her hopes up because those were meant to be her future dowry. Everyone had been looking forward to the fireworks, and Lei Longzi finally made them. Lu Qinyang didn't even dare to watch and handed them all over to Yunting to take to the flower viewing banquet. Arya really wanted to see the fireworks, so she discussed with Yunting, How about I pretend to be your maid and go with you to watch? You're not needed as my maid, Yunting replied. Arya was angry and stomped her foot. Fine, don't bring me then. In the future, don't come begging me. You're such a stingy person. Seeing her turn to leave, Yunting quickly held her back. You're the stingy one. Always joking. Listen to me. My grandmother and my relatives will definitely meet you someday. If you come with me now, disguised as a maid, how can you face them when you meet again? Why should I meet your relatives in the future? Arya said, feeling unfair. Because your father calls me uncle. We are related by blood, Yun Ting explained. Arya thought about it and realized it made some sense. She muttered, I just want to see the fireworks. After working so hard, I haven't even seen them. People dressed in fine clothes are not silk farmers. Just wait. When I get back what belongs to me, I will set off fireworks for you. You can watch as much as you want. I won't go back on my word. I'm loyal, right? You're going to take back everything you own, buy fireworks with it, and spend all your family's money? Then you might as well not take it back, Arya said disdainfully. What did my mother tell you? You can't just think about spending money. You should think about earning money. Getting the family assets means first thinking about how to make more money from them. Zhua, you make sense. When I get my inheritance, I'll have you be my chief manager. Hope your father is doing well, Arya said. Yun Ting was silent. No matter how much inheritance I have, it's not as good as having a caring father. Your father treats you well, Arya said.
Yes.
My old man treats me nicely, but I'm his only child. If he didn't treat me well, how could I face my mother in the afterlife? Arya said, I don't envy others. My mother is very good. I just don't want her to keep suffering. Sometimes I wonder why those ladies live easy lives, calling servants to do everything, while my mother works so hard. She's such a kind person. Why does she have to suffer? Her family abandoned her, her childhood sweetheart despised her and left her. She was poisoned and faced many unfair things. She could only endure silently. Yun Ting, I want my mother to live a good life. But compared to my eldest sister, I really am too stupid. Still, I'm better than you, Arya said. Yun Ting crossed his arms. How am I better than you? Their arguing helped ease Arya's feelings of helplessness and frustration. The day of the flower viewing banquet is quickly approaching. Yun Ting has brought a cart full of fireworks and set out. Lu Qinyang is naturally very nervous. She doesn't know if this one shot will succeed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan remains very calm, even starting to discuss with the older sister about solving the upcoming food shortage. Since it is winter, the flower viewing banquet is held inside a warm pavilion in the palace. The corridor is covered with curtains. After everyone pays respects to the Empress Dowager, men and women enter from opposite sides through 2 doors. In the middle of the pavilion, there is a screen dividing the space. You can hear voices clearly, but cannot see the faces of the people nearby. The women are quieter because they are asked to be gentle and do not want their chatter to be heard. People gather in small groups, talking quietly. Next door, apart from a few foolish young men shouting loudly, everyone else is more reserved. Those foolish young men are surrounding Yun Ting, whom they haven't seen in a long time. So, for a while, almost only Yun Ting's voice can be heard in the pavilion. Your father kicked you out of the house. Where did you go? Someone asks Yun Ting. Nonsense. My father has only me as his son. How could he kick me out? Yun Ting denies. Then why haven't we seen you lately? We can't find you, and your family's gatekeepers won't pass on messages. Yun Ting's eyes turn, because I am working on a very secret big project. Big project? You're doing something big? Just fooling your brothers. Don't lie to yourself. What big thing can you do? Everyone laughs. Yun Ting isn't angry. He smiles and says, I want to find a gift for my grandmother to show my respect. Just wait and see. Keep your eyes open. While bragging, Yun Ting spots a familiar, lonely figure in the crowd. Just one person, standing alone, ignored by others and ignoring everyone else. Isn't that 5th young master, Xiao Yan's old rival? Yun Ting steps forward to greet him. Master Zhou, how have you been lately?
Yun Ting asks.
Zhou Xiaoya responds with a blank expression and bows slightly. He doesn't like these show-off young men. Different paths, no need to associate. But for his sister's sake, he responds a little. Seeing this, Yun Ting's friends come over to pull him away. Let's go talk somewhere else. Why are you bothering him?
Exactly. Keep your voices down.
Master Zhou is now at the censorate. Anyone who causes trouble will be reported. Everyone falls silent. Though they are young and reckless, they still know how to survive. For example, the spoiled children all have their biological fathers. When their fathers are reported, they can't go home without being beaten. To protect himself, Lord Zhou is someone you can't mess with. Wow, Lord Zhou has become an imperial censor. Congratulations. Yun Ting, still trying to be friendly, was then pulled away. Zhou Xiaoyao watched the lively crowd with a calm expression. He didn't want to get involved in matchmaking, but he was forced into it. After arriving, he found it really boring. He stayed in the warm pavilion for a while but got restless, so he walked out along the corridor. Outside, there is a side gate leading to the Imperial Garden. Although he couldn't go far, getting some fresh air was better than staying inside. Both men and women liked using strong incense, which made Zhou Xiaoyao want to sneeze constantly. He stood by a bamboo grove, took a deep breath, and unexpectedly heard sneering voices behind the bamboo. Hit me! Hit me! Aren't you tough? Why don't you come and hit me? He doesn't dare. His sister would beat him up. He's good at martial arts, but he's still useless. He can't even get into the Black Armor Army. He still wants to join the Black Armor Army. When his sister broke off the engagement, she embarrassed Xiao Yanyan. The Black Armor soldiers probably still hold a grudge. TSK, and he wants to marry the Prince of Huai? He should think about his own worth. Who would want that shrew as a wife? The prince has been indulged with delicacies and wants to try plain food, At this moment, a suppressed voice suddenly sounded. If you keep talking about my sister, I won't care whether I'm in the palace or not. I will take your lives, and you'll have to pay for it. Oh, so scary. Exactly. You risk your family's future. What are we afraid of? Be careful, your sister might come and beat you up. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyao could no longer bear it and angrily shouted, Shut up. Which family are you from? How dare you behave so recklessly in the palace, talking nonsense and bullying the weak? He was not afraid. He circled around the bamboo grove and saw the scene in front of him, feeling stunned. A few wealthy young men with greasy hair and faces. Zhou Xiaoyao rarely went out for socializing, so he didn't recognize any of them. But the boy they surrounded looked only 16 or 17, tall and strong, holding a sword, with a face showing a restrained, hidden pain that didn't match his tough exterior. Seeing him carrying a sword in the palace and having a sister, Zhou Xiaoyao quickly deduced the boy's identity. Jiang Yi's younger brother, Jiang Quan. I didn't expect him to be so strong, trained in martial arts since childhood, and having a brave older sister like Jiang Yi, yet still being bullied.
Who are you?
Someone asked. Imperial Censorate, Zhou Xiaoyao. The bullies who had been insulting Jiang Quan were frightened upon hearing Imperial Censor, looked at each other, then quickly ran away. Zhou Xiaoyao stepped forward and asked Jiang Quan, Why did you let them insult you? If you don't teach them a lesson, they will keep bullying you. Maybe because he had been bullied himself, or because he respected Jiang's loyal family, Zhou Xiaoyao said a few more words. Jiang Quan bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Zhou, for speaking up today. But the boy's eyes showed increasing frustration. He said, I don't want my sister to worry about me anymore. And I really am useless, always failing to meet her expectations and making her disappointed. Jiang Quan lowered his head. Since I was young, my sister has helped me find famous teachers to guide me. But in the end, I couldn't even pass the Black Armor Army's test. I really am a waste. Young Master Jiang, why belittle yourself? Some people are born talented, others achieve greatness late. As long as you persevere, you can succeed. If not this year, try again next year, Zhou Xiaoyao comforted him. He seemed to see his past self. When he was most lost and pitiful, thinking he would be trampled on forever, his sister appeared. She believed in him, stayed with him, encouraged him. I also failed many times before, but I never dared to slack off because I was afraid of disappointing my sister, Zhou Xiaoyao said emotionally. Young Master Jiang, life is long. Don't give up. If you feel guilty about your sister, work even harder and be better for her. Do you have a sister too, Lord Zhou?
Jiang Quan asked. His helplessness contrasted sharply with his tall stature.
Yes.
I have a very good sister. When everyone bullied me, she protected me. When I was shortchanged, she found ways to help me. But after I became successful, I couldn't repay her. Now I think, back then, I should have been nicer to her. Unfortunately, he had no chance anymore. If Xiaoyan hadn't exposed him, he could still have stayed as a brother and kept her company. But Xiaoyan revealed his shamelessness, so now he dared not appear in front of his sister, afraid of causing trouble for her. And also, don't end up in a tragic fight with evil people. They don't deserve it. They will face retribution, and you will have a bright future, Zhou Xiaoyao said, feeling a bit lost in thought. These simple words, once upon a time, were always spoken by my sister to encourage me. Sister, look, the umbrella you once held up for me. I am now passing on to someone else. I was fortunate to meet Sister Ling, Zhou Xiaoyao continued. She is brave and kind-hearted, not the weak person others say she is. Matters of love have their own reasons, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. As far as I know, Xiaoyan has let go, and Sister Ling has also moved on. Young Master Jiang should do the same and not be influenced by others' words. Perhaps because he spoke honestly from his heart, Jiang Quan also shared his worries. I'm useless. I can't inherit the family business. I just want to be a soldier on the front lines, not like my older brothers who plan strategies and win battles from afar. He has always been simple-minded. But he carries the heavy responsibility of restoring the family's reputation and holds onto his sister's hopes. His sister didn't marry for him, wasting her youth, and in the end, only produced a clumsy son like himself. I'm really useless, Jiang Quan said, kneeling on the ground, hands in his hair, voice choked with emotion. Get up. Zhou Xiaoyao scolded when he saw this. Everyone has their talents. A proud 9-foot man. How can he cry because of a little setback? If you do this, how much burden are you placing on your sister, a woman? He wanted to say weak woman, but those words didn't fit Jiang Yi at all. If I'm not here, my sister could marry a son-in-law to carry on the family, and she wouldn't have to be burdened by someone like me. Jiang Quan revealed a thought he had never shared before. Yes, Sister Ling could marry a son-in-law, but if she's betrayed in the future, who would she turn to? You are her only family and hope in this world. No matter how useless you seem, as long as you are here, her home remains. Back then, how did my sister persuade her despairing self? She said, your mother worked hard, carried you for 10 months, and then you were taken away, without even a glance. She didn't even get to rest after giving birth, and was driven out of the Zhou residence. If life were easy, who would want to be a servant, just a cow or horse for raising children? She said, young Master Wu, when you feel suffering, think about whether your mother suffers too. I know an old woman, Sun Pe, who cried so much for her grandson that she went blind. Your mother misses you and hopes you to visit her. You should go see her, and let her see her child born after 10 months of pain, born on the brink of death. You are the only one in this world who truly cares about him and can help her out of her suffering. But sister, I really feel useless. I haven't found my mother, even though I tried my best.
Get up,
Zhou Xiaoyao said to Jiang Quan. Fix what's wrong, and if one way doesn't work, try another. As a man, you need to stand up. Don't let your sister always be the one fighting for you. If someone bullies you, fight back. Your father and brothers are watching over you from heaven. Don't tarnish their reputation. If you like being a leader, then be one. You can still make achievements and honor your family and also reassure your sister. Jiang Yi was behind the bamboo grove, her eyes misty. She knew her brother wasn't very happy. But no matter how she asked, she couldn't get the truth, only feeling more worried. Why does her brother become more withdrawn as he grows older? She vaguely understood that her brother didn't get along well with others, but she didn't realize that bullying had become so serious. Her brother never mentioned it to her. He acted as if nothing was wrong in front of her. It turns out, her brother was carrying so much frustration inside. Why didn't this fool tell her? She wanted her brother to be a military leader, but if he was happy just being a scout,
She wouldn't oppose it. She didn't expect to almost become the burden that overwhelmed him. Nor did she expect that Zhou Xiaoyao, a person so cold and lonely, could be so warm-hearted and help persuade her brother. Jiang Yi was very grateful to Zhou Xiaoyao. She knew she shouldn't go out in this situation. Sometimes, men communicate better with men. I can't. If I say I only want to be a scout, sister will be disappointed. I thought that if I joined the Black Armor Army, being a scout would be better. But I'm not brave enough. I really can't learn the military tactics and strategies. Besides martial skills, the Black Armor Army also tests knowledge of tactics. That's where he's stuck. If you can't learn, then keep trying, Zhou Xiaoyao said. I used to do okay in school, but I only truly learned when I met my teacher. My teacher wasn't a famous scholar, and I failed many times, but he was very good at teaching. You can tell your sister to find a different master, or ask Xiaoyan for help. Xiaoyan? That's not a good idea, sister, and it's fine. They've made peace, and you don't need to hold on to it anymore. Besides, Xiaoyan has remarried and is happy, so he won't hold on to past grudges. When Xiaoyan's wife was in trouble, your sister also helped her. Now, only you seem unable to let go.
And me.
Zhou Xiaoyao silently thought to himself. Is that really the case? My sister has never told me. She doesn't want to bring it up, which is normal. But no matter what others think of her, you must protect her. Because she has never wronged you. You are the person in this world who should defend her unconditionally. Young Master Jiang, your personality is so naive. It's also because she has protected you too well. Those cold words don't matter. When your father and brothers faced danger before, they didn't flinch. Why should you back down? Next time, hit them hard. If they dare to fight back, you do it again. Even if it reaches the emperor, you shouldn't be afraid. My sister said that, although the madam is powerful, there is still the ancestor above her. You are the direct grandson of the ancestor, and the ancestor cannot watch you be bullied to death. Jiang Quan clenched his teeth and nodded, then solemnly bowed to Zhou Xiaoyao. Thanks to Lord Zhou's help today, I am enlightened. I will visit to thank you properly someday. No need for that, it's just a small favor. I only passed on what my sister gave me. Jiang Yi quietly retreated, without a sound. I will remember this favor from Zhou Xiaoyao. As night fell, the palace banquet set in the water pavilion began. Yunting had been serving the Empress Dowager, making her smile happily. Grandmother, I have prepared a big gift for you, he proudly said. Please take a look. What kind of new thing have you come up with to amuse me? If I laugh, I will reward you generously. Everyone, is this appropriate? He hasn't even taken it out yet, and he's already so happy. Sure enough, no one is more favored by the Empress Dowager than Yunting. Just look at the envy in the eyes of the princes. The crown prince has not returned from the south, and the remaining few present are all jealous. Watch carefully. Come, prepare, grandmother, look at the middle of the lake. Keep your eyes on it, don't blink. The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. In the middle of the lake, everything was pitch black, except for the occasional calls of water birds, with no other movement. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of trick this was. Suddenly, a firework shot through the sky, like a silver fish leaping out of water, soaring upward. As it reached the halfway point, the silver fish turned into a crimson-purple light ball, which suddenly collapsed at the highest point and transformed into thousands of golden-scaled carp leaping into the lake. This is not the end. After the golden-scaled carp entered the water, 12 lotus lanterns suddenly lit up on the boat in the middle of the lake. White mist rose from the water, creating a fairy tale scene. The woman on the boat smiled slightly, her eyes full of a heroic spirit unique to a noble daughter. It was actually Jiang Yi. The Empress Dowager also recognized her and smiled, saying to Yunting, "You little rascal, you even managed to get Jiang Yi to help you." Of course, I was sweet-talking her. I called her sister a few times and she agreed, Yunting said proudly. Grandmother, don't speak yet, the best part is coming. Jiang Yi lit the second firework. The firework roared into the night sky, and the dark sky suddenly burst open with thousands of golden petals. Layers of golden veins formed a flower at the top, with tiny silver flakes like dew hanging in the air, then slowly faded away. Everyone around gasped in amazement. Jiang Yi loudly announced, "This is called Golden Bloom, modeled after the Yao Huang peony from Luoyang. It is the national flower, a gift to the Empress Dowager." The third firework was purple and shot up into the sky, weaving a 3-foot-wide ribbon of shimmering light, dreamlike and beautiful. "What's this?" the Empress Dowager asked eagerly, looking at her obedient grandson. Yunting chuckled and leaned close to her ear, saying, "Just wait, I'm making it up as I go." Listen to Jiang Yi's story. The Empress Dowager paused, then burst into laughter. The fireworks were stunning, but her grandson's playful antics made her even happier. "Really?" Yunting pretended to look sad. "Normally, I should have seen what I was giving you beforehand. But this one is too expensive, I couldn't bear to buy it, so I made it up on the spot." I told Jiang Yi's sister, and she agreed. But she had a request. "What's the request?" "That if she can't think of something, she'll find someone to help with the words." "Who did you ask?" "Grand Officer Zhou Xiaoyao from the Imperial Censorate." "I know him well," Yunting said proudly. "Zhou Xiaoyao? I've heard of him. How do you two know each other?" "First time, second time, we got to know each other better." "Grandmother, don't ask now. After the banquet, I'll tell you everything. Let's see how Jiang Yi is doing with her story." Jiang Yi seemed to hesitate, and at that moment, Zhou Xiaoyao from the riverbank spoke coldly. "This is called Galaxy Splashing Jade. Please observe carefully." Because he suddenly spoke, everyone looked over, and some murmured. After all, Jiang Yi and Zhou Xiaoyao working together seemed a bit flirtatious. Yunting whispered, "Oh no, I forgot about this. They're both unmarried and there are so many gossipers. It's okay." The Empress Dowager said, "In front of everyone, be honest and straightforward." However, these two people seemed quite compatible, she thought to herself. The upcoming fireworks displays were more spectacular than the last, and everyone was completely absorbed. Even after the 12 fireworks finished, they still wanted more. Jiang Yi and Zhou Xiaoyao worked well together, with no awkward moments or mistakes. The fireworks also performed perfectly, with no errors. After the show, Yunting deliberately said loudly, "Grandmother, tell me, do you think I spent 800 taels of silver today, and are you satisfied? Did you specifically tell me that you spent 800 taels because you wanted me to give you silver?" The Empress Dowager teased with a smile. "Not at all, not at all. I was worried you might be tricked. I heard that my uncle was very angry about the green-headed duck issue. What about Zhang's winning? Has Lord Zhang been dismissed by my uncle yet?" Yunting asked. Zhang's winning, among the crowd, pretended to be dead. He was exhausted and begged not to be publicly humiliated anymore. "Don't you know?" Yunting saw the Empress Dowager looked confused, so he explained, "And there are two." During this, he cleverly didn't mention Lu Qinyang. He only said that the emperor had discovered a big difference in prices inside and outside the palace. This fireworks were bought directly from Lu's fireworks shop at the canal dock. The prices are fair, honest, and the most expensive is 80 taels each. 12 fireworks cost only 800 taels. If you send someone to buy, check the accounts carefully. Maybe there are issues with your household accounts too. The Empress Dowager scolded with a smile. "You can manage daily life and check accounts now?" "Of course, I've improved."
Yunting replied.
"Grandmother, just say, are these fireworks good or not?" "Good, good, good." Yunting was pleased. Since the Empress Dowager praised the fireworks, they would surely sell out quickly. "Later, when you have free time, write a poem for her," Yunting said. "By the way, she's had a hard time, her widowhood and unemployment. Later, she found a man, but he wasn't reliable. Still, she took on a huge responsibility herself." The Empress Dowager didn't say much at the time. After the flower viewing feast ended, Yunting followed the Empress Dowager back to her palace. "Her widowhood has nothing to do with you," the Empress Dowager said. Yunting replied, "This is a long story. You don't know. After you went to Qingda, my father became very confident. He started treating me like an enemy, cursing me, hitting me sometimes. Life was really hard for me then. I went to Qingda before, and your father told me he had imprisoned you because you insisted on defending Xiao Yan. I agreed. Yunting. I understand what the emperor means. He wants to leave Xiao Yan to the crown prince. But I didn't dare tell you, afraid you might cause trouble. Your father is always your real father. He won't hurt you. You're right, Yunting said. He then told her about his experiences over the past 6 months. He even mentioned how someone had pulled down his pants, making the Empress Dowager laugh so hard that tears came to her eyes. Grandmother, is that reasonable? Yunting asked. Please don't spread this story around. If it gets out, I won't be able to find a wife. That's not right, the Empress Dowager replied. She knew that Yunting was always protected by the secret guards, so there was no real danger. The story just seemed funny. Especially in her eyes, Yunting still looked like a small child who might trip over a threshold and then pull down his pants in frustration. Thinking about it makes her feel quite fond of him. But I'm glad you're safe, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Yunting, it's been almost a year since we last saw each other. You've grown so much. I've grown taller by quite a bit, Yunting said, holding up his index finger. And I've learned martial arts. Now I'm strong and healthy, and I enjoy eating. I meant that you've become more sensible, she replied. Yunting sat on a footstool, leaning his head against her knee, obedient and thoughtful. The Empress Dowager stroked his hair, feeling very pleased. However, there's one thing you did wrong today, she said again. Tell me. I'll fix my mistake. If I did something wrong, I'll change it to make you happy. The Empress Dowager hardly closed her mouth tonight. She was so amused by Yunting. I understand you want to help Lu Qinyang sell fireworks, she said. But you made the price so clear and said it in front of so many people. If it gets checked later, what'll happen? The wealthy families in the capital might stop buying from us. That would ruin our business. Yunting looked up at her, proud, with eyebrows almost identical to those of his late mother, Princess Chonglo, making the Empress Dowager momentarily lost in admiration. Grandmother, I did that on purpose, he explained. We agreed on a price, but I added a little. I thought, later, whoever buys can get a 10% discount, which is good for them. Plus, I reminded them to report honestly so the owner won't notice anything wrong. By doing this, the goods would sell well, people would benefit, and they would also gain a good reputation. That's clever. The owners will be fooled just like that, she said. Oh, what does it matter? It's just a small increase. I want them to be aware of the extra charges. Do you think it's fair for wealthy families to charge more by 10%? Yes, I think so. Exactly, look at my uncle, he's been cheated so many times. Overall, Yunting believes that if everyone is fair, everyone benefits. He's quite clever. What do you get out of it? The Empress Dowager asked with a smile. Yunting waved his hand. I don't care about that little bit of silver. I'm just giving a gift to Xiao Yan and Qin Yang. Haha, Grandma, I have something funny to tell you. Do you know Xiao Yan isn't just good-looking, he's also not very useful. Old people like silly stories like that, right? It's lively and fun. But after hearing this, the Empress Dowager said, Tinger, be honest with Grandma. Do you like a girl right now? Do you want a wife to take care of you? Grandson caring about someone's marriage. Does that mean he's grown up? No, Grandma. Don't think nonsense. I don't want any woman. I find women annoying, especially those who cause trouble. You all, my grandmother and Qin Yang, are worried I'll be tricked by a woman. How did Lu Qinyang talk to you? Just in summer on a flower boat, there was a girl singing beautifully. I sometimes just looked at her. Qinyang saw that and warned me, saying if I looked again, Xiao Yan would slap me. I wasn't really looking, I just thought her singing was nice, and wondered if I could get her into the palace to sing for you. That's right. If you want, your grandmother can find you some honest kids. And about your marriage, it must be serious. Your future wife will be the head of the family, responsible for the Yun family's future, understand? Got it. We'll talk about that later, Yunting said. Grandma, you're wise and experienced. You've seen more than we've eaten rice. Can you help Xiao Yan? He's quite pitiful. Without proper elders to guide him, He's like a headless fly at Qin Yang's place. I think Lu Qinyang is right. They're not a good match and shouldn't be forced, the Empress Dowager said, her tone losing some of her daytime authority, with a hint of nostalgic sadness in her eyes. Grandma, if you want to help, just light the fire and then it out. Isn't that better? Xiao Yan is the person my uncle left for the crown prince. You must treat him well.
Yun-ting muttered.
Besides, Grandma, you and Grandpa also have different statuses, but Grandpa loved you all his life, didn't he? The Empress Dowager remained silent for a long time. After a moment, her aged face showed a hint of sadness. But Tinger, I never said I was willing, nor did I say I don't regret. Feeling her sadness, Yun-ting was stunned, then hurriedly said, Grandmother, I didn't mean for that. Let's not talk about this, it's okay. Your grandfather has treated me well, but from Empress to Dowager, these decades haven't been easy. It wasn't just his love that cleared all obstacles. I walked this path myself. Joy and sorrow, gains and losses, only I truly understand them. The Emperor doesn't need a golden. He doesn't go out to work in the fields. The Empress can't do whatever she wants, without restrictions. A good beginning and a seemingly perfect ending can erase the hardships faced along the way. A big difference in social status is something to struggle for, fight for, and try to bridge throughout life. When I was young, I thought like my stepmother. But I didn't hold on to that hope in the end. I don't know if I regret it now or not, but this path is really hard. The Dowager closed her eyes. Tinger, do you know why your mother is weak?
Why?
Yun-ting was shocked. Could there be a hidden reason? Because when I was pregnant with her, I was drugged. Even though I was lucky enough to save her, even though your grandfather made those who harmed me pay a heavy price, the injuries I suffered and the harm your mother endured can never be fully healed. Changlo, the Dowager only wished for her little daughter to have a lifetime of happiness. Do you know why I was angry with your father? The Dowager's voice was sad. Because he promised me back then not to let your mother have children. I also agreed to let him take concubines, to continue the family line for the Duke of Yun.
But they deceived me.
Her beloved Changla secretly took abortive medicine, insisting on giving birth to the child of her love. When I found out, she was already 5 months pregnant, and it was too late to have an abortion. Tears flickered in the Dowager's eyes. She only thought of your father, never considered me, her mother. She let me send a loved one to an early grave, filling my heart with hatred and regret that lasted for over 10 years, a pain that would follow me into my coffin. Grandmother, Yun-ting wiped her tears, her own eyes red. My mother didn't want to leave you, didn't want to leave us. She's so foolish, the Dowager said. Sometimes I can't help but think, if I were just an ordinary woman, my daughter wouldn't have been harmed before she was born, wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. Grandmother, my mother asked me to honor her and take good care of you. My mother has never complained. She is happy to be your daughter and to marry my father. She feels fulfilled. Only I, her unworthy son, might cause her worry. But luckily, she hasn't seen me, so she doesn't need to be upset. Tinger, no matter what happens, you are always the best in your mother's heart. And you have always been a good child. Your mother would be proud if she saw you now. When your grandmother sees her, she will tell her that you are a good child. Please don't go to see her now. Stay with me more. Yun-ting said softly, you should live a long life. I still rely on you to take care of me.